Chapter 552. Grandfather 2. Regardless of the circumstances, an agreement had been reached. Once Haiyan succeeded, I would take the painting. Luo Tian chuckled and said, I shall not intrude upon your work any longer. I will take my leave. After watching Luo Tian depart, Ying sighed. It seems it is now time for Boss Bai to face some worries. Let us go and meet with Yuqing. Having safely placed Haiyan down, Su Bai and Ying dashed out, only to discover that Yuqing and Ying Ning were no longer in sight. It appeared they had already pursued ahead. However, Yuqing appeared with a grim expression, emerging behind them. You have arrived? Why are you still here? Ying inquired, perplexed by Yuqing's sudden appearance. Shouldn't you be following that man by now? Did you not see the portrait? Did you not recognize him? Ying felt a twinge of unease as her questions poured forth like bullets. I simply could not keep up. It was left to Ying Ning, Yuqing replied helplessly. They headed in that direction. Ying then noticed that Yuqing was still panting heavily. The chase must have been intense. Realizing her tone had been harsh, she offered an apologetic expression. I am sorry. I was too anxious just now. Yuqing shook his head. No, I feel the same. I wonder how Ying Ning is faring. Both Yuqing and Ying Ning simultaneously spotted the man emerging. He was not wearing a mask, with Ying's reminder. And having revealed his true appearance, they both leaped down, closely following the man. He quickly noticed he was being pursued and accelerated with remarkable speed, vanishing around the corner in an instant. Yuqing felt the urgency. His legs could hardly match the man's pace. Observing this, Ying Ning said, Let me handle this. You returned and informed Su Bai and the others. With her palms facing down and gathering her energy, Ying Ning seemed to tread upon the wind. Yuqing felt a strong gust sweep past him, and when he turned to look, Ying Ning had already vanished from sight. Resigned, he knew he had no choice but to return and relay the news. Meanwhile, Ying Ning, driven by her determination, was propelled forward by thoughts of Su Bai, the tall figure who harbored a complex relationship with their grandfather. At last, she spotted the shadow slipping into an alley. Following him, she discovered it was a dead end, and a smile spread across her face, wondering where he could possibly escape to. The man, however, halted and turned, addressing her directly. Girl, what business do you have following me? Ying Ning, being quite innocent, was caught off guard and took a step back. The man stood tall and handsome, his features strikingly similar to those in the portrait, though his face bore the marks of time. The passage of years had not been kind, yet the traces left upon his visage lent him an air of stability. Under the moonlight and dim street lamp, Ying Ning observed a resemblance between Su Bai and this man, particularly in the sharpness of their eyes, sword-like brows and starry gaze, not lacking when compared to the men of Qingqiu. This, she mused, must be what they call generational inheritance. The man suddenly stepped forward, scrutinizing Ying Ning closely. Girl, you are quite remarkable. You must be Su Bai's granddaughter, am I correct? Summoning her courage, Ying Ning replied. I have seen your portrait. How can there be someone so similar? Do you know my grandmother? Her name is Bai Ru. Do you still remember it? As Bai Yi pondered this name, the expression on his face left Ying Ning perplexed. Do you not remember? Ying Ning inquired. Well, my dear, there is no need for you to test me. I am indeed the person you believe me to be. The man suddenly chuckled. You are rather endearing. Are you truly my grandfather? Now that you've appeared, why not acknowledge Su Bai? Your grandmother has searched for you with great difficulty. Tentatively, Ying Ning took a few steps forward. And Su Bai, yes, I'll call him over. No need, I have just met him. This declaration sent Ying Ning into a frenzy of joy, for it was a complete affirmation of his identity. She was genuinely happy for Su Bai, her excitement bubbling forth as she exclaimed, Where do you reside now? I will definitely come when the time is right. It is not yet the appropriate moment. He replied with a sudden smile, taking a step back. An uneasy sensation washed over Ying Ning. Disregarding her apprehensions, she lunged forward, intending to seize the moment to catch her grandfather. However, in her swift movement, she saw her grandfather already scaling the high wall, effortlessly leaping away and vanishing from sight. Stunned, Ying Ning peered down from the wall, but there was no trace of her grandfather. Beneath the dim streetlight, not a soul was in sight. Sitting atop the wall, she wore a look of despondency, astonished by her grandfather's remarkable agility. Who could he possibly be? As she sat in a daze, Su Bai's voice called out, Hey, little girl, what are you doing? Where did he go? With a forlorn expression, Ying Ning responded to the three below, He's gone. Gone. Ying exclaimed in disbelief. Did you not chase after him? Without hesitation, Ying Ning jumped down, and Su Bai hastily reached out to catch her. embracing her fully. Stabilizing herself, she noticed Su Bai's brows tightly knitted, his lips pressed together, and her sparkling eyes brimming with tears. It's all my fault. I didn't team make him stay. Big guy, you can scold me if you wish. Why would I scold you? Su Bai said, gently wiping away the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Do not cry. But he acknowledged it. He truly is my grandfather. Ying Ning then relayed her grandfather's words to Su Bai, who furrowed his brow even tighter. Everything had unfolded so abruptly that he gripped Ying Ning's hand more firmly. She looked up at him in surprise. Big guy, are you not happy? For some reason. I just cannot find joy in this. Su Bai replied with a wry smile. Though I have saved money, this greeting gift leaves me feeling uneasy. We shall discuss it later. Yu Qing looked up. The dawn is approaching. This night passed amidst a flurry of emotions. And as they returned to the antique shop with the Haiyan, the sky began to brighten. Now that the 4 treasures of Maoshan included the jade seal and Haiyan, 2 out of 4 were complete. While Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief, he felt no weariness, sitting on the steps in front of the antique shop, gazing blankly at the sun rising on the horizon. Ying Ning cautiously approached him. I do not understand why you are not happy. In my impression, he surely cannot be a good person. A man who deceives his family and departs in such an extreme manner cannot possess good character. Su Bai remarked. When my mother speaks of him, there is utterly no paternal affection. Such a person dares to appear before me in this manner. I find myself at a loss on how to assess him. Of course, I shall inform my grandmother about this matter. But what does timing even mean? Can he simply come and go as he pleases? Ying Ning gazed at the corner of Su Bai's eye, and for the first time, she witnessed such vulnerability in him. An indescribable heaviness settling in her heart. She reached out to gently brush the corner of Su Bai's eye, to which he awkwardly replied, I'm not crying. What is the point of that? I worry that your tears might fall, Ying Ning replied. This is not the time for tears. You should be comforting me. Su Bai retorted. Little girl, I need to make a trip home, he declared, rising to stretch. Turning back, he instructed Cui Ying, make sure to tidy up, 7 million. You know. Cui Ying sighed in resignation, exasperated that the conversation had circled back to money. She waved him off impatiently. I understand, just hurry along. As Su Bai silently recited thoughts of his grandmother, he returned home to find Bai Hong seated on the sofa, her expression as tranquil as still water. His mother, Bai Ling, reclined on the couch with her head tilted, remaining in the same state upon hearing the door open. Su Bai cleared his throat gently. Grandma, what brings you here? You're feigning ignorance. Since earlier, you've been thinking about me more than usual. Why is that? Bai Hong inquired softly. And where is that cheerful little grandson of mine? Standing at the threshold, Su Bai fidgeted like a child caught in mischief, his hands rubbing nervously. Is grandfather quite wealthy? What do you mean? Bai Hong reproached. What is troubling you? Speak plainly. Is there anything your grandmother cannot accept? He spent 7 million to acquire something of great significance to us, Su Bai finally confessed. Just last night, I was merely half a meter away from him. To Su Bai's surprise, Bai Hong responded with a smile. Grandma? He questioned, taken aback. He has finally made his appearance, Bai Hong continued. I have envisioned countless scenarios of how I would feel upon learning of his whereabouts, and what my thoughts would be when he resurfaced. Now, it is far more serene than I had imagined. Bai Ling observed her mother's trembling fingers and pondered why she still felt the need to maintain a fade at such a moment. And where is he now? Bai Ling asked with concern. He slipped away, claiming it was not the right time for a meeting, Su Bai replied. What puzzles me is how he knew that I desired the inkstone. Was his presence at the underground auction mere coincidence, or part of a grander scheme? What inkstone? What underground auction? Start from the beginning, Bai Ling demanded, her frustration palpable. Su Bai finally stepped inside, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it down in one go, recounting the entire tale without hesitation. Once he finished, he looked at the 2 women before him, scratching his head. Why the silence again? You are correct. How did he know you were in need of the inkstone? Bai Ling pondered, her impression of his father already skewed. 7 million. That's either robbery or extraordinary luck. It seems he has fared well since leaving us. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Bai Zhao remarked. The time has yet to arrive. Let us wait for his reappearance. Mother, have you softened your heart? Bai Ling replied. Do you think 7 million will entice Su Bai back? Matters are not so simple. Then we shall wait, Bai Zhao said, clenching her fists. Finally managing to calm herself as the sorrow she had suppressed began to dissipate. There will come a day when the truth is revealed. Su Bai, how are your affairs progressing? Only 2 matters remain, Su Bai responded. The task is half complete. Is there any news from the underworld? They searched far and wide for lingering souls, hastening to guide them into the underworld, as if racing against time. Bai Zhao stated, I have also come at a moment's respite. I shall take my leave first. Mother, where are you going? Bai Ling exclaimed. Are you seeking solitude again? In her childhood, Bai Ling often observed her mother preferring to be alone, and in those moments, she felt as though her mother belonged to another realm, one she could not reach. Even with the bond of blood, Bai Zhao paused, turning around. Do you think I am not strong? Bai Ling was momentarily speechless, and Bai Zhao smiled as she stepped outside. When she turned to see Su Bai, an unusual glimmer illuminated her gaze. Had he looked at her with such eyes the previous night, just as she did? In that instant, Su Bai felt a pang of bitterness. He rose to his feet as his grandmother gently pushed the door shut behind her, the sound resonating like a gunshot in her heart. Bai Ling stood up, only to sit back down in resignation. Why does that fellow appear now? Mother, if you ask me, who can I inquire? Su Bai said. Moreover, why refer to him as that fellow? He is your grandfather and my father. Yet, I have never felt paternal love from him. Blood relations are not merely connections. They require profound emotional investment for such bonds to endure. Bai Ling remarked, the fatherly love I cannot experience has been bestowed upon me by the Taoist. To me, he is truly my father. Let us leave this topic behind. Su Bai nodded, fair enough. What about my father? He was invited to be a judge in a culinary competition, Bai Ling said. Haven't you been watching television lately? Bai Ling casually turned on the TV, and seeing her father's face appear on the screen was quite a novelty. Su Bai leaned closer to observe, when suddenly, a man's face appeared on the screen. Su Bai tugged at Bai Ling. Mother, look. How can he be there? Bai Ling gazed at the man on the television, childhood memories flooding back, and shook her head. It seems he intends to return. However, this program is a rerun from yesterday's live broadcast. First, their grandfather appeared as a judge on the show, and later that evening, he was seen at an underground auction. Su Bai had a premonition that their grandfather would soon materialize here. Gathering his thoughts, Su Bai temporarily set aside the fact of his grandfather's return and returned to the antique shop, where Ying Ning had been waiting for his return. She rushed to the door upon seeing him. You're back? Su Bai smiled widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Yes, I am back. Upon witnessing the smile gracing Su Bai's face, Ying Ning felt an immense weight lift from her heart. She knew he was not one to be overly sentimental. Su Bai chuckled. Humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. You must allow me the occasional bout of melancholy. Come now, let us proceed inside. As Ying Ning and Su Bai walked side by side, inhaling the subtle fragrance emanating from her, Su Bai could not help but smile. What perfume are you wearing? It is simply delightful. Ah, it is the natural fragrance of a daughter, Ying Ning replied. One that cannot be purchased outside. Observing her radiant smile, Su Bai remarked. It seems that Chu Yin has been quite busy lately. His play is nearing completion, Ying Ning innocently replied. He mentioned he would return to assist us, and the descendants of the Yu clan could help us in our search for the Jade Talisman and Jade Tablet. Wait, how could you divulge such critical information to him? Su Bai said, unable to suppress a minor pout. You are being quite reckless. However, having assistance is a good thing, and it is free. That's what Feng is charging us. Ying Ning retorted, pouting her lips. Hey, isn't it rather unethical to speak ill of others behind their backs? Zhou Feng's disgruntled voice interrupted. I am a person too. I need to eat and spend. Without money, I cannot survive. Suddenly appearing behind them, Zhou Feng carried a backpack, donned a gray hat, and rested one hand on his hip, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Ying Ning stuck out her tongue and whispered, how does he manage to appear so suddenly? Zhou Feng, weary from travel, entered the antique shop, cast down his backpack, and plopped down on the floor. Is there any water? He asked. Ying Ning hurriedly fetched a glass of water. Zhou Feng glanced at her and exclaimed, why didn't I notice how beautiful you were last time? Such a direct compliment made Ying Ning blush instantly. She smiled and shyly averted her gaze, her face blooming like a flower. Did you come because you have leads? Just as Zhou Feng was about to speak, Su Bai frowned. Be careful not to choke on your water. After finishing his drink, Zhou Feng looked up at the sky. The weather is quite pleasant today. Cui Ying stepped out, hands on her hips. He is changing the subject, which means there are no leads. You know me well, Zhou Feng said with a grin, suddenly leaping from the steps to stand before her, scrutinizing her face. Strange, you look different than before. Is it so difficult to admit defeat? Cui Ying retorted. Zhou Feng rolled his eyes. It isn't a complete failure, merely slow progress. Do you think I dressed up for leisure? By the way, Where is your young boyfriend? The term young sounded particularly jarring to Cui Ying, who scoffed. Get to the point. Let me show you some images first, Su Feng said, retrieving his camera and flipping through the photos. Which one do you seek? The images of the jade talismans included some taken at museums, others at antique markets, and several captured within tombs. Of course, the ones from the tombs had already been retrieved and were nestled in Su Feng's backpack. Yet, he felt no excitement. He was certain that among these jade talismans, there was no target, which was the source of his frustration. For a treasure hunter, the inability to find a target was more agonizing than death itself. Chapter 554. A critical moment. Su Feng spread the stolen jade talismans across the ground, suggesting, let's see if any of them contain the 6 characters Ming Tian Di Ri Ji. He understood that this was crucial, and thus, during the photography, he focused on the inscriptions. Su Bai meticulously examined each photo, but noticed that one was particularly unclear. Hey, why isn't this one clearer? I can only discern 6 characters, but the details remain elusive. Well, my photographic equipment is the finest in this world. If the image is unclear, it's certainly isn't due to my technical skills. Su Feng replied. I took the shot from the closest distance, yet this peculiar artifact yielded such poor results. Yu Qing approached, scrutinizing the photograph closely. Cui Ying, with concern, inquired, what is the matter? Are you speaking the truth? Yu Qing asked, did you truly capture it from the closest distance? Su Feng walked over to Yu Qing and playfully nudged him with his chest. Hey, do you have a problem with me? Are you questioning my words? How tiresome. I am a person of professional integrity. If it's genuine, I must see this object with my own eyes. Why didn't you steal it? Even if the photo is unclear, shouldn't it be visible to the naked eye? Yu Qing pressed. What do the 6 characters say? I feel like gouging out my eyes. My vision is excellent, yet this item appears so indistinct. Su Feng, agitated, retorted, if you have the ability, go see for yourself. The situation on site isn't as simple as you imagine. Where is this jade talisman located? Yu Qing asked earnestly. Hey, you can't be serious, can you? Su Feng replied. The owner of this jade talisman is not to be trifled with. There are 16 Tibetan mastiffs in the courtyard. Do you know what lies within the secret chamber? Infrared devices are densely woven like a spider's web, along with a cadre of armed subordinates. Intruders would find themselves riddled with bullets and their bodies swiftly disposed of, leaving no trace behind. Then how did you manage to enter and capture these photos? Yu Qing challenged. If I can do it, so can you, Su Feng countered. Come on, can you really compare yourself to me? Su Feng exclaimed. That individual is linked to the largest gang in Asia, specializing in smuggling antiques. That place is his secret lair. I only broke in out of desperation, and all I managed was to take a photo without retrieving the artifact. If I failed, you should abandon the thought. There must be a reason for the obscurity. Yu Qing remarked. It is highly suspicious. I must confirm this personally. Cui Ying added, I want to go as well. Su Feng sighed. You two are something else. I'll accompany you once more, but you'd best be astute and not hinder me. I'll do my best, Yu Qing smiled. How about tonight? Su Feng tilted his head and shrugged. Whatever. The secret lair Su Feng referred to was situated in a villa on the outskirts, enclosed within its own walls. Surrounded by a lake and a flourishing forest, the unusually high walls were topped with spikes. Su Feng remarked, do you see? It's not an easy task. Hey, why are you pulling down your mask? Do you wish for the surveillance to capture you and draw a cascade of trouble? Yu Qing sighed in resignation. It's merely a temporary respite. This item is crafted from the most breathable material. I only provided it to you out of respect for Cui Ying. Su Feng, feeling exasperated, turned away and said, I must be losing my mind. You clearly lack discernment. How many guards are inside? When I visited last time, there were about 20. Su Feng added, have you donned the bulletproof vest? It can only shield your heart, not your head. Fear not, I am resolute. I promised Cui Ying I would return safely and entrust myself entirely to her. Yu Qing replied, gazing intently into Su Feng's eyes. Su Feng scoffed. Are you trying to engage in a psychological battle with me? Say what you will, let's proceed. Yu Qing continued. Typically, both the front and back entrances are guarded, but the sides are surprisingly less secure. Unexpectedly, you possess some understanding. Indeed, we shall enter from the left side. Su Feng responded with a mysterious smile. Upon seeing Su Feng remove several loose bricks, Yu Qing's expression darkened. Are we to crawl through there? Shouldn't we scale the wall? Such a narrow-minded approach. Is there a rule that stipulates one must always climb over to break into someone else's premises? Hurry up and come in. Feng urged, having already heard the deep growl of a Tibetan mastiff. The animal's keen senses were not to be underestimated. Yu Qing, ultimately yielding, crawled through the opening and discovered it led into a cluttered storage room, thick with dust. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. Wait, why is the floor spotless? My regard for you is growing. Indeed, this is a layer of disguise. It actually leads to an underground chamber. Suddenly, Feng pressed Yu Qing's head down behind an old bookshelf. Someone's coming. Outside, hushed voices could be heard as the door swung open, and 2 or 3 individuals entered, their laughter echoing. This haul is quite rewarding. We've obtained some fine goods. I wonder when the boss plans to take action. This is not our concern. We merely await our share, one of them replied jovially. However, why are those Tibetan mastiffs so restless today? Surely, it must be that Heisey hasn't fed them enough. He likely snacked on their rations himself. As footsteps drew nearer, a soft beeping sound emerged. Feng tilted his head to listen, his lips moving subtly. Yu Qing, close enough to observe, noticed that with each beep, Feng's lips would twitch. After the final beep, a distinct creak signaled the door's opening. It dawned on Yu Qing that the sounds were generated by the input of a password. Was it possible that Feng could discern the code merely by listening? Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, the individuals exited, pulling the door shut behind them. Once they were out of earshot, Yu Qing inquired, "Did you ascertain the password?" Feng scoffed, "How bothersome, you guessed it. Then let's go." Cautiously, Yu Qing stood up, surveying the surroundings. Spotting an unusually vibrant vase, he felt a surge of confidence and approached it, gently moving it aside to reveal a keypad beneath. He turned back to Feng. "It's your turn." 774,598. Feng recited swiftly, his fingers pressing the keys in rapid succession. With a melodic chime, the lock of the hidden door clicked open. Inside, there are infrared sensors. "Where this," Feng instructed. "This is a pair of specially crafted glasses. Once donned, they reveal the distribution of infrared rays, allowing one to evade detection and avoid triggering alarms." Yu Qing graciously accepted them and remarked, "Thank you." The 2 of them slipped inside, and the door behind them closed immediately. Yu Qing sighed sincerely. How many treasures has this fellow managed to acquire? What remains here are merely the items that could not be sold successfully. Considering those that have already found their way overseas, the number is indeed astonishing, Feng replied. Yu Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. The spacious secret chamber spanned nearly 300 square meters, lined with cabinets that extended from one end to the other, filled with a plethora of porcelain, jade, bronze artifacts, ancient calligraphy, and paintings, truly reminiscent of a small museum. Those who beheld this villa would perceive it merely as a wealthy individual's residence. Who could have imagined the abundance of treasures concealed within the underground sanctuary? Strange. Why haven't they installed surveillance here? Yu Qing pondered. Wouldn't that be safer? On the contrary, with surveillance comes footage, should it leak. It would serve as irrefutable evidence of their crimes, Feng explained. They are quite astute. Then why are we wearing masks? Yu Qing asked, somewhat perplexed. Foolishness. The cameras may not see us, but people will. They can be quite troublesome. We must protect ourselves, Feng replied. I'm fine, but you might find yourself in a predicament. Chapter 555. Swimming over, Yu Qing cleared his throat and quickly inquired, "Where's the jade talisman?" Feng wiped his forehead. In the middle of the 7th row. Yu Qing gasped, for the infrared beams crisscrossed before him, with the gaps between them exceedingly narrow. He felt a sense of relief at his own height. Had he been as tall as Su Bai, he would surely have been caught. "Are you confident?" Feng asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Qing had already dropped to the ground, deftly maneuvering past the red beams before him. His agility exceeded Feng's expectations, and he clasped his hands in front of him, letting out a muffled grunt. "It seems to be going well, but we must endure until the end." Yu Qing cautiously navigated through 3 or 4 beams, remaining in a crouched position. As time passed, he realized this was no easy feat. Glancing back, he saw that Feng had no intention of following. The fellow stood with his arms crossed, watching him with keen interest. Thinking of Cui Ying. Yu Qing's determination to succeed intensified. He could not allow Feng to underestimate him. Although Yu Qing had never formally trained in martial arts, he had been taught the ways of the Maoshan school since childhood, making breath control a regular practice. His nimbleness was evident as he skillfully threaded through the narrow gaps, slowly approaching the 7th row. Now, He needed to consider how to stand upright there and retrieve the jade talisman with his own hands. The location was an irregular shape, with only a narrow space in the center, but below it lay a crawl space. An idea flashed through Yu Qing's mind. He could crawl while extending his hands. With this plan in mind, he cautiously approached, bending his body nearly parallel to the ground. Left phone was drawn in by his movements, swallowing hard as he realized they were almost there. What he had concealed from Cui Ying was that during his previous visit, he had inadvertently triggered the infrared alarm while taking photographs, causing it to sound. Left phone was reluctant to recall that moment. Just the thought of being chased by a frenzied Tibetan mastiff made him frown. In his moment of distraction, Yu Qing had already extended his hands in an attempt to grasp the jade talisman, his fingers trembling involuntarily. Yu Qing's heart tightened, and he breathed deeply to calm himself, murmuring, stay calm, we are just one step away." His fingers trembled as they made contact with the cabinet's surface. He needed only to reach a little further to grasp the box. However, if he raised his body even slightly, he would inevitably touch the red line. Left Feng's heart raced, and he braced himself for a hasty retreat, with muscle relaxants and smoke bombs readily at hand, knowing the other party was armed. Yu Qing attempted once, then a second time with more steadiness, slowly adjusting the angle of his body. He needed to elevate himself just a bit more. As he glanced at his feet, an idea struck him. Why must he use his hands to retrieve the jade talisman? His feet could be more convenient. This gap was sufficient for the talisman to fall, and as long as he could catch it, all would be well. Left Phone watched in astonishment as Yu Qing suddenly lay on the ground and raised his right foot. What is this guy up to? He thought. Yu Qing extended his foot onto the cabinet, gradually pushing the jade talisman outward. The process was painstakingly slow, and several times, due to the fatigue in his legs, he nearly lost control and touched the red line. He continuously adjusted his breathing to alleviate the fatigue, and at last, the talisman was about to drop. It dangled precariously. Inching closer, and Left Phone felt like shouting, watching as the talisman brushed against the red line before plummeting to the ground. Left Phone could swear that the distance between the talisman and the red line was no more than a hair's breadth. As the talisman fell, skimming the red line, it was on the verge of hitting the ground. If Yu Qing failed to catch it, the alarm would pierce their ears. Left Feng's throat went dry as he swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Qing's movements. Yu Qing was well aware of the consequences of the talisman hitting the ground. His heart raced wildly. Just as the talisman was about to drop, Yu Qing's abdomen slightly rose. Fortunately, his balance was commendable, and the talisman now rested on his belly. Yu Qing closed his eyes, exhaling gently, and carefully reached for the talisman. Left Feng's excitement surged as he clenched his fist. Yes. Now, as long as Yu Qing returned safely, they could leave this place. Exiting through that opening and swiftly retreating under the cover of night, everything would be resolved. Yu Qing shared the same sentiment, maintaining the caution he had initially adopted as he navigated through the precarious situation with utmost care. Su Bai, displaying a flicker of conscience, extended his hand just as Yu Qing was about to emerge, offering a supportive push that enabled him to successfully evade the entangling infrared beams. Upon glancing at Yu Qing, it was evident that his excessive tension had left his forehead glistening with sweat, his clothes clinging to his back, and his body weakly standing there, seemingly motionless yet on the verge of collapse due to overwhelming concentration. Su Bai clapped a hand on Yu Qing's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, my friend. I now see you in a new light." Yu Qing managed a wry smile, replying, "Now is not the time for flattery, we must hurry." As they prepared to depart, a faint sound reached their ears. Su Bai turned to look, his expression shifting drastically. "Our luck has taken a turn for the worse. We need to move." Yu Qing's face paled in an instant as he realized that while adjusting the jade talisman, he must have accidentally brushed against a nearby piece of jade. However, the cabinet itself seemed to be of dubious quality. Otherwise, how could the jade pendant have slipped down so easily? In mere moments, it would plummet to the ground. And during that time, the unrestrained jade would inevitably trigger the infrared alarms. The two dashed towards the hidden door, but Su Bai, in a state of panic, remembered that exiting through this door required a code, leaving his mind blank. Damn it, what is the password? Yu Qing stepped forward, his fingers swiftly pressing the numbers, 774598. Su Bai gave Yu Qing a thumbs up, just as the hidden door swung open, a loud crack echoing behind them, followed by the blaring of alarms. Su Bai sighed in dismay. "We're in trouble." Yu Qing had already bolted outside when, unexpectedly, the storage room door was kicked open and several burly men burst in. Zhuo Feng quickly grabbed Yu Qing, just as 2 bullets whizzed past them, striking the hidden door behind. A voice shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Don't shoot in that direction." It turned out they were wary of the antiques inside. Seizing the moment, Zhuo Feng produced a smoke bomb he had prepared earlier, pulled the fuse, and tossed it into the midst of the group. With a hiss, thick smoke billowed, engulfing the entire storage room. As Zhuo Feng dragged Yu Qing towards the escape route, the assailants, panicking, began firing indiscriminately. Items from the storage cabinets were likely struck, collapsing in a cacophony. Yu Qing caught a whiff of blood and felt a sharp pain in his calf, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, rendered blind to his surroundings. Just as despair began to set in, a hand grasped him firmly and pulled him outward. Yu Qing felt himself being dragged along the floor, the sound of his body scraping against the ground resonating in his ears. Upon inhaling the fresh air outside, he finally exhaled in relief, tears streaming down his face as he caught a blurred glimpse of the moon above. Just as he began to relax, he spotted a pack of Tibetan mastiffs charging towards them from the opposite side of the house, fierce and frenzied. Zhuo Feng's face paled at the sight. While the occupants inside might not have noticed the storage room's small passage, they had unleashed the mastiffs. These dogs were far quicker than humans. Zhuo Feng hoisted Yu Qing onto his back, saying, "Hey, kid, if we make it out alive, you owe me your gratitude." Yu Qing emitted a muffled response, "All right." Zhuo Feng took a few steps forward when he felt a gust of wind at his back, with one hand supporting Yu Qing and the other drawing his firearm. He turned around, his vision having just recovered, and fired 3 shots in quick succession. The heads of 3 Tibetan mastiffs erupted in blood as they fell to the ground, startling the remaining dogs, who began to whine in confusion. Yet, in an instant, they regained their fighting spirit and relentlessly pursued the 2 men. Chapter 556. Ji Yao won. The men in black were hot on their heels. They're right ahead. Open fire, eliminate them. No survivors. Fortunately, the distance was considerable, and a pack of Tibetan mastiffs stood between them. After a few shots, both Zhuo Feng and Yu Qing managed to escape unscathed. Upon spotting a lake, Yu Qing's mind raced. "How well can you swim?" "Why do you ask?" Zhuo Feng replied irritably. "I swim quite well," Yu Qing assured him. "Can we outpace those dogs in the water?" Zhuo Feng understood. "Let us give it a try." "Are your legs up to the task?" "Even if my legs hurt, I must protect my life and the jade talisman." "Just throw me into the water," Yu Qing insisted. Zhuo Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. "You said it yourself." As they neared the lake, Zhuo Feng hurled Yu Qing into the water with a splash. A sharp pain surged through Yu Qing's leg, but he ignored it. Paddling fiercely onward, Zhuo Feng leapt into the water after him, propelling Yu Qing forward. The mastiffs followed suit, splashing into the lake, but their lack of training rendered them inferior swimmers compared to the 2 men. The pursuing men in black began to fire recklessly into the water. Yu Qing's heart raced until the gunfire diminished, allowing him a moment of relief. However, dizziness enveloped him, and his vision blurred. He was uncertain of the direction in which he swam, feeling himself slowly sinking. Seeing Yu Qing's body descend, Zhuo Feng sensed impending danger. The exhaustion from the previous ordeal combined with the gunshot wounds and water exposure had taken their toll. He quickly swam forward, grasping Yu Qing by the neck and straining to reach the shore. Once ashore, he realized Yu Qing had lost consciousness. "Hey, wake up," Zhuo Feng urged. But Yu Qing merely groaned in pain, curling up. Zhuo Feng examined the wounds on his leg and found the situation dire. He hastily hoisted Yu Qing onto his back and swiftly disappeared from the lakeside. Yu Qing caught fleeting glimpses of light, but could not open his eyes. When a wave of pain jolted through him, he finally managed to awaken. The surroundings felt unfamiliar, and a man in a white coat stood with his back to him. Yu Qing found him somewhat familiar and softly called out, "Zhuo Feng?" The man turned around. Although masked, Yu Qing recognized him. "Lu Shangxing, what are you doing here?" Lu Shangxing removed his mask. "I didn't expect to see an old acquaintance." "Rest assured, the bullet has been removed. Though it was submerged, the inflammation was treated promptly, and there should be no lasting effects. You owe Zhuo Feng your gratitude. Had he not brought you here in time, I would likely be sawing off your leg instead of extracting a bullet." Yu Qing exhaled in relief. "How do you know Zhuo Feng?" "Ah, that is a long story," Lu Shangxing replied. "Just a side job. Keep it confidential, all right? You rascal, entwined with both the shadowy organizations and treasure hunters. Your connections are extensive." Yu Qing expressed his desire to return to the antique shop. Do not rush, replied Lu Shangxing. The effects of the anesthetic have only just worn off. You are still unable to rise. At that moment, Zhuo Feng entered, lifting the curtain. I have informed Cui Ying by phone. You can rest assured and remain here. Thank you, Yu Qing said. Had it not been for you today, I would have met my end at the bottom of the lake. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude. Zhuo Feng replied. Thanks to your assistance, I have successfully completed this business transaction. Tell me, Dr. Lu, could we perhaps negotiate a lower price? After all, he is also your acquaintance. Lu Shangxing's face twitched slightly. No haggling. The old rules apply. Cash only. Zhuo Feng shot Yu Qing a glare. Very well, cash it is. After lying in that unknown location for a day and night, Yu Qing insisted on leaving. Zhuo Feng summoned a vehicle to take him back to the antique shop. As they departed, Yu Qing's eyes were covered. Zhuo Feng explained that this place was a secret base, not to be disclosed to outsiders. Yu Qing was indifferent, as he was well aware of what was worth knowing and what was not. The moment Yu Qing stepped out of the car, he caught sight of Cui Ying's face and smiled faintly. I have returned alive. Cui Ying rushed forward to embrace him. It is good that you are back. Zhuo Feng cleared his throat. Hey, could we be a tad more mindful of our surroundings? What if we were blind? Hold on. I still need to settle the score with you, Cui Ying retorted. Settle the score? Yu Qing interjected. We ought to express our gratitude, were it not for Zhuo Feng. I would not have emerged alive. By the way, where is the jade talisman? Zhuo Feng pointed to his backpack. Rest assured, the precious item we labored to retrieve is well guarded. However, one must follow procedure, payment upon delivery. Cui Ying tapped Zhuo Feng's hand. Let us first confirm the item. Yu Qing nodded. Indeed, the inscriptions have yet to be verified. I possess a method for examination. Zhuo Feng shrugged. Very well, no one can evade their debts with us. Let us proceed inside. Yu Qing still found it difficult to walk and was assisted by Cui Ying. The others urged him to sit in a chair, forbidding any movement. You have not yet fully recovered. You must rest and not exert yourself. Now that you are back, lie down and recuperate. Fine, I will heed your advice. Let me see the jade talisman, Yu Qing said helplessly. I do not wish to be a cripple. Zhuo Feng produced the jade talisman and placed it before Cui Ying. Can you discern what 6 characters are inscribed upon it? Strangely, it appeared to be shrouded in a mist. Cui Ying rubbed her eyes and looked again, but it remained indistinct. She handed the talisman to Yu Qing. You take a look. Yu Qing accepted it, bit his finger to draw blood, and smeared it onto the talisman while reciting incantations. Purification spell, Danju's incantation, expel the filth and remove the haze. Gradually, the mist dissipated, revealing the 6 characters inscribed. Mandate of the Celestial Emperor. Su Bai exclaimed in delight. Young man, is this not the jade talisman among the 4 treasures of Maoshan? Indeed, it is, Yu Qing affirmed. The reason it appeared clouded was due to the accumulation of negative energy. Now that the gloom has been dispelled, its true form is restored. Zhuo Feng declared, all right, you can proceed with the payment now. Cui Ying retrieved a small box. Here you are. I had it prepared in advance. This time, you can regain your dignity. I shall not be polite, Yu Qing replied. Zhuo Feng opened the box and meticulously verified the amount before snapping his fingers. We are settled now. The contract is dissolved. I would appreciate your assistance. Once more, he produced the handheld device, and Cui Ying pressed her fingerprint upon it, watching as the words transformed into fragments and vanished from the screen. Driven by curiosity, Cui Ying inquired, is it truly that simple to terminate our agreement? Indeed. Our partnership has concluded, Zhuo Feng replied, clearing his throat. So, I remain your old friend. What do you say? Care to invite an old friend to sit for a while? Cui Ying felt a twinge of caution and leaned closer, asking, what are your intentions? Is it too impolite to be so ungracious to the man who saved your partner? Zhuo Feng seated himself, resting his feet upon the box filled with money. Hey, I have feelings for you too, you know? Su Bai, caught off guard, sputtered his drink. What on earth? Cui Ying, exasperated, smacked her forehead. I knew you wouldn't let me off easily. Can't we just part ways after the payment? You treasure hunters must be quite busy. Off you go. She forcibly pulled Zhuo Feng from his chair and towards the door. Standing tall, Zhuo Feng asserted, as a friend, would you accompany me for a short distance? Cui Ying gazed intently at his face, scrutinizing his expression. In a mere 25/100ths of a second, she discerned sincerity. Nodding, she replied, certainly. I can walk a bit with an old friend. Zhuo Feng exhaled, and they strolled side by side along the street. Their appearance is quite complimentary. With us like this, I fear some may presume we are a couple, he jested. You're joking again, Cui Ying retorted, vexed. You've been this way since you were 14. Why bother pretending? Zhuo Feng halted, tilting his head. It seems only you truly understand me. Chapter 557. Jiao 2. Our first encounter was due to my grandfather. The mention of her grandfather stirred a pang of sorrow within Cui Ying. She had not been able to see him one last time when he passed away. I was only 12 when he volunteered at the orphanage. One time, while accompanying him, I witnessed an incident involving a mischievous boy trying to escape, only to fall into a filthy ditch and break a leg. Cui Ying smiled at Zhuo Feng. I wonder which naughty boy it was. Ah, yes. A 12-year-old girl was the first to notice. She jumped down and pulled a boy, taller than her, out of the muck. That girl must have been extraordinary, endowed with innate strength. I wonder who that girl was. Cui Ying rolled her eyes and sighed. You left the orphanage at 18. I often pondered the path you would take, never imagining you would become a treasure hunter. Being a treasure hunter suits me well. I've always been agile. And after just 3 years of training, I made my debut. What do you think, girl? Am I not impressive? Zhuo Feng boasted. Your skills are commendable, but your character leaves much to be desired. Over the years, you have only visited me twice, Cui Ying remarked, discontent evident in her tone. It seems you have been living quite carefree. Not twice, but thrice. Zhuo Feng abruptly stopped. When grandfather passed, I returned and watched him depart from behind the glass in the hospital. It was truly painful, yet I lacked the courage to face him. I had hoped to see you, but you were absent. Was it because of that fellow named Yuqing? Cui Ying nodded silently. I suppose so. The circumstances at that time were extraordinary. I was unable to return home to send my grandfather off. However, she hesitated for a moment. Ordinary people cannot fathom the existence of spirits. With a slight smile, she continued, but I have seen my grandfather in my dreams. He stood there speaking to me, telling me that I had encountered my destined one. Zhuo Feng chuckled wryly. A love that transcends age? Do you truly believe that? Cui Ying replied, in truth. I have felt something I have never shared with anyone. When I first met Yuqing, there was an uncanny sense of familiarity. Although he played a trick on me, it didn't really matter. I'm not that petty, am I? Yet, I journeyed here as if someone were guiding me along the way. In this vast capital, I was able to find him. Don't you think that is a fated connection? Zhuo Feng dismissed her thoughts with a scoff. What nonsense. There is no such thing as telepathy. Cui Ying playfully punched Zhuo Feng's arm. This is the first time I've confided such matters to anyone. I felt too embarrassed to mention it in front of Yuqing, and even with Su Bai, I refrained from bringing it up. Yet, I have continually asked myself whether my meeting with Yuqing and our love might be a connection from a past life. Ah, seeing that look in your eyes. I shan't continue. You must be thinking whatever you wish. No, he retorted, but your feelings, which you are reluctant to share with others, bring me immense joy. Zhuo Feng halted once more. All gatherings eventually come to an end. Let us conclude it here. I wonder when we will meet again. Cui Ying presented him with a box, a farewell gift, quite hard to come by. I only recently succeeded. There are indeed many talented individuals in the capital. By the way, you must reciprocate next time, won't you? Of course, I shan't forget, Zhuo Feng replied, accepting the box. Once Cui Ying had walked away, he opened it to reveal its contents, standing there in a daze for a long while. He murmured, so you still remember. Inside was an old-fashioned watch, a gift from his parents on the year he left home at 18. The strap had broken, and he had been unable to repair it. Knowing it was the only item left to him by his parents, he felt an inexplicable heartache at its irreparable state. It was this very heartache that led him to give the watch to Cui Ying, a way to cherish and escape at once. When had she managed to restore it? The parts had long been impossible to find. Zhuo Feng gently caressed the watch. Destiny, indeed. Thankfully, that lad seems reliable, otherwise. He smiled faintly, carefully stowing the watch away and departing gracefully. Cui Ying stood at the corner, watching Zhuo Feng's retreating figure, letting out a long sigh. Such a precious item. Why did you throw it to me? Really, what a stubborn fellow. Fortunately, I managed to find someone in the capital to repair it. At least it honors you. Upon returning to the antique shop, she was startled to see Yuqing leaning on a cane in front of the store. What are you doing here? Did I not tell you to rest? After you were gone for so long, I began to worry, Yuqing replied, his face slightly flushed. Cui Ying fixed her gaze on his face, questioning him intently. Were you truly concerned? Concerned, he is quite familiar with you. And there exists a remarkable rapport between you two. He is livelier than I, more adept at bringing joy to others. Before Yuqing could finish her words, Cui Ying covered her mouth fiercely, exclaiming, Do not utter such words again, or I shall ensure you never see me again. Yu Qing, wearing a forlorn expression, retorted. Even if I cannot move now, would you really depart? Oh dear, this is truly giving me goosebumps. You two have gone far enough. Su Bai shouted. Do you think everything is perfectly fine now? Cui Ying assisted Yu Qing inside, stating, all is prepared, we merely await the east wind, is it not so? The only thing missing is the jade guai, Ying Ning remarked. With so many temples in Huaxia, where could it possibly be hidden? Can Boss Tang truly locate it in such a short time? And what about us? Upon hearing this, Su Bai leaped behind Ying Ning, saying, Ying Ning, may I share a joke with you? It is said that Zhang Zhao left Kai Feng to capture an assassin, and upon his return, Gong Sun Su informed him, Guard, you have fallen for the trick of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair. While you pursued the assassin, another assassin hidden on the rooftop invaded Lord Bao's chamber. In his eagerness, Zhang Zhao asked Lord Bao if he was unharmed. Ying Ning, perplexed, inquired, and then? Gong Sun Su glanced at the cloudy sky obscuring the moon and stated, fortunately, Lord Bao, in a moment of brilliance, managed to remove his clothing. Thus the assassin could not locate him. Su Bai asked Ying Ning, did you understand? Ying Ning erupted into laughter. I see now. It is because Lord Bao is dark-skinned. Not only did Ying Ning comprehend, but Cui Ying and Yu Qing also suppressed their laughter, fearful of bursting into giggles. In the corner, the Wheel King's expression darkened further. Su Bai, should you meet your demise, I hope it does not occur at my hands, for I shall make you regret it. Then let us wait until I am dead to discuss it, Su Bai replied, reclining in his chair, stretching his limbs. Honestly, we toil so hard. And Yu Qing is injured. Why do you sit back and reap the rewards without understanding? The Wheel King wished to lash out, yet, realizing he still needed this group, he swallowed his indignation. I shall not quarrel with you. I came to inform you that we have discovered the jade guai and have notified Boss Tang, who has already gone to negotiate for its borrowing. Furthermore, regarding your grandfather, we have also unearthed some information. We in the underworld are not untrustworthy and certainly do not seek to benefit without effort. Su Bai picked his nose and said, oh, then I shall temporarily retract my earlier statement. The Wheel King rattled the soul-locking chain in his hand, and an image appeared in the antique shop. Though it was merely a projection, it caused Su Bai to leap. Is that not my grandfather? But why does he look so young? Indeed, he is quite young. For he is only 20 years old now, the Wheel King replied. We painstakingly gathered this information. Yet the records of his existence on the Book of Life and Death were erased. The King of Hell exerted considerable effort to restore the record of him at 20. But subsequent records could not be recovered. Su Bai approached the projection of his grandfather at 20, noting his striking handsomeness and an inexplicable allure. Much like the attention commanded at an underground auction. Su Bai sighed, who exactly are you? Chapter 558. Love Letters. We have discovered his name in this lifetime. He is called Ji Yao. The Wheel King remarked that we are currently investigating why his records have vanished from the Book of Life and Death. Ji Yao? The character Yao is indeed embroidered on Aunt Shui Bin's garments, which aligns perfectly. Cui Ying stated, Su Bai, we finally know his name. So, who was he in this lifetime? What was he like before turning 20? Su Bai pondered over his grandmother and inquired, does grandmother know about this? She will inform him. She is currently in the underworld, the Wheel King replied. My elder brother specifically asked me to convey this to you. Humph, who knows if someone might be displeased. Su Bai quickly soothed him. Oh, my good black brother. No, my dear elder brother. I have always known you to be a good person. I understand you would not be angry. That's why I speak freely. The Wheel King is certainly not one to harbor a petty disposition, right? Enough of that. I shall not hold it against someone like you. Ji Yao was an ordinary student before the age of 20, the Wheel King stated. In addition to his age, name, and identity, his parents' information has also disappeared. As for after he turned 20, all his records have vanished from the Book of Life and Death. My elder brother believes this to be a result of incomplete restoration. He suggests you conduct an investigation in the mortal realm. Well, I shall take my leave to avoid obstructing certain individuals. Su Bai chuckled. Clearly, it is you who must depart. What does that concern me? The Wheel King shot him a glare and disappeared in a flash. Observing the others gazing at him, Su Bai feigned nonchalance. This is a good thing. It seems we will need to trouble our future uncle-in-law. Once the Wheel King departed, Xue Fun and Xue Xiang entered. Xue Fun said, apologies, we were eavesdropping. After all, this individual is undoubtedly connected to Shui Bin's demise. Xue Xiang nodded. Shui Bin's death was shrouded in mystery, We must uncover the truth. Now that we have a lead, we should follow it. I believe this matter should be entrusted to Xue Fun and me while you focus on the immediate concerns. Mother, please be cautious. I don't know why, but I feel somewhat frightened. Ying Ning rested her head on her mother's shoulder, prompting Xue Xiang to gently caress her hair. Silly child, what is there to fear? Xue Xiang reassured her. Didn't you all say that this matter relies on our future uncle-in-law? We are merely messengers. Xue Xiang cast a knowing smile at Xue Fun. Isn't that right? Xue Fun sighed. You are just as caught up in their antics. Now, let us first reach out to Gao Mingyuan. His name is Ji Yao, is it not? Such a unique name should be relatively easy to trace. There are not many with the surname Ji throughout all of Huaxia. Let us go, Xue Xiang. With a single phone call, Xue Fun summoned Gao Mingyuan. After explaining the situation, Gao Mingyuan appeared somewhat troubled. Finding records from many years ago may prove quite challenging. The original documents may have long since disappeared due to the passage of time. They may have been destroyed. If that individual intentionally concealed his existence, it would be even more difficult to investigate. Is there no other way? Xue Xiang asked. This person is of utmost importance to us. Why, may I inquire? Gao Mingyuan cautiously questioned. Is it a man? He is a man, and considering his age, he is not a young man. Are you perhaps overthinking? Xue Fun shook her head, urging not to let Xue Xiang become the subject of ridicule. Gao Mingyuan chuckled innocently. I didn't think much of it. Indeed. He is a man. Xue Xiang couldn't help but laugh, but upon seeing Xue Fun plead for mercy, she quickly composed herself. Let's return to the matter at hand. Officer Gao, do you have any viable solutions? Gao Mingyuan expressed profound gratitude to Xue Xiang. Currently, there is but one course of action. I will search for individuals with the surname Ji and inquire whether they remember someone named Ji Yao. It is indeed a viable plan, albeit rather complex. It seems we must trouble you. Xue Xiang remarked. You are our only hope now, and I suppose we owe this to Xue Fun. Gao Mingyuan found her words quite pleasing and nodded earnestly. Finding people is actually my forte. I am well acquainted with colleagues in various cities. I will enlist their help to uncover the Ji surname. No, I shall find them. By the way, do you have any other information? We know very little. Aside from this name and a rough estimate of their age, there is nothing more. Xue Fun said intentionally. What? Are you having second thoughts? If you can't accomplish it, you shouldn't make promises. Gao Mingyuan immediately straightened his posture. I cannot guarantee success, but I promise to give it my utmost effort. I shall go right away. As Gao Mingyuan walked away, Xue Fun smiled, and Xue Xiang remarked, he is quite a straightforward person. However, will you tell him your true identity? Xue Xiang's question jolted Xue Fun back to reality, her expression revealing uncertainty. I don't know. What if one day he wishes to meet my family? How did you handle it, Xue Xiang? I chose to be honest, Xue Xiang replied. On the 7th day of our acquaintance, I revealed my true identity. Though he was astonished, he chose to accept it. However, considering Gao Mingyuan is different, he is an ordinary person engaged in such a profession. This principle is something Xue Fun comprehends. Just as she was about to speak, Xue Xiang asked, do you usually eat fried tofu? I do not. Why? Xue Fun inquired curiously. Is it something we shouldn't consume? Do not eat it. I once tried it, and it nearly exposed my true nature. Xue Xiang recalled a previous incident, a smile creeping across her face as she remembered Hua Sun Si's panicked expression, as vivid as if it were yesterday. Seeing the sweet smile on Xue Xiang's face, Xue Fun was deeply moved. Hua Sun Si had long since passed, yet the emotions lingered. Could she and Gao Mingyuan share a similar fate? For the first time, Xue Fun resolved to confront her identity. Perhaps it was time to confess to Gao Mingyuan. If he could not accept it, then their relationship would have to end, for it is better to endure short pain than prolonged suffering. Xue Xiang, I am going to buy some medicine. Xue Fun stood up. Medicine? What kind? Fast-acting heart-saving pills. Xue Fun could not help but chuckle. From this day forth, I may reveal the truth to him at any moment. I fear he may not withstand it. Hence, it is wise to make some preparations. I shall carry this vial of medicine with me at all times as a precaution. Xue Xiang nodded in agreement. I believe this is the most prudent decision. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Xue Fun sighed. Eventually, he must confront this day. Meanwhile, Gao Mingyuan had left the antique shop and began making phone calls as he walked. After a series of communications, he returned to the police station, only to find it was already noon and his colleagues were absent from the office. No, that is not entirely accurate. Su Xiaoxiao was still there, engrossed in her writing. On a sheet of pink stationery, she diligently painted a pink heart, so focused that when she heard footsteps and looked up, Gao Mingyuan was already close at hand. Why haven't you gone for lunch? I've already eaten, Su Xiaoxiao stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she discreetly covered the pink stationery with her arm. Gao Mingyuan, having just seen Xue Fun and in high spirits, did not notice Su Xiaoxiao's peculiar demeanor. Rather, he appeared exuberant. What are you writing? It wouldn't happen to be a love letter, would it? Your face has already betrayed you, little one. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks turned even redder as she hastily tucked the paper into her drawer. Captain, where have you been? Just a little matter. I stepped out. Please, continue your writing, Gao Mingyuan jested. I wonder who the fortunate person could be. Do you think the person I like is fortunate, Captain? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. If that person were you, would you refuse a girl like me? Generally, one cannot refuse such things, Gao Mingyuan laughed, his joy evident. But remember, you are my subordinate. Be brave. If you like someone, confess your feelings. Otherwise, how will you know the outcome? I'll head upstairs now. Chapter 559. The meridian returns to the trough. If you like someone, confess your feelings. This is your own advice. Captain, Su Xiaoxiao remarked as she opened her drawer, retrieved the letter, placed it in an envelope, and tucked it within the file she intended to deliver to Gao Mingyuan. On another front, Su Bai was still reveling in the excitement of seeing his grandfather's likeness at the age of 20. Jiao, so that was his name. Su Bai exhaled. All right, let us await further news. The Jade Gouet is of utmost importance now. By the way, we have acquired the Jade Talismans, Jade Seals. And the Hai Yin, why not display them for a closer look? Yu Qing interjected. You remember the meridian returns to the trough, right? I believe the Hai Yin can indeed be restored. I have someone in mind, Aunt Bai Ling. How courteous of you to call my mother that. I am not quite accustomed to it, Su Bai acknowledged. Indeed, my mother has mentioned that her talent lies in restoring items imbued with spirit, including people. I shall give her a call. When Bai Ling arrived, she naturally brought with her a specially prepared meal from Su Dahong. Bai Ling glanced at Yu Qing's leg and smiled. I heard you were injured. This nutritious meal is specially prepared for you. I shall bring it daily for a while. Thank you, Aunt, Yu Qing said, gesturing to the Hai Yin on the table. I wonder if you could restore this inkstone? This is no ordinary antique. Otherwise, you would need to seek a restoration company, Bai Ling observed at a glance. The spirit has leaked. Allow me to give it a try. The damage to the inkstone lies in the upper left corner, where two natural patterns, delicate as small fish, once existed. Due to the fracture, these fine lines have broken apart, perhaps explaining why they can no longer swim freely. Bai Ling cradled the inkstone in her palm, gently rubbing it. While Su Bai leaned closer, asking, Mom, what are you doing? Can't you see? Bai Ling cast a sidelong glance at Su Bai, responding, Isn't it obvious? The inkstone in her hand began to emit a glow, illuminating the upper left corner, where the two fractured lines slowly drew nearer. Su Bai gasped in astonishment. This is incredible, it can really do that. Bai Ling, unwilling to relent, rubbed it faster until her palm grew warm. With a soft pop, she sighed in relief and placed the inkstone on the table, saying, It's done. Now let's see if it can return to its original state. Yu Qing was about to rise, but, recalling her own legs, could only manage a wry smile. Cui Ying immediately stood up, declaring, I'll do it. She brought a basin of water and asked, Shall we place it in now? Yu Qing replied, We must wait another quarter of an hour. It is not yet noon. It is said that during the noon hour, the balance of yin and yang is particularly potent, often leading to remarkable occurrences, both for people and for items imbued with spirit. Mom, with such talent, why not work at an antique restoration company? Su Bai remarked. If that were the case, you'd earn much more than Dad. Fool, not all antiques possess spirit, Bai Ling retorted. Do you wish to embarrass your mother? This inkstone is one of the 4 treasures of Mao Shan. It is inherently different from ordinary antiques. Bai Ling glanced at Ying Ning, smiling as she said, Ying Ning, it has been a while since you visited my home. You should come by more often. Your uncle has invented several new dishes recently that you must try. Ying Ning hesitated, merely smiling without responding. Su Bai looked up at the time, noting, noon is from 12 to 1, and it's almost 1. The topic had shifted. Yet Su Bai could not conceal his disappointment. In the past, the little girl would eagerly respond at the mention of delicious food. Why had she changed now? Was it due to that fellow Chu Yan? He had once had the chance to grasp her hand tightly, but he had become ensnared in his own stubbornness. Now, witnessing everything unfold this way, he regretted the lost opportunity. At that moment, Yu Qing announced, We can place the inkstone in the water now. Ying promptly submerged the inkstone. Initially, the water showed no change, only rippling from the moment it was dropped. Just as Ying felt disheartened, two silvery lights flashed. The two delicate lines that had clung to the upper left corner of the inkstone transformed into two silver-bodied fish, leaping into the water, happily swishing their tails. Ying Ning exclaimed, "Look, they are really swimming in the water." Indeed, they are swimming. But why are they moving so quickly? Su Bai rubbed his eyes. And the two small silver fish had returned to the inkstone, once again forming delicate patterns, motionless. Ying reached into the water and stirred it several times. Yet the extraordinary scene had vanished. Ying remarked, "This level can be considered a recovery, right?" "It should be," Yuqing replied. "I apologize for troubling you, Aunt. There's no need for such politeness between us." "Well, I must return and rest well now," Bai Ling said. "After each restoration, my body feels fatigued. I will leave first. Su Bai, please see me off." As Su Bai accompanied Bai Ling out of the antique shop, he immediately quipped, "Are you planning to chastise me again? Who told you not to hold on to Ying Ning properly?" "Of course, I must teach you a lesson," Bai Ling retorted. "Oh." Ying Ning embodies the perfect image of a daughter-in-law in my mind. Innocent, lovely, beautiful, and most importantly, she appreciates your father's hard work. Many can meet that standard. Even the otaku next door admires dad's cooking, Su Bai replied with exasperation. Kindness is rare these days. A girl who would exhaust her own energy for someone she has just met is truly uncommon, Bai Ling remarked. The current situation is that even if you want to catch her, it might not be feasible, right? Su Bai had to concede, indeed. Then you should strive harder. To be more explicit, when a woman hears a man say "I love you," she invariably reacts, Bai Ling advised. Observe her response. It will reveal whether there is still hope between you. Should I speak directly? Su Bai hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? When you relentlessly pursued Su before, you didn't hesitate like this, Bai Ling pointed out. If you don't take action soon, I might introduce Ying Ning to someone better, like that popular Chu Yin. Now that Chu Yin is away, it's the perfect opportunity, you fool. Su Bai felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, Chu Yin was absent. He hadn't noticed that Bai Ling had already walked far ahead, lost in thought. He muttered to himself, "Mom, you have a point. Mom, hey, why are you walking so fast?" Su Bai circled outside the antique shop a couple of times before finally calling Ying Ning. "Hey, girl, come out for a moment." "Why? Just tell me what you need." She called back innocently as she emerged. "It's not about that. Come with me," Su Bai said, grabbing her wrist. "Let us not discuss it here." Ying Ning pulled her hand away. "If you have something to say it here." Su Bai gazed into Ying Ning's eyes, swallowing hard. Ying Ning, why are you standing here?" At that moment, Su Bai felt an urge to bang his head against the wall, unexpectedly. Someone he least wanted to see appeared, none other than Chu Yin. "Aren't you filming a movie? What brings you here?" he asked, slightly annoyed. "My part is finished. I came to check on Ying Ning," Chu Yin replied, his gaze gentle as ever, radiating warmth as it fell upon Ying Ning. "Ying Ning, how have you been lately?" "Quite well, Brother Yin. Is everything all right with you?" Ying Ning responded. "More and more people are getting to know you. By the way, how is Sister Hong?" "She is doing quite well," Chu Yin answered. Chu Yin remarked, "Next month, the wedding will take place. Finally, I have found a good destination. Are you free? Let us take a stroll together." "Don't worry. I shall don my sunglasses to protect you." Ying Ning chuckled, "Of course. It's been a while since I last saw you. Brother Yin, Su Bai, would you like to join us as well?" Chapter 560. Corpse spots. As Su Bai was about to respond, Chu Yin smiled slightly. "If possible, I would prefer to meet with you alone. Big guy, do you mind?" Su Bai felt as though his bones had turned to jelly, instantly at risk of collapsing into a puddle on the floor. The courage he had just mustered melted away under the gaze of the amber-eyed man. This was not the expression of falling in love, but rather the gradual dissolution of bravery. Chu Yin reached out and grasped Ying Ning's hand. "Let us go." Instantly, Ying Ning felt a sense of reassurance and obediently followed Chu Yan's side. Su Bai muttered to himself, "Just glance back at me. If you do, I will surely find my courage again." Yet, Ying Ning and Chu Yin had already turned the corner, disappearing from sight. Su Bai, frustrated, stamped his foot. "That insufferable girl. I won't confess my feelings anytime soon. Go ahead and walk with whomever you please." Upon turning the corner, Ying Ning halted, glancing back. What could that fellow possibly want to say to her? Chu Yin tightened his grip on Ying Ning's hand. "When I am by your side, I wish for you not to gaze upon other men. Is that selfish? I know full well that the person you cherish is not me. Yet I still harbor such thoughts." "Brother Yin, You will meet someone you truly like, Ying Ning replied. You are my most cherished elder brother. We actually share a common bloodline, do we not? We are both descendants of the uneasy. Until the day you encounter that person, let me remain by your side. Chu Yan's voice deepened. Is that permissible? What if you never meet them? Ying Ning inquired. I have said that I shall not be so unfortunate. Otherwise, I would not have met you. Come on. Chu Yan gestured towards the cars by the roadside. Things are different now. It's better if I drive myself. Inside the antique shop, Su Bai lay half dead on the bed, his hands pressed against his ears. I know you wish to mock me. I do not want to hear it. I refuse to listen. Cui Ying let out a soft grunt. Just as well. You are all so cruel, Su Bai lamented. I want to stop Ying Ning as well, but that would be terribly ungraceful. I have had enough. First, I was scolded by my mother. And now it's both of you. Can't you allow me a moment of peace? I have received the latest news from my grandfather. And 3 of the Maoshan 4 treasures have been located. What is going on here? Sister, I am starving. Yu Qing helplessly pointed to the lunchbox. This is your father's handiwork. It will surely suit your palate. Go ahead and eat. Su Bai had been awaiting this cue. Opening the lunchbox to discover an ample portion, far more than a single serving. My mother truly understands me. She must have prepared our meals in advance. But there seems to be extra for Ying Ning. Seeing Su Bai speak incessantly of Ying Ning, Yu Qing and Cui Ying exchanged smiles, finally managing to refrain from teasing him further. As night descended, Yu Qing took out a calendar to count the days. There are still 17 days until the deadline. Surely, the Jade Gu will be in our hands by then. That depends on Boss Tang's capabilities. The Jade Gu is one of the Maoshan 4 treasures, and it is not so easily lent from a cherished temple. Cui Ying remarked, the mere thought of it makes my head ache. Just as one speaks of Cao Cao, he arrives. Tang Sancheng stepped into the antique shop. Outside, he was engaged in conversation with Xue Fun, while Su Bai was the first to rush out. Noticing Tang Sancheng's displeased countenance, Boss Tang, what troubles you? He inquired. That old Taoist has the audacity to deny me entry, Tang Sancheng replied. You all must have heard by now. I've discovered the whereabouts of the Jade Guai, yet the temple refuses to lend it. I spent an entire day there without even a drop of water. By the way, could someone fetch me a glass of water? Tang Sancheng raised the glass of water poured by Cui Ying and drained it in one go. Observing Tang Sancheng's agitation, Cui Ying surmised that he was quite stubborn. Is that old man truly difficult to deal with? She asked. I suggested exchanging other items with him, which would be fair for both parties, alleviating his concerns about my returning the Jade Guai. Instead, my character was severely questioned. He accused me of setting a trap for him to fall into, branding him a sinner of the Taoist faith. Tang Sancheng fell silent, contemplating. Perhaps I should just steal it? How could that be? Cui Ying interjected. You've already been there. You would be the prime suspect. If this matter were to come to light, it would be quite embarrassing. This is the source of my frustration. Unable to borrow, nor can I steal or rob. Tang Sancheng lamented. I have overestimated myself, causing me to lose the initiative. It's as stubborn as a foul and unyielding stone. Let us make an attempt tomorrow, he suggested, to see if sincerity can sway them. Yu Qing remarked, though it sounds somewhat frivolous, it appears to be our only option. I'll accompany you and Su Bai. How can you scale the mountain with your leg in such a state? Cui Ying responded. Do you wish to become a cripple? No, I will join as well. Wouldn't a heartfelt request further demonstrate our sincerity? Yu Qing winked. Look at my pitiful appearance. Let us give it a try. I shall cast aside my pride as well, Tang Sancheng declared, and join you in this supplication. The temple, hidden deep within the mountains, was not particularly ostentatious. Its dilapidated entrance, though tidy, appeared worn. As Tang Sancheng approached to knock, the once slightly ajar door slammed shut with a resounding bang, causing him to awkwardly retract his hand. See, this is precisely how it is, he remarked. How many Taoists are inside? Su Bai inquired. Not many, perhaps around 10, but they carry themselves with great authority. Tang Sancheng replied. Moreover, they are well aware of the Jade Guai's origins and cherish it dearly, thus they would never agree to lend it. Cui Ying immediately stepped forward, vigorously knocking on the door. Is anyone inside? She called. Su Bai grunted in annoyance. What a silly question. Ying Ning tugged at Su Bai. Why act like that? Shouldn't we be earnest in our request? The one who returned late at night seemed to be quite reasonable now. Su Bai shrugged, exasperated. What significance does knocking like this hold? It doesn't even afford Boss Tang any respect. Indeed, a voice from within responded, Apologies, but our temple does not accept female visitors. Please leave. If you do not accept female visitors, what of the male guests? Cui Ying jested. The person inside fell silent for a moment before finally responding. Today, our temple does not receive external guests. If you do not receive us today, we shall return tomorrow, Shui Ying declared. Yu Qing finally burst into laughter, and Shui Ying gestured to her, indicating that a Taoist is indeed a Taoist. Perhaps having resided in the deep mountains for too long, their minds are not adept at weaving intricate tales. Once again, she left the person inside at a loss for words. This time, the voice from within sounded considerably aged. You may return. The jade goo is best preserved here, nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I will not allow the jade goo to leave this place. Spiritual energy? Shui Ying's mind whirled, and she began to speak off the cuff. But where is the spiritual energy here, Boss Tang? Do you see any? Tang Sanchen quickly caught on, realizing how quick-witted Shui Ying was, and nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even if the jade goo remains here, its spiritual energy is at risk of depletion. The vitality has long since drifted elsewhere. This Taoist temple has been around for some time, hasn't it? To my knowledge, it was destroyed in the 1960s and rebuilt in the 1970s. However, perhaps in an attempt to differentiate from the original, the mountain gate was specially altered. This measure seems unnecessary. The vitality flows around the temple, which is unfortunate. There was a moment of silence inside, and the door reopened, revealing an elderly Taoist with a white beard standing behind it, flanked by two young Taoists who vigilantly watched the outside as if they were guarding against ferocious beasts. Tang Sanchen clasped his hands in greeting. Daozhong, I have returned. Come in, replied the elderly Taoist, casting a glance at the limping Yu Qing. Bringing an injured person up the mountain, I wonder what you were thinking. Yu Qing bowed her head with a subtle smile, for this was her greatest value at the moment. The temple exuded an air of tranquility. No one was ascending to offer incense, at least not at this moment, as there were no signs of flourishing offerings. Su Bai, curious about how the 10 or so individuals survived, soon realized they were self-sufficient upon spotting a small vegetable garden in the courtyard. Come in, the elderly Taoist urged, pushing the door open. There are no seats. You will have to make do. The elderly Taoist sat alone on a rickety wooden chair while the others stood. Su Bai thought to himself how shameless the old man was, yet he cleared his throat. Daozhong, regarding the jade goo. The old man turned to Tang Sancheng. Did you just say our mountain gate is incorrect? Fortunately, this was indeed true, and Tang Sancheng spoke with conviction. The mountain gate is not entirely incorrect, but to the east, a quarry has been established, hollowing out the original mountain, thus altering the flow of vitality. Is there a way to resolve this? The old Taoist inquired. Yesterday, when you came, I sensed you were not an ordinary person. Just as Tang Sancheng was about to respond, Shui Ying interjected. If we can resolve this, may we borrow the jade goo? The old Taoist shook his head. That is still not permissible. Ying Ning, feeling aggrieved, protested. We will certainly return it. Why do you treat us like thieves? There is no such thing as a world without thieves. The hardest thing to guard against is the human heart. If I were to place my trust in you today, I would betray the one who entrusted us with the care of this jade goo tomorrow, the old Taoist replied. If you are willing to alter the feng shui for us, that would be wonderful. If not, I will not insist. Please descend the mountain. Suddenly, Yu Qing spoke up. Forgive my frankness, though I am not well versed in feng shui. There is a dense accumulation of yin energy in your temple. Have you, esteemed Taoists, felt a chill in your bodies recently? The venerable Taoist spoke solemnly. We have already set up the execution site, which lies within that well, Yu Qing remarked, intrigued by the fact that Boss Tang should have noticed this when he visited yesterday, yet he remained silent. How peculiar. Observing a subtle smirk of triumph at the corner of Tang Sancheng's mouth, Yu Qing suddenly comprehended. Boss Tang intended to deepen the pit before digging further. Could it be, Taoist, that something extraordinary transpired in the temple last night? The Taoist's expression darkened immediately, and Yu Qing heard Wei Jian state. There is more than one specter within that well. Yu Qing discerned the gravity of the situation and gazed at the Taoist, who grunted in acknowledgement. Indeed, two young individuals were bedridden during the day and roamed like wandering spirits at night. This troubling condition seems to be spreading. Today, 3 more individuals have exhibited similar symptoms. I initially preferred not to seek assistance from those outside the temple, but now it appears the entire temple may succumb to the same fate, Tang Sancheng remarked. It resembles an infectious disease. What could possess such formidable power? Ying Ning inquired, her curiosity piqued. This is a question for the Taoist, Tang Sancheng replied. This, I believe, is the true reason for the inability to lend the Yugui, as it can suppress this entity. Yu Qing fully grasped Tang Sancheng's intention to lead them up the mountain today. He sought to rally collective strength to confront the troublesome entity, thereby alleviating the temple's concerns and providing a valid reason to lend the Yugui. Boss Tang, in not disclosing the reasons beforehand, seemed to aim for the Taoist to gradually unveil the truth. Noticing the Taoist's silence, Tang Sancheng continued, "It is strange. There were few people when I arrived yesterday, and today even fewer. Including the Taoist, there are only 3 of us." The Taoist's hands trembled slightly as he spoke, because, aside from the 3 of us, all others have fallen ill. Cui Ying understood. The temple was being slowly consumed by that entity. Tang Sancheng rose, his hands clasped behind his back. "Taoist, let us make an exchange. We will drive away that entity, and you shall lend us the Yugui. It will be returned post-use, as per the conditions I proposed yesterday. To reassure you, I can offer an item in exchange, which we shall return later. What say you?" Yu Qing, too, scrutinized the Taoist's countenance as the latter's lips quivered. Outside, 2 figures paced restlessly, unwilling to distance themselves from the building. Presumably the 2 Taoists who had stood with the Taoist earlier. The Taoist remained silent, until a voice from outside called out, "Taoist, let us descend the mountain. We do not wish to end up like our senior brother." These words became the final call to action, prompting the Taoist to gently tap the table. "It is settled then." Tang Sancheng exhaled in relief. "Please, recount the events leading up to this." This matter commenced approximately a month prior, when a young acolyte fell into the well. After rescuing him, the situation spiraled uncontrollably. This young acolyte, merely 8 years old, was an orphan, abandoned at the temple's entrance the previous year. The old Taoist sighed. To cast a child in such a desolate place, their parents must have been resolute in their rejection. Many of our temple's Taoists are also abandoned children. Where is the child now? Perhaps out of a sense of empathy, Ying Ning pays particular attention to the fate of this child. Inside the woodshed, locked away, the old Taoist's body slumped. It has already been a month. What transpired after the child emerged from the well? Cui Ying inquired. The child, once quiet and obedient, has suddenly transformed. During meals, he intentionally overturns his bowl, uproots the vegetables planted by his senior brothers, and defiantly confronts them. Moreover, his gaze has grown ferocious. Having studied some Taoist practices ourselves, we immediately attempted to exorcise the malevolent spirit, the old Taoist recounted. However, rather than being dispelled, the malevolence has intensified. The first to come into contact with him was the eldest brother, who, out of pity, fed him, only to be bitten on the back of his hand. He was the second to succumb after the child. The situation worsened subsequently. The old Taoist continued. After 4 had fallen ill, I decided to use the jade talisman. As you might expect, it can temporarily mitigate their deteriorating condition, but alas, it is only a temporary measure. Being a Taoist, I understand that the efficacy of such artifacts is inherently limited, largely dependent on the practitioner's skill, and I have done my utmost. Let us first examine those who have fallen ill, Tang Sancheng suggested. We should act promptly. The old Taoist opened his heart and promptly led the group over, while 2 young Taoists cautiously followed behind, hesitant to step forward. The woodshed door was secured with a lock, which was more decorative than functional. When Tang Sancheng visited yesterday, he noticed the lack of Taoists and inquired how many were present. He was told there were 10, yet only 5 were seen. Today, however, only 3 remain. As the woodshed opened, the sight within startled Ying Ning, causing her to instinctively retreat. The individuals inside appeared to have been drained of all flesh and blood, their forms reduced to mere skin, their eyes sunken, and spots appearing on the backs of their hands. They lay there languidly during the day, and upon seeing these dark purple spots, Yu Qing solemnly declared, "These are post-mortem lividity. However, this cannot be right. Lividity typically appears at least 2 hours after death, when circulation ceases. The capillaries and small veins in the lower parts of the body fill with blood, manifesting as dark red to purplish red marks through the skin. Initially, these marks appear as cloud-like or streaky, gradually coalescing into larger patches, which is the definition of lividity. Observing the lividity on their hands, which has already begun to take on a streaky form, one must question, are they still alive?" Su Bai felt a chill run through him. It is terrifying. Tang Sancheng furrowed his brow. Time is of the essence. We must first expel the malevolent toxins within them. Yu Qing, do you carry silver needles? Yu Qing's backpack is like a treasure chest. He quickly retrieved them. I shall assist as well. What are we to do now? Chuang asked. First, we must release the malevolent toxins from their bodies, Tang Sancheng instructed. Yu Qing, the Zhengyang talisman. Understood. As Yu Qing stepped forward, Chuang immediately grasped his arm. I will support you. Yu Qing smiled gratefully and sat down on the ground, finding some relief for his legs. He took out the Zhengyang talisman, reduced it to ashes, and placed the remnants into a bowl, extracting a silver needle. He grasped the nearly lifeless hand of the Taoist priest and, without hesitation, pierced the needle into it. As the needle penetrated, a stream of dark energy surged forth, accompanied by a foul odor. Yu Qing glanced at Tang Sancheng and remarked, "This is quite serious." Chapter 562. The child's fate too. The dark energy had already spread towards the heart, and now it could only be alleviated. Tang Sancheng looked at the Taoist priest and said, "To cure it completely, we may require a week's time. During this week, can we stay here?" Witnessing the dark energy emerge firsthand, the Taoist priest readily agreed. "Very well, as long as you do not mind the simplicity of this place." Su Bai glanced at the box placed inside. "The jade pendant is within, isn't it?" "Indeed, we are fortunate to have it," the Taoist priest replied, gazing at Su Bai. "You may take a look, if you wish." The jade pendant was indeed small enough to fit in the palm of one's hand, yet it possessed a lustrous quality. Regrettably, the once graceful bat patterns now bore several fine cracks. Su Bai pointed at the jade pendant and inquired, "What has happened to it?" With a sigh, the Taoist priest responded, "It must have suffered from the depletion of yin energy these past days. Alas, how can I descend into the underworld with dignity before the one I entrusted it to? Has the entrusted one already passed away?" Ying Ning asked. "Yes, 20 years ago. He brought the jade pendant here and subsequently passed on in this very place." The Taoist priest squinted, recalling the scene vividly, and suddenly said, "Ah, he once mentioned that the jade pendant would one day prove invaluable. Could today be that day? It appears he possessed exceptional foresight." "I suspect he was alluding to more than just today," Tang Sancheng remarked, his words only comprehensible to Yu Qing and the others. "We shall honor our promise. Su Bai, please return the jade pendant." Reluctantly, Su Bai placed the jade pendant back and stood aside, watching as Yu Qing and Tang Sancheng worked to detoxify the Taoists. Eventually, it was the child's turn. His frail form lay at the innermost part, and the sight of his emaciated limbs tugged at Ying Ning's heartstrings. How could it have come to this? He had been afflicted the earliest, hence was placed closest to the jade pendant. That he still lived was a testament to his resilience. The Taoist priest sighed, his voice thick with emotion. Why did he have to fall into the well? If only he had not, none of this would have transpired. Yu Qing rolled up the child's sleeve. The signs of death had spread not only over the back of his hands, but also throughout his arms. The child lay with his eyes tightly shut, his lips twitching occasionally, yet showing no signs of awakening. He was a delicately featured child, yet so thin that it was heart-wrenching. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qing tore open the child's garment, revealing the death marks at the location of his heart. He immediately looked up at Tang Sancheng, exclaiming, "Boss Tang, it has already reached the heart." The expression on Tang Sancheng's face darkened as well. The young boy's yang energy is limited, which is why he is most severely poisoned. It seems we will need to employ more potent measures. Chuang, do you have the cinnabar gun with you? Yes. Boss Tang, you can't possibly mean. Chuang felt a chill run down her spine. Will this not cause any mishaps? Must we resort to such methods? Or is there a quicker way? Tang Sancheng replied, "Hand it over." The Taoist, having heard of the vermilion gun, felt little fear upon seeing it. Tang Sancheng, wielding the vermilion gun, aimed directly at the child's heart and pulled the trigger. The vermilion bullet penetrated approximately 2 centimeters into the left side of the heart. Ying Ning gasped, only to witness a surge of dark energy accompanied by the vermilion bullet emerging from the child's back. She instinctively clutched her chest, wondering if he had perished. "He will not die," Tang Sancheng reassured, placing his finger beneath the child's nose to check for breath. "The breath is still present. Yu Qing, continue with the acupuncture." Yu Qing nodded, inserting silver needles into the child's arms. Unlike the previous swift insertion and removal, the needles remained in place for an extended duration. Each needle extraction required 5 minutes, and with every needle pulled out, Ying Ning turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Yet, upon hearing the child's soft whimper, her heart swelled with joy. "Is he about to awaken?" "It seems so," Tang Sancheng replied. "However, at this stage, it will take some time for him to fully recover." The livor mortis on the child's body had finally lightened, and he managed to struggle to open his eyes, catching sight of the Taoist and softly calling out, "Taoist grandfather." The elderly Taoist, tears streaming down his face, replied, "It is good that you have awakened. Child, what did you see in the well?" Tang Sansheng inquired. "What did you observe down there?" Children are often able to perceive unclean entities, which is why Tang Sansheng posed the question. The little one briefly closed his eyes, appearing somewhat feeble. There was another child, even smaller than me, perhaps 4 or 5 years old. He kept calling out to me. As further inquiries ensued, the child's words became incoherent. Tang Sansheng pondered for a moment before saying, "Taoist, let them rest here for now. They may begin to eat. The jade tablet can be put away." "Very well. You two hurry and prepare lunch," the Taoist instructed. "What are your plans next?" "We shall descend into the well," Tang Sansheng decided. "Su Bai, I must trouble you." "Me?" Su Bai replied, feeling apprehensive. "But my strength is of no use." "No, based on what the child has said, there is another child in the well. One even younger than he. This child undoubtedly possesses a soul, and not just any soul, likely one bearing the fate of Ying Ning, child's fate," Tang Sansheng elucidated. "Thus, the malevolent energy surrounding him is formidable. Such children can only be transcended, as they are not to be trifled with." "What does Ying Ning mean?" Su Bai inquired. "Is it related to young boys and girls?" "In the realm of physiognomy, Ying Ning refers to a true spirit child. Those with a true Ying Ning often face a lifetime of misfortune and adversity, while shadow spirit children indicate individuals with relatively lesser misfortune." Tang Sansheng paused. "However, there is another interpretation." Yu Qing nodded. The term Tongs originally referred to celestial spirit children who were demoted to the mortal realm due to a misdeed. Those with Ying Ning are naturally beautiful, beloved by all. Yet, they may be summoned back at any moment, leading to a tumultuous life until the age of 48. Such individuals are often frail from childhood or may still suffer from chronic ailments. Though not severe, they are nonetheless uncomfortable. Their romantic prospects are fraught with difficulties. Despite their good looks, they seem forever distant from their ideal partners, unable to find the love they seek, and often face delayed relationships. The likelihood of divorce after marriage is alarmingly high. There are indeed numerous signs of potential divorce, among which many have tragically passed away in their infancy. If my conjecture is correct, the child in the well must possess a pure spirit, and the little Taoist encountered earlier may also share this fate. Their coincidental meeting has set off a chain of events. Tang Sansheng remarked, "Su Bai, your vitality is strong. Descend and investigate the matter." "Yu Qing, do you have the red string?" "Tie it around his waist." Tang Sansheng was immediately reminded of past experiences with water ghosts, sending a chill down his spine. "No way. Just take a look. It's perfect timing to come back up for dinner," he added. Cui Ying urged, "Don't you want to obtain the jade guai?" "Fine. I shall descend, you heartless bunch," Su Bai retorted, vexed. "You throw me here and there without a hint of remorse. Only after you emerge from the well." Cui Ying replied. Suddenly, she inquired, "There is indeed water in the well, right? Such a thin red string? It's not meant to support Su Bai's weight. Rather, should anything unusual occur beneath the surface, we can ascertain it through the string's reaction. Su Bai, can you hold your breath for 5 minutes? 5 minutes should suffice." Su Bai reassured, patting his chest. "As long as that thing doesn't frighten me." Ying Ning expressed her concern, "Be cautious." Su Bai mumbled to himself, "I must return alive. Otherwise, I would be fulfilling Chu Yan's wish, and I am not foolish enough for that." Noticing Su Bai's silence as he secured the rope around his waist, Ying Ning felt disheartened. Why is he giving me that look? God knows. Perhaps Chu Yan's recent return has disturbed his peace. Cui Ying observed Ying Ning. "You two have had enough. How long will you continue this standoff?" "I have never confronted him," Ying Ning replied. "Until I see Brother Yin find happiness, I cannot let go of his hand. I cannot do it. So let us maintain the status quo." Chapter 563. Sunshine Heavens. This is truly perilous. Cui Ying curiously stared at Ying Ning. "It's quite strange. You usually seem naive. Yet at such a moment, you appear so astute. Well, I shall watch how long this delicate balance among the three of you lasts." A splash echoed from afar. Su Bai had already leapt into the water. The well water was surprisingly clear, and upon his entry, he noticed some gravel beneath. Simultaneously, the sunlight above vanished entirely, a chill enveloping him. The well water was cold, likely from the mountain's depths. Su Bai focused intently on the depths, but suddenly, a voice echoed faintly, So cold. I am so cold. Su Bai shivered underwater, unable to speak, and began to look around. The well was not large. Where was this child? With his considerable stature, moving cautiously proved difficult. Just then, the haunting voice resonated again. Brother, I am so cold. Fear not. The absence of sunlight underwater is what makes it cold. Isn't it? In his heart, Su Bai thought that if he could leave this place and once again behold the sun, he would no longer feel cold. Although he knew not to whom the child belonged or why they remained here, the suffering of his past life had come to an end. To depart from this place would signify closure. All pain would cease to linger. Thus, he pondered. Where are you? The red cord stirred. Yu Qing remarked. Observe how sensitively the souls below react to Su Bai's presence. Though it moved, the motion was slight. Merely a minute had elapsed, with 4 more to go. Tang San Sheng, ever cautious, suggested, let us wait and see. Will Su Bai be all right? Asked Ying Ning. There is something peculiar about this sensation, replied Tang San Sheng. The situation below may be quite delicate. What to say of Su Bai? Upon realizing that this individual bore the dragon's aura capable of suppressing the realm of Qianquan, he had once imagined him to be a young yet eccentric fellow when he first auditioned at the antique shop. One would expect that anyone possessing such strange scales would become reclusive in the face of exclusion, yet the reality was quite the opposite. This young man, cheerful and accepting of his fate, was endearing. Though he occasionally displayed a lack of decorum, he was, in essence, a reliable companion. He feigned indifference but possessed a profound empathy. Seemingly selfish, he was, in truth, the one who held friendships and familial bonds most dearly. Boss Tang, what brings you to laughter? Inquired Cui Ying with curiosity. Oh, nothing much. I was merely contemplating what that lad might be experiencing underwater. The red cord stilled. Tang Sansheng noted, the hemp rope hasn't moved either, has it? This was due to Su Bai remaining immobile beneath the water, rendered incapable of movement by the despairing voice that engulfed him. Before him appeared a pair of eyes, and a cherubic face gradually materialized. The hopelessness reflected in those eyes threatened to halt Su Bai's heart. He yearned to reach out and caress that tender visage. Brother, may I have a hug? Su Bai involuntarily parted his lips. All right. Yu Qing lunged forward. Su Bai. The red cord binding Su Bai suddenly thrashed violently, while the hemp rope tethering him plunged downward. Yu Qing, limping, darted toward the wellhead, gripping the hemp rope with all his might. Cui Ying and Ying Ning also rushed forward to assist. Hurry, pull him up. We must get him out, commanded Tang Sansheng. Su Bai was dragged from the depths, his lips firmly sealed, yet a smile graced his face. Though he had lost consciousness, soaked to the skin, the red cord around his waist had turned black. Tang Sansheng, surprisingly pleased, remarked, it seems the spirit has attached itself to Su Bai. Ying Ning, astonished, exclaimed. So it was all a ploy to use Su Bai to bring that child's soul to the surface? That soul belongs to a child. There must be a reason it has not inhabited another before. He had lingered in the well for more than just a day or two. Why did this incident occur now? That little Taoist is the key, Tang Sansheng elucidated. Because he is a child of destiny, his existence has been rather solitary. Even in death, it remains so. Returning to the topic, aside from his abundant vitality, Su Bai possesses another distinctive trait, an inclination to meddle in affairs not his own. He harbors profound emotions, enabling him to empathize deeply with the pain and sorrow of others. This situation is markedly different from his encounter with the water spirit. The child, born under the auspices of a celestial fate, cannot be classified as either a malevolent or benevolent spirit. Their transformations and posthumous emotions are intricately linked. This recent anomaly must be a result of provocation, and in such cases, only one who can truly comprehend his anguish can coax him into a gentle possession. Su Bai is undoubtedly the most fitting candidate. Ying Ning gazed at Tang Sansheng with wide, innocent eyes. Aren't you afraid Su Bai might fail? For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable trust in him. Tang Sansheng replied, this moment serves as the finest testament, my dear. I would never cause him harm. A sigh of relief escaped Ying Ning as she nodded softly. I believe you. With that reassurance, Tang Sansheng felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and he addressed Yu Qing. Commenced the ritual of transcendence. Where? Where is it? Cui Ying looked at Su Bai. Is it within him? Indeed, it resides within him. The two appear to be quite harmonious, Tang Sansheng stated. We must not exceed half an hour. Let us begin. Yu Qing nodded, cautiously settling into a cross-legged position. First, establish the vital energy. Second, let the energy flow smoothly. Third, manifest all laws. Fourth, bring forth light. 36 in heaven, 36 on earth. The great mystery knows no bounds. Wondrous is the great cave scripture. I pledge allegiance to the Supreme Being, who can absolve all sins. A tremor coursed through Su Bai's body as a beam of white light appeared, flickering momentarily before settling back upon him. Ying Ning clenched her fists. Why is this happening? It seems the child does not wish to depart from Su Bai. Tang Sansheng pondered aloud, yet he does not exhibit any harmful intent towards Su Bai. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing recited louder, and the white figure finally emerged from Su Bai's form. Perhaps by the grace of fate, at that moment, the sun concealed itself behind clouds, revealing the child. He appeared delicate and rosy, with brows resembling a crescent moon, his pitiful visage evoking deep sympathy. Clad in tattered garments that barely reached his navel, his trousers were in shambles, and he stood barefoot, initially gazing around in confusion before lowering his eyes to Su Bai, his expression turning sorrowful, as if on the verge of tears. Yu Qing hesitated briefly, and Tang Sansheng sighed, casting a meaningful glance. Yu Qing resumed the incantation. First, establish the vital energy. Second, let the energy flow smoothly. Third, manifest all laws. Fourth, bring forth light. The child gradually faded amidst the recitation until he vanished completely. For a fleeting moment, Ying Ning perceived him ascending towards the heavens and instinctively looked up. He has departed. Su Bai coughed, a trickle of water seeping from his lips, while the onlooking elder priest exhaled a long breath. So it was such a small child. The young man is unharmed. How splendid. Finally, Su Bai opened his eyes, meeting Ying Ning's gaze with a wry smile. It seems I have done something foolish once more. Thank goodness for your folly. Otherwise, he would have had no means to ascend, Tang Sansheng remarked. That child appeared to hold a gentle demeanor towards you, devoid of any resentment. Struggling to sit up, Su Bai asked, he has gone? What transpired? Shui Ying inquired. The child's bitterness has entirely dissipated. I reached out to touch his face, reassuring him that he need not fear, for I would embrace him, ensuring he would no longer feel alone. Su Bai remarked, it is truly wondrous. As I embraced him, memories of his life flooded my mind, evoking a profound sense of pity within me. I yearned for him to see the sunlight, to escape the abyss of darkness in which he was confined. As this thought struck me, I suddenly lost consciousness. It seems that was the moment when your spirit attached itself to me. Yu Qing responded, perhaps it was because of you that he found the courage to leave. Who exactly was that child? The old Taoist approached. Taoist, this temple has endured for quite some time, hasn't he it? Su Bai inquired. He has been at the bottom of that well for 70 years. 70 years? The old Taoist replied. That year, the temple was just established, and the well was also dug out then. Chapter 564, The Promise. 70 years ago, he was merely 4 years old. His mother passed away upon his birth, and due to his frail constitution, he was deemed a harbinger of misfortune within his family. After enduring a mere 4 years in this world, he was abandoned by his biological father in the mountains, left to perish from hunger. The corners of Su Bai's eyes reddened when the temple was built. His tiny corpse was crushed, buried beneath the earth, and when the well was excavated, it sank deeper into the ground, forever suppressed by this well, unable to depart. He was so young, thus his resentment and fury were palpable. Cast aside by his father, he languished in the darkness of the well, which explains the weight of his grievances. Yet, prior to this, he had never harmed anyone. I believe in him, and you should too. Ying Ning stared blankly at Su Bai's face, as tears streamed down his cheeks, rolling from the corners of his eyes. She had never witnessed Su Bai's tears before. Did this seemingly resilient individual possess such a tender side? It had always been there, perhaps, as when Gong Su, the woman he cherished dearly, departed. He must have wept in the same manner. Contemplating this, her own eyes began to glisten. Su Bai wiped his tears and continued, it is truly heartbreaking to dwell there, unnoticed, in such frigid conditions, his remains ensnared in the mud, forever incomplete. But now, he has seen the sunlight and is finally liberated. Born under a fateful star, Tang Sansheng remarked, his destiny has been fraught with hardship. Fortunately, he encountered you. It was your compassion that moved him, compelling him to muster the strength to leave that place. Su Bai, I must concede, there is something distinctly unique about you, something that even Bai Moshuan may not possess. Merely hearing that he surpassed Bai Yi filled Su Bai with elation. Did I not tell you? I am indeed stronger than him, am I not? The old Taoist sighed. And suddenly a voice emerged from behind. Has he left? It was the young Taoist, supporting himself against the door of the woodshed, his body still frail, his legs trembling. Su Bai approached the young Taoist and crouched down. When you fell into the well last time, he conveyed the same message to you, didn't he? He said he was cold and pleaded for your embrace, correct? The young Taoist, with reddened eyes, replied, but I was too frightened. I couldn't. I just couldn't. Ying Ning felt a pang in her heart. After waiting so long for someone to acknowledge his existence, he was met with rejection, which bred resentment, transforming you into what you are now. However, this cannot be blamed on you. You are still young, and witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly instill fear. The young Taoist wiped his eyes. It will not happen again. I truly won't be afraid anymore. The old Taoist gently stroked the head of the young disciple, saying, to learn empathy and acceptance is indeed no easy feat, my child. However, embracing this virtue may prove to be a blessing in disguise, as it will foster your growth in the future. The young disciple pondered these words, while Tang Sancheng observed the child's demeanor with satisfaction, remarking, from death comes rebirth. This child may bring fortune to our temple. Is that truly the case? The old Taoist responded. If so, it would be most fortunate. The truth shall reveal itself in time. Tang Sancheng continued. The spirit of the boy from the well has been liberated. We shall remain here for 6 more days, cleansing the toxic energies for the Taoists. After 6 days, I hope you will keep your promise. That is assured, the old Taoist replied, feeling invigorated. As for the exchange I previously mentioned, it is no longer necessary. Integrity, even if traded, cannot be guaranteed. What matters is the heart of man. Tang Sancheng smiled. You speak wisely, and I have much to learn from you. It is truly remarkable that such individuals still exist in this world. The old Taoist looked up at the temple and said, the jade tablet seems out of place here. You may take it with you. Tang Sancheng sighed in relief. Thank you, esteemed Taoist. In the following 6 days, Tang Sancheng and Yuqing diligently purged the toxins from the Taoists. Su Bai and Ying Ning attempted to locate the remains of the boy, but after digging several meters, they found nothing. It appeared that the remains had vanished completely. Every time Su Bai thought of the child's face, he would lament for a while. At that moment, the two sat by a mountain stream, and Su Bai sighed again. How could he disappear so completely? Though he has passed, his remains were proof of his existence in this world, a testament that he once lived. Even if few remember him. You are quite sentimental, Ying Ning remarked, as she removed her shoes and dipped her feet into the cool water. My mother once said that a man's tears are precious. Why are you taking off your shoes? Su Bai inquired. Have you not heard? In ancient times, women were not allowed to expose their feet, especially to men. We are not in ancient times. I merely wish to feel the temperature of the stream, Ying Ning replied. The water is quite cool, similar to that in the well. Su Bai then asked, what were you thinking the first time you used your true energy to save me? Did you do it because you found me attractive, or was it simply the desire to save a person? That time, Ying Ning replied, I just did not want to witness someone die before my eyes. It had nothing to do with your appearance. Su Bai felt a twinge of disappointment and tossed a stone into the stream, muttering, I thought it might be because of my good looks. This time, I merely wished to rescue him from the cold depths of the well. A silence fell between them, and Su Bai sat motionless, his gaze fixed on Ying Ning's feet in the water. It was his first time seeing a woman's feet, other than his mother's. Ying Ning's feet were exquisite, and Su Bai suddenly understood why some men obsess over beautiful feet. The sight of those delicate feet in the stream, as radiant as white jade, invoked an irresistible urge to touch them. In the enchanting scenery of the mountains, the landscape was truly magnificent. However, the visage of Chu Yin abruptly invaded Su Bai's mind, shattering the tranquility within his heart. In a moment of petulance, he turned away, fixating on a grove of trees in the distance. Ying Ning lifted her head, observing the anger etched upon Su Bai's face, and pouted as she inquired, do you have nothing to say to me? Is it due to your temper? Feeling exposed by Ying Ning's astute observation of his inner turmoil, Su Bai found himself momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I did wish to express my feelings, yet Chu Yan's intrusion has marred my intentions, prompting my sulkiness. Ying Ning, unbeknownst to me, my heart has been captured by you. I once hesitated to admit it, believing it a betrayal to Su, ensnared in my own stubbornness. However, Just as I began to let go, Chu Yin reappeared, and I am acutely aware of his feelings for you. The clearer it becomes, the more I falter. Ying Ning swallowed hard, then turned to face Su Bai. Brother, Yin said he would always watch over my happiness, so I have resolved that until he finds his own happiness, I will remain by his side. This is the only thing I can do for him. Su Bai, will you wait for me? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. Such was the nature of the Qingqiu clan. When they were direct, they were exceedingly so. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. Thus, it seemed that what Ying Ning ultimately sought was herself. I will wait, no matter how long it takes, Su Bai declared. Chu Yin must act swiftly. We cannot allow him to hinder us. It appears I shall need to seek him out and pay closer attention to the girls around him. He grasped Ying Ning's hand. Is there a way for us to grow old together? Ying Ning, momentarily stunned, replied, What? Are you having second thoughts? Are you hesitating? The Bai clan said you would live for a very long time, not eternally, but certainly longer than I. If I were to pass before you, how would you continue on? Su Bai remarked, With your disposition, it would surely be a painful existence. Ying Ning gazed at Su Bai with a blank stare. This was not the sort of sentiment one would expect from someone of his stature. Unable to meet her eyes, he continued, I have suddenly come to understand the customs of Qingqiu. Marrying across different races, especially with humans, must indeed be a harrowing experience, whether for the man or the woman. For ordinary mortals, reaching 70 or 80 years is a remarkable lifespan, yet ultimately, death is inevitable. The surviving party would endure immense suffering. If love transcends barriers and they unite, how then shall they confront the inevitability of life and death? The one who remains must bear such profound sorrow. Chapter 565. The constellation of 9 stars. Ying Ning listened intently, her gaze fixed on Su Bai's profile, her heart heavy with melancholy. Perhaps I am different. My father is merely an ordinary man, and I possess only half of the Qingqiu bloodline. Perhaps I shall not live for long. Foolish girl, what nonsense are you speaking? Su Bai sighed. I consulted Bai Mo Xian, who confirmed that in cases like yours, it is indeed incomparable to the pure-blooded Qingqiu clan. However, compared to ordinary humans, you would at least live for several hundred years. Hundreds of years, my dear. I am tempted to relent. That cannot be, Ying Ning insisted, biting her lip. Does what you just said no longer hold weight? Of course it does, foolish girl. Su Bai remarked, I merely wish to clarify everything. What difficulties lie ahead of us? Excluding the challenge posed by Chu Yin, the greatest hurdle is undoubtedly the threshold of life and death, is it not? As a descendant of the dragon clan, you should not have a short lifespan, should you? Ying Ning immediately sealed her lips. Not only would Su Bai not live long, but due to the nature of his reverse scale, he had nearly met his demise. Fortunately, thanks to Boss Tang, he was still able to sit beside her in good health. Almost perished, and I do not even know how long I can survive, which is why I am concerned. After overcoming Chu Yan's formidable barrier, the future for both of us truly appears bleak. Suddenly, Su Bai conceived an idea. It seems I must treat the Wheel King with a bit more courtesy from now on. I can no longer mock his dark complexion. Why is that? Ying Ning replied, somewhat disappointed. I find that quite amusing, she added. Ah, you little girl, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. Su Bai laughed heartily. I merely wish to enlist his help in checking the book of life and death to see how much longer I have to live. Ying Ning pouted, her expression resembling that of one on the verge of tears. Su Bai, feeling troubled, said, I am quite serious. I need to prepare myself mentally. If there exists a means in this world that could allow me to remain by your side longer, I would undoubtedly pursue it. But it is merely a hypothetical. As you said, let nature take its course, Ying Ning replied. All right, we have made an agreement. As soon as Chu Yin finds his happiness, we shall marry without delay. Su Bai reached for the blood-amber necklace around his neck and offered it to her. This is for you. Isn't this your grandmother's? Ying Ning quickly pushed it back. I cannot accept this. The amber holds great significance for her. Without giving her a chance to refuse, Su Bai placed it around Ying Ning's neck. Precisely because it is important, you must take good care of it, understand? Ying Ning sighed in relief, carefully holding the amber. I will cherish it. Su Bai looked up at the sky. It is getting late. We should return. Soon, my sister will start her incessant chatter again. A renowned novelist has become quite the gossip since mingling with us. Hey, why speak so harshly of Cui Ying? Ying Ning reproached. She is here willingly for you, Qing. Fine, I shall not mention her. Let us head back. Su Bai glanced at the shoes set aside, suddenly reaching for Ying Ning's foot. I will help you put on your shoes. Ying Ning recoiled, feeling awkward. What are you doing? The elders at home will chastise you. It is improper for a man to put shoes on a woman. My mother only taught me that if one truly cares for someone, they would be willing to do anything for her, Su Bai replied. When I was young, I thought if I ever fell in love, I would certainly try putting shoes on her, just as I would for my daughter. I longed to experience that feeling. Now, come on, give me your foot. With tears glistening in her eyes, Ying Ning extended her foot. This is what you promised. Carefully, Su Bai helped her into her shoes and clapped his hands. All right, this time we truly must take our leave. Upon returning to the temple, they immediately spotted Tang San Chung holding a box. Su Bai felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. 6 days had passed just like that. The Taoist priests in the temple had all recovered and stood in the courtyard, prepared to see off the 5 individuals. As Su Bai returned, Cui Ying remarked, "We had already decided to leave on our own, yet you choose such a precise moment to appear." Su Bai gazed at the young Taoist, who had been staring intently at his own toes. He approached and squatted down, asking, "Do you still feel guilty?" The young Taoist murmured, "I shouldn't have been afraid back then." "Little one," Su Bai said, "let me impart a truth. One must always look forward. When you live your life, remember the child you briefly escaped from, and live well for both of you." He continued, "I have great faith in you." The young Taoist lifted his gaze to Su Bai, partially comprehending the words, yet they resonated with a sense of significance. He straightened his chest and declared, "I understand." Tang San Chung, noticing everyone had gathered, bowed to the Taoist priest, stating, "We shall descend the mountain now. The jade tablet will be returned promptly. I shan't accompany you further. Travel safely," he added. Once outside the temple gates, Yu Qing inquired, "Are we heading to that place tonight?" "This pertains to the realm of the underworld. We should contact them beforehand," Tang San Chung replied. "We ought to give Yan Wang some face." Cui Ying glanced at Yu Qing's legs, asking, "How are they feeling?" "This place is quite conducive to recuperation. After 6 days here, I am much improved." Yu Qing took a few steps forward before turning back. "Did you observe? Although I cannot walk swiftly or run yet, the situation has greatly improved. Perhaps it is due to your early studies in Maoshan techniques. Your constitution is relatively robust," Tang San Chung jested. "It seems this is your first encounter with a bullet?" Yu Qing smiled sheepishly indeed. Tang San Chung hesitated, prompting Yu Qing's curiosity. "Do you have something to ask, Boss Tang?" "Yu Qing, there is a matter I have long wished to inquire of your father. How exactly did he come to be with your mother?" Tang San Chung's curiosity piqued again. "I have heard it began as a teacher-student relationship, yet it feels rather peculiar. Do you know what your father was like?" "He had some obsessive tendencies, was quite vain about his appearance, and would laugh at his reflection in the mirror. I often wondered what woman would desire such a man. Your mother must be remarkable. At least Yu Bai no longer exhibits those obsessive habits. How did she manage that?" "Boss Tang, isn't that a rather abrupt question?" Cui Ying interjected, displeased. "Oh, we haven't even entered yet, and you're already defending your future in-laws," Su Bai teased. "Where you reside is, after all, Boss Tang's territory. It seems you're considering a move to Yu Qing's home." "Enough of that," Cui Ying pushed Su Bai playfully. "I merely think that this question has been posed to Boss Tang before, yet your parents have remained silent, indicating they must have their reasons." Yu Qing responded, "I have never heard them speak of it. My grandparents were well off, yet they were troubled by my father's issues, believing he had little hope of finding a daughter-in-law. Then one day, he unexpectedly brought my mother home, declaring they would marry. Owing to her beauty and character, my grandparents accepted her without probing into her background. Moreover, I have never met my mother's family. Isn't it said that she is a descendant of the Peiyao family?" Cui Ying remarked. "The jade pendant was also obtained in such a manner. Could it be because there are no relatives left on my mother's side?" "I am uncertain," she continued, "for my mother has never mentioned whether she has siblings or if my grandparents are still alive." Yu Qing interjected, "I too am curious. Each time Boss Tang inquires, I hope my father will divulge something, perhaps how my mother learned to read lips. Even a small insight would suffice. Unfortunately, it seems they intend to keep this secret for a lifetime." Tang San Chung sighed. "This Yu Bai truly prioritizes romance over friendship. He has no friends. Yet he conceals so much from me, his only companion. It is quite vexing. It appears that curiosity is a common affliction," Cui Ying jested. "I shall not relent. There are no absolute secrets in this world." Tang San Chung replied with a smile, "There will inevitably come a day when the truth is revealed." Yu Qing chuckled. "I too await that day. If Boss Tang discovers anything, please do inform me. What a remarkable young man you are. It astonishes me that someone like Yu Bai has such an exceptional son, Tang Sancheng reflected. It must be due to the merits of the wife one chooses. Yu Qing merely smiled. Perhaps our family possesses an extraordinary talent for selecting wives. Cui Ying detected the underlying meaning in his words, her heart swelling with joy. Yu Qing cast a glance at her, only to lower his head and smile. As the group descended the mountain, Tang Sancheng had matters to attend to and left ahead of them, placing the jade pendant in Su Bai's palm. You should inform your grandmother tomorrow. This matter needs to be resolved, he instructed. Take care, Boss Tang. After bidding farewell to Tang Sancheng, the group exhaled in relief. With the 4 treasures gathered, they were now poised to unravel the enigmatic formation. That evening, Bai Zhao arrived, her spirits lifted upon hearing of the assembly of the 4 treasures. I will notify the Wheel King and King Yin shortly. Bai Zhao's gaze fell upon Ying Ning's neck, where she spotted the blood amber and smiled with satisfaction. Has it finally been delivered? Su Bai answered with a simple smile. Surely, my grandmother will not object? Of course not. The right things belong with the right people. Bai Zhao replied. In truth, you ought to have presented something of greater value. This blood amber is rather trivial. Closing her eyes, Bai Zhao mused. Perhaps in the future, I shall gift Ying Ning something better. I fear my fate may be contagious. Ying Ning's eyes widened as she firmly stated, I do not believe in fate, nor in the contagion of destiny. Grandmother, I will take good care of it. Let us hope so. I must take my leave, Bai Zhao said with a smile. We shall meet again tomorrow evening. Bai Zhao returned to the underworld with the news. The Wheel King and King Yin did not appear overly anxious, prompting Bai Zhao's confusion. Aren't you both eager to resolve that formation? Is there to be a delay? On the contrary, we are quite concerned. The night after tomorrow will witness the rare celestial alignment of 9 stars, King Yin explained. Is it possible that the formation is connected to this astronomical event? Bai Zhao quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, the time of the 9 stars aligning coincides with a great upheaval of yin and yang. Once it passes, this opportunity will be lost, King Yin elaborated. The one who set the formation must intend to exploit the moment of chaos to allow the imprisoned spirits to replace the living in this world, thus rendering it a realm devoid of the living. Bai Zhao gasped in horror. Would that not transform the mortal realm into a purgatory? Indeed, living beings can be eroded by malevolent energy, rendering them neither fully human nor ghostly. The King of Hell sighed, saying, before the imminent day arrives, we must dismantle this formation. It is truly enigmatic. We previously believed we had a month, but after observing the celestial alignments today, I have come to a sudden realization. The Wheel King's countenance darkened further. Thus, we must venture there tonight to capture that woman who dares to defy our realm. Truly infuriating. Bai Chong replied nonchalantly. Let the spirits be vexed. The Wheel King chuckled. Bai Chong, I never imagined you could jest. Indeed, for reasons unknown, a sense of ease washed over me. Bai Chong continued. The children have discovered the 4 treasures of Maoshan, yet they have only just descended the mountain and have yet to rest. The King of Hell responded. Then let us grant them 3 hours. After that, we shall set forth. 3 hours later, the Wheel King sat at Su Bai's bedside. Su Bai felt an unsettling chill and opened his eyes to see the Wheel King, causing his heart to race. Oh dear, Wheel King. I did not turn on the light, and yet you come like this. Are you trying to scare me to death? The Wheel King's expression grew grave. Regardless, death is inevitable. Su Bai struggled to sit up. Why are you here so soon? Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Circumstances have shifted. We must address that peculiar place today, the Wheel King stated coldly. Get up, prepare to depart. With a muffled groan, Su Bai dressed while saying, You all act like lords. By the way, Wheel King, as you serve as a ghost messenger, you must appreciate incense offerings. What fragrance do you prefer? What is this sudden kindness? One who serves with ulterior motives is either a rogue or a thief, the Wheel King replied with a grunt. You are truly something else. Is your heart as dark as your visage? Su Bai retorted, rolling his eyes as he donned his outer garment. All right, let us find Yu Qing and the others. In truth, you are not so unbearable after all. The Wheel King suddenly remarked, My brother's discernment seldom falters, yet I fear you may be an exception. What do you mean? Su Bai inquired. So, the King of Hell cares for me so deeply? Do you often discuss me in private? The Wheel King replied with indifference. Do not waste time. Let us be on our way. The King of Hell had already awakened Yu Qing. At this moment, the sky was darkening, an opportune time to embark. As they walked through the chilly outskirts, reminiscent of their previous journey, no wandering souls awaited them along the roadside. The expressions of the Wheel King and the King of Hell remained relatively relaxed. Su Bai remarked, "Given this scene, shouldn't you both be anxious and furious?" The ghost messengers had been active these days, successfully transporting all wandering souls to the underworld, and it was unlikely the adversary could unearth any more. The Wheel King shot Su Bai a glare. "Are you underestimating our realm? I would not dare. After death, I would still fall into your hands," Su Bai replied. Suddenly shivering, "It's so cold." "That is because we are nearing it," the King of Hell stated calmly. "Let us halt here. What shall we do now?" Yu Qing asked. "That place is a central area. The 4 treasures of Maoshan must be placed in the cardinal directions: east, south, west, and northwest. Fortunately, there are 4 of you, each to guard a direction." The King of Hell spoke. "Yu Qing, Ying Ning, you both possess significant cultivation. I kindly ask you to recite the falling banner incantation. The banner hangs. The precious title of Pulley is boundless. The gods protect. The heavenly sins are absolved." Upon completion, the banner falls. The clouds return to heaven. Each must adhere to the law, without delay. Do you remember these 4 lines? Naturally, Ying Ning and Yu Qing nodded, confirming their understanding. At this moment, Su Bai remarked, "Where's Bai Yi? He has arrived ahead of you, though you cannot see him," replied the Wheel King. "He has other matters to attend to. Now let us disperse." The 4 took the treasures of Maoshan and moved to their designated positions, standing due north. Su Bai, holding the jade ruler, gazed at the swirling mist below, pulsating like a heartbeat, feeling an inexplicable tension rise within him. He instinctively glanced towards Ying Ning, who stood to the west, appearing merely as a small black dot from a distance. That girl, all alone there, will she be cold? Will she be afraid? Before he could ponder further, the jade ruler in his hand emitted a silver glow, mirrored by the other 3 directions. For beams of white light extended outward, converging above the pulsating mist. Under the influence of this light, the mist began to writhe restlessly. Initially, it struggled against the light, but soon the writhing became increasingly pronounced. Su Bai felt the jade ruler tremble in his palm, and recalled the calming techniques Bai Yi had taught him. Suddenly, the jade ruler cracked, causing the light gathered over the mist to vanish, and the previously open passage closed once more, leaving the souls unable to escape in a state of panic. The ground beneath erupted with mournful wails, a scene of utter despair. Su Bai then realized that in the chaos, he had neglected to summon his mother to repair the jade ruler. It had been previously used due to events at the temple, and now it bore fine cracks. Damn it. Just as Su Bai was consumed by urgency, 2 beams of light surged forth, reconnecting the previously lost illumination. Looking down, he saw it was Tang Sansheng and Bai Yi. Relief washed over him. Of course, this master and disciple duo could not be absent at such a crucial moment. With their assistance, matters would surely proceed more smoothly, provided he could not employ his own powers. The original formation opened an exit, allowing the remaining spirits to escape. Bai Yi caught sight of a blurred figure and said to Tang Sansheng, "Master, you stay here. I've spotted an acquaintance." The King of Hell and the Wheel King replied, "You may go. We will remain here." Bai Yi nodded and followed the shadow. Seeing that he had no further role to play, Su Bai hurriedly followed behind Bai Yi. The footsteps of the ghost ahead were distinctly different, clearly those of a living person. "Stop!" Bai Yi called out. Su Bai touched his chest, startled by the sudden outburst. This person must be the mastermind who lured all the spirits here, he thought, quickening his pace to join Bai Yi. "It's her, isn't it? Not just her, she is an old acquaintance." Bai Moshuan suddenly exclaimed, "What should I call you, Chuckled?" Su Bai was taken aback. "What did you say?" The woman in front turned around, revealing a familiar face. Su Bai nearly lost his composure. This visage had seemingly vanished in Yinshan, had it not? No, that was not quite right. Although he had witnessed the corpse with his own eyes, had it not disappeared afterward? After their departure? The archaeologists who had come to unearth treasures found no trace of the body. Could it be that she had returned from the dead? Perhaps it was more fitting to say she was possessed. Bai Moshuan scrutinized the woman before him. "Your wounds have not healed well. A corpse that has already perished, regardless of the methods employed, must cease its metabolism. It can only be concealed. Is this truly still the same face? Is she still the same person?" Chuckled fixed her gaze on Bai Moshuan, her body rigid. "Do not address me with such familiarity. You do not even know my name, do you?" Bai Moshuan closed his eyes and a bold thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Your name is Xiao Yuer, is it not? Xiao Yuet. Su Bai felt his intelligence. Once at a high peak, falter. Isn't Xiao Yuer the legitimate wife of Yelf Xioga, the one from legend? In that moment, Chaqianmo collapsed to the ground. And Su Bai stared in astonishment as a shadow emerged from her body, landing on the floor. She was garbed in an unusual outfit. A bridal gown unlike that of the Han people, her long hair secured with a single hairpin. While not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a certain elegance. Her spirit floated around, a mocking smile adorning her face. So you have only just realized it. I am curious, were you in a state of possession before? Bai Mashwan replied. It is illogical that neither my master nor I discerned it. There's always a higher mountain. Have you not heard that saying? Xiao Yuer looked skyward. To attach oneself seamlessly to an unfamiliar body is indeed possible. Your inability to perceive it does not imply it is unfeasible. What method did you employ? Bai Mashwan inquired. Where precisely is the chitin treasure? I have gone to great lengths, initially intending to abandon this body to reach my destination, yet I find myself unable to stop. Xiao Yuer lamented. Having embarked on this path, why not aim for something grand? The essence of humanity lies in our emotions and desires. I believe that in death, these would cease to exist, yet memories of my past still bring pain. I have missed the opportunity for rebirth. Should I cast aside all of this? I might live more freely. Altering the path of yin and yang could be the only solution. You are truly my nemesis, just as my plan was about to succeed. I am left with this final hurdle. Tomorrow night, the alignment of 9 stars will present my last chance, and now, I have nothing left. Are you then resolved to court death? Bai Mashwan asked. You could have departed quietly. It has lost all meaning. Time and again I have failed, and I am weary, Xiao Yuer responded. Do you not find me beautiful? Xiao and Yellow Cake are permitted to marry solely because I am the most suitable person in terms of age and appearance among my peers. I am fortunate to have been betrothed to the most valiant general of the Liao kingdom. Once, I merely watched him from afar. But now I don the bridal gown and sit beside the man I cherish most. Yet, despite bearing his children, his gaze rests solely upon my visage, not my heart. Where his heart lies, I cannot grasp, touch, nor ever possess. Su Bai opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word, while Bai Mashwan fixed his gaze intently upon her face. Is this the source of your resentment? Is such animosity truly worth the absurd actions you have taken after all this time? Shouldn't retribution have been sought in death? You are not me. How can you fathom my emotions? Xiao Yuer replied. His heart does not dwell with me. As long as he remains, I can endure. However, the appearance of that Han woman altered everything. Yelu Shoga transformed into a different person. He became flesh and blood, smiling more often. Yet, when he smiles at me, his mind is entirely preoccupied with that Han woman. When did you die? Su Bai inquired. Historical records contain no mention of you, because I am an inconsequential existence. Xiao Yuer replied. Aside from my children, does Yelu Shoga ever think of me? Clad in the wedding garments from our union, I ended my own life. For the sake of my children, I should have borne it, but I could no longer endure. I initially believed that ending my life would conclude my suffering. Yet why can I find no peace even in death? What transpired? Su Bai asked. This was many years ago. Why harbor such resentment until now? After my death, a moment of weakness led me to forsake reincarnation. I wished to wait for him, to inquire if he ever loved me, if I ever held a place in his heart. Xiao Yuer smiled sadly. I am fortunate. I have waited. However, his thoughts are consumed by that Han woman. He declared that in life, we cannot coexist, and even in the afterlife, he must walk the path of Huangquan hand in hand with her, only with her. Even in reincarnation, he can only be with her, only her. Xiao Yuer's nearly maddened expression startled Su Bai Mashwan. Is it wise to continue this? It was she who deliberately lured us here, so there must be no danger, Bai Mashwan murmured. Just like the third suicide. Xiao Yuer clearly heard him and smiled sorrowfully. Let me conclude this. Matters have reached this extent. Bai Mashwan remarked. When you impersonated Cha Qianmao, did it not evoke the sensation of being reborn? Yes. I owe this girl an apology, but rest assured, she was destined to die from a terminal illness, which is why I chose her. Is that not reasonable? Xiao Yuer's gaze fixated on the corpse on the ground. On the day I leaped from the cliff, she too perished. Have you not wondered how I managed to possess her without detection? There is nothing in this world that cannot be concocted. Deceiving the underworld and you is not particularly difficult. I have already dispersed the chitin treasures. There is no need for you to search. Xiao Yuer smiled sadly and said, I have revealed all the answers you sought. Indeed, while masquerading as Cha Qianmao, I found the essence of being alive. Standing behind you, I occasionally experienced a fluttering of the heart, not out of affection for you, but rather a rediscovery of what it means to be a woman. If I could live once more, I would surely not be so stubborn. Bai Yi closed his eyes and replied, since your mind is made up, I shall accompany you on your journey. Xiao Yuer smiled faintly. Thank you. Chapter 568. Dawn. The Northern Emperor bestowed upon me paper to inscribe symbols to vanquish malevolent spirits. Should anyone dare to resist, return them post-haste to Fengdu City, swiftly, as commanded. A silver glimmer flickered between Bai Yi's fingers as Xiao Yuer looked up with a slight smile. Gradually closing her eyes, Su Bai turned his head away, only to glance back moments later, whereupon he found only the lifeless body of Xiao Yuer, who had vanished into thin air. Is this the end? He pondered. Ah, it is indeed over. Bai Yi turned to observe that the haze surrounding the heart had entirely dissipated. The souls that had escaped were now being guided by the Yin officials towards the underworld. As tranquility seemed to be restored, Ying Ning and her companions were hastening towards them. Walking alongside her was the large-headed ghost from before, who was straining to keep pace with her. What brings you here? Chuang inquired with concern. Heavens! Did you not witness it? There were throngs of them. Who was that female ghost? It is a long tale. We shall discuss it upon our return, Bai Yi replied, glancing at the large-headed ghost beside Ying Ning. How did this fellow end up accompanying you? He was to be taken back by the Wheel King. He will arrive shortly to fetch him, Ying Ning explained. For now, he shall stay with us. In truth, it was merely a matter of moments before the Wheel King appeared, his face alight with joy as he approached the large-headed ghost and affectionately patted his head. You have worked hard. I'm relieved you are unharmed. The large-headed ghost merely smiled in a simple manner as the Wheel King continued. There remain some uncertainties regarding this matter. Bai Yi nodded. Indeed. Even the most polished explanations cannot convince me. You are likely too pressed for time to engage in lengthy discussions now. We shall meet again. The Wheel King acknowledged. My gratitude for your assistance this time. It is a fair exchange. After all, you have uncovered the name of Su Bai's grandfather. Chuang looked at Su Bai. So, does this mean we are even now? Su Bai reluctantly touched his nose. Let us consider it even for now. What a miserly fellow, the Wheel King remarked. Turning to the large-headed ghost. Let us depart. The two vanished into thin air, and Su Bai scoffed. Being even is already quite fortunate. It feels as though the efforts and rewards are not commensurate. They simply revel in gaining advantages. Cease your complaints, Bai Yi interjected. Do you not feel tired? Do you also experience fatigue? Su Bai asked curiously. I thought you were unlike ordinary people. Ying Ning, are you weary? I am well enough. Let us return. Ying Ning replied, her face betraying a hint of fatigue as her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. Observing her, Su Bai's face broke into a smile. This girl truly is adorable. Tang Sanqing remarked. Ying Ning must have expended some of her true energy earlier. Let us return and rest. The sky above has transformed into a clear expanse, and the sun, eager to break through the clouds, bathes everyone in its warm light, instilling a sense of relief among the gathered souls. Upon returning to the antique shop, breakfast was neglected as they succumbed to slumber on their beds. The Wheel King and the King of Hell were evidently quite occupied, as they did not arrive until nightfall, overwhelmed by the influx of souls into the underworld. It was not until the early hours of the following day that the Wheel King and the King of Hell made their appearance. Noticing the vitality displayed by the group, the King of Hell remarked with a smile, "You have all endured quite a challenge. Thanks to your efforts, the souls are now orderly." After this encounter, the wandering spirits outside have significantly diminished. We owe our gratitude to that young lady, Xiao Yuer. Had she not painstakingly arranged such a formation, we would not have experienced this unexpected fortune. Bai Yi smirked dismissively, stating, I do not believe she possesses the ability to create such a formation. In her previous life, she was merely an ordinary person. Of course, I do not doubt her identity as Xiao Yuer. Su Bai, dropping his playful demeanor, responded seriously, I concur with that view. The King of Hell then appeared deep in thought. There are indeed points of doubt. Xiao Yuer did not reincarnate immediately after her death, which is understandable. Many souls cannot confront the reality of their demise, seeking ways to evade the messengers of death, reluctant to voluntarily journey to the underworld. This explains the existence of lost souls. If they miss their opportunity for reincarnation, they become wandering spirits. Xiao Yuer likely falls into this category. If there were changes, They must have occurred during her time as a wandering soul. Her reluctance to reincarnate was perhaps to await the spirit of Yi Lixio, which seems reasonable. Su Bai remarked. Yi Lixio was her hero, after all. To marry the man of her dreams should have been a joyous occasion, yet it marked the beginning of her misfortune. That man did not love her. Even the child they bore merely formalized their marital bond, devoid of genuine affection. Bai Moshuan felt a stirring within. Recalling Xiao Yuer's words, "After my death, I hesitated to reincarnate, wishing to await him, to seek an answer. Did he ever love me? Did he ever hold me in his heart? I consider myself fortunate to have waited, yet his thoughts were only for that Han woman. He proclaimed that in life they should not share a bed, and even in death, he would walk the path of the afterlife hand in hand with her, only with her. Women are truly stubborn creatures." Cui Ying sighed. This woman has become infatuated with love, and from that infatuation, hatred has arisen. Yet, why after such a long time? Does she suddenly wish to alter the balance between life and death? She must have been manipulated. The Wheel King interjected. The mysterious disappearance of the chitin treasure cannot be merely explained by her words. It was indeed perilous. Had we found the jade talisman any later, it might have been too late. The King of Hell added, "We have also investigated the possessed female corpse, which indeed had reached the end of her lifespan. Xiao Yuer has not unjustly harmed the years of another. Her true name was Zhang Yiling. She died at the age of 27 from a terminal illness, her demise likely occurring the day before her leap from the cliff." Thus, Su Bai pondered. So, when she jumped from the cliff, she was already dead? He continued. The body must have vanished, likely possessed by Xiao Yuer before departing. That is the only plausible explanation. The Wheel King remarked, however, "We have not found the spirit of the female corpse. It has vanished." Vanished? Su Bai replied. The separation of the soul from the body occurred before our journey to Yin Mountain, which is illogical. At that time, this formation didn't even exist. Could it have been caused by Xiao Yue? Su Bai extended his palm, mimicking a knife's cut across his neck. Observing the astonished gazes of the others, he chuckled. All right. Killing ghosts does not require a blade. There are always methods. It may have disappeared forever, Yin Wang stated. From this perspective, Xiao Yuer can be considered somewhat conscientious. What has become of the body? Cui Ying inquired. It has been discovered, as there are injuries from falling off a cliff. It will undoubtedly be deemed a case of despair leading to suicide, Bai Moshuan explained. After all, the corpse was found in the mountains. This is for the best. It concludes matters satisfactorily, Yin Wang expressed with relief. This situation has yielded a favorable outcome, and we must extend our gratitude to you all. Su Bai nodded vigorously, indeed. We have done well, Wheel King. Shouldn't there be some form of recompense? Hasn't there already been a reward? Who helped you uncover your grandfather's name? The Wheel King's expression darkened further. You are quite the greedy one. Yin Wang chuckled, why not? Speak your mind. In the underworld, there exists a book of life and death. I wish to know, this book is not immutable, is it? For a person's fate can be altered, much like my own. I was destined to live only 20 years, yet now my destiny has been shattered. Su Bai queried. Thus, the contents of the book of life and death are in constant flux, correct? Yin Wang pondered deeply, while the Wheel King anxiously observed him. Brother, should we divulge this matter to him? He is not one of us from the underworld. Why not? As you mentioned, the book of life and death is indeed subject to change, Yin Wang replied. This is why there exists a notion of fortune in the mortal realm. If it were immutable, those who do not comprehend the balance of life and death would find no escape. Chapter 569. The Thousand-Petal Lotus. Su Bai's expression grew animated. Then, Bai Moshuan, with a worried look, regarded Su Bai, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Yin Wang said, Speak freely. I have never treated you as an outsider. Cui Ying felt a stir in her heart. The implication of not regarding Su Bai as an outsider was significant. I wish to ask how long I have to live, and how much time remains for me and Ying Ning. Su Bai spoke candidly. I fear I may not have the patience to wait for that brat Chu Yen to discover his so-called happiness, hence I find myself restless. I cannot disclose that to you, Yin Wang replied. Revealing one's lifespan is a grave taboo. No amount of benefit can permit it. Su Bai's countenance fell. Truly. How rigid. Not every messenger of the underworld adheres to the rules, do they? As for myself, I must abide by the regulations, Yin Wang asserted. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, correct? Su Bai felt exasperated. It seemed the tongues of Yin Wang and the Wheel King were firmly sealed. Just as Su Bai contemplated a thought, the Wheel King interjected. If you wish for your grandmother to sneak a glance at the Book of Life and Death, you should abandon that notion. As a messenger of the underworld, knowingly breaking the rules carries severe consequences. If you do not wish for your grandmother to suffer punishment, it is best to inform her. Su Bai inhaled sharply, remarking that he had remained silent throughout the matter. For the time being, this issue had reached an impasse. Bai Mashwan stated that the foremost priority was to locate Su Bai's grandfather, as the records of Su Bai's grandfather had mysteriously vanished from the ledger of life and death. The expression on the Wheel King's face was rather grim, even turning his head away. Observing this, Su Bai inferred the underlying reasons, shrugging his shoulders and conceding that it seemed to be an internal affair. The saying family disgrace must not be made public came to mind, and he decided not to pry further. Yin Wang offered a faint smile, expressing his gratitude. Cui Ying gazed at Yin Wang with boundless curiosity, pondering who he might have been in life. He exuded an air of grace and humility, conducting himself with steadiness and treating others without condescension. She found him to possess a multitude of virtues, igniting her intrigue. However, Yin Wang could hardly recall the events of his past life. He smiled gently, indicating that their prolonged presence was drawing to a close. Su Bai, we shall continue our investigation into your grandfather's matters, and should there be any developments, your grandmother will inform you. Let us depart, Wheel. Indeed, brother, affirmed the Wheel King, casting a sidelong glance at Su Bai before following Yin Wang away. Su Bai scratched his head, muttering to himself that this individual simply did not resonate with him. The underworld was a realm of strict decorum, and one's incessant inquiries could easily become irksome. Cui Ying interjected, what does the phrase "the happiness of Chu Yin" signify? It pertains to the agreement between me and Ying Ning, which I shan't divulge, Su Bai replied, glancing at Ying Ning, who smiled sweetly in affirmation. Oh dear, I simply cannot bear this any longer. It's high time you settled down, Cui Ying exclaimed, wrapping her arms around herself. I suddenly feel a chill run down my spine. What on earth are you thinking? Yu Qing suggested, it has been quite some time since our last visit home. My leg has healed sufficiently, and my parents need not worry any longer. Cui Ying agreed. Indeed, it has been far too long since we last visited uncle and aunt. I often feel a pang of guilt. She continued, I am sincerely grateful for their support during the incident with Cha Qianmo, always considering my perspective and striving to shield me from harm. Upon reflection, I realize I have done little for them, which fills me with shame. I have prepared a small token of appreciation. Noticing Cui Ying's mysterious demeanor, Su Bai expressed his eagerness to know more. I want to tell you, she retorted, pulling Yu Qing into her room to retrieve a beautifully wrapped box. Yu Qing was taken aback, inquiring, when did you prepare this? Cui Ying explained, ever since Xiao Yuer came into possession of Cha Qianmo, I felt deeply moved and wished to express my gratitude, so I secretly prepared this. She added, it's my first time making something like this, and I'm unsure if it will please Aunt. What could it possibly be? Yu Qing asked, gazing at the exquisitely wrapped box, a wave of emotion washing over him. Did you make it yourself? You'll find out soon enough, Cui Ying teased, maintaining an air of secrecy. As they stood at the entrance of Yu Qing's home, unusual commotion and an inexplicable aroma wafted from within. Yu Qing remarked, puzzled, this is not the time for a meal, is it? He approached and rang the doorbell, a cacophony of sounds emanating from within. Soon, footsteps could be heard, and the door opened to reveal Yu Bai, his expression somewhat peculiar. Why have you come at this hour without a call? Am I supposed to call ahead when returning to my own home? Yu Qing replied, somewhat perplexed. Dad, what are you up to? Come in, why keep Cui Ying standing out there? Yu Bai deftly sidestepped the question, opening the door wider. Cui Ying, do come inside. Cui Ying responded affirmatively, yet she caught a glimpse of relief on Yu Bai's face, a flicker of doubt passing through her mind. Just then, Jieyu emerged with a beaming smile. You've arrived. Seeing her parents in good spirits lifted Yu Qing's mood as well. Cui Ying has a gift for you. Immediately, Cui Ying placed the box into Jieyu's hands. It's a cross-stitch depicting the Jieyu flower. Although it is named after Jieyu, it is intended for both aunt and uncle. So uncle, please do not think I am biased. Yu Bai burst into hearty laughter. I've never seen one before. The Jieyu flower, you know? Cui Ying replied with a smile. Though it is called the Jieyu flower, it actually refers to the 1,000 petals lotus. It is said that Emperor Xuanzong of Tang admired the 1,000 petals lotus with Yang Guifei at Tai Pool, pointing at her and saying, this is the Jieyu flower. Thus, the Jieyu flower's origin lies in comparing Yang Guifei to the exquisite bloom of the 1,000 petals lotus. signifying that she is a flower capable of understanding the nuances of conversation. Jie was momentarily taken aback. So, what you have embroidered is the 1,000-petals lotus. Yes. I immediately thought of Aunt's name and made the connection to this story, Chuang explained. I always feel that in Uncle's eyes, Aunt is as unique as Yang Guifei was in the eyes of Emperor Xuanzou. Su Bai exclaimed in admiration, goodness. Truly, a renowned novelist. That is precisely the sentiment. She is indeed one of a kind in my eyes. Jie blushed, unable to lift her head. What are you saying in front of them? Have you no shame? Remembering Tang Sancheng's comments about her father, Yu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder Mr. Tang said that. What did that rascal say about me? Su Bai felt a foreboding sense of dread, realizing that only Tang Sancheng was privy to his few embarrassing moments. You should not listen to his nonsense. Dad, your reaction is so intense. It seems there's some truth to it, Yu Qing remarked lightly. Only when you touch upon sensitive matters do you react so noticeably. Su Bai had no retort, only exasperatedly smacking his thigh. That rascal, truly annoying. Jie chuckled at Su Bai's playful antics, exasperatedly saying, all right, let us not embarrass ourselves in front of the younger generation. I'll go prepare dinner. You should hang this cross-stitch in our room. Chuang promptly stood up. Aunt, let me help you. As Chuang gazed at Jie Yu's serene profile, she suddenly thought of Fu Yu and remarked, Aunt, I used to think you and Fu Yu were both gentle souls, but now I feel there is a distinct difference in your gentleness. Jie Yu paused her washing, letting out a sigh. I always knew you were an astute child. However, I am quite curious to hear more. In what ways do you think I differ from Fu Yu? Though they appear gentle, Sister Fu Yu exudes a tranquil demeanor that suggests she has weathered many storms. After experiencing the peaks and valleys of life, she now finds herself in a state of serene repose following a significant downturn. However, Aunt Chuang felt a sudden pang in her heart, pondering whether to speak or remain silent. Chapter 570. Continuing life with flowers. Jie Yu lowered her head with a faint smile, declaring, I have come to regard you as family. What is there that cannot be said? Aunt Shui, while calm, bore a hint of sadness. Chuang remarked that her sorrow was subtle, so much so that even Yu Qing did not perceive it. With a clatter, Jie Yu's bowl collided with the countertop, her expression momentarily flustered. Observing this, Chuang quickly apologized. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Please do not take it to heart. You are not speaking thoughtlessly, dear child, Jie Yu countered. Chuang, do you believe in the concept of fate? In the past, I certainly did not, Chuang replied. However, due to the peculiar family tradition at the age of 30, I found myself in that tomb. By a stroke of misfortune, I encountered Yu Qing. Our relationship blossomed unexpectedly, and it is truly remarkable. This must be what they call destiny. Suddenly, Jie Yu wiped her hands and, without looking back, retreated into the room. Chuang, perplexed, could not comprehend what she had said that was amiss. She soon saw Jie Yu re-emerge, holding a slender box. This is the marriage fortune I sought for Yu Qing when he was 16. Chuang took the box, opened it, and was left speechless. It states that Yu Qing's future marriage is linked to a bond formed at the age of 7. How fortuitous, Jie Yu remarked. A bond at 7 years signifies that you and Yu Qing are destined for one another. Both Su Bai and I find great comfort in this. No wonder you understand so well. Most families would deem a 7-year age difference unacceptable, Chuang mused, gazing at the now yellowed fortune with gratitude. So it was because of this. Some say one cannot oppose fate, Jie Yu noted. Moreover, witnessing your harmonious connection brings me solace. With you here, this family will feel even more complete. Jie Yu grasped Shui Ying's hand. No matter what transpires, you will remain by Yu Qing's side, won't you? As she observed the tears glistening in Jie Yu's eyes, Chuang felt her heart grow heavy. Aunt, is something about to happen in the family? I mean, hypothetically. Jie Yu held tightly onto Shui Ying's hand. If such an event were to occur, you must safeguard this family. You are a blessing sent to us by the heavens. A growing sense of foreboding enveloped Aunt Shui Ying. Aunt, are you unwell? I'm fine. Do not be alarmed. After all, life is unpredictable, and we cannot foresee what tomorrow holds, so I wanted to prepare you in advance. Jie Yu smiled. Now, let us not linger in conversation. We must prepare the meal. For dinner time is fast approaching. Chuang nodded with a smile, though her heart remained troubled. After dinner, she intended to engage Jie Yu in further conversation. But Jie Yu urged, you should return to the antique shop promptly. Yu Qing, puzzled, interjected, Mom, we rarely come back. Why do you keep urging us to leave? Your mother is not feeling well. Su Bai finally spoke, let her rest. As the two departed, Jiyu stepped into the bedroom. Her gaze fixed upon the cross-stitch hanging on the wall. The thousand-leaf lotus appeared to sway gracefully in the breeze, rendering Jiyu momentarily spellbound, tears welling in her eyes. Su Bai entered, sighing. The two children have yet to achieve their desired outcome. Jiyu could no longer contain her emotions, exclaiming, "But it is too late." Yuqing stood downstairs, gazing up at the balcony of their home. "There is something peculiar about them today," she remarked. "I feel the same," Chuang responded. "What your mother said seemed rather odd, Yuqing. I believe we should stay. But look at our parents. They clearly do not wish for us to remain." Yuqing glanced up at the opposite building, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. "There are many vacant houses across the way. Shall we tempt fate?" Noticing Cui Ying's bewildered expression, Yuqing quickly clarified, "Rest assured, we are not intruding. This building is embroiled in property disputes, so many have yet to move in. Most are bare shells. No one will cause us trouble." Cui Ying finally relaxed, and together they found an empty house directly opposite Yuqing's home. They settled by the window, intently observing the other side. Seeing Yuqing so absorbed, Cui Ying couldn't help but chuckle. "Do we not resemble spies?" "It's their odd behavior that is to blame," Yuqing replied. "Did you catch that fragrance upon entering?" "Yes, it was faint yet unforgettable. Though it vanished once we stepped inside," Cui Ying noted. "How strange. Are you certain it originated from your home? I seem to recall having encountered it before." Suddenly, Yuqing grasped Cui Ying's hand tightly, a wave of anxiety washing over her. "I have a recognition disorder. In my childhood, I often felt isolated, devoid of friends. My mother consistently encouraged me to take that step forward and reach out to others. Unfortunately, my first attempt resulted in a significant blow when I was ridiculed as a fool." Cui Ying felt a twinge of pain in her heart as Yuqing offered a bittersweet smile. "I remember that day vividly. I ran home in tears, only to find a note on my mother that read, 'Mom.' It pained me deeply, and I collapsed on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, all my grievances spilling forth. At that moment, my mother embraced me, and I caught a whiff of that fragrance, bringing me an unexpected sense of calm. That day, I understood I could face anything ahead, even though she uttered not a single word." Yuqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as Cui Ying gently wiped away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. "Was that your first encounter with that scent?" "Indeed, today marks the second." Yuqing replied, "My father seemed a bit flustered today. This is unlike him. Could it be the fragrance of the thousand-leaf lotus?" Cui Ying pondered. "Your mother's name bears a subtle connection to the thousand-leaf lotus." "No, wait, my imagination runs wild. What connection could there possibly be?" Yuqing's gaze remained fixed on the building across the way. As dusk fell, apart from the light in the living room, all other rooms plunged into darkness. Yet now, her own room was illuminated. "What is happening, Yuqing?" Cui Ying inquired. "They've entered my room," Yuqing replied, lowering her gaze to check the time. "If we go out now, they might merely be searching for something. Let us wait a while longer." However, a quarter of an hour passed, and the light in the room remained illuminated. Yuqing glanced at Cui Ying and remarked, "They are acting rather strangely today, Cui Ying. I must go and check." Cui Ying hesitated. "Right now?" Suddenly, Yuqing sprang to her feet. "Cui Ying, I have an ominous premonition. We must go at once." Though Cui Ying was unaware that Yuqing felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling within her. She noticed the beads of sweat forming on her forehead and quickly grasped her hand. "Do not fear. Let us leave immediately." The two hurried down the stairs and arrived at Yuqing's doorstep. Just as Cui Ying was about to press the doorbell, she quickly retracted her hand and indicated for Yuqing to use her key. They entered quietly, first approaching Yuqing's bedroom door. To their surprise, it was empty. Just as Cui Ying was about to inquire, Yuqing tugged at her, pointing toward her parents' room, where the light was on, revealing a crack through which thin wisps of smoke billowed. Simultaneously, a fragrant aroma wafted into their nostrils. They exchanged a cautious glance and stealthily approached the door, peering inside, their hearts racing. In the room, a basin had mysteriously appeared, within which a fully blossomed lotus lay, releasing the captivating scent. Xiaoyu knelt beside the basin, her eyes tightly closed, while the mist emanating from the lotus gradually entered her nostrils. Su Bai sat nearby, anxiously watching his wife. This scene sent chills down Yuqing and Cui Ying's spines. Unable to contain herself, Yuqing pushed the door open. "What are you doing?" Startled by the sudden intrusion, Xiaoyu's heart raced as she opened her eyes to see Yuqing and Cui Ying, her body collapsing weakly to the ground. Su Bai sighed in resignation. "You have discovered the truth. Chapter 571. The Flower of Life. Dad, what is happening? Ying inquired. What is Mom doing? Where did this basin come from? Tears streamed down Xiaoyu's face as she clutched Su Bai's sleeve. Su Bai, what shall we do? Su Bai, with an expression of calm, stood up. I had intended to tell you long ago, but I was overly optimistic, hoping to endure until the day I could hold my grandchild. Xiaoyu softly interjected. Allow me to explain, Ying. It appears that I may no longer be able to be by your side. Mom, what on earth is going on? Ying pressed. What has transpired during this time? This is not merely a recent affair, Xiaoyu replied with a smile directed at Su Bai. It dates back 22 years. For all these years, we have kept this from you. I originally thought it best not to leave my child without a mother, but I could not bear to let your father endure this alone. It would be too painful for him. Su Bai placed his hand over Xiaoyu's right hand. Channeling a gentle energy, and a white flower emerged upon her palm, shrouded in mist, as if alive. Su Bai sighed. To sustain your mother's life through the vitality of a plant has reached its limit. To sustain life? Ying bit her lip, bewildered. Has my mother fallen gravely ill? In those years, I served as an art instructor at the university. Tang Sanqing spoke with truth. My privileged upbringing, mastery of the art of Maoshan through self-study, and decent appearance fostered a lofty self-image. I reveled in being the center of attention among numerous beautiful women. Yet I had no intention of lingering for any one of them. As Su Bai observed that Ying and Ying had regained their composure and were now listening attentively, he felt a sense of tranquility and continued. That year, a new student joined our class as a transfer student. She was unlike anyone else, exuding an aura of extraordinary serenity. Always seated quietly at the back, she was, in fact, the most unruly student, as she often immersed herself in her own drawings during my lectures. I could not discern when it began, but my gaze increasingly lingered upon her. Tears finally fell from Jiayu's eyes, and Su Bai tenderly embraced her. On one occasion, as I approached her while she was engrossed in her artwork, I intended to reprimand her for being inattentive in my class. However, the depiction of the 1,000-petal lotus on her canvas was so lifelike that I had never encountered anyone capable of capturing its essence so vividly. Thus, the 1,000-petal lotus became the flower symbolizing my bond with your mother. After witnessing her artistry, my desire to understand her deepened, and upon getting closer, I discovered that she was as quiet and pure as the lotus itself. It was from that moment our relationship began. It turned out our fateful connection blossomed from flowers and art. Ying exchanged a glance with Ying. Realizing that their own connection had emerged from deception and conflict, a stark contrast. Both shared an uncontainable smile, but upon reflecting on Jiayu's current plight, their expressions swiftly darkened with concern. As time passed, I observed her fragile demeanor. Her complexion was poor, reminiscent of a delicate flower swaying in the wind. Having studied Maoshan, I understood the implications of her condition. Ying remarked, the essence of one nearing their end is profoundly different from that of a healthy person. Consequently, I sought to divine her fate. Ying cautiously inquired, was it severe even then? Her lifespan was indeed limited. Su Bai's head drooped in despair. The first and only woman for whom I cared and loved was not destined to be mine. Unwilling to accept this, I contemplated ways to prolong her life. I considered numerous methods to alter Jiayu's fortune, initially turning to feng shui. However, her parents had long passed away, and their graves were lost to the land reforms. The ancestral burial sites were even more elusive, leading me to dismiss that avenue. After poring over ancient texts, I experienced a spark of inspiration. Su Bai continued, I conceived a method to harness the vital energy of nature. This energy is perhaps akin to the essence of human emotions. Since I had never attempted it before, I made my first endeavor. It was summer, so I chose the 1,000-petal lotus as my initial specimen. I forcibly extracted its vital energy for Jiayu to absorb, causing the lotus to wither instantly. This demonstrated a tangible connection between the two. Ying was deeply astonished. The interconnectedness of all things in the world was indeed remarkable. The vitality of flowers was surprisingly akin to that of humans. It was no wonder that Yan Wang once remarked that the book of life and death was not immutable. After all, there are countless extraordinary individuals in the mortal realm capable of altering one's fate. Had the esteemed Senior Shin previously discovered such a method, he might not have resorted to the esoteric art of fate transformation, resulting in such numerous complications. After absorbing the vitality of the 1,000-leaf lotus, Jiayu's appearance underwent a noticeable transformation. However, I dared not be too certain. So while conversing with Tang Sen Chong, I cautiously broached the subject. Yu Bai sighed in resignation, stating, "What can I say? His cultivation surpasses mine. Does Boss Tang know?" Cui Ying immediately shook her head. "No, he likely remains oblivious. Boss Tang has always been quite curious about uncle and aunt. This secret was one I wished to keep from anyone aside from Jieyu. So I merely mentioned it in passing for my own peace of mind. That old rascal had not sensed a thing." Yu Bai remarked. Tang Sansheng informed me that using the vitality of plants to extend a person's life is not out of the question. However, eventually, it will lead to a backlash. The one whose life is prolonged will find their vitality drained by the surrounding flora, making death inevitable. Yu Qing exchanged a glance with Cui Ying, her confusion evident. "Even so, must we continue? Wouldn't that cause Mother more suffering? The backlash means her vitality is continuously plundered by the outside world, posing danger even in her daily walk." Seeing Yu Qing's rising anger, Yu Bai was about to elucidate when Jieyu tugged at him, trembling as she spoke. "I once contemplated refusal, but the feelings that have developed cannot be retracted. I wish to take a gamble, even if it grants me just one more day. I long to be with your father. Never before had a woman fully captured my heart. At last, I understood the essence of yearning." Yu Bai continued. "We ultimately decided to employ this method to aid your mother in surviving, regardless of the duration. It has now been 22 years. A span of tranquility that has far exceeded our expectations." Jieyu expressed her contentment. "And we have you, Yu Qing." Yu Bai sighed. "I once contemplated remaining childless. But Jieyu told me that should we have a child, our bond would endure even after she is gone, for we would have a shared lineage." The complexity of Yu Qing's emotions was beyond articulation. Did that mean her mother could depart at any moment? Was this truly the appointed time? Her voice quivered with emotion. "I have not stepped outside in half a month. Aside from the thousand-leaf lotus, all other plants have been removed from our home," Jieyu said. "Except for the thousand-leaf lotus, all plants drain my vitality. This condition has persisted for a month. No wonder, upon my arrival today, I sensed a change in the home." Yu Qing gazed toward the balcony, where the plants had been cleared. As for the water basin in the room, each time I returned, my parents' door was tightly locked. I was unaware of the existence of the thousand-leaf lotus here. That fragrance, it would only be pronounced when my mother absorbed the vitality of the thousand-leaf lotus. When Cui Ying and I arrived, they were engaged in the same activity as before, and their sudden return caused a flurry of panic, leading to our exposure to that scent. "Uncle, how is Aunt's condition now?" Cui Ying inquired with concern. Today, Jiyu was overwhelmed with melancholy, prompting her to express the desire to protect this home. Cui Ying felt a wave of sorrow wash over her heart, hesitant even to meet Jiyu's gaze. Yu Bai closed his eyes, acknowledging the dire circumstances. Aside from the Chiba lotus, all other plants posed a threat to her. Over the past month, she has endured considerable suffering, and I am reluctant to continue this way. "Father, what do you mean? Are you contemplating giving up?" Yu Qing exclaimed, agitation evident in his voice. "Are you truly considering such a surrender? We could seek out Boss Tang. With his capabilities, he could assist the two of us." Yu Bai offered a wry smile. "Tang Sen has long warned me that a backlash would come one day. What purpose would it serve to seek him now? The fact that we have endured for so many years is already a blessing from the heavens. Your mother can no longer remain here. I intend to take her to a different place to make one last effort." "Where's this place? I wish to accompany you." Yu Qing clenched his fists. "Are you attempting to intrude upon our world?" Jiyu interjected suddenly. "With Cui Ying by your side, I shall no longer worry about your future. It is paramount for those in love to be together. Your father has given me the most beautiful days of my life, and I hope you both will cherish one another without disappointment." Yu Bai nodded. "Please grant us a little time." Tears welled in Yu Qing's eyes, while Cui Ying's were also red-rimmed. Observing their distress, Yu Bai lamented, "This is all your fault for being too clever. We had initially planned to concoct a reason to leave, which would have alleviated our worries. Now, you have forced us into this predicament. If you were concerned about our feelings, such matters should have been disclosed sooner. We are adults now." Yu Qing sighed. "I respect your decision. But may we stay here for one more night? Cui Ying and I wish to see you off. Please do not vanish inexplicably." Yu Bai exchanged a glance with Jiyu. "Very well, let us remain together as a family of four tonight." Cui Ying grasped Jiyu's hand. "Auntie, no matter what unfolds in the future, I will steadfastly remain by Yu Qing's side." Jiyu, her face pale, found solace in Cui Ying's grip. "Thank you." The night passed swiftly, the four of them leaning against one another. At dawn, Su Bai opened his eyes and gently tapped Jiu's shoulder. Jiu, it is time for us to depart. Jiu stirred, noticing Yu Qing and Cui Ying sleeping soundly, a smile gracing her face. I administered a mild sedative to them. Let them continue to rest. I wish to depart without tears in our eyes. We must strive to return together. Yes, for the sake of grandchildren, I too must persevere. Jiu replied with a tender smile. Let us go. Su Bai assisted Jiu to her feet, and together they quietly gathered their prepared belongings, exiting the room. The sound of the closing door roused Yu Qing, who struggled to open his eyes, wiping his face with a weary hand. Beside him, Cui Ying also awoke. Have uncle and auntie already left? Really? Did you think we would be oblivious to the sedative? Yu Qing turned to Cui Ying. Did you dispose of the milk laced with the drug? Of course. I have always believed myself to be the more astute one. Cui Ying sat up. The two elders surely do not wish for our parting to appear too sorrowful. Let us acquiesce to their sentiments. Yu Qing. Though my heart is heavy, I hope for the most favorable outcome. Uncle will undoubtedly bring aunt back. I intend to seek out Boss Tang to explore any other possibilities. Yu Qing responded. Let us depart as well. Cui Ying nodded, and Yu Qing carefully locked the door, gazing at the desolate home before suddenly exclaiming, It feels as though I have matured overnight. From this moment on, it is my turn to care for this household. Observing the resolute profile of Yu Qing, Cui Ying could not help but chuckle. You seem to have transformed into quite the man overnight. Was I not manly before? Yu Qing replied, I merely lack eloquence. However, I am acutely aware of what must be done and what is required. It appears your character resembles that of your mother. Cui Ying felt a surge of relief. Although I feel guilty towards uncle, I am glad you do not resemble him. Thank goodness my father is not present. After enduring a night of hardship, Yu Qing had completely matured. Let us proceed. Tang Sancheng sat in the antique shop, his hands clasped behind his back. So this is how it is. Upon reflection, there was indeed such a matter back in the day. Suddenly discussing the relationship between nature's fury and human fate, I regret not inquiring about his interest in this topic. It turns out it was to prolong your mother's life. Boss Tang, my mother is now in grave danger. My father must have taken her to a place abundant with chinya lotus. Yu Qing stated, at this moment, apart from the chinya lotus, all other plants are siphoning her vitality. However, the chinya lotus is seasonally restricted. Moreover, this method has reached its limits. The chinya lotus will gradually lose its efficacy. The mist you observe in the gaps of the room is the vitality of the chinya lotus. If all goes well, the mist will be absorbed by the resolute language. Yet she can currently absorb only a fraction. Tang Sancheng understood the harsh reality but could not refrain from saying, the backlash has already commenced. It is impossible to halt. Su Bai is merely making a final struggle, extending life for 22 years. I cannot begin to fathom how they endured during this time. Perhaps, letting go is the best choice. My father will not relent, Yu Qing asserted. Indeed, he is obstinate. Tang Sancheng remarked. He won't turn back until he runs into a wall. Had I known of this matter back then, I would have certainly intervened. Alas, I too lack the qualifications. I allowed Xiao Ning to employ the reincarnation curse. Well, let us not dwell on that. We shall await the outcome. It seems this is the only course. Yu Qing's gaze was resolute. I will wait for their return. No matter the outcome, I shall accept it. Well said. Yu Qing. Tang Sancheng patted Yu Qing's shoulder firmly. Now that is the spirit of a true man. Cui Ying's heart felt at ease. It seems there truly is such a phenomenon as maturing overnight. Noticing Yu Qing's mood had calmed, Tang Sancheng inquired, have you found any information regarding grandfather Su Bai's identity? It appears that the future uncle is quite troubled. Su Bai responded, those with the surname Ji are not in the capital. Cross-regional investigations pose some difficulties. We can only wait and see. The Ji surname carries significant weight. Tang Sancheng remarked. Indeed, it is one of the 8 ancient surnames, originating from a matriarchal society, where sharing a surname signifies a shared maternal lineage. Thus, the 8 ancient surnames, derived from the feminine side, signify a lineage of clans passed down through various venerable matriarchs, over the course of protracted hereditary succession and evolution. These surnames have transformed, particularly after the Zhou dynasty when the sovereign GFA conferred feudal states upon the nobles. Many aristocrats altered their surnames in commemoration of their fiefdoms, leading to the surnames we recognize today, as noted by Su Bai. I am familiar with the 8 surnames: Ji, Jiang, Gui, Si, Ying, Ji, Yun, and Yao. The surnames Ji and Ji share a common origin, tracing back to the Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan. Jiang originates from the Flame Emperor, Shenong, while Yun descends from Emperor Ku, Gaoxin. Both Gui and Yao stem from Emperor Shun, and Si is derived from Diyu, remarked Chuaying. Consequently, the Ji surname is indeed a direct lineage of the Yellow Emperor, she continued. Su Bai scoffed. What significance does the Ji surname hold? I find the Su surname quite appealing. Chuaying regarded him with a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. The Ji surname is that of the Yellow Emperor and the royal line of the Zhou dynasty. Over 400 surnames have directly evolved from Ji, and the majority of present-day Han individuals bearing the Ji surname are direct descendants of the Yellow Emperor, which is rather impressive. I am aware that Sima Qian mentioned in the records of the 5 emperors that the Yellow Emperor had 25 sons, 14 of whom were granted surnames, leading to 12 surnames. Ji, Yu, Qi, Ji, Tong, Zhen, Ren, Sun, Shi, Ji, Xian, and Yi. Only Qingyang and Yigu share the Ji surname. The later 5 emperors, Xiaohao, Zhuanxu, Ku, Yao Shun, as well as the ancestors of the Xia and Shang dynasties, including Qi and the agricultural deity Huji, are all descendants of the Yellow Emperor. Huji inherited the Ji surname, and his descendants founded the Zhou dynasty, Su Bai elaborated. Tang San Chung interjected, given the distinctiveness of the Ji surname, it stands to reason we should be able to trace it. I shall inquire further and seek additional information. Many thanks, Boss Tang, Su Bai replied. Suddenly, he recalled the jade tube and hurried to retrieve it. By the way, when I was possessed by Wei Yin, the man who saved me, resembling my grandfather, left behind this item. Boss Tang, could you take a look? Tang Sancheng held the jade tube in his hands. This is ancient jade, a fine piece indeed. However, the patterns upon it are rather peculiar. I have never encountered such designs before. Typically, ancient jade features either auspicious clouds or dragon motifs, or perhaps floral and faunal engravings. This, however, exhibits an unknown geometric pattern. Indeed, I have searched extensively online for jade artifacts and found nothing that matches, Su Bai remarked. Wait, look inside. There is a small, concave circle, Tang Sancheng noted, observing the sides. Indeed, the central hole of the jade tube is too small for me to have examined it closely, Su Bai admitted. At Tang Sancheng's prompting, he peered inside and discovered 2 small depressions that could hardly be termed holes, as they did not penetrate the jade tube. A spark of curiosity ignited within Su Bai. Do you have a pair of fine tweezers? Chuaying rose to search for them, rummaging through the toolbox until she found a suitable pair. Su Bai carefully extended the tweezers into the jade tube and, to his delight, managed to extract a small sample, only to be disheartened to find it was merely jade shavings. Bah, just jade shavings, he lamented. As Su Bai expressed his disappointment, an abrupt sound akin to an electric shock resonated from outside, prompting Tang Sancheng to exclaim, "What on earth is this?" daring to intrude upon an antique shop. It was the sound of the heavenly net formation preventing spirits from entering. Tang San was the first to step outside and saw a large-headed ghost charging towards the antique shop. As it drew near, it was repelled and fell to the ground, producing a loud crack, akin to the sound of firecrackers. This large-headed ghost possessed no intelligence and recklessly barreled forward. Ying Ning quickly intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing? This will lead to your soul scattering." This large-headed ghost was the same one from before and was quite fond of Ying Ning. Upon seeing her, it displayed an expression of excitement, tugging at her hand, but soon became anxious. Ying Ning inquired, "Are you here to seek my assistance?" The large-headed ghost nodded and pulled her along, but its pace was too slow. Su Bai, feeling anxious, remarked, "It seems urgent, but at this rate, how long will it take to get there?" However, why was this large-headed ghost able to grasp Ying Ning's hand? Typically, spirits could not touch the living. Was it merely an ordinary ghost? Before Su Bai could ponder further, Tang San spoke up. "This is quite simple." With a swift gesture, he attracted the large-headed ghost, which then transformed into a size akin to a thumb, obediently resting in the palm of Tang San's hand. "This is much quicker," Tang San commented. The large-headed ghost, now in Tang San's lead, was headed to the location where they had previously observed the infant through the window. Curiously, Ying Ning asked, "What is happening here?" The large-headed ghost leapt from Tang San's hand to the ground, returning to its original size, and pointed inside, indicating that Ying Ning should take a look. The room appeared rather antiquated, with windows framed in old wooden slats. With a gentle wave of her hand, Ying Ning opened a crack in the window, revealing the same infant lying motionless in bed. Just as she was about to approach, a middle-aged man appeared. Beside the middle-aged man stood an elderly woman, her face etched with worry. "Master, please help us. This child has been ill for several days, and neither medicine nor injections have improved the situation. The parents are absent, and I am at my wit's end." Yu Qing merely glanced at the child and concluded, "This is a charlatan." Ying Ning understood and softly remarked to the large-headed ghost, "Are you afraid that this charlatan might harm the child?" The ghost nodded. Just as Ying Ning intended to enter, Su Bai restrained her, saying, "Let us observe first. If we act recklessly, we may frighten the elderly woman." "Elderly lady, do you have a kerosene lamp?" The middle-aged man wore a mysterious expression. "This old item is only found in our household," the elderly woman replied hurriedly. "I will fetch it." Once the kerosene lamp was retrieved, the elderly woman fretted about how to light it. The middle-aged man's eyes glimmered with cunning. "Madam, please bring me a piece of white cloth." Dismissing the elderly woman, he pulled out a packet from his pocket and swiftly applied something to his fingers. When the elderly woman returned, she handed the white cloth to the middle-aged man, who then ignited the lamp, only for him to extinguish it with a puff of air. The elderly woman gasped, "Aren't you supposed to light the lamp?" The middle-aged man grunted, "This lamp must be ignited without the need for matches." "Oh, what purpose does lighting the lamp serve?" The elderly woman, having placed all her hopes on this man due to the child's persistent illness, was desperate. "This lamp is ignited with my internal energy, possessing the power to dispel evil and avert misfortune." The middle-aged man feigned an air of confidence, declaring, "If you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate how I ignite this lamp." As his finger grazed the wick, a flame sprang forth, leaving Ying Ning utterly astonished. How did he accomplish this? He had previously ground together 50 grams each of potassium chlorate and sulfur into a fine powder, which he adhered to his finger when the lamp extinguished. He seized upon the slightest spark to rekindle the light. Tang Sancheng remarked, "It is merely a trick employed by charlatans." However, the elderly lady gazed at the middle-aged man with deep admiration, her hands rubbing together incessantly. "Master, you possess true skill. Please, save this child." There was something amiss with the infant. Tang Sancheng noted, "The child carries the aura of the dead." The aura of the dead? But just the other day, the child was lively and appeared perfectly normal. Ying Ning interjected. He could speak and smile, waving his hands and feet, utterly delightful. Tang Sancheng fell silent, gesturing for the others to observe. In truth, the middle-aged man was devoid of any real knowledge, merely presenting a few yellow talismans to the elderly lady. "Burn these and send them down with water twice daily, and in 3 days, he will be well." The elderly lady extended her hand to accept the talismans, but the man's hand lingered in midair. Being a sensible woman, she quickly produced several banknotes, which the middle-aged man accepted before finally handing over the talismans. Ying Ning felt a wave of resentment, thinking, how could this scoundrel deceive the elderly? This concoction could endanger the child's life. Su Bai clenched his fists. This fraudulent Taoist must be taught a lesson. Yu Qing looked at the big-headed ghost, a thought stirring within him. What if we let him go? The big-headed ghost burst through the window, slowly revealing himself before the false Taoist. The Taoist, taken aback by the sudden apparition, froze in place, while the elderly lady remained oblivious, pushing the Taoist in confusion. "Master, what is the matter?" "A ghost! A ghost! A ghost!" The false Taoist screamed, stumbling backward and colliding with an old 5-drawer cabinet, causing its contents to crash to the floor. Good heavens! He discarded the banknotes and fled in terror, leaving the elderly lady frightened and unsure of how to proceed with the talismans in her hand. She retreated helplessly, eventually crouching by the infant's crib. What should I do? Can this be given to the child or not? Rising to inspect the baby, she found him with tightly shut eyes and bluish lips. Ying Ning observed with growing alarm. What should we do? The child appears to be on the brink of death. Tang Sancheng, hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "This child's birth is likely extraordinary. Yu Qing, we shall handle this. I must take my leave." "Boss Tang, where are you going now?" Su Bai asked, a hint of panic in his voice. "Well, such trifles are better left to you." Tang Sancheng grunted before departing. His sudden exit left the others perplexed, while the big-headed ghost looked pitifully at Ying Ning. She reassured him, "Fear not, we will surely save this child." Tang Sancheng abruptly turned back, stating, "A child born under such circumstances must have an extraordinary mother." as Yu Qing was about to inquire further. Tang Sansheng had already departed. Yu Qing exchanged a glance with Cui Ying. To save a life, one must swallow their pride. Cui Ying chuckled softly, then tapped on the window, simultaneously inquiring, "Madam, is everything all right? I haven't heard the child's voice today." Su Bai silently admired Cui Ying's cleverness. Her words suggested she was a regular passerby, accustomed to the sounds of a child's laughter and cries. And her curiosity today was merely a natural response to the absence of those sounds, thus avoiding any awkwardness. Chapter 574. 3-inch golden lotus in her moment of confusion. The elderly woman, upon hearing the concerned voice, hastily opened the window. "Who are you?" she asked. "Oh, I live nearby," Cui Ying replied with casual ease. "I heard some commotion inside, yet the child was silent. I feared something might have happened." With a feigned astonishment, she glanced toward the child and exclaimed, "Oh dear! What has happened to this little one? We must rush them to the hospital. Are the parents not present?" The elderly woman's face, lined with wrinkles, twitched. "Their parents are not here. It's just me, an old widow." "Madam, please allow us to come in and take a look," Cui Ying implored with genuine concern. "This situation is dire. It could lead to tragedy. By the way, these three are my friends." The old woman eyed them suspiciously. "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, her wariness finally surfaced. Cui Ying, disappointed, replied, "The phony priest you encountered earlier was scared away by us. We only wish to assist. The hospital cannot treat this child. Seeking help from a priest is not out of the question, but it must not be a charlatan. Look at the powder on the ground. That man used his finger to dab it, which reignited the lamp. It is merely potassium chlorate and sulfur." Seeing the conviction in Cui Ying's words, the elderly woman hesitated. Just then, Yu Qing recalled what Tang Sansheng had said and interjected, "Forgive my bluntness, but this child is not of ordinary birth. They bear the aura of death, and now it has manifested." The elderly woman's complexion turned pale, her lips trembled incessantly. She pressed her hand to her chest and glanced down at the child, finally relenting. "Come in then." Yu Qing breathed a sigh of relief, while Ying Ning whispered, "Boss Tang is truly remarkable." The four entered with the large-headed ghost, who immediately leaned against the bedside, gazing intently at the infant with concern. The elderly woman remarked, "It can't be that you're going to use talisman water again, can it?" "No," Yu Qing replied. "The priority is to release the corpse poison." "How old is this child?" 6 months, the elderly woman responded. Previously, they seemed like any normal child. Who would have thought they would suddenly deteriorate like this? Yu Qing produced a silver needle and began to expel the poison from the child. The elderly woman gasped at the sight of such a long needle, wanting to intervene, but was held back by Ying Ning. "Trust him. He is no charlatan, but a person of genuine skill. We must at least give it a chance. This child's survival is precarious. Please do not take their life," the elderly woman pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she fell silent as Yu Qing inserted the silver needle. Black gas erupted from the child's body, and their previously ashen complexion began to improve. The elderly woman covered her mouth in astonishment. "Is this what you refer to as corpse poison?" "Indeed, though this poison is rather peculiar," Yu Qing confirmed. Yu Qing raised his head and said, "It is inherent from birth, not acquired later. Therein lies the crux of the matter, for complete eradication is no simple feat." Upon hearing Yu Qing's words, the elderly lady suddenly knelt down with a thud. "You truly are deities among mortals. I implore you, save this child, for his existence is fraught with hardship." Su Bai inquired, "What of the child's parents?" The elderly lady's expression grew complex, as if burdened by unspoken secrets, prompting Ying Ning to add, "If we do not understand the root cause, it will be challenging to save him. Please, dear lady, speak freely." "I do not know who the child's father is, but the mother is still alive," the elderly lady managed to say with difficulty. "I can take you to see her now." Yu Qing hastened his actions, and the child's complexion improved significantly. The elderly lady retrieved a cloth bundle, wrapping the child securely before cradling him in her arms. "Come with me." The child, regaining some strength, slowly opened his eyes. And before the elderly lady could take a step, he spotted the big-headed ghost and began to giggle, seemingly greeting it. The elderly lady cast a puzzled glance in the direction the child was looking. "This child has always been like this. He often laughs at the air. It is merely the big-headed ghost playing with him." At the center of this residence stood a well, a rarity in the capital. Presently, water was not drawn directly from the well, but was pumped up by a motor with a faucet installed for convenience. "Now, Beside that faucet was a storage room, its door secured with a large lock, emanating a peculiar odor. Cui Ying furrowed her brows. What is that smell? It's strange, neither fragrant nor truly foul. Suddenly, the child, recently awakened, burst into tears, as if touched by sorrowful memories. His cries soon transformed into sobs, filled with profound melancholy. The elderly lady's tears fell as she handed the child to Cui Ying, retrieving a key from her pocket to unlock the door. As it swung open, the sight within left everyone astounded. Inside, the room was meticulously organized, housing a grand set of 3 coffins. The so-called 3 coffins consisted of 2 outer coffins and 1 inner coffin, all exceptionally large. The coffins were crafted from cypress wood, coated in a bronze-colored lacquer, while the inner coffin was made of fragrant Namu wood, exhibiting a reddish-orange hue. Between the inner coffin and the middle coffin, as well as between the middle and outer coffins, were layers of lime measuring approximately 40 centimeters thick, with an additional 30-centimeter layer of clay surrounding the outer coffin. The lid was sealed tightly, and the strange odor emanated from within. Cui Ying's expression changed. What is this? Alas, that is a long story. The elderly lady said anxiously. You must look quickly. I need to lock the door again. Yu Qing and Su Bai exchanged glances and approached to open the coffin lid. What lay inside left them utterly astonished. A female corpse, remarkably preserved, as if just interred. Her hair was jet black, styled in an intricate bun at the back of her head, her complexion fair, skin supple and resilient, with joints still capable of movement. The blood vessels in her muscles were distinctly visible. It is no exaggeration to say that administering a needle would pose no problem. The female corpse stood approximately 165 centimeters tall, her limbs proportionate and elongated, with an oval face and bound feet. Cui Ying's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a genuine 3-inch golden lotus. The tradition of foot binding began during the Sui dynasty and flourished in the Song dynasty. At that time, society widely regarded small feet as a standard of beauty, and women considered foot binding a virtue, enduring excruciating pain to achieve it. The bound feet were referred to as lotus, with varying sizes denoting different grades. Feet larger than 4 inches were called iron lotus, 4 inches were silver lotus, and 3 inches were golden lotus. The 3-inch golden lotus was deemed the epitome of feminine beauty. Legend has it that during the reign of Emperor Yu, he married a woman from the Tushan clan, who bore him a son named Qi. This woman was said to be a fox spirit with small feet, which earned her favor. Similarly, the consort of King Zhou of the Shang dynasty, Daji, was also believed to be a fox spirit, though her feet did not conform to the beauty standard, prompting her to bind them with cloth. Due to Daji's favor, women in the palace began to emulate her, binding their feet as well. However, this narrative lacks widespread acceptance, as it is generally believed that foot binding originated in the Sui dynasty. According to legend, when Emperor Yang of Sui traveled east to Jiangdu, he summoned 100 beautiful women to assist with his boat. One of these women, Wu Yunyang, was selected. Disdainful of the emperor's cruelty, she had her blacksmith father forge a small knife resembling a lotus petal, 3 inches long and 1 inch wide, which she concealed beneath layers of cloth on her foot while striving to make her foot smaller. She also engraved a lotus flower on the sole of her shoe, leaving a beautiful imprint with each step. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Yang was greatly pleased and summoned her closer, desiring to admire her small feet. Wu Yunyang slowly unwrapped her foot binding and suddenly thrust the lotus petal knife toward the emperor. Though he narrowly evaded the strike, his arm was wounded. Realizing her assassination attempt had failed, Wu Yunyang leapt into the river to end her life. In the aftermath, Emperor Yang decreed that in future beauty selections, no woman with bound feet would be chosen, regardless of her beauty. Nevertheless, in her memory, women in the community began to bind their feet en masse, leading to an increase in this practice. Now, the female corpse lying in the coffin possesses the quintessential 3-inch feet, adorned with red nail polish and exquisite features, suggesting she was a stunning young woman in her lifetime. Chapter 575. A century of pregnancy. This woman appears to be from the Qing dynasty. Observe the body. Covered with a gauze cap and resting on a silk cotton mat, dressed in 4 sets of ceremonial attire: court dress, supplemental clothing, banquet attire, and casual wear, each embellished with motifs of dragons, phoenixes, bats, and auspicious clouds. The embroidery on the supplemental garment features a qilin and a white zi, rendered in golden threads with exquisite craftsmanship and lively designs. She wears a deep blue winter hat and dark blue court boots, while her neck is adorned with a delicate silk scarf embroidered with peonies and chrysanthemums, showcasing meticulous color coordination and embroidery skills. However, the garments seem ill-fitting. Su Bai felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that? What could it be? Asked Ying Ning, her curiosity piqued. Old lady, this child. Could it be that the child was born from Su Bai's mouth with great difficulty? This suggestion startled everyone, including the old lady, who shivered. How did you know? Imagination, such a damned imagination, Su Bai pondered, bewildered. This woman is clad in Qing dynasty attire. How could she possibly give birth? What is truly going on? The old lady sighed. This tale is long. I was once a servant in this household, and I am 70 years old now. 70? Truly, one would not guess. You appear to be in your 60s at most. Chuang spoke earnestly. You maintain yourself remarkably well. The elderly lady sighed. Alas, I am but a half-buried soul. This family has all perished, leaving me as the sole guardian of this house. Last year, during construction nearby, the house suddenly trembled violently, which terrified me. I thought it was an earthquake. A large part of the yard caved in, and I intended to seek help, but funds were lacking. After the passing of the previous owner, I have been living on the meager savings they left behind, occasionally babysitting to supplement my household expenses. With no other options, I started moving some bricks myself, preparing to repave the area. The elderly lady spoke with meticulous detail, captivating her audience. As she recounted that fateful day, her heart raced, prompting her to press her hand against her chest, needing several breaths before she could continue. I removed the loose bricks, intending to lay new ones, when I suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. You know well what lies beneath this capital. Countless restless spirits dwell below. Yet I had never encountered a fragrant soul before. I cannot explain where I found the courage, but armed with a shovel, I began to dig. The deeper I went, the more I sensed something was amiss. The fragrance intensified. My former owner was a humble professor, though his lineage boasted some wealth. I mused, could there be buried treasures beneath? Yet, to my astonishment, I unearthed a coffin. The elderly lady continued, perhaps age has dulled my senses. I felt no fear at discovering such an ominous object. I devised a way to open the coffin, revealing a young woman inside, visibly 7 months pregnant. Tell me, if this woman is deceased, should not the child within her also be lifeless? From a medical perspective, that is indeed the case. Su Bai interjected, especially considering it was a Qing dynasty female corpse. While it's possible for the body to remain intact, how could the child be alive? Indeed, it is exceedingly sinister, the elderly lady replied. Yet when I unfastened her clothing to examine her, I distinctly saw the child kicking within her womb. Her throat dried, and her eyes widened uncontrollably, clearly shaken by the memories. The woman is dead. How can the child still move? I suffer from heart disease. I had to take medication immediately to preserve my life. I was at a loss regarding what to do with such a situation. Perhaps I had been possessed, as a lonely widow without kin, with the entire family gone. I yearned for companionship. I thought, if the child is alive and born, wouldn't I then have a companion? Ying Ning felt a chilling dread. This thought was too horrifying. Chuang instinctively took a step back, her gaze fixed on the elderly lady, whose expression was laden with loneliness. Yet this notion was frightful, and the fact that she had acted upon it was chilling. It took me several days to manage to bring the coffin up and push it into the storage room. You see, there are several marks on the exterior of the coffin, left by the rope I used to pull it. The elderly lady exhaled. I kept pondering whether the child inside was alive, if it needed sustenance, and whether this could continue. Yu Qing and Su Bai exchanged glances, and Su Bai spoke softly. Indeed, with the mother deceased, can the child within her womb survive? What transpired thereafter? Yet, the child had not perished, and I remained oblivious to the circumstances. I attempted to nourish her with liquid sustenance, but to no avail. Observing the child still moving within her, I ceased my efforts, waiting day by day to see if the child would be born. The elderly woman slightly raised her head. I have long contemplated a question. The woman must have already been pregnant at the time of her death. It must be so. And then, although the actions of this elderly woman were exceedingly dubious, one must ultimately seek the truth. And then, the old woman chuckled ominously. Then, as the days passed, her belly swelled, signifying the impending birth. I prepared numerous small items in anticipation of the child's arrival, and at the moment of birth, I feared the child might not emerge. A natural birth was impossible. How could a woman in such a weakened state give birth? Cui Ying's heart quivered. You did not resort to taking matters into your own hands, did you? Are there any other methods? The elderly woman glared at the four of them. Ying was taken aback, returning the child to the old woman, and proceeded to undress the female corpse within the coffin. As she peeled away the garments, she discovered a long gash upon the corpse's abdomen, with flesh turned outward, revealing a slender object. She instinctively turned her head away, feeling a surge of nausea rising in her throat, and quickly regained her composure, closing her eyes. You are not afraid? The old woman had indeed used a knife to slice open the woman's belly and extracted the child. What had initially been visible was merely the end of the umbilical cord, which, like the corpse, had not darkened. Upon witnessing this, Ying nearly retched, her feelings towards the old woman growing increasingly complex. The old woman chuckled. The child is alive, perfectly well, just like any ordinary child. Ying Ning felt an odd sensation within her. She tugged at Ying, inquiring with her eyes, is this woman unwell? Ying was equally at a loss, sharing the same apprehension as Ying Ning. Was it possible that the old woman was indeed deranged? Otherwise, how could she discover an incorruptible corpse and keep it to herself, all the while waiting for the child's birth? It was utterly absurd. How could a seemingly healthy child suddenly find itself in such a predicament? The old woman murmured, how could this be? My dear child, you must remain safe and sound. This old woman does not wish to be alone any longer. Su Bai rubbed his nose and resumed his examination of the female corpse. His heart jolted as he noticed, look, there are both horizontal and vertical gashes on her throat, forming a shape. Judging by the wounds, they appear to be fatal. Ying murmured, to be murdered and then buried so lavishly. Who exactly was this woman? This matter is beyond my concern. You must save this child. The old woman abruptly plopped down onto the ground. I have divulged such a secret to you. You must ensure the child survives, or else. Or else what? Ying suddenly felt a surge of irritation. Elderly woman, we shall do our utmost. Since we have involved ourselves in this affair, we will not abandon it halfway. But what of you? Are you not afraid, given the child's peculiar origins? What is there to fear? The old woman stood up, brushing off the dust from her trousers, and coldly remarked, once you have finished, please cover the coffin. After all, she is the child's mother. Do not let her rest in unrest. The four exchanged glances and hurriedly closed the coffin lid. The elderly lady locked it once more and addressed the group. Come back tomorrow. The child will not be leaving you. Chapter 576. A Century of Conception. 2. Very well. We shall return early tomorrow, Yu replied eagerly. However, may I ask, dear lady, how did the previous owner of this house meet their demise? Realizing it might be inappropriate, he hesitated. The elderly lady appeared weary. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She entered the kitchen and emerged with a package. These are my homemade pastries. Do try them. By the way, how much do you wish to pay? We do not require payment, Ying Ning innocently replied. No payment, the elderly lady remarked. It is customary to offer something in return. You should head back now. We shall meet again tomorrow. As the four exited the old house, they stood motionless on the street. Time passed, and after a while, Su Bai stretched lazily and said, let us return. It is already late. Their footsteps echoed in the quiet alley, each step laden with trepidation. Ying Ning could no longer contain herself. Could you speak? Your silence is quite unsettling. What can we say? That was truly terrifying. How could a deceased person give birth? Ying nudged Yu. Have you ever encountered anything like this before? I have heard tales of women giving birth in their coffins shortly after death, Yu responded, still perplexed. But to give birth after centuries of death, this is a first for me. It is utterly astonishing. Su Bai offered a hypothesis. There can only be one explanation. The woman's metabolism must not have completely ceased after death, allowing her to nourish the fetus. Yet, it makes no sense. If she were already pregnant at the time of death, then a 9-month term has turned into a century of gestation. Su Bai also had his own thoughts regarding the woman's identity. Her elaborate burial attire suggests she was of considerable status, certainly not an ordinary person. Unfortunately, had the elderly lady not been so insistent, we could have examined the details more closely. Ying Ning, holding the pastries given by the elderly lady, said with a wry smile, I cannot explain it, but I feel rather reluctant to eat these. Ying understood her sentiment. The elderly lady had an eerie demeanor, her actions peculiar enough to raise suspicions about the pastries possibly containing something sinister. Upon returning to the antique shop, Ying Ning unwrapped the oil paper, sighing in relief at what lay within. It was something Su Bai and Yu were quite familiar with. These are Jing 8 delicacies. 8 delicacies? Ying Ning counted, indeed. There are 8 types. Is there a story behind them? Jing 8 delicacies refers to 8 shapes and flavors of traditional Beijing pastries. Originally created for the imperial kitchens and later adapted for the public. They are made with fillings of date paste, green plums, raisins, rose, red bean paste, white sugar, banana, and sesame salt, encased in a dough of oil and water before baking. Fewer and fewer people know how to make these today. Su Bai picked up a piece and tasted it. Ah, this is quite delightful. The elderly lady possesses remarkable culinary skills. Having seen Su Bai sample the treat without ill effect, the others relaxed, each taking a piece to savor. Ying tilted her head, saying, "That elderly lady is quite strange. She appears somewhat unhinged, yet her pastry-making skills are commendable. Why did you return at such a late hour?" Shuexiang and Shuefen pushed open the door and were greeted by the sight of 4 individuals who had just returned, causing them to furrow their brows in unison. Shuefen, in particular, felt a sense of helplessness. "You are simply restless by nature. Just when we had a moment of peace, you all scurry about." Suddenly, Ying Ning inquired, "How peculiar. Where has the big-headed ghost gone?" "It seemed to have been drawn away by something midway," Ying remarked. "The curiosity of the big-headed ghost is exceptional. Despite its odd appearance, it possesses a certain charm." Ying Ning nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, it is exceptionally kind. Far more benevolent than any spirit I have encountered." Wei Jie, however, disagreed, exclaiming, "How dare you disregard me? This is intolerable." He then urged, "Enough of this idle chatter. Have you stumbled upon something strange again?" Shuefen let out a disgruntled hum. "Why are you afraid for us to know?" Ying Ning proceeded to recount the events of the evening, her tale of a century-long gestation, leaving Shuexiang and Shuefen astounded. Yet they could not conjure a plausible explanation. Thus, Shuexiang urged everyone to rest swiftly. Ying Ning shared a room with her mother. Lying beside her and immediately grasping her hand, resting her head on Shuexiang's shoulder, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Observing this, Shuexiang gently caressed her daughter's hair, asking, "Are you happy?" Ying Ning nodded enthusiastically, "Yes." "Is it because of Su Bai?" Shuexiang inquired. "You have been exceptionally joyful since returning from the temple. What did that child say to you?" Ying Ning replied, "He said he would wait for me. And if there were a way for us to be together longer, he would certainly make it happen." She continued, "He even helped me put on my shoes. This is the first time he spoke so assuredly, Mom. I am truly overjoyed. Regardless of whether he can fulfill his promise in the future, I am already content." Shuexiang reflected, "That is the right mindset, for our clans are indeed different." She sighed softly. "There is no banquet in the world that does not come to an end." Ying Ning remained optimistic. "At least we have several decades ahead of us." "Good child. Go to sleep." Shuexiang gently patted Ying Ning's back, still perceiving her as a little one. With her mother by her side, Ying Ning quickly succumbed to slumber. Before long, Shuexiang could hear her daughter's gentle breaths and sighed in relief before closing her own eyes. The following morning, Yuqing planned to revisit the old residence. As the infant's residual energy embedded in the mother was deep-rooted, necessitating at least 2 cleansing sessions daily. The 4 approached the house, and Ying knocked. But no one answered. She pondered, "How strange. Isn't the old lady an early riser? Why is she not awake at this hour?" Ying Ning moved to the window, peering through a crack, only to discover the crib was empty. "The child is missing," she exclaimed anxiously. Su Bai, already eager for action, declared, "I will climb over the wall and check." He vaulted into the courtyard, which was eerily vacant, calling out, "Old lady, are you home?" Receiving no reply, he intended to unlock the door for the others, only to be startled by the sight of a lock hanging on the door. Why has the old lady locked herself in? Su Bai tugged at the lock, just as Ying urged from outside, "Su Bai, hurry and open the door." "I can't. The door is locked." "You all should climb over as well," Su Bai replied, exasperated. This situation is rather strange. As the 3 individuals noticed the absence of onlookers, they swiftly scaled the wall and descended into the courtyard. Once inside, the first order of business for Ying Ning was to locate the infant. The room yielded no signs of the child, and the storage shed in the yard remained securely locked, allowing only a faint glimpse of the coffin within. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, the sound of chopping vegetables resonated from the kitchen, rhythmic and sharp. Thud, thud, thud. Su Bai, placing a hand on his chest, remarked, "Ah, so it's in the kitchen." Upon entering the kitchen, the 4 felt a wave of relief wash over them as they spotted the baby carriage, where the child lay blinking up at them. The elderly lady was busily preparing meals, her choice of traditional cookware suggesting her immersion in the task at hand. Perhaps compounded by a hearing impairment, as she paid no heed to the commotion outside, focusing solely on her chopping. Yuqing cautiously approached her, inquiring, "Madam, did you not hear us knocking?" The elderly woman slowly raised her head, casting a glance at the four, and replied nonchalantly, "Age has dulled my hearing. I cannot hear clearly. How did you manage to enter?" "We climbed over the wall, as we were somewhat concerned," Yuqing responded, puzzled. "Do you really need to prepare so many dishes so early in the morning?" On the stove, the elderly lady had already arranged 8 dishes, all meticulously cut and placed on plates, with garnishes that were visually appealing. It was uncommon for a household in the capital to prepare such a lavish spread at dawn, especially with only herself and an infant present. Was such grandeur truly necessary? The elderly lady remained silent, continuing her chopping, murmuring, "It requires 13 dishes, you see." The group found themselves momentarily speechless. Yuqing bent down to inspect the child, who held a milk bottle but lacked the strength to drink. "Madam, please continue your work. I shall tend to the child's condition," he stated. "Since we are here, we might as well share a meal." The elderly lady's voice turned chillingly cold. With so many dishes, this old woman cannot possibly finish them alone. Chapter 577. The Taboo of Death. The four hesitated simultaneously, and the knife in the elderly woman's hand came to a halt. She sighed, "I understand that you young people are reluctant to engage with an old woman. Very well, I shall not impose upon you. Actually, we could," Ying interjected cheerfully. "We haven't had much for breakfast, have we?" The other three quickly nodded in agreement. The elderly lady shot a sidelong glance at Ying. "Take the child outside. There will be smoke soon. And I wouldn't want him to be choked." Ying had anticipated this suggestion and hurriedly wheeled the baby carriage outside. Once in the courtyard, she turned to Ying Ning and remarked, "They say the older a person gets, the more eccentric they become. I see it is true. This woman fluctuates between warmth and coldness, leaving me quite unsettled." Ying Ning, possessing a certain innocence, replied, "With so many dishes prepared today, is it a special occasion for this family?" A thought arose in Ying's mind, and she suddenly regretted agreeing to stay for the meal. However, it was too late to turn back, so she resolved to go with the flow. Leaning over to gaze at the child in the carriage, she mused, "What a lovely little creature, born after a century of anticipation. That woman must surely rest in peace." With a smile, Yuqing smiled faintly, producing a silver needle. He first brushed it against the child, and then said, "Little one, you must hold on a bit longer." Ying Ning could not bear to watch, and swiftly turned her head away. This child was indeed unlike any other. He had been in a state of unconsciousness the previous night. While his lack of response could be somewhat excusable, he was now fully awake. As the needle was inserted, he not only refrained from crying, but instead widened his eyes, gazing at Yuqing, emitting a series of melodious giggles. Yuqing gently caressed his face, exclaiming, "You are quite the peculiar little one. Are you not afraid of the pain?" The child giggled even more, prompting Yuqing to chuckle in return. "It's fortunate you are merely laughing. If you were to suddenly speak, it would truly be a fright." Ying nudged Yuqing, admonishing, "Do not speak so carelessly." The three observed as Yuqing extracted the poison from the child's body and then encouraged him to play in the courtyard for a while. Throughout this time, the kitchen was bustling with activity. Though the elderly lady was advanced in years, her movements were surprisingly nimble. In just over half an hour, delightful aromas wafted from the kitchen. Su Bai inhaled deeply, remarking, "Preliminary assessment suggests her culinary skills may be only slightly inferior to my father's." Ying Ning shot him a glare. "We have yet to eat, and you are already flattering her?" Laughter erupted among them, and at that moment, the elderly lady emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, her expression neutral as she announced, "All right, it's time to eat." Seated around the round table, they gazed at the sumptuous dishes laid out before them, yet no one reached for their chopsticks. For the elderly lady had set an excessive number of bowls, 11 in total for a mere 5 people, which was 6 more than necessary. Finally, Yuqing could no longer contain herself. "Elderly lady, are there not too many bowls?" "Not at all," she replied calmly. "There are 5 of us, plus 6 for them, making precisely 11. Today marks their death anniversary. They should all be returning." A chill ran through the 4 of them. The death anniversary, the day marking the passing of a loved one, is a time when relatives and friends purchase offerings to pay their respects. And the elderly lady had prepared a splendid feast to welcome their return. Feeling a sense of restraint, The group grew even more hesitant to touch their chopsticks, sitting in silence. The elderly lady paid them no mind, filling all 6 bowls with rice, placing chopsticks atop each bowl and letting them rest on the table. She poured 6 cups of wine, murmuring, "They should all be returning. All come back." After a lengthy incantation, she poured the wine onto the ground with an expression of relief. When she looked up, Ying Ning noticed her eyes were red-rimmed, mistaking her for being sorrowful. She spoke cautiously, "Please do not be too upset. There is nothing to be upset about. Why are you not eating?" The elderly lady sighed. "Is the food not to your liking?" "Not at all." Su Bai replied boisterously. "It smells delightful. It must be delicious." He took a piece of pig liver and popped it into his mouth, and indeed, it was as delectable as he had imagined. Seeing Su Bai relish his meal, the other 3 also picked up their chopsticks, while the elderly lady seemed to lack appetite, focusing solely on the child. Ying Ning inquired, "By the way, why must the door be locked from the inside? I fear someone might steal the child." "He is all I have left now," the elderly lady replied, stroking the child's face. "The door must be secured." Ying Ning dared not inquire further and hastily focused on her meal. The 4 of them exchanged not a single word, each preoccupied with the thought of finishing their food and departing swiftly. Suddenly, Chuang felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Sensing the impending calamity, she quickly turned to Yu Qing. Before Yu Qing could respond, Chuang collapsed, her head hitting the table, rendered unconscious. Yu Qing was taken aback and was about to reach out to rouse Chuang when Su Bai, seated across from them, abruptly succumbed in a similar manner. Only he and Ying Ning remained conscious. Ying Ning sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Has something been drugged in the food?" The elderly woman raised her head, her eyes bloodshot. "The drug had been sitting for a while. I thought it had lost its potency." Ying Ning tugged at Su Bai, urging him to rise. "Big guy, we must leave here quickly." Yet, as she exerted herself, her legs began to tremble and her strength waned. It became increasingly difficult to steady herself, and she eventually crumpled to the ground. Yu Qing, too, felt his vision blurring and his body growing weak. He noticed the old woman approaching them menacingly, declaring, "You have arrived at a most opportune time for the family's dark rites." Yu Qing cursed inwardly just as a child's wail pierced the air. Amidst the cries, he sank to his knees, his body collapsing straight down. Time slipped away unnoticed. Su Bai felt as though he had plunged into the depths of a dark lake, faint echoes of voices surrounding him, and a vague semblance of his name reached his ears. Unable to move, his mind gradually cleared. He attempted to turn over, but his body felt as heavy as stone. Refusing to budge, his legs were numb, bordering on painful. Scenes from earlier flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He hastily opened his eyes, the first thing he saw being a dim yellow light bulb swaying from a long cord, its brightness blinding. He squeezed his eyes shut, eventually reopening them. "Where on earth am I?" he muttered. Yu Qing's weary voice responded, "You're finally awake. I thought you would be the first to regain consciousness." Su Bai then realized he was seated in a chair, bound by ropes from his shoulders down, unable to move anything but his head. Yu Qing was similarly constrained, while Ying Ning and Chuang were tied to chairs on the opposite side, both still unconscious. Su Bai called out, "Sister, Ying Ning, there's no need to shout. We've been drugged. We'll only awaken once the effects wear off, which varies by individual constitution," Yu Qing explained. "The most pressing concern now is to free ourselves from these bindings." "I'll give it a try. These ropes don't seem too sturdy," Su Bai said resolutely, attempting to wriggle free. With each movement, the chair shifted slightly. After several desperate attempts, he finally conceded, "Why is it so tight? This doesn't resemble the old woman's methods at all, does it?" Yu Qing, still analyzing the situation, remarked, "The ropes are tied with considerable skill." Su Bai retorted, "But you possess internal strength. Can't you break free?" Yu Qing replied calmly, "I'm trying. It would be easier if you refrained from speaking to me." Su Bai quickly closed his mouth. As Yu Qing cultivated his energy, Ying Ning and Chuang also regained consciousness one after another. Ying Ning glanced at the ropes binding her and pouted, "What is wrong with that old lady? Why did she drug us? Heaven knows. Let's leave this place first." Chuang said, panting, "Truly despicable. The saying that kindness invites deceit is indeed accurate." As Yu Qing silently focused his energy, he felt an unbearable heat in his palms. With a shout from his throat, several strands of rope snapped. With this opening, he sprang into action, freeing himself completely. He crouched down and first untied Chuang. Su Bai couldn't help but scold, "You, who prioritize beauty over friendship, why did you untie Chuang first?" Cui Ying shot him a glare. Enough with the nonsense. We need to get out of here. The four of them, now free, were eager to escape but soon realized they were locked inside a windowless room. The only furnishings were a few rickety chairs, and the dim yellow light overhead illuminated a dusty old fan in the corner. A foul odor permeated the air, and the dust on the floor left deep impressions underfoot. The iron door was tightly secured, locked from the outside, and no amount of pulling could budge it. Ying Ning, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "What should we do? We don't even know where we are," and the door won't open. "I suddenly miss our big brother, the rat." Su Bai approached a wall, wiped his hand across it, and noticed water stains. He immediately said, "We must be near water. That old lady never leaves her house. Where could she have transported us? I believe we are underground, possibly beside a well." "What about our phones?" Cui Ying asked, feeling her pockets. She sighed in relief. "Fortunately, the old lady is forgetful and didn't take our phones." However, her relief was short-lived as she lamented, "But alas, though we have our phones, there's no signal. We're utterly helpless." Su Bai kicked the iron door, which clanged loudly. Noticing the door was slightly deformed and rusty, he felt a surge of excitement. "Look, the door is rusted from the humidity. With a bit of force, it might just open." Cui Ying dragged a chair over and struck the door with it, unconcerned about the noise since their opponent was merely an old lady. Outnumbered 4-1, they had little to fear. Bang, bang, bang. Cui Ying relentlessly attacked the iron door, leaving Su Bai in awe. "Goodness, how can a woman have such strength?" "Enough talk, let us get to work," Cui Ying replied. Exasperated. At last, the door began to bend, revealing a small opening. Yu Qing thrust his hands through, pulling forcefully until the door cracked open wider. Just as Cui Ying was about to slip through, Yu Qing held her back, saying, "Let me go first." Yu Qing was the first to wriggle free, emerging into a narrow passageway, where a rope ladder dangled from above. He tugged at it and began his ascent. Upon reaching the top, he discovered a wooden plank positioned above him. With a firm push, the plank slid aside, allowing him to peek out. He found himself overlooking a vegetable patch in the courtyard, and the fresh air invigorated him. Elated, he pushed off the ground and leaped down, calling out eagerly for his companions below. "Hurry up," Cui Ying, filled with concern, advised. "Yu Qing, watch your back." Realizing the potential danger behind him, Yu Qing stood and surveyed his surroundings. The courtyard was eerily quiet, his gaze landing on the door, which remained locked, indicating no escape had been attempted. His heart sank. The baby carriage that had once occupied the dining room was now in the yard, but it stood empty. The child was nowhere to be found. Not only was the child missing, but a foul odor lingered in the air. As Yu Qing sniffed the air, attempting to locate the source of the stench, Cui Ying and the others climbed up, calling out his name. He turned back to them, saying, "Su Bai, your assumption was correct. The basement is situated by the well." Su Bai chuckled. "It's merely common sense, nothing extraordinary." Cui Ying shot him a disapproving glance. "And look at you, reveling in your own cleverness." Ying Ning, possessing the heightened senses of her fox heritage, detected the metallic scent of blood. There's a strong smell of blood. Could something have happened to the baby? The four of them moved toward the source of the odor, which emanated from the dining area. Before they could enter, Su Bai spotted a pair of feet protruding, an ominous feeling washing over him. The elderly woman lay sprawled beside the dining table, her eyes wide and hands clutching the knife's hilt, the blade fully embedded in her heart, blood pooling around her. Cui Ying and Yu Qing exchanged alarmed glances. What on earth happened? Yu Qing sighed, shaking his head in despair. He crouched down, placing his hand against the old woman's neck to check for a pulse. There was none. "She's dead," he confirmed. The knife had struck true, and the blood had erupted swiftly. She had died quickly, her eyes wide open in a haunting gaze. Yu Qing glanced at her, then gently brushed his fingers over her eyes, but they remained unblinking. "This is a true case of death without closure," he remarked. After death, the muscles of the cornea and eyelids begin to atrophy at varying rates, which can result in some individuals passing with their eyes wide open while others may close theirs. "It's not so remarkable," he added. Su Bai reached out and brushed again, just a few more times, and see? They're closing now. Finally, the elderly woman's eyes shut, and Yu Qing let out a breath of relief, only to feel a weight settle in his chest. But where is the child? Ying Ning rushed into the room, only to find the crib empty. Despite their frantic search, Cui Ying and Ying Ning found no trace of the baby. With hands raised in resignation, Cui Ying declared, "It seems we have no choice but to call the authorities." "What on earth is happening?" Su Bai asked, bewildered. She confined us and then took her own life? Ying, lamenting the grim situation, remarked, it does feel as though we are the harbingers of death. This area falls under the jurisdiction of Gao Mingyuan, who, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived to find that the bodies had not been disturbed, which brought him a sense of relief. However, upon hearing that they had attempted to close the deceased's eyes, he cautioned, from now on, do not touch the corpses. You haven't disturbed the murder weapon, have you? Of course not. Yuqing quickly clarified. I only touched her to ascertain whether she was dead. By the way, how did you come to be here? And this house is locked. You aren't trespassing, are you? Future uncle, we had no choice, Su Bai lamented. We were held captive. We just wanted to help, he added. But it seems we've stirred up quite a mess. Su Bai hastily recounted the situation, and when Gao Mingyuan spotted the baby carriage in the yard, he became convinced. You are assisting a child. It is evident that there is a child within this house. Where were you imprisoned? Su Bai guided Gao Mingyuan's men downstairs, where they discovered a basement strewn with ropes, further solidifying Su Bai and his companion's credibility. Gao Mingyuan finally exhaled in relief. You stand aside for now and cooperate to provide your statements. I shall return to you shortly. As the four began to give their testimonies, Ying suddenly recalled something and discreetly tugged at Yuqing's sleeve. This is troubling. The coffin is still in the storage room. Yuqing cleared his throat. It seems we must explain this in detail. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao was fixated on the storage room. Boss, this storage room is locked. Should we open it to investigate? Yes, do so, Gao Mingyuan replied, moving towards it. However, allow me to handle this task. He produced a wire from his pocket and deftly unlocked the door. Su Bai could not help but exclaim, wow, uncle. If you weren't a captain, you could consider becoming a locksmith. Retirement would never leave you wanting for work. Enough of that. What is there to see in an empty room? Gao Mingyuan retorted. You all go downstairs and collect any evidence to take back. Empty? Completely empty? Su Bai stared in astonishment at the barren storage room. There should have been a grand coffin. The elderly woman was dead, the child was missing, and even the coffin had vanished. The four were at a loss, as the events had unfolded too suddenly, with too many details left unresolved. They decided to conceal the matter of the coffin, along with the origins of the child, stating only that there had been an elderly woman and a child. The woman had died, and the child had gone missing, with the remainder being their tale of captivity. Finally completing their statements, the four of them were drenched in sweat. The on-site investigation was nearing its conclusion. Gao Mingyuan spoke softly to Su Bai. I will seek you out later. I have exclusive information regarding this elderly woman. Chapter 579. A long-standing cold case. Su Bai had no time to inquire further as other officers approached, forcing him to set aside his curiosity and obediently return to the antique shop. Once at a safe distance from the old residence, Su Bai could not contain his frustrations, exclaiming, what in the world is happening? While we were held captive, the elderly woman was murdered, the child was taken away, and even the coffin was removed. Yuqing maintained his composure. It appears this situation is far from ordinary. That child is a rare find in this world. Whoever took the child must have their own motives, and the mother is undoubtedly essential. If only we could ascertain the identity of that female corpse. Yuqing highlighted the key points, yet all they knew about the female corpse was that she was adorned with a bougie patch. Su Bai resolved to return to the antique shop to conduct further research. The woman's funeral, coffin, and garments were remarkably distinct, clearly indicating her elevated status. Observe. The bougie on the corpse features a design of qilin and baize, corresponding to the image Su Bai found on his computer. The system of bougie originated in the early Ming dynasty, where official garments bore silk scarves embroidered with ornamental patches, known as bougie, signifying rank and position. According to the Ming dynasty regulations, the patches for nobles were qilin, and the Qing dynasty directly inherited the official attire of the Ming, albeit with slight modifications. Nobles were designated with the zhenmang, and first-rank military officials bore the qilin. Thus, this woman's husband was likely a prominent official within the court, possibly a first-rank military officer or nobleman. The corpse showed no signs of decay, attributable to the burial conditions, which were perhaps less humid, and the coffin, which was enormous, layered, and reminiscent of the fragrant scents encountered in the tomb of the Hongwu emperor. It is likely that substances such as benzoin or sandalwood were utilized for preservation. Su Bai remarked on the peculiar shape of the wound, which indeed correlated with the corpse's preservation. What do you mean by that? Yuqing inquired. The shape of the wound on the woman's neck severed both the arteries and veins, leading to a complete loss of blood and significantly reducing moisture, thereby inhibiting bacterial proliferation. From the examination of the 3 outer layers of clothing, it was deduced that her death likely occurred in the frigid winter months, a crucial factor contributing to the corpse's remarkable preservation. Su Bai concluded, "We can now summarize our findings." Yu Qing nodded in agreement. The deceased was a noble woman of the Qing dynasty, murdered in winter and buried while pregnant. Yet, that alone is insufficient, Su Bai continued. I will delve into historical records to see if there are any matches. We are merely awaiting news from my uncle to see what he has uncovered. Gao Mingyuan arrived in the dead of night, and upon observing his pallor, it was evident that the case was perplexing. As he settled in, Xuefan served hot dishes, to which Gao Mingyuan expressed his gratitude with a smile. You two need not be so polite, Shuiying urged. Come on, uncle, please share what you have learned. The weapon bore only the elderly woman's fingerprints, and the footprints collected from the scene belonged solely to the 4 of them and the elderly lady, with no evidence of any other individuals. As for the child, there were indeed signs of a child's presence at the scene, but the child was conspicuously missing. Gao Mingyuan remarked. However, the forensic experts noted that for someone of the elderly woman's age, a precise stab to the chest, where the blade entirely penetrated the heart, required an extraordinary amount of force. Typically, a person would be terrified to stab themselves. Yet this elderly lady displayed such ruthless determination. The forensic team considers this a significant point of contention. Aside from this anomaly, no further discrepancies were noted. Shuiying had come to understand their approach. The ultimate conclusion would likely suggest that the elderly woman had mental health issues, leading to a determination of suicide, correct? Gao Mingyuan's countenance betrayed a sense of awkwardness, yet he nodded in affirmation. This is indeed an inescapable circumstance. However, the elderly lady undeniably suffers from a mental illness. This is the primary reason for my presence here. As you have mentioned, today marks the death anniversary of the owner of that residence. Consequently, you were invited to dine, only to find that the food had been laced with a sedative, resulting in your confinement in the basement. This bears a striking resemblance to events that transpired 40 years ago. Notably, there were 6 extra bowls, indicating that the family originally comprised 6 individuals, including the elderly lady. There were 7 in total. Su Bai interjected, the elderly lady has stated that the family has been eradicated. Indeed, they have perished. And at the hands of that very elderly lady, Gao Mingyuan proclaimed, sending a chill through the 4 individuals present. Ying Ning timidly inquired, you mentioned similarities. Were those 6 individuals also sedated 40 years ago? Yes, Gao Mingyuan confirmed. The elderly lady has passed away, and we must certainly investigate her identity. The inquiry, while seemingly innocuous, is bound to stir disquieting revelations. He continued, the elderly lady was known as Zhang Hongxia, aged 68 this year. 40 years prior, at the age of 28, she was the perpetrator of a heinous massacre. The aforementioned old residence belonged to a professor at the Imperial Capital University, a prominent figure in the academic realm of that era, and a person of considerable repute. His surname was He, Professor He, who resided with his family of 6, parents, wife, a son, and a daughter. One fateful night, they were brutally murdered and dismembered by the maid, Zhang Hongxia, right in the basement where you were imprisoned. Su Bai remarked. No wonder that place always exuded a strange odor. Now the truth is unveiled. Indeed, Gao Mingyuan replied, Zhang Hongxia was apprehended almost immediately, and under normal circumstances, she would have faced the death penalty, given the overwhelming evidence. Yet, at the last moment, her sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. Why? Shuiying inquired, perplexed. 6 lives, 6 precious lives extinguished. The reason lies in Zhang Hongxia's revelation to the investigators that she had an illicit relationship with Professor He, Gao Mingyuan sighed. In that era, such matters were of grave significance, particularly given Professor He's esteemed status. Was it a case of love turning to hatred? Shuiying questioned. That appears to be the case. Gao Mingyuan replied. The veracity of her claims is uncertain, as one party is deceased, and Zhang Hongxia's assertions remain unverified. However, once this narrative emerged, public sentiment shifted dramatically. Many began to assert that Zhang Hongxia had been deceived, leading to her wrath and the ensuing tragedy. A considerable number even began to question Professor He's character. Zhang Hongxia, being astute, repeatedly lamented her plight in court, ultimately managing to overturn her fate, transforming a death sentence into life imprisonment. That woman seems to possess a remarkable cunning. Shui Ying remarked. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Women can be formidable creatures, Gao Mingyuan acknowledged. After her incarceration, she exhibited good behavior, resulting in multiple sentence reductions. 10 years ago, due to severe heart disease, she was granted medical parole, and 5 years ago, her sentence officially concluded, granting her freedom. Nonetheless, Gao Mingyuan added, the reformatory had received feedback indicating that her mental state was somewhat unstable. They had advised her to seek psychiatric help, but she consistently refused. That certainly aligns with our suspicions. Have we not often found it peculiar? This elderly lady oscillates between dark and light, leaving us with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Su Bai exclaimed with a casual demeanor, this certainly clarifies matters. Gao Mingyuan remarked. What is most peculiar is that Professor He's residence has long been infamous as a haunted house, remaining unsold and unoccupied for years. It is quite striking that as soon as Zhang Hongxiao regained her freedom, she requested to move in, having no relatives to turn to. The institution consented and even arranged for someone to procure basic necessities for her, knowing she occasionally engaged in small tasks to supplement her household income and could sustain herself, which reassured them. That elderly lady possesses remarkable craftsmanship and culinary skills. Shui Ying noted, I observed that the child is clad in exquisitely crafted handmade vests. Gao Mingyuan responded. Indeed, she served as a maid in the He household for over a decade, performing various tasks. He sighed, alas, how could such a tragic incident occur? The most unfortunate victims are those 2 children. One is reported to be 10 years old, the other 8. After their demise, their heads were severed, and their limbs were amputated. Upon discovering the basement, several individuals fainted from the horror of the scene, rendering it almost unbearable to behold. It was said the area was strewn with dismembered limbs, blood pooling everywhere, and the corpses had begun to decompose. Despite numerous attempts to cleanse the blood from the floor, it remained stubbornly stained. Chapter 580. The pulse of the heart. No wonder the floor of that basement feels so unsettling, Su Bai mused, covering his mouth, attributing it to an overactive imagination that conjured a horrifying tableau. Goodness gracious. It was said that years ago, a similar method was employed, sedating the entire family before the gruesome acts were committed in the basement, mirroring your current predicament. Gao Mingyuan cautiously glanced at the others before continuing, I am pondering. Should the elderly lady still be alive, you all might be in peril as well. One could easily succumb to a similar fate, ultimately being dismembered, repeating the tragedy of 40 years past. Su Bai gasped, should we then express gratitude towards the individual who killed Zhang Hongxia? Well, dear uncle, there is indeed something we must disclose, Yu Qing stated. It is a matter of great significance and peculiarity, which is why we did not mention it in our testimonies. Gao Mingyuan immediately wore a pained expression as he looked at the 4, patting his chest. Your omission in the testimonies is something for which I am grateful. Yu Qing recounted the origins of the coffin and the children, and Gao Mingyuan felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before them. If this information were to be revealed, the case would become irreconcilable. He wiped away a tear, saying, You have done exceptionally well. Shui Ying lamented, having learned from past lessons. We have also gained insight into what should and should not be said. Uncle, in your experience as an investigator, do you believe Zhang Hongxia's death was a suicide or a homicide? I previously harbored doubts regarding the force of the knife, and coupled with your accounts, it undoubtedly points to a homicide, Gao Mingyuan replied. This person's intent was solely focused on the children and the female corpse. You were unforeseen variables in their plans. Yet through sheer chance, you were spared. I can now assist you in formulating a closing statement. Zhang Hongxia, suffering from a resurgence of her prior mental afflictions, unlawfully detained 2 men and 2 women. Upon regaining her faculties, she recognized her egregious actions and consequently took her own life. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Is this correct, uncle? Gao Mingyuan chuckled awkwardly, indeed. With a look of disinterest, Su Bai remarked, It seems the circumstances are rather complex. Gao Mingyuan replied, We too face our own challenges. Such bizarre occurrences lie beyond our capabilities. It is best left in your hands to pursue further investigations. As the snowflakes drifted in, Xu Effin calmly remarked that the matter of a deceased giving birth was not within his purview. It would be prudent for them to swiftly ascertain the identity of the female corpse and subsequently trace the whereabouts of the child. That is the only course of action, she concluded. Su Bo sighed in resignation. Are you 2 off for another rendezvous? Gao Mingyuan chuckled innocently. The daytime is too hectic. We only have this brief moment in the evening, so we must take our leave. Upon exiting the antique shop, Xu Effin noticed Gao Mingyuan's somber demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Oh, it's nothing," he replied, his hands tucked into his pockets, hesitatingly adding, "There is something I'm unsure whether to share with you." "Why are you being so coy today? Speak freely," Xu Effin urged with a hint of disdain. "I received a letter today," Gao Mingyuan said, producing an envelope. "It's from Su Xiaoxiao. A love letter, I presume?" Xu Effin interjected. "No need to read it. I could tell she had an interest in you. If you can confirm it, I'll be at ease." "Mingyuan, are you free this weekend?" "This weekend? I'm available in the evening, at your beck and call," Gao Mingyuan affirmed, standing at attention. "I wish for you to meet my family," Xu Effin stated. "There is something I need to disclose to you." Gao Mingyuan's eyes sparkled under the streetlight. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Though a man of stature, he found it difficult to voice this matter. For in his heart, a relationship was merely the beginning, and marriage was the true sense of belonging. To establish that bond, one must first meet the parents. After several months of courtship with Xu Effin, he had only met her nephew, and now, the day had finally arrived. In fact, the following evening was the weekend. And Gao Mingyuan urged, "Why not tomorrow night?" Xu Effin hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well, tomorrow night at 9, at the antique shop." This decision was influenced by a conversation with Xu Exiang. Some truths could not remain concealed, as this man aged and transformed into an old man. While she retained her youthful beauty, he would likely be filled with wrath and humiliation for having been ensnared by a lie for so long. If that were the case, why not be forthright sooner? Resolute in her decision, Xu Effin awaited the outcome of the next evening. If he could not accept her truth, she would ask Bai Yi to procure the flowers of the other shore, erasing Gao Mingyuan's memories of her, allowing him to continue his life as an ordinary man. Xu Effin closed her eyes beneath the streetlight. "I am weary. This shall suffice for today. We shall meet tomorrow night." Upon returning to the antique shop, she found Xu Exiang engrossed in a game of Go. Xu Effin took a seat beside her. "Xu Exiang, you mentioned we must avoid fried tofu, correct?" "Indeed. Consuming it will reveal our true natures," Xu Exiang replied, holding her Go piece aloft, momentarily frozen. "Have you made your decision?" "It is an inevitable matter. I assent it." "I shall fry some tofu for tomorrow night," Xu Effin stated. "Xu Exiang, I will rely on you to take on the role of my sister tomorrow. After all, you are family, are you not?" Xu Exiang nodded. "Very well." Ying Ning, puzzled, interjected, "Mom, Aunt, what are you discussing?" "Tomorrow night, you must remain indoors. Your aunt has a performance planned for you. Though it remains uncertain whether it will be a tragedy or a comedy," Xu Effin explained. "Simply keep your aunt in your thoughts and offer your blessings." On the following evening, the four indeed remained obediently within the confines of the room, their ears attuned to the sounds emanating from outside. Gao Mingyuan exhibited signs of restlessness. "Wasn't it agreed that we would meet your family today?" "My family is already here." Xu Effin turned to Xu Exiang. "This is my elder sister from the clan." "From the clan?" Gao Mingyuan chuckled. "We typically refer to our sisters within the family." "I know Xu Exiang, but I assumed I would meet your immediate relatives." "Xu Exiang must be a distant relation?" "My parents have passed, and my brother's affairs keep him busy, making it impossible for him to come," Xu Effin explained. "You've met my nephew. He is of a younger generation and cannot conveniently attend either. Have something to eat." Xu Exiang smiled gently. "Since Xu Effin and I share the same bloodline, it is indeed fitting for me to represent our family." "Certainly fitting," Gao Mingyuan replied. "In fact, I have another matter to discuss today." He produced a black velvet box, inhaling deeply. "It's just right for Xu Exiang to witness this." Ying Ning, attentive, inquired with curiosity, "Are you proposing?" "Poor uncle. He'll be terrified soon," Su Bai remarked mischievously. "Our esteemed captain, coming here to face humiliation and endure a blow. Any Xu Effin. Is that too harsh?" Ying Ning struck Su Bai on the chest. "You villain." Su Bai seized Ying Ning's hand. "Listen closely." Outside, Xu Effin fixated on the snacks on the table, the fried tofu oddly placed there, which naturally caught Gao Mingyuan's attention. "Do you all enjoy fried tofu as a snack?" Xu Effin smiled in silence, reaching for a piece and popping it into her mouth. Once the tofu settled in her stomach, she felt a sudden warmth radiating from the base of her spine. Noticing this, Xu Exiang promptly addressed Gao Mingyuan. "Officer Gao has known Su Bai and the others for some time. I've heard they've encountered numerous extraordinary events together. Haven't they?" "Indeed. We met due to the life and death case. Since then, I seem to have developed a certain addiction," Gao Mingyuan admitted candidly. Every encounter with them tends to lead to strange happenings. So, Officer Gao, do you believe that besides humans, other forms of existence inhabit this world? Shuexiang's inquiry remained veiled. Are you referring to ghosts? Gao Mingyuan's mind began to race, perplexed that the conversation had strayed from the intended introduction of family. Even with the ring box placed prominently on the table. Suddenly, Shuefen shifted her body, her long hair cascading forward, brushing against Gao Mingyuan's face. At that moment, 4 foxtails erupted from behind her. Chapter 581. Heart Pulse 2. Gao Mingyuan's jaw dropped in astonishment as he slid to the floor. Shuexiang, having anticipated his shock, extended her foot to cushion his fall, preventing him from landing too awkwardly. Gao Mingyuan, in disbelief, retreated. Shuefun, where did you acquire such a thing? Shuexiang gazed at Shuefun with a hint of exasperation, realizing that Captain Gao's comprehension was somewhat lacking. Shuefun stood, the 4 snowy foxtails shimmering with a silver glow behind her, her voice icy. Do you truly believe I would summon such a creature to frighten you? Gao Mingyuan closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously, fervently wishing that when he reopened them, the bizarre scene before him would vanish. Alas, the snowflakes danced more beautifully than ever, embodying an enchanting allure. Yet, it starkly contrasted with the reality of her, delivering a significant shock to Gao Mingyuan. Shuefen, how can you possess a tail? I may not be a 9-tailed fox, but I have 4 tails. Shuefen replied, did you not wish to meet my kin? First, you must understand the nature of your companion, correct? Gao Mingyuan cast a glance towards Shuexiang for assistance, but then recalled that Shuexiang could also potentially be a 9-tailed fox. He hastily pinched his chin, fearing it might drop off in an instant. Shuexiang spoke gently, I could have concealed this from you, but Shuefen wishes to be honest. After all, that is the responsible course of action. You would not want to be deceived, would you? Gao Mingyuan stammered, when did this happen? No, this situation is so confusing. So, you are not human? Shuefen regarded Gao Mingyuan with a cold gaze, her heart a tumult of emotions. No. For a moment, he fell silent, raising his head and closing his eyes, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, he heard Shuefen's frigid voice. Let us go. Shuefen. I Gao Mingyuan admitted a fleeting moment of trepidation, feeling embarrassed and even ashamed by this fear. He could not bear to meet Shuefen's gaze, let alone engage in eye contact. Leave, did you not hear me? Shuefen's voice resonated with despair. I have anticipated this outcome, so it is not unexpected. Go seek that Su Xiao. Find a mundane woman to be with. Shuexiang softly advised, Captain Gao, it would be best if you left for now. Once you have calmed down and reflected, decide whether to return, if that is agreeable. Gao Mingyuan glanced at Shuefen, poised to depart, when Shuexiang gently interjected. This matter is of great significance, Captain Gao. I believe you would not wish for others to perceive you as a monster, so please keep this matter confidential. If you can. Shuefen, Gao Mingyuan interrupted himself, resolutely stating, I will contemplate my return, I promise. Suit yourself. Shuefen watched as Gao Mingyuan departed, retracting her 4 tails and resuming her seat, her expression one of melancholy loss. Perhaps this is where it all concludes. Not necessarily. He appears quite unique, Shuexiang remarked. Though somewhat fearful, his gaze is different. Is it? I did not perceive that. That is because your heart is in turmoil, Shuexiang noted. You hastily sent him away. In truth, you are frightened. Shuefen sighed. Your insight is remarkably sharp. Now that I have chosen this path, regardless of tomorrow's outcome, I shall accept it. At worst, I shall return to Qingqiu. Auntie, we support you. Su Bai could not help but exclaim. If he makes a wrong choice tomorrow and harms you, he shall find no assistance from us thereafter. The antique shop shall deny him entry. Do you believe that if he were to harm me, he would ever return to the antique shop? Shuefen retorted, exasperated. It is late. Everyone should retire for the night. Everyone knows that Shuefen has a stubborn disposition and an inherent pride. The crowd quickly dispersed, and Shuexiang silently departed. Su Bai, unable to sleep, pondered the missing corpse and child. He turned on his computer to search for various materials, scouring both the apocryphal and official histories of the Qing dynasty. After 2 hours, one piece of information caught his attention, and he yawned, pondering the coincidence. The wounds were all of similar characters. The more he scrolled down, the more alert his mind became. They were almost identical. Yu Qing, wake up, Su Bai urged, nudging Yu Qing, who was blissfully asleep. Yu Qing turned over. expressing his dissatisfaction. What is going on? It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Quickly, take a look at this. A corpse, undeterred by decay. And a massive coffin. Could this missing corpse be the same one we encountered? Su Bai's words jolted Yuqing upright. It was merely a trivial comment on the internet, with no replies. Had it not matched the keywords, Su Bai would have struggled to find this message. It appears to be an insider's revelation, stating that an ancient corpse has mysteriously vanished, yet the relevant authorities have decided to conceal this information. And look at the description of the female corpse. Is it not strikingly similar? Indeed, it is very similar, Yuqing exclaimed with excitement. It seems we have a lead. We must find a way to locate the person responsible for this incident. Boss Bai, both exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing of the matter, Bai Yi felt a sense of helplessness towards these meddlesome individuals. The saying goes, one becomes red when close to vermilion, and such were these people. How could one navigate their presence? Bai Yi immediately began to organize efforts, enlisting Tang Sansheng as well. The following morning, Shuexiang opened the antique shop door and spotted Gao Mingyuan standing idly outside. Her heart leaped with joy, since he had come. He must have come to a decision. So, have you made up your mind? I left in a hurry yesterday and forgot to take the ring. Gao Mingyuan's words caused Shuexiang's heart to sink. So, you've come all this way just to retrieve the ring? Yes. Could you have Shuefen give it to me? Gao Mingyuan clenched his fists tightly. Wait a moment. Shuexiang promptly closed the shop door and pressed her back against it. What was Gao Mingyuan plotting? Shuefen had already endured a restless night. Must she now endure further torment? Looking up, she saw Shuefen standing before her, holding the ring. Did you hear everything? Yes, although I haven't seen the ring. Considering his salary, it is indeed an extravagant expenditure. Shuefen let out a soft grunt. Since I am not his partner, I cannot take advantage of this. Stubborn at her core, Shuefen would never engage in equivocation. Understanding her nature, Shuexiang quickly stepped aside. Shuefen opened the door and thrust the ring box into Gao Mingyuan's hands. Here's your item back. You may leave now. We have no reason to meet again, do we? Gao Mingyuan accepted the box in silence, opened it without a word, and unceremoniously slipped the ring onto Shuefen's finger. This is my answer. Shuefen was taken aback by such a turn of events, momentarily speechless. Shuexiang joyfully stepped forward. Shuefen, why are you standing there in a daze? He is expressing his commitment to you. Why not let him in? Ying Ning playfully peered out, saying, Uncle, why don't you come in quickly? Gao Mingyuan, with a hearty demeanor, affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, All right. He then entered the room but suddenly turned back to grasp Shuefen's hand, exclaiming, Let us go in together. Shuefen chuckled, You rascal. A fellow like me is perfectly suited to someone like you, Gao Mingyuan declared. We still have work to do later, and I haven't even had breakfast yet. I'm absolutely famished. Oh, I can hardly bear it. Ying Ning remarked, I have goosebumps just thinking about it. Su Bai and Yuqing had stayed up all night and didn't rise until well past noon. Upon hearing the delightful news about Shuefen, they were overjoyed. Even more thrilling for them was the revelation that Bai Yi was acquainted with the archaeologist responsible for the ancient corpse from years ago, and that Tang Sansheng was directly involved. Thus, Tang Sansheng now sat before the four, and upon noticing their peculiar gazes, he explained, While I did participate in some archaeological work, it was solely in an informal advisory capacity. Is it true that the ancient corpse went missing? Su Bai inquired. Indeed. Tang Sansheng confirmed. The information was kept under wraps back then. Few were aware of the situation, but silence does not equate to a lack of investigation. He continued. After the corpse's disappearance, the police conducted an inquiry, but it was as if it had vanished into thin air, leaving the matter shrouded in dust. Chapter 582. The missing Qianfang. Therefore, there were indeed burial items within the tomb? Chuiying suddenly realized this. Was there any identification concerning the female corpse back then? The reason you did not see the burial items within the coffin is that they had been removed for safekeeping. The original burial items included golden hairpins, gold earrings, a golden cap insignia, and ceremonial beads among others. The hairpin bore intricate floral and avian designs, while the earrings featured a depiction of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The craftsmanship of the burial items was beyond imagination when viewed through a magnifying glass. The scales on the carp and the tiles on the dragon gate were distinctly visible. The gold artifacts were inscribed with auspicious characters, showcasing a level of artistry that surpasses that of ordinary craftsmen, although you guessed her to be of the highest rank. Everyone at the time believed her burial items far exceeded that of a first-rank lady, Tang Sanqing elucidated. You also observed the wound on the female corpse's throat, did you not? Yes, Su Bai confirmed. From the depth and location of the wound, it appears to be fatal. What about the matter of her being with child? Tang Sanqing's gaze deepened as he looked at the four. According to our analysis, that beauty was indeed pregnant at the time of her death, but less than 4 months along. Tang Sanqing continued. During the analysis, there were indeed some signs of life from the fetus. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought my expertise. This is a significant matter. The archaeological unit responsible back then privately approached me, hoping to resolve the mystery. To speak of it, it was Luo Tian who recommended me. He was the special advisor for that archaeological work. Upon my arrival, I discovered that the fetus had a heartbeat, and the female corpse's metabolism had not entirely ceased. If this discovery were to be made public, it would be a remarkable miracle of the world. Alas, on the very night of my arrival, the female corpse mysteriously vanished. Regarding the identity of the female corpse, we had reached a preliminary conclusion and sought to verify it with local records. Tang Sanqing remarked. We have largely concluded that she was not an esteemed first-class lady. Although the inscription bears the title of such, the burial customs far exceed those of a first-class consort. Is it due to the county annals? Cui Ying vaguely surmised some details. The county records mention that when Emperor Qianlong journeyed south, he passed through Dangshan and, upon hearing of a stunning beauty in the area, instructed local officials to summon her. Enchanted by her beauty, he commanded that a temporary palace be established for her stay. However, after a period, upon urgent matters requiring his immediate return to the capital, he informed the lady that he would send someone to escort her back to the palace. Yet, upon his return, before he could send for her, a member of his entourage had reported her to the empress. Fearing that the lady's Han lineage might threaten royal interests, she ordered her covert assassination. Upon learning of this, Qianlong was profoundly grieved and demanded a lavish burial for her. To bestow her with a proper status, her affairs were handled as if she were a first-class consort. Tang Sanqing continued. The wound is shaped like a character. Medical experts have determined that the lethal weapon was likely a double-edged sword. The assassin dispatched by the royal family executed the deed with remarkable precision, delivering a swift and fatal blow. Thus, she must have suffered little. Cui Ying gasped. Does that mean the child in her womb was a royal prince? Indeed. Tang Sanqing replied. What troubles me most is that the person who stole the coffin chose to bury it beneath that haunted residence. It appears that the ultimate goal was the birth of the child. Take me to that estate. But Boss Tang, you've been there before, Ying Ning interjected. You left abruptly last time and did not enter with us. I felt an unsettling presence at the door, an indescribable nausea, Tang Sanqing confessed. It was not merely a case of bad vibes. It was as if my thoughts were thrown into disarray. In hindsight, all of this is connected to that child. A child born under such circumstances could be seen as a natural-born demon, arriving into the world with the aura of death, yet also possessing royal blood. If someone with ulterior motives were to take him, their intent would be entirely justified. What would be the purpose of taking such a child? Cui Ying inquired. It seems quite evident that the old lady must have been murdered. Such a child could be utilized for the cultivation of techniques, which is the most rudimentary use, akin to the practices involving spirits and foxes. Perhaps there are other purposes as well, Tang Sanqing mused. I cannot think of anything at present. Let us proceed to investigate. The estate, having been the site of a murder, was temporarily sealed, its doors affixed with a notice. 40 years ago, a family massacre had occurred, and now, 40 years later, the perpetrator had met a similar fate here, rendering the estate a veritable house of horrors. Not only was it unsellable, but even vagrants would likely avoid residing there. Tang Sanqing looked around cautiously. I shall take a look inside. You all keep watch for me. He climbed over the wall and dropped into the courtyard, while Su Bai and the others glanced around. Aside from themselves, there was no one else to keep watch. We can only do what we can. As Tang Sanqing clumsily scrambled over the wall and landed, he swayed unsteadily. Observing his awkwardness, Su Bai struggled to contain his laughter, but ultimately burst into chuckles. What are you laughing at? Tang Sanqing coughed. This is not my forte. You know, such tasks are usually left to Bai Yi and Qixia. We must divide our labor. By the way, when did the previous massacre occur? 40 years ago. Su Bai replied. The ancient corpse went missing 5 years ago, Tang Sanqing stated. 5 years ago marked the day when the elderly lady, Zhan Hongxia, was released after serving her sentence. Shui Ying pondered aloud. The timing is too coincidental. Zhan Hongxiao returns here and discovers a coffin in her own courtyard. This woman is not quite mentally stable, which led to subsequent events. There are no true coincidences in this world. Tang Sancheng, with a thoughtful expression, remarked, coincidence is merely an illusion crafted by unseen forces. This place is not a nexus of energy, yet it possesses its own peculiarities. The house does not conform to the principles of positive feng shui. What do you mean by that? Yu Qing inquired. We distinguish between yin and yang residences in feng shui. In a yang residence, the central area must not be tainted. In other words, the core of the house cannot be a restroom. This house has its toilet right in the middle. Furthermore, all the rooms are cramped, resulting in a lack of vital energy. Have you noticed that the courtyard is devoid of sunlight? This is not related to the sun's position, but rather due to the design of the house itself. No matter where the sun is, sunlight cannot penetrate. Su Bai, confused, asked, so what does that imply? I'm not finished yet. When discussing the arrangement of the 8 trigrams and the 9 palaces in relation to the main entrance, we must consider the hexagram positions. Each position must be complete. Missing even one direction is akin to lacking a family member or a part of the human body. The dimensions of this home are telling. From the edge of the northeast corner to the southeast corner, it measures 15 meters. From the southwest corner to the southeast corner, it is 17 meters. From the southwest to the northwest corner, it measures 10 meters. And from the northwest to the northeast corner, 12 meters. This indicates a deficiency in the Qian direction. Tang Sancheng stated, to lack a direction is to lack a family member. To put it kindly, this is a yang residence. To speak frankly, I wouldn't live here even if it were given to me. The feng shui is atrocious. And it seems this is the only place one can find in the capital. Suddenly, he was struck by a realization. Wait, if this is the only house in the capital, could it be that its poor feng shui is precisely what draws attention? Yu Qing, equally enlightened, exclaimed. So the theft of the coffin was merely an effort to find a location conducive to the child's birth. They desire this child, this inherently extraordinary being. Indeed, it is precisely that, Tang Sancheng affirmed. But who could it be? All of you, be cautious. I have a foreboding feeling. The 4 exchanged glances. And Su Bai chuckled. Is there any situation worse than this? Today marks a commendable beginning. We should return and congratulate my aunt and uncle. As Yu Qing was about to respond, his phone rang. Gong Yan? The name felt distant. Ever since the incident with Wu Xian concluded, the Gong family had returned to tranquility. Gong Yan's call stirred Yu Qing's heart. You are in the capital and wish to meet? Very well. Let us rendezvous at the antique shop. Has anything occurred recently? Gong Yan's voice bore an odd tone. We can discuss it when we meet. Chapter 583. Snake poison. Su Bai was bewildered. What brings him here so suddenly? Is someone once again coveting the dragon vein? Gong Yan stood before the antique shop alongside a young man, both bearing a stretcher. A figure lay beneath a blanket, and as Su Bai glanced over, he noticed the person's foot twitch. He let out a sigh of relief. So they're not dead, merely in a state of near lifelessness. Gong Yan cast a glance at the antique shop, deciding it best not to involve it any further. The young man accompanying him lifted the white cloth, and Su Bai gasped, finally comprehending why the head had been covered. The person's head hung limply, grotesquely swollen, with eyes reduced to mere slits. The face was a disconcerting blend of red, purple, and blue, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. The young man who uncovered the cloth was exceedingly gentle, fearful that a careless touch might cause the skin to rupture, releasing the foul liquid within. Beneath this person's neck lay a pillow, meant to keep the head steady on the stretcher. Even so, the pain induced by contact with the stretcher made him tense his toes, desperately enduring the agony. Su Bai wished to approach closer, but Gong Yan offered a wry smile, advising him to maintain a safe distance. What is happening here? Tang Sancheng inquired gravely. Why bring him to the antique shop? Such a condition requires a hospital. He continued, you are aware of the precarious state of our Gong clan. We cannot be exposed to sunlight for too long. Gong Yan and the young man carefully relocated the individual to a shaded area. It was no easy task bringing him here. We have sought help from the hospital, yet to no avail. The antibiotics have not ceased. Gong Yan wiped the sweat from his brow. His head could explode at any moment. Those who come into contact with him may end up like him. Tang Sancheng exchanged a cautious glance with Yu Qing before approaching gingerly. Gong Yan swiftly intervened, offering a pair of gloves for their safety. Donning the gloves, Tang Sancheng grasped the man's hand to check his pulse. It raced like a stampede of horses, far beyond the threshold of an ordinary person's endurance. He was on the brink of death. Is there a solution? Gong Yin implored. We have already lost 2 clan members. His condition is the most critical. For now, we can only safeguard his heart pulse with silver needles, Tang Sancheng replied. This is merely a stopgap measure. As he watched the silver needles penetrate the skin, Gong Yin finally felt a modicum of relief. Su Bai remarked, Are we now bold enough to enter the antique shop? I fear I may endanger you, Gong Yin confessed. The contagion is alarmingly potent. I regret my late discovery, which cost us 2 brothers. They carried the man inside, allowing him to rest temporarily in Yu Qing and Su Bai's room. Gong Yin sipped some water and began. This situation traces back to last month when a clan member fell ill. Initially, we presumed it was merely a chill and resorted to conventional herbal remedies. However, the condition deteriorated, and while other parts of the body seemed fine, the head grew increasingly larger. It is my fault for hesitating. I watched him perish before my eyes. And the fluid that erupted contaminated another clan member, spreading like an infectious disease. Was he the 3rd to be infected? Yu Qing inquired. Indeed, Gong Yin affirmed. After the 2nd clan member died, we became vigilant and isolated him from the others. Yet I could not bear to watch him die. I took him to the hospital, but they could not determine a diagnosis. They only speculated about unknown bacteria in his brain, treating him with antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medications. Yet there was no solution. I had no choice but to bring him here. Could it be poison from a curse? Tang Sancheng suggested. I shall summon Fuyu. Fuyu approached, opening the box in his hand, from which a small insect swiftly crawled onto the man's head. As soon as it made contact, it suddenly collapsed, its 4 antennae twitching uncontrollably. Fuyu's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly picked up the insect, pouring some powder into its mouth. Quite formidable, he remarked. Is it a type of poison? Tang Xin inquired. Indeed, though it differs somewhat from the poison of our Miao people, Fuyu replied. It is the snake poison of the Zhuang people. The Zhuang snake poison is known to hunt for mice, butterflies, lizards, scorpions, centipedes, venomous bees, wasps, blue snakes, white snakes, green snakes, wind snakes, and golden-ringed snakes on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month. Among these, the venomous bee is particularly noteworthy. It transforms from the toxic fungi found in the mountains, which, after being drenched by rain, decays and morphs into a giant bee. It is entirely black, with a sharp mouth, and while its essence is fungal, it takes on the form of a bee. The others had never heard of such a thing. Fuyu looked at them. You must have heard of mutual devouring, where everything is placed in the same jar to bite and consume each other until only one remains alive. For Miao poison, that signifies the end. However, for Zhuang poison, it is not yet over. Are there more tricks? Tang Xin could no longer contain himself. That is exceedingly brutal. The last surviving creature is suffocated, dried, and combined with toxic fungi, mandrake, and even strands of its own hair, ground into powder to create the poison. Generally, the last remaining creature is a snake. Hence the name snake poison. Fuyu sighed. This complicates matters, as the inclusion of the hair of the one who cast the poison necessitates finding this person to obtain their hair before I can concoct an antidote. Gong Yan's face turned ashen. How can one discern from whom the poison originated? It is utterly unfathomable. That is the cunning of the adversary, Fuyu stated. The poison is administered without detection. It is vicious and, as you said, infectious. A mere touch can trigger its effects. Is this person's intention to eradicate your Gong clan? Gong Yin felt a chill run through him. That possibility cannot be dismissed. You have acted swiftly to isolate the situation. Well done, Fuyu gently reassured. There is still a chance. Locating the one who cast the poison will not be easy, but his condition cannot afford delay. I have thought of someone. Lu Shangxing. Su Bai furrowed his brow. Fuyu smiled slightly. Indeed, he is an authority. It may be worth the risk. I believe I have heard of him, Gong Yin remarked. During the Wuxian incident, he appeared at Jilong Mountain, Su Bai explained. He is the foremost surgeon in Asia, adept at performing operations. With Fuyu and Lu Shangxing together, perhaps we can save him. Fuyu nodded. That is precisely my intent, though the risk is considerable. Gong Yin understood the gravity of the risk. It was a matter of life or death. He glanced at his suffering kin, his heart torn. The young man beside him said, Chieftain, given the circumstances, we might as well treat the dead horse as if it were alive. Gong Yin closed his eyes. Let us make one final effort. Lu Shangxing was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to step into the inner sanctum, but his fate was intertwined with Bai Xuan, his innate adversary. As long as Bai Xuan was present, he could not set foot in the antique shop. Now, having received an order from Fu Yu and knowing that Bai Xuan was absent, he was overwhelmed with joy. He hurried over with his toolbox, but upon seeing the person lying on the bed, his earlier exhilaration evaporated. No way. Are you already afraid before we even begin? Su Bai taunted. This is not merely a simple case of cerebral edema. Lu Shangxing replied gloomily, come on, don't deceive me. If you were dealing with ordinary symptoms, the hospital would have resolved it already. Why would you still be here? If the hospital could handle it, would you even be needed? Su Bai interjected. Wouldn't that be a gross misallocation of resources? Lu Shangxing's face twitched, revealing uncertainty as he rubbed his nose. Let us discuss the situation first. After Fu Yu's explanation, Lu Shangxing comprehended the gravity of the matter. In truth, the poison is a form of bacteria. Given this individual's condition, this snake venom is essentially a contagious bacterium. Much like the blisters we commonly encounter, if a blister on the hand is punctured, the fluid can spread to surrounding skin, resulting in more blisters. We would need to perform surgery, locate the bacteria, and eliminate it. If we cannot eradicate it, we must at least control its spread to buy you time. If this place is insufficient, we should transfer the patient to my location. Chapter 584. Stagnation 1. Yu Qing recalled the last place he had stayed with Zhuo Feng. Where to? That's south the place. Lu Shangxing chuckled mischievously, arranged for transportation. Lu Shangxing's secret base was nestled in a quaint mountain village. Unlike the densely populated northern villages, his chosen locale was sparsely inhabited, designed to remain inconspicuous. With an art studio sign hanging at the entrance and the living room adorned with paintings. Yu Qing remarked, this isn't the same place as last time. Lu Shangxing replied, hee, that was specifically prepared for treasure hunters. It's not convenient to bring you there, but this place serves just as well. I do not cater to individuals. That is called respect. Enough chit-chat, let us get started. What do we need to do? Cui Ying urged. Lu Shangxing, feeling the pressure in front of this group, thought he might have it easier with Bai Xuan absent, but his face reflected his distress. Fu Yu is with me. First, change into this. He presented two completely enclosing white antibacterial suits, complete with transparent eye masks. Lu Shangxing dragged the individual into the surgical room while the others were barred from entering. Gong Yin clasped his hands tightly, his expression grave. As Yu Qing reassured him, they will come out alive. Gong Yin managed a wry smile. Let us hope so. I have already prepared for the worst. Under the flickering lights, the swollen head appeared particularly alarming. Lu Shangxing, wielding a sterilized scalpel, inhaled sharply. The surface of the skin glistened as if coated in oil. He exchanged a glance with Fu Yu, and his hand deftly descended. The sharp blade of the scalpel glided just above the forehead, producing a hissing sound followed by a sharp crack. A viscous liquid, yellow tinged with green, erupted, splattering against the pristine white wall before slowly trickling down. The Gong clan member, under the influence of anesthesia, remained blissfully unaware of the horrific state of his head. Fu Yu, well versed in such matters, felt a pang of alarm as she observed the yellowish-green fluid, which contained small brownish, unidentified particles. With meticulous care, she picked them up with tweezers. These minuscule crystals were dispersed throughout the pus. She placed them in a bag and glanced up at Lu Shangxing. What do you think? Completely clearing this pus will not be an easy task, Lu Shangxing replied, his gloves smeared with the viscous fluid. I need to perform a scan to assess the condition of the brain. Upon viewing the scan results on the screen, Lu Shangxing exhaled in relief. There is hydrocephalus present. Somewhat severe, but fortunately, no other foreign objects have been detected. This is a good sign. Doesn't that necessitate a craniotomy? Fu Yu inquired. Whether it can be done here is irrelevant. It must be done, Lu Shangxing insisted. This case is the most extraordinary I have encountered, and I am determined to see it through. Fu Yu, I am counting on you. Are you sure you want to trust me, given that I lack formal qualifications? Fu Yu asked. Do I have any other options? Lu Shangxing replied bluntly. In truth, the surgery is not overly complicated. Severe hydrocephalus, like a tumor, can lead to intracranial hypertension, endangering life. A ventriculoperitoneal shunt is necessary. This involves inserting a tube subcutaneously from the ventricle to the abdominal cavity to alleviate the intracranial pressure caused by hydrocephalus. The procedure is relatively straightforward. You trust me, and I have no choice but to proceed. Let us begin, Fu Yu declared, surveying the surroundings. Your setup here is quite comparable to that of a proper hospital. Indeed, Lu Shangxing said proudly. Becoming the foremost in Asia is no empty title. Their conversation concluded. An unexpected silence enveloped them as Lu Shangxing officially commenced the surgery. Outside the confined space, Gong Yin paced restlessly, occasionally clasping his hands behind his back. A young clansman observed him and remarked, "Chief, pacing back and forth does not aid Brother Gong Ming." The individual lying within was indeed named Gong Ming. Yu Qing interjected at this juncture. Identifying the person who cast the curse is paramount, especially since few are privy to the existence of your Gong clan. I understand the implications of this, Gong Yin responded. We are once again being targeted. The men in black, Su Bai suddenly interjected. Do you recall those men in black, the ones under Wu Xian's command? I remember that after Fu Yu neutralized their poison, they were allowed to leave. They are aware of your existence. Now, don't look at me like that. The shadowy organization is meticulous and won't expose your secrets. If anyone is to be revealed, it would be those men in black. Gong Yin fixed his gaze intently on Su Bai, his look one of admiration rather than suspicion. Indeed, how could those men in black have been permitted to leave? Cui Ying sensed that the situation was dire, although they had been somewhat oblivious to the circumstances prior. The recent events had imparted enough knowledge for those with ulterior motives to discern more from even the slightest hint. Where could they possibly locate those cloaked figures now? Gong Yin's expression darkened. His heart was indeed troubled by his absence from Jiulong Mountain. Elder, perhaps you should return first while I stay behind to look after Brother Gong Ming? Suggested a young clan member. That seems wise. Gong Yang, you remain here and take good care of him. I shall head back, Gong Yin replied, glancing at Su Bai and the others. I appreciate your assistance. By the way, do you have your phone? He inquired. This is the one that Gong Shan previously used. I brought it along when I came out, Gong Yin said. Feel free to contact me if anything arises. Ah, clan leader Gong. You are becoming quite modern, Su Bai teased. Gong Yin's expression was complex. We must progress with the times. It is more convenient to stay in touch with you all. Yu Qing offered, I will escort you out. Very well, Gong Yin replied. Observing the overcast sky outside, grateful that there was no sun, he sighed in relief as he departed with Yu Qing. Meanwhile, the young Gong Yang suddenly sat beside Su Bai. So, it's you, he remarked. What do you want? Su Bai queried, perplexed. I heard there was a fellow who was quite fond of Sister Su, named Su Bai, Gong Yang stated. Unfortunately, they dismissed me for being too young and never allowed me to participate in anything, so I never had the chance to meet you. Su Bai glanced at Ying Ning. Stammering, why yes, that's me. Sister Su is truly unfortunate, Gong Yang lamented, his eyes reddening. She was so kind to me, treating me like a younger brother. But why must she suffer such an illness? I heard that she had palm lines at birth, but as she grew, they gradually faded away, leaving so early. She cannot be with the one she loves. A wave of emotion surged through Su Bai, and Ying Ning handed him her handkerchief. It is not shameful to miss her, she said softly. Su Bai felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, Ying Ning added. If you completely forget her, you would be a heartless person. As the two were enveloped in this peculiar atmosphere, a loud bang emanated from the operating room, causing Su Bai's expression to shift dramatically. He strode forward, straining to listen. A gasp echoed from within, just as Yu Qing returned. Unable to contain himself, he forcefully shouldered the door open. Inside, Gong Ming, who had been under anesthesia, was now wide-eyed, his hands gripping Lu Shangxing's neck tightly. A tube connected to Lu's head was slowly dripping a liquid, presenting an eerie scene. Fu Yu was desperately trying to pry Gong Ming's hands away. A tray filled with surgical instruments and gauze clattered to the floor, scattering its contents. Seeing the perilous situation, Yu Qing approached, preparing to strike at Gong Ming's neck, but reconsidered due to his unique condition. Instead, he pressed a finger against a pressure point on Gong Ming's chest. Gong Ming's eyes rolled back, and his body slumped lifelessly. Lu Shangxing gasped for air, feeling as though he might suffocate. Had he not been clad in thick, sterile clothing, he feared for his life. He felt wronged. It made no sense that the anesthetic could wear off so swiftly. Fei Yu was also taken aback. Not long after the tube was inserted, Gong Ming's eyes suddenly flew open. And without a moment's hesitation, he seized Lu Shangxing by the throat. Fortunately, Yu Qing arrived just in time, with his strength. He was utterly incapable of subduing the frenzied Gong Ming. Chapter 585. Stagnation 2. Lu Shangxing shifted his neck and hurried to inspect the tube that had drained the cerebrospinal fluid. Upon confirming that the tube was not misaligned, he relaxed his expression, exclaiming, "I nearly tarnished my reputation." "The anesthetic must have expired," Su Bai remarked with irritation. "Expired my foot. I am a qualified physician and would never commit such a blunder," Lu Shangxing gasped. "The surgery has been fundamentally successful. If he hadn't caused this ruckus, no, it hasn't failed even now." Fei Yu observed the anxious demeanor of Gong Ming. His movements were remarkably rigid, reminiscent of a corpse rising. Could it be that the snake venom contained some essence of the undead? Fei Yu shook his head vigorously, offering a wry smile. "Perhaps I am overthinking it." Lu Shangxing began to usher Su Bai and the others away. "All right, you shouldn't linger here. Depart quickly. We shall discuss matters once he awakens." The five exited, and Gong Yang squatted on the ground, visibly restless. Su Bai inquired, "How old are you this year?" "Just turned 18, Gong Yang replied. "In our clan, there is a tradition. Aside from the candidates for clan leader, those under 18 are forbidden from leaving and participating in significant tasks. Thus, you likely have never seen me before. You must have been with the elders and children. Under 18 is still considered a child," Su Bai pointed out. "I am 20. My 20th birthday is next week, so you may call me brother." "Brother Su Bai?" Gong Yang's sweet words delighted Su Bai. That Gong Ming does seem familiar. The clan leader and brother Gong Ming were born in the same year and shared a close bond. Perhaps recalling the deceased Gong Shan, Gong Yang's expression dimmed slightly. "That is why the clan leader is so anxious. We have lost 2 members, and the clan is now in a state of panic." Su Bai cautiously asked, "How do you know about us?" "The clan leader mentioned you. He said that if anything happens to the Gong clan, you are our only trustworthy allies," Gong Yang stated. Gazing at Su Bai, "Allies?" Su Bai exchanged a glance with Yu Qing, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, eternal allies, if you are in need. We shall not turn our backs on you." Fei Yu and Lu Shangxing finally emerged from the room, with Lu Shangxing bearing a weary expression. The fluid in his brain has been drained, and all the pus from his head has been removed. Su Bai peered inside, spotting a glass jar filled with a sickly yellow-green liquid that made his stomach churn. He turned away, stifling a retch. Lu Shangxing shot him a glance. "I didn't expect you to be so faint-hearted." "This has nothing to do with courage," Su Bai retorted. "This substance affects one's appetite." "I will conduct tests on what was found in the pus immediately," Fei Yu declared. "I have just administered some venom. I hope it provides temporary protection until you can locate the one who cast the curse. Alas, although I shouldn't say this fellow cannot remain here for long. You must find him a suitable place for recovery," Lu Shangxing urged. "That should not pose a problem. Emotion possesses real estate," Fei Yu replied. "I can take care of him," Gong Yang offered. "Once the situation stabilizes, let us take him away." Lu Shangxing gently bent at the waist and said, "I will take a moment to rest." Observing Lu Shangxing's frail figure as he walked to another room, Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. It would be amusing if Bai Moshuan were here. It would be 3 hours later before Gong Ming awoke, feeling a lightness in his body. He saw Gong Yang and weakly inquired, "Where am I?" "Brother Gong Ming, it's good that you are awake. We are no longer at Jiulong Mountain," Gong Yang replied. "How do you feel now?" "We will take you to another place to rest." "What about the clan leader?" Gong Ming asked. "He has returned to Jiulong Mountain. He fears for our safety," Gong Yang responded. "It is truly fortunate that you have regained consciousness." Still weak, Gong Ming managed to utter these few words before closing his eyes again. Su Bai remarked, "Let us take him to rest, but be cautious while moving him." The journey to the apartment under Bai Moshuan's name was uneventful. Yu Qing occasionally watched Gong Ming's fingers, prompting Cui Ying to ask softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," Yu Qing replied, though a tightness gripped his heart. Once they had settled Gong Ming and Gong Yang, the 4 of them exited the apartment. And Yu Qing finally spoke. The color and length of his fingers seem off. "We cannot leave tonight. We must stay at Master Lazy's house and remain alert to any disturbances from upstairs." "Fingers?" Cui Ying echoed. "Why have you been so focused on his fingers during the journey?" "His nails are growing at an astonishing rate. They have lengthened considerably from the operating room to here," Yu Qing explained. "Moreover, the color of his nails appears dark. I suspect he is undergoing a process of stiffening." The term stiffening refers to the transformation into a zombie. Yu Qing said, "Earlier, when I left, I drew a talisman on the door and hung a bell. If anything unusual occurs, I will certainly know." After a long absence from Lazy, their sudden visit caught him off guard. Upon hearing the entire story, Lazy became excited. "Is he really upstairs in our house?" "Indeed," Su Bai replied. "Does Master wish to join the excitement?" If it's for entertainment, then it's quite worthwhile. Lazy pointed at his beloved son on the bed, but this little fellow must behave. It turned out that Xiao Air had returned to Thailand, leaving only the father and son at home. Lazy had taken on the role of a full-time caregiver, explaining his recent absence. The child on the bed was innocent and adorable, yet it reminded Ying Ning of the missing demon child. I wonder how that child is doing and where he might be now. Feeling bored at home, Lazy was delighted by the arrival of the four. The atmosphere instantly became lively. They chatted warmly while remaining vigilant to any sounds from upstairs. Apart from stepping out to retrieve the takeout, they didn't venture outside at all. Occasionally, they would hear faint footsteps from above, causing Yuqing to look up with a serious expression. Although he could not penetrate the ceiling, his piercing gaze never wavered. As midnight approached, Lazy finally could not hold back. It's late now. It seems nothing will happen. I will prepare beds for you. Please stay the night. Without further inquiry, Lazy went to make arrangements. Yuqing sighed, questioning whether he was being overly sensitive. As he prepared to alleviate his embarrassment with a smile, a series of bell chimes echoed through the air. Initially, the sound was tentative and unhurried, but soon it grew increasingly frantic, as if the bell were being vigorously shaken, threatening to shatter into pieces. Yuqing sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, "Hurry up!" He dashed up the stairs, and just as he reached the doorway, a sharp crack resounded. The bell split in two and fell to the ground. From within, Gong Yang's astonished voice emerged. "Brother Gong Ming, what happened? What is going on?" The talisman on the door trembled anxiously. Yuqing swiftly tore it down and kicked it against the door, shouting, "Gong Yang, open the door." Hearing Yuqing's voice, Gong Yang felt a wave of relief and lunged to open the door. However, Gong Ming, with his eyes reddened, lunged at him, tightly grasping his neck. Gong Yang heard the ominous sound of his cervical bone cracking and despairingly closed his eyes. Yuqing, hearing the commotion inside, realized the door was too sturdy. In a flash of inspiration, he slapped the talisman against the door and recited incantations. Within lies thunder, the god of lightning obscured. Enlightenment flows forth, the five energies rise. Golden light swiftly manifests, shielding the true being. Urgently, as the law commands. Despite the barrier of the door, the golden light pierced through the talisman and surged inside. Gong Yang felt a fierce wind penetrate his body, followed by a piercing scream. When he opened his eyes again, the hand that had been choking him was gone. Gong Ming was crouched on the floor, clutching his chest in agony. And Gong Yang was startled to see the length of Gong Ming's nails. When had they grown so long? "Gong Yang, open the door." A voice behind him prompted Gong Yang, who staggered to open the door. Upon seeing Yuqing, tears sprang to his eyes in terror. "Brother Gong Ming has gone mad. He wants to kill me." Chapter 586. Bloodletting shielding Gong Yang behind him. Yuqing cautiously approached Gong Ming. "Gong Ming?" A low growl emanated from Gong Ming's throat as he raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and his cheeks bulging. Yuqing felt a jolt of fear as Su Bai's voice echoed behind him. "Has he turned into a zombie?" "He is not far from complete zombification," Yuqing replied cautiously, inching closer to Gong Ming. Gong Yang was still reeling from the recent trauma, realizing that the family member he considered a brother had nearly killed him. Now, hearing the term zombie, he stood there in a daze, his face pale as a ghost. "Zombie? What is happening? Wasn't it said that brother Gong Ming was afflicted by poison?" "I wish to know the answer as well." Yuqing's expression darkened. Due to not being fully zombified, Gong Ming's attack power was diminished. Influenced by the golden light spell, his fangs, which were poised to extend, had retracted. However, this was not the end. Yuqing grasped the true intention of the one who had cast the curse. Initially, he believed the adversary sought merely to spread a horrifying poison, but it was clear now that their true goal was to fully zombify the Gong clan. A fate far more terrifying than mere infection. Gong Yang stared blankly at Yuqing. "What should we do now? Is there certainty that I am the only one infected in the clan?" Yuqing inquired. "I think so, but I'm not sure," Gong Yang replied, straining to recall the events of that day and how many had come into contact with the viscous substance. Yuqing's greatest concern seemed to be encapsulated in 3 words. Su Bai observed Gong Ming, who was crouched down, repeatedly tugging at his own hair. He appeared to be in considerable distress. The living can become rigid, and naturally, this is a source of discomfort. The fangs are about to emerge, the body gradually stiffens, and the fingers take on a hue of dark green. Yuqing remarked. The most perilous aspect is the fear that arises during this process of rigidity, witnessing oneself transform into a monster. Shouldn't we think of a solution? Cui Ying urged. Yu Qing produced several talisman papers, placing one upon Gong Ming's forehead. This is the Tiangang Fumo talisman, which can temporarily halt his rigidity. However, it is far from sufficient to restore him to his former self. The brown crystallized substance discovered in the viscous fluid is the key. The remaining talismans were strategically positioned around Gong Ming after Yu Qing bit his finger, creating a protective barrier. Gong Yang watched in astonishment, yet felt a glimmer of hope for Gong Ming. Hesitantly, he spoke. I wonder who is so malicious. This is an endeavor to annihilate our Gong clan. Su Bai pondered. At present, two matters are of utmost importance. First, we must locate the black-clad individuals from that time to ascertain if they have leaked any information. Second, we need to find a method to halt the rigidity. With such vastness in Huaxia, where shall we search for these black-clad figures? Ying Ning expressed her confusion. It's akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, utterly daunting. Finding the black-clad individuals is not overly difficult, Lazy interjected, entering with a child in his arms. You may not be aware, but after the black-clad individuals departed, the organization has continuously monitored them. The organization is meticulous. Although these individuals possess limited knowledge, they are akin to invisible bombs, and we cannot afford to let them roam free. Leave the search for the black-clad figures to the organization. We will swiftly ascertain if any among them have encountered issues. As for the second matter, it rests solely upon you. Yu Qing let out a sigh of relief. Good. This place should be secure. I shall return immediately to peruse the texts of the Maoshan sect to discover if there exists a way to halt the rigidity or even revert to the original state. The texts Yu Qing referred to were located at home among various volumes he had inherited from Master Yu Bai, which might conceal the answers to the rigidity dilemma. Cui Ying accompanied Yu Qing back, while Su Bai and Ying Ning remained behind. Time was of the essence. The two rode swiftly. But upon seeing the full cabinet of texts, Cui Ying's expression shifted slightly. So many? Time is short. Let us extract the contents related to zombies, Yu Qing instructed. We must search more meticulously, he added. In this critical moment, Yu Qing's thoughts were remarkably clear. Cui Ying smiled gently. Very well. The two commenced a cursory examination of all the texts, setting aside those pertaining to zombies or rigidity. To avoid any oversight, they conducted a second round of scrutiny. After this thorough process, they had selected a total of 16 volumes. They then undertook a third round of assessment among these 16, occasionally glancing at the clock. Half an hour later, Yu Qing made his first significant discovery. Cui Ying, look here. It mentions that the Sword Immortal sect once subdued demons. The Dao sword? Cui Ying's spirit lifted. Doesn't the shape of this sword resemble the Dao sword that was bestowed upon you by your predecessor? This ancient text chronicles the event of the Sword Immortal sect subduing a horde of zombies, accompanied by a rudimentary sketch. Although the strokes are sparse, it depicts a young man clad in a long robe, wielding a Dao sword, surrounded by the undead. While the details of the zombies are not rendered, their contorted bodies and twisted arms, with fingers splayed wide, starkly contrast with the tall, graceful figure of the young man. Yu Qing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing the young man. Look, this record states that the heir of the Sword Immortal, Lin Xuanzai, single-handedly infiltrated the zombie ranks, wielding his Dao sword to subdue them. The sword's aura instills fear in the undead, causing them to flee. Indeed, as if by fate. The Dao sword is now in your hands, Cui Ying remarked with a smile. Alas, it is merely a deterrent, Yu Qing replied, not feeling particularly optimistic. Let us search further for any related records. The two continued to rummage through the texts, which detailed methods to combat zombies, but made no mention of the living being turned into the undead, let alone how to restore their former selves. Just as Cui Ying felt disheartened, she casually picked up a booklet, and as she waved it, several yellowed and tattered pages fell out. These pages bore no relation to the booklet, merely depicting strange images that could hardly be considered illustrations, as their dimensions were entirely different. Yu Qing, look, these images are peculiar, Cui Ying said. In this one, an elderly woman lies on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death, while a woman stands beside her. The woman is not shown from the front. We can only see her back as she gazes down at the elderly figure. She is dressed in ancient attire. Well, this is indeed an ancient text, so it makes sense. Now, observe the second image. What is this woman doing? Drawing blood. Yu Qing noted, she wields a sharp blade, slicing her right wrist. Look, these drops symbolize blood. Cui Ying felt an unusual sensation within her, In the third image, the woman extends her arm towards the elderly woman's mouth, feeding her blood. In the fourth image, the elderly woman rises. Yu Qing fell silent, scrutinizing the depiction of the elderly figure, whose body was hunched, fingers spread wide. As he picked up the fifth image, he noticed that the elderly woman stood fully upright and appeared significantly more normal. Could it be that the elderly woman was in a state of zombification? Cui Ying was elated. Finally, relevant information regarding zombification. However, how could the blood of this woman wield such tremendous power? Who is she? Yu Qing turned the pages over, revealing only illustrations and no accompanying text, and he sighed in disappointment. Cui Ying reassured him, "It matters not. We can attempt to experiment." "That seems to be our only option," Yu Qing conceded, placing the illustrations down. "There are still 3 books remaining. After perusing them, I shall retrieve the Dao sword." Cui Ying nodded silently, resuming her reading. However, no further information was found. After restoring the text to their original order, the two returned to the antique shop to collect the Dao sword, then hurried to the apartment. The apartment was temporarily safe, but Su Bai was exceedingly anxious. Fixated on the talisman affixed to Gong Ming's forehead, fearing that a moment's carelessness might cause it to fall, resulting in calamity for everyone. Fortunately, when Yu Qing and Cui Ying entered, Gong Ming was merely sitting on the floor, his hands rhythmically pounding his chest, managing to maintain some semblance of control over himself. "How is it?" Su Bai inquired. "We must conduct a blood test." Yu Qing pulled out 5 drawings from his pocket. "Take a look." Chapter 587, Transformation. Su Bai quickly grasped the situation and identified the crucial point. After a zombie feeds on blood, doesn't it become more severe? This woman must certainly be extraordinary. Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. There is no indication of this woman's identity. Yu Qing remarked, "Fortunately, we have a diverse group here." He fixed his gaze intently on Su Bai and Ying Ning, "Such as you two." Su Bai and Ying Ning inhaled sharply, and Ying Ning timidly asked, "Do we really have to feed him blood?" "We can only attempt it." Ying Ning, "Just a small sip will suffice." Cui Ying reassured her, "It will be quick." Ying Ning nodded, "All right. You certainly are agreeable. When have you ever known to refuse?" Su Bai retorted with irritation. "However, as a man, allow me to go first." Su Bai rubbed his nose. "By the way, is there a cup? Let us make it clear. I certainly do not wish to stretch my arm to his mouth. What if he bites me? That would be troublesome." "Fear not. I wouldn't allow you to do that either." Yu Qing went to the kitchen and returned with a disposable paper cup. "Here." Su Bai steeled himself and fetched a knife from the kitchen, still feeling uneasy. He found a lighter and heated the blade, stating as he did so, "For safety's sake, it's essential to disinfect." Cui Ying frowned slightly. "Should I go buy some alcohol?" "If you wish, I certainly wouldn't refuse." Su Bai chuckled. "I am quite anxious right now." "How pretentious." "Hurry up, do you need my assistance?" As Cui Ying reached for the knife, Su Bai hastily made a decisive cut, letting his blood drip into the cup, quickly covering it. "That's enough." Su Bai handed the cup to Yu Qing. "Here." Yu Qing took the cup and swiftly approached Gong Ming. Upon seeing the blood in the cup, Gong Ming licked his upper lip eagerly, his eyes greedily fixated on the cup, his body already restless. Yu Qing sighed and placed the cup in front of Gong Ming. Although he had not fully transformed, Gong Ming already exhibited a thirst for blood. Without needing to be fed, he grasped the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Still feeling unsatisfied, he opened his mouth, emitting a sound of yearning. Seeing Gong Ming unable to articulate any words, Gong Yang's tears began to fall. "Brother Gong Ming, it is futile. He is now half human, half zombie. Although he retains some awareness, he has lost the ability to communicate." Yu Qing stated, "He cannot comprehend what you are saying. Perhaps he understands, but cannot express it." At that moment, Gong Ming suddenly gasped, his body leaning back forcefully, the back of his head striking the floor with a resounding thud. Gong Yang could not contain himself and attempted to rush over, but was held back by Yu Qing. "Do not rush. Let us observe." Gong Ming remained on his knees. Yet his body bent backward, his head dropping to the ground. His throat began to convulse, initially gently, but soon with increasing intensity. And Gong Yang feared that Gong Ming's throat would burst at any moment. Finally, Gong Ming's body straightened, his expression vacant, his cheeks puffing out. Yu Qing puzzledly inquired, "What could cause this?" Cui Ying glared fiercely at Su Bai, exclaiming, "This lad possesses a yang body. Could it be that he cannot be restrained, but rather catalyzed?" Su Bai was equally flustered, retorting, "That makes no sense. Zombies are supposed to fear the sun. Indeed, the logic held. Zombies, being creatures of Yin, are averse to sunlight, which is why the Xingyang talisman is employed in combating them. Yet, before them stood a being that was half human and half zombie. Yu Qing drew forth a Dao sword, its aura formidable. Gong Ming took 2 steps back, letting out a pained howl before freezing in place. He then knelt, his body collapsing limply onto the floor. Su Bai and Ying Ning exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the bizarre situation. Gong Yang cautiously approached. Brother Gong Ming? Cui Ying's keen eyes noticed the blackness on Gong Ming's fingers gradually receding. Yu Qing, look. It seems to be working. Not only did Gong Ming's fingers undergo transformation, but his protruding fangs also retracted, and his once bulging cheeks now appeared almost normal, albeit slightly reddened from prior tension, with faint traces of blood visible. Yu Qing stepped forward, finding Gong Ming unconscious. He rolled back his eyes to inspect him and carefully removed the talisman affixed to his forehead. It appears the identity of that woman is becoming clearer. If Su Bai's blood proves effective, then that woman must also possess the reverse scale, akin to Su Bai. Among the descendants of the Dragon clan, few bear the reverse scale. Thus far, only 3 have been identified. Ruanyang, followed by Qinglian, and now in this generation, Su Bai. Judging by the attire depicted in the artwork, she most likely resembles Ruanyang. The artist of the painting was evidently an onlooker, astounded by the spectacle before them, and thus chose to immortalize it. Their astonishment did not stem from the act of blood feeding, which is documented in the texts of the Maoshan sect, but rather from the revelation that this girl's blood could restore the zombified individual to normalcy. Although Gong Ming lay unconscious, his limbs returned to normal and his fangs receded. Gong Yang was filled with joy and curiosity towards Su Bai, exclaiming, "Brother Su Bai, you are truly remarkable." Yet, Su Bai, grimacing in pain, replied, "I hope you all remain safe. If there are more like him, I might exhaust my life essence and perish." Thus, it became imperative to ascertain the source of this phenomenon. As Yu Qing examined Gong Ming's condition, he noted the frailty of his physique, already subject to torment and surgery. He should have been in a recovery phase, yet such a grave incident had occurred. Gong Ming's face was a sight to behold, marred by wounds that bled due to violent pulling and impact. Yu Qing sighed. "It seems we will need Lu Shangxing to attend to this." Though Lu Shangxing was reluctant, he eventually arrived, carrying a medical kit, his expression far from pleasant, muttering incessantly, "I am the foremost surgeon in Asia. How have I fallen to such depths? Summoned at your beck and call, devoid of any dignity? And please, a modicum of courtesy in your discourse would be appreciated. At least show me some respect. Thinking of you first signifies our esteem for you. That, indeed, is the highest form of respect we can offer." Su Bai spoke with irritation. "Think about it. If we were to send him to someone else, would you be pleased? This individual is your patient, the one for whom you perform the surgery. Ultimately, he ends up in someone else's hands. What a profound humiliation that would be." Lu Shangxing let out a muffled grunt, deftly wrapping gauze around Gong Ming's head. Treating one's own head as if it were inconsequential, to collide with such force, aren't you afraid it might burst? No one responded. Lu Shangxing then glanced at Gong Ming's fingernails. TSK, those nails are rather long. They ought to be trimmed." Yu Qing cleared his throat. "This is a personal matter." Indeed, the personal hygiene habits leave much to be desired. Once Lu Shangxing completed the bandaging, he remarked to himself, "This is excellently done. By the way, keep the wound dry. I shall not return tomorrow. You can change the dressings yourselves. Just be cautious. These supplies are left for you." "Thank you, Dr. Lu," Cui Ying said politely. "I'll see you out." Lu Shangxing looked at the 5 with suspicion. "Strange. Why are you all so eager to have me leave?" Go on, Su Bai insisted, pushing Lu Shangxing out and shutting the door with a thud. Lu Shangxing stood at the door, wanting to weep. "You bunch of rascals." After Lu Shangxing departed, Gong Yang moved Gong Ming to the bedroom for rest. Gong Yang was an emotionally expressive young man, holding Gong Ming's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Seeing this, Ying Ning felt a pang of sympathy. "It's all right. Didn't Yu Qing say to stop the stiffness? He will awaken and return to normal soon." "Yes, in this state, he resembles someone who has returned from the dead." Gong Yang's eyes reddened. Su Bai's phone rang. Upon answering, it was Fu Yu, and Su Bai exclaimed with excitement, "Something has occurred here. Are you still there? I shall come right over." Fu Yu abruptly hung up. It was rare to see Fu Yu in such a state of urgency, suggesting that the test results were extraordinary. Upon arriving at the apartment, Fu Yu placed a box on the coffee table opened it to reveal crystals identical to those found in the pus, albeit larger. Ying Ning, intrigued, asked, "What is this?" "Zombie nails, treated with a chemical solution," Fu Yu explained. This box was collected by Tang San Chong, but it had remained unused until now. No wonder it seemed familiar when I first saw it. I initially thought it was a mixture of snake venom and zombie blood. It suddenly occurred to me to compare the components of both, and the results were identical. Although I do not know how these finely ground zombie nails entered the skin, I am certain this is a method of artificially transforming a living person into a zombie. Observing the calm expressions of those present, Fu Yu realized. It seems you have already come to this conclusion. Indeed, not only could this uproot the Gong family, but it could also make them tools for their own ends. Humans possess emotions, but zombies do not. They would ultimately be reduced to instruments of murder. The more Yu Qing contemplated, the more frightening it became. This person's thoughts are both venomous and meticulous. Fu Yu added, "Since it involves the enhancement of the goo, I can assist in locating the heir of the enhancement goo to gather information." "That would be splendid," Cui Ying replied, with a dual approach. "I refuse to believe we cannot uncover this puppet master." 3 days later, Cui Ying realized that she had been overly optimistic. Initially, her investigation into the individuals clad in black yielded no results. Once freed from Wu Xian's control, these individuals returned to their normal lives, showing a reluctance to discuss their past experiences. In fact, they exhibited considerable resistance when approached, and no suspicious activities were detected during the surveillance. One of them expressed that they were simply relieved to return to normalcy and had no desire to become embroiled in any further complications. Meanwhile, Fu Yu encountered difficulties in his quest to find the successor of the Zhuang Gu. In this modern society, Gu poison was already rare, and true heirs of the Miao Gu were few and far between, let alone those of the Zhuang Gu. After extensive efforts to make connections, Fu Yu found himself in a futile situation. Fortunately, Gong Ming's condition gradually improved, and in a week's time, he would be able to speak fluently. When Gong Yang inquired about his previous sensations, Gong Ming could only describe them as muddled. Just before being wheeled into the operating room, he retained a sliver of lucidity, aware of his precarious state and the arduous battle that lay ahead. After receiving anesthesia, he lost consciousness, and upon awakening in the operating room, his last sensation was an overwhelming heat in his body. Su Bai remarked with a smile, "At that moment, it seems you had activated some switch within your body, causing an explosion of sensations." Gong Ming's expression turned regretful as he confessed, "I was completely oblivious to what transpired afterward. Although my eyes were open, I could not recognize the person before me, and inexplicably, I felt an intense thirst that could only be alleviated through aggression." "So, when you were choking me, you had no idea who I was?" Gong Yang asked. "To be honest, I don't even recall when I choked you." Gong Ming sighed as he glanced at Gong Yang's neck, lamenting, it nearly resulted in a grave mistake. Having narrowly escaped death, Gong Ming felt an overwhelming sense of relief, yet he thought of the 2 deceased clan members with a heavy heart. "I am fortunate compared to them. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago, thanks to the clan leader who brought me here." Su Bai pondered. "What I find peculiar is that the first episode was due to goo poison, while the second was attributed to rigidity. Is the rigidity a consequence of the surgery removing the pus, or is it a naturally occurring result?" A silence fell over the group. Cui Ying then stated, "In my view, the former is more plausible. If it were a natural development, how would we explain the deaths of the 2 earlier clan members? Wouldn't that imply that someone had schemed this all along?" Su Bai quipped, "That would make this individual more prescient than Boss Tang." "Not necessarily," Cui Ying replied. "It is a common principle. When someone falls ill, there is an instinctive drive to seek treatment. If such an unusual ailment arose within the clan, they would not stand idly by. With swelling in the brain, they would surely consider ways to expel the pus. The 2 who perished did so due to delayed treatment, thus avoiding further rigidity. However, once Gong Ming was brought in for treatment, the rigidity truly began at the moment the scalpel broke the skin. As long as there is one zombie within the clan, it will spread exponentially, leading to the entire Gong family becoming a clan of zombies." Gong Ming and Gong Yang gasped in horror. Gong Yang, with innocent optimism, remarked, "Now that Gong Ming has been treated, the crisis should be averted, right?" "Averted? Young man, you are exceedingly naive." Su Bai remarked, "This individual can administer the poison once more. As long as he remains alive, he may strike a second and third time, ultimately ensuring that all of you are afflicted." Gong Ming, thinking of his kin, felt a surge of urgency and abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "No. We must return immediately to inform them of this matter." Su Bai, bemused, replied, "You wish to run back right now to tell them? There's no need. Gong Yin has a mobile phone, and we have already notified him." Gong Ming promptly sat back down, a sheepish smile crossing his face. "I almost forgot about that. Gong Yin instructed me to convey that they have already relocated to a safe place and will come to retrieve you once they are settled." Yu Qing interjected, "There is one more thing." "What is it?" Gong Ming and Gong Yang inquired in unison. He suspected that the one who administered the poison might be among their people. Upon hearing Yu Qing's words, the faces of Gong Ming and Gong Yang paled. Gong Ming, supporting his head with his hand, stated, "This is impossible. Does anyone know how many members the Gong clan has in total?" Su Bai asked. "There are currently 79 members," Gong Yang replied. "After accounting for the 2 deceased clan members, the count has diminished from 81 to 79, nearly half of whom are elderly, women, and children. Typically, the elderly and vulnerable reside elsewhere, leaving only the young and strong, totaling 36 individuals. These 36 are quite familiar with one another. It would be impossible for an outsider to infiltrate." Gong Ming articulated, "If that is the case, does it not imply that there is a traitor within the Gong clan?" "That possibility cannot be dismissed," Chuang responded. "Let us not forget the previous incident involving Gong Shan." At the mention of Gong Shan, Gong Ming and Gong Yang's expressions darkened, leaving them speechless. Su Bai discreetly pinched Chuang. The overseas envoy truly lacked understanding of social nuances, continually bringing up painful subjects. Chuang shot Su Bai a sidelong glance, feeling no remorse, simply stating the facts. Su Bai cleared his throat. "In truth, there is another possibility. Someone may have disguised themselves and infiltrated your ranks. Please do not regard me with such expressions. Disguise is merely a form of makeup. Among those we know, there are individuals capable of this. Your lives are rather monotonous, and your personalities are not particularly pronounced. Thus, it would be quite simple to blend in. Furthermore, Gong Yan's remarks must stem from some discovery. That is indeed plausible. The clan leader knows everyone well, and he should be able to detect any anomalies." Gong Yang, increasingly agitated, declared, "We must return." Gong Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, Gong Ming has just undergone surgery, and his condition has only recently stabilized. Can he withstand such a long journey? Ying Ning expressed her concern. "Gong Ming, you should stay here. I will rush back." Gong Yang asserted, "I have already lost 2 brothers. I cannot bear to see you in danger," he continued. "No, you are still young and inexperienced. It would be more appropriate for me to return." Gong Ming frowned. "This snake poison is exceedingly potent. It could cost lives. Are you two performing a melodramatic act?" Su Bai interjected, rubbing his nose. "In my view, it would be best for both of you to remain here. At least 2 suspects would be eliminated, reducing the number from 36 to 34. You should not return to complicate matters." Chapter 589. The Jade Draining Pool. Su Bai's reasoning was sound. Chuang remarked, "You should remain here and focus on recuperating. That is of utmost importance." Gong Ming's complexion was ashen, although no longer stiff. The surgery and near transformation into a zombie had subjected this young man to immense suffering. His physical condition was deplorable, and as he walked, his legs trembled unsteadily. To mitigate any potential complications, Yu Qing had concocted a specialized medication for him, which he was to take twice daily to prevent further rigidity. Observing no signs of complexity over the past couple of days, Yu Qing finally felt a sense of relief. With a heavy sigh, Gong Ming lamented, "Our clan is in peril, yet we are confined here. How frustrating." Gong Yang, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, shared the sentiment, and the somber atmosphere enveloped the others. Suddenly, Yu Qing's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he was taken aback, quickly answering, "Hello, Gong Yan." The others watched intently, their expressions filled with concern as Yu Qing's demeanor turned peculiar. On the other end of the line was an odd, labored breathing, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. Casting a glance at the others, Yu Qing gestured for silence and whispered, "Gong Yan, are you all right?" The footsteps ceased, and Yu Qing's heart felt as if it had stopped. He feared that if he pressed further, Gong Yan's life might be at stake. Gripping his phone tightly, he swallowed hard. A rustling noise emerged, akin to sand shifting, and Yu Qing leaned in closer to the receiver, straining to capture any sound from the other end. He discerned the sound of slaps and a voice filled with agony and restraint, which he felt was intentionally meant for him to hear. Just as his heart raced, A sudden thud echoed through the line, and the call abruptly ended. Listening to the repetitive tone, Yu Qing's expression darkened. Gong Yin may be in danger. Where would he go if he returns? He mentioned arranging for the clan members to be placed in a more concealed location. I know of such a place. Gong Ming interjected. You must hurry there. Gong Yang will guide you. Gong Yang hesitated. Can you stay here alone? Enough with the idle talk. You must leave at once. Gong Ming urged. The Yulin Pond. Are you familiar with it? The clan leader mentioned it as a specially designated refuge. Given the current circumstances, he would surely head there. With determination, Gong Yang replied, All right, Brother Gong Ming, take care of yourself. Everyone, we must depart now. The Yulin Pond was a name given by the Gong clan, and it was not marked on any map, necessitating Gong Yang's guidance. Although he had visited the location twice, he was uncertain how to navigate from the imperial capital, which delayed their progress. After finally confirming a basic route, they hastily prepared their belongings and borrowed a vehicle from an antique shop to set off. As the car roared to life, Su Bai expressed his confusion. Strange, I feel like something is missing today. No one responded to him. Seated beside Su Bai, Gong Yang appeared restless, frequently glancing out the window, his hands twisting together and then relaxing, only to twist together once more. Observing his distress, Ying Ning softly reassured him. Do not worry. This is not characteristic of the clan leader. Before Gong Yin assumed the position, he was somewhat reckless. However, he has displayed considerable composure in recent days, indicating that this is certainly not a prank. Gong Yang remarked, This is a call for help, yet he does not dare to speak out, undoubtedly fearing for his safety. Just now, Yu Qing also heard the sound of whipping. He must be suffering at this moment. Yu Qing replied, You are correct. Gong Yin intends for us to hear the commotion from that direction, but refrains from vocalizing his distress, likely for his own protection. This is a prudent decision, and the fact that his captors have not killed him suggests they see potential value in him. Thus, do not worry excessively. Gong Yin is safe for the time being. Gong Yang, with a foolish expression, asked, I hope so. When will we arrive? Su Bai responded, It will take at least 7 hours to reach Yulin Pond from here. Gong Yang, in a state of anxiety, exclaimed, 7 hours? That's an eternity. There's no alternative. It's a remote location accessible only by car, Yu Qing explained. We must hasten our journey. We should arrive by midnight. As night fell, the vehicle jostled along the gravel road, and the group was utterly exhausted. Yu Qing's phone was continuously charging via the car charger as he awaited the ringtone. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, and the headlights of the car pierced through the fog, rendering the path ahead uncertain. At that moment, the phone rang, and Shui Ying, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at it with disappointment. It's Bai Yi. Su Bai suddenly realized, no wonder something felt amiss today. We rushed out without informing Bai Yi. Shui Ying stuck out her tongue before answering the call. Hello, Bai Yi. His voice came through with a chilling sharpness. Where have you all gone? The situation is rather complicated. The Gong family is facing some difficulties, and Gong Yin may be in peril. We are on our way there. Shui Ying explained. It happened so suddenly that I forgot to notify you. You aren't angry, are you? There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Shui Ying called out, Hello, Bai Yi. The call was abruptly terminated, and Shui Ying shrugged helplessly. It seems he is indeed upset. That's typical of Bai Yi, Su Bai remarked. His absence is advantageous. He can keep an eye on Gong Ming. Who knows? There may be a chance of re-establishing order. This thought prompted Yu Qing. Indeed, Shui Ying, send him a text. I suspect he is unwilling to take calls right now. Bai Yi was indeed furious. This group had the audacity to proceed without him. Xiao Bai rested on Bai Yi's lap, asking, Handsome clan leader, why do you look so troubled? Because I am angry, Bai Yi replied, stroking Xiao Bai's head. Upon arriving here, there is one lesson you must learn. What is it? Xiao Bai inquired. Exercise caution in choosing friends, Bai Yi stated solemnly. Do not associate with unreliable individuals, let alone befriend them. Otherwise, you may lose many years of your life. How many years will the handsome clan leader lose? Xiao Bai asked, resting his chin on his hand. Having encountered 4 unreliable individuals, I would say at least 400 years, Bai Yi replied with a hint of exasperation. Have you taken my words to heart? Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars. I remember. I will choose good friends from now on. Bai Yi sighed. In critical moments, you truly shine. As the message alert chimed, Bai Moshwan casually retrieved his phone to discover a lengthy text. Initially, he furrowed his brows. However, as he continued reading, A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. At least I'm included. I shall let you off this time. Nevertheless, Bai Yi showed no intention of replying. Having comprehended the message, he stowed his phone away. Ying, noticing the lack of response, remarked that Bai Yi, even if he saw it, he wouldn't reply. Su Bai chimed in. That guy has quite the ego, but rest assured, if he did see it, he wouldn't simply ignore it. Ying set her phone aside. While Yuqing focused intently ahead, the so-called Yuling pool was fast approaching. In the dead of night, the headlights cast a faint glow upon the mountains ahead, resembling draped fabric. Gong Yang explained, every time the sun rises, at that precise moment when the light breaks, the mountains here take on a jade-like hue, cascading down like droplets of jade. Thus, our ancestors named it Yuling Pool. But a pool must have water. Where is it? Su Bai inquired. The pool refers to the area where our clan resides. If we drive a bit further, you'll see a large pit. That is the pool, Gong Yang replied. It appears as if the jade light is cascading directly into the pit, which holds a secret passage leading down into the mountains, our hidden sanctuary. A refuge in times of peril. Just as they neared their destination, the vehicle suddenly stalled. After a few futile attempts to surge forward, it came to a complete stop. Yuqing sighed, damn it. What's wrong? Ying Ning asked. It seems the tire has burst, Yuqing replied, swallowing hard. I'll take a look. Stepping out of the car, Yuqing observed the left tire, which was deflated due to a wooden splinter piercing it. He exhaled heavily, realizing that the path had become increasingly narrow and the thorns more abundant since their arrival. Assessing the road ahead, he understood that traversing the entire route by vehicle was impractical. The tire had merely given way too soon, and the Yuling pool, though seemingly close, was still quite distant. He rapped on the car window, and Su Bai lowered it. Are you getting out? Yuqing smiled wryly. Let us grab our bags and walk. Su Bai clicked his tongue, gazing at the path ahead, and sighed. We are racing against time. Encountering setbacks now is truly vexing. Enough complaining. Walking requires legs, not words. Ying urged. Let us move quickly. The five gathered their belongings, replenishing their supplies of water and provisions. With the aid of flashlights, they trudged forward, stepping cautiously amidst the uneven terrain. The ground, pockmarked and wet from recent rains, bore puddles that splashed onto their legs, leaving them muddy and disheveled before long. Upon finally arriving at Yuling Pool, they found it starkly different from their expectations. Due to the rain, it was merely a muddy expanse, far from the beauty described by Gong Yang. Is this truly what jade light looks like? Ying inhaled sharply. It is indeed quite unique. Gong Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and remarked, it is still dark outside, and the rain has caused some flooding, which is why it appears as it does now. The view is only truly splendid at dawn. Fortunately, our purpose here is not merely to admire the scenery. Su Bai interjected, hurry down and seek your kin. Without delay, Gong Yang led the group into the pool. In the center of the pool stood a massive, slanted rock. Su Bai initially assumed this was a marker, but as Gong Yang guided them beyond it, he pondered that such an obvious sign would indeed be too conspicuous. The true passageway lay at the far right end of the pool. Gong Yang crouched down, produced a whistle, and let out a long, piercing note that was markedly different from an ordinary whistle. After approximately 3 minutes, a sudden sound was heard as an underground opening revealed itself. Gong Yang peered inside, observing individuals wielding torches, and with a trembling voice called out, Uncle Lu, I have returned. Being young, Gong Yang felt a surge of anxiety regarding Gong Yan's situation, and upon seeing the elder of his clan, he involuntarily resembled a child, feeling inexplicably aggrieved, with tears welling in his eyes. Fortunately, Uncle Lu did not notice this. Uncle Lu was not particularly old, merely in his 50s, and upon seeing Gong Yang and his companions, he inquired, are they truly the saviors? Feeling somewhat bashful at being referred to as a savior, Su Bai was about to express his gratitude when Uncle Lu urged, come down quickly. The five descended, and Uncle Lu appraised the young individuals. We have met before, back when the old clan leader was still alive. I served him directly, but I was masked back then. So you likely do not recognize me, save for this young lady who seems unfamiliar. Ying Ning, encountering the Gong clan for the first time, simply smiled sweetly. Uncle Lu remarked, the young lady appears quite familiar. Gong Yang, eager to locate Gong Yan, urged impatiently, Uncle Lu, please take us inside swiftly. Very well. I shall lead you in at once, Uncle Lu replied, somewhat chiding. You are just like your brother Gong Yan, so impetuous. The group followed Uncle Lu through the passageway. Conversing along the way, Uncle Lu, with concern, inquired, "How is Gong Ming faring?" "Thanks to Brother Yuqing and the others, he is now safe and sound." Recuperating in the capital, Gong Yang responded. "Brother Gong Ming was anxious to return with me, but he had just undergone surgery and cannot exert himself." "Uncle Lu, where's the clan leader?" "He left after bringing you here and has not yet returned," Uncle Lu replied, entirely unaware of the peril that befell Gong Yan. Just as Gong Yang was about to speak, Yuqing discreetly pinched him, and he gently shook his head. Gong Yan was the clan leader and the very backbone of the Gong family. Should anything happen to him, it would surely create turmoil among the people. In such a time, it was best to keep this information concealed. Gong Yang swiftly swallowed his words and instead asked, "Uncle Lu, where has the clan leader gone?" "He has gone to the northern mountain," Uncle Lu responded. "He mentioned that a mechanism had malfunctioned and needed repair. I suggested that a few individuals accompany him, but he insisted on going alone. I wonder how he is faring, as he has been gone for some time now." Gong Yang lowered his head, remaining silent, prompting Uncle Lu to inquire, "What brings you here at this hour?" "We are here to investigate the source of the illness," Yuqing remarked. "Although Gong Ming has recovered after the surgery, it is prudent to ascertain whether anyone still harbors latent poison." Uncle Lu, feeling a sense of relief, replied, "Indeed. It has been quite taxing for you all." As they traversed the narrow passageway, it gradually opened up, revealing the sight of lowly abodes where the elderly, women, and children cowered in trepidation. Shui Ying felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Is everyone gathered here? Previously scattered, now all had congregated, embarking on a collective endeavor. Uncle Lu stated, "The young ones are up ahead preparing tools. None can predict when we might need to evacuate. Please, take a moment to sit while I fetch you some water." "No need for that, Uncle Lu," Yuqing interjected. "We must urgently seek out Gong Yan." "How do we reach Beishan?" Uncle Lu cast a suspicious glance their way, cautiously inquiring, "Has something occurred?" "There is a matter of great importance that necessitates his confirmation," Yuqing replied earnestly. "He might assist us in locating the individual responsible for the poison." "Oh, if that is the case, we must not delay. There is a shorter route." The route Uncle Lu alluded to was an old cableway, once transformed into a scenic spot in the 1990s, but regrettably abandoned due to poor management and inconvenient transportation. The cableway, which typically carried passengers or goods down the rugged slopes, relied on suspended steel cables. Now, only the steel cables remained, and traversing them required one to grasp the pulley with both hands and glide down. Standing at the mountain's peak, they could see the lengthy cableway stretching forth into the distance, disappearing over the other side of the mountain. Su Bai felt the wind whipping beneath his feet, and, glancing down, his heart quaked. "How high?" "Do not look down. Keep your gaze on the sky," Uncle Lu advised. "These cables are sturdy. You shall be safe." Observing the rusted cables, Su Bai felt a twinge of doubt. Is that truly so? "Indeed it is. I shall go first. You follow," Gong Yang declared. Accustomed to the precariousness, and with a firm grip on the pulley, he gracefully launched himself forward. Su Bai heard a shrill screech of friction as Gong Yang disappeared into the distance. Ying Ning and Shui Ying were both exhilarated, particularly Ying Ning, who could hardly contain her excitement. "It looks like so much fun. I want to go next." Su Bai pulled Ying Ning back gently. "Be careful, little girl. You should be the one to watch out." Ying Ning blinked playfully. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Su Bai felt a twinge of apprehension. Indeed, he had just released his grip, and both Ying Ning and Shui Ying slid down in succession. Now, only he and Yuqing remained. "You go first. I will bring up the rear," Yuqing suggested. Feeling somewhat resigned, Su Bai thought it better to have someone behind him than none at all. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he grasped the sides of the pulley, closed his eyes, and pushed off with his feet, soaring into the air. The sensation of truly flying was rather delightful. Emboldened, he opened his eyes, and the experience of gliding through the mountains felt akin to sprouting wings, a breathtaking beauty. However, this feeling did not last long. Soon, Su Bai realized that his arms felt detached from his body, and his hands grew numb. He had to hold his breath to maintain a firm grip on the pulley, striving to endure until he reached the end. Chapter 591. Rebellion. As Gong Yang observed Su Bai's descent, he positioned himself to steady her, extending his hands in assistance. Upon touching the ground, Su Bai leaned precariously against Gong Yang, exclaiming, "Goodness, I nearly lost half my life." Her palms bore 2 crimson impressions as she repeatedly blew on her hands. When Yuqing arrived, She wasted no time and commanded, "Hurry and find Gong Yan." "This is Beishan," Gong Yang declared. "If the clan leader has come here in pursuit of mechanisms, I know precisely where to go. Follow me." He led the 4 companions towards the Y-shaped mountain, which was actually formed by 2 mountains leaning against one another, creating a hollow region at the center. Upon traversing through, they beheld an open expanse. "This is the spot," he pointed out. "Look, the mechanism has been restored." "Indeed, there are footprints on the ground," Yuqing remarked. "Thank heavens for this rain." The group followed the disordered footprints to the northern side of the Y-shaped mountain, where the prints abruptly ceased. Su Bai paused, questioning, "Is this the place? Is something amiss?" "It resides within my mind." Su Bai's cryptic statement was understood by all, the Dragon Vein map. This location was one of the passageways leading to the Dragon Vein. Su Bai's expression darkened, as they had come full circle back to the origin of the strongest Dragon Vein. Yuqing noted, "The echoes of footsteps and breaths indicate a peculiar space, possibly a closed and elongated passageway that aligns with this location. We should venture inside to investigate." With a furrowed brow, Su Bai inquired of Gong Yang, "How do we enter?" Gong Yang began to shift the protruding stones above, exchanging left for right. And thus the passageway opened. "We can enter from here. There is nothing inside. Usually, it merely houses and used tools for setting traps in the vicinity. Recently, few have visited, and mechanisms have been neglected. Had it not been for the previous events, the clan leader wouldn't have thought to restore them. Let us proceed," Yuqing urged, already slipping inside. However, a thought struck Su Bai. This place was rarely visited even by the Gong clan members. If outsiders could infiltrate here and seize Gong Yan, the earlier assessment could be further validated. Someone had likely already mingled in, possibly trailing them here and abducting Gong Yan, who may have contacted them for help. Su Bai hurried inside. "Yuqing, be cautious." Yuqing focused on the dust-covered footprints. Upon entry, there were 2 rows of prints, but after advancing a dozen meters, the markings became chaotic, merging from 2 rows into one. If Gong Yan had come here, it was likely that he had met with foul play at this very spot. Gong Yang, a perceptive youth, observed the footprints and anxiously exclaimed, "What should we do? The clan leader seems to be in grave danger." Yuqing took a few steps forward, lifting her gaze to find several stone houses ahead. One of the doors was ajar, and on the stone wall, there was a patch of black, splattered residue. Upon examining the lock, she noted the same black substance. "We must exercise extreme caution," Shui Ying warned, her expression stern. "The assailants are armed. This lock has been forcibly opened with a gun." Yuqing swiftly pushed Shui Ying behind him, stepping forward into the modest room first. The interior was cluttered with nets and an array of wooden tools, and a heavy layer of dust settled throughout. The footprints in this place became increasingly pronounced, and Su Bai noticed that they vanished just before a massive net hanging on the wall. Habitually, he inquired of Gong Yang, "Where is the mechanism?" I do not know," Gong Yang replied. "This is my first time in this room as well." Su Bai lifted the net, revealing a rusted iron nail embedded halfway into the wall, marked conspicuously with a fingerprint. A triumphant smile spread across Su Bai's face as he declared, "I know." He pressed the iron nail inward, causing the net to quiver and an unseen door to swing open. As he stepped inside, he was met with the scattered fragments of a mobile phone ahead, prompting an exclamation of exasperation. What the hell? The passageway extended downward into an abyss of darkness, where unknown dangers awaited them. Su Bai swallowed hard, cautiously descending the stairs, taking each step with utmost care to avoid alerting any adversaries. The 4 companions followed suit, their hearts pounding with each echo of their footsteps. Murphy's Law dictated that if something could go wrong, it would, no matter how minuscule the chance. The more Su Bai pondered this, the more calamities seemed to unfold. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed by, striking the ground near his feet, the sparks igniting the air. The heat singed his pant leg, and the gunshot shattered the tense stillness. Su Bai instinctively dropped to the ground and extinguished his flashlight, urging, "Turn off the lights." The others reacted swiftly, extinguishing their lights and crawling down the steps, desperate to avoid detection. Dim lights flickered below, followed by Gong Yan's urgent voice. "Hurry, do not descend." Upon hearing Gong Yan's call, Gong Yang was inexplicably elated. "It's the clan leader." Shui Ying quickly covered his mouth. At that moment, both light and sound could plunge them into peril. Alas, it was too late. Laughter erupted from below, followed by another gunshot, and the anguished cry of Gong Yan filled the air. Su Bai's heart raced, Where had the bullet struck? Clan leader, this is the first shot to welcome your friend. Came a venomous voice. It's merely an arm. There's no need to worry, you won't die anytime soon. That scoundrel. Gong Yin gritted his teeth against the pain. You must leave at once. This fiend's objective is to lure you here. Do not fall for his trap. Su Bai, Yu Qing, you must escape. Another gunshot rang out, this time striking Gong Yin's left leg. This serves as a reminder to keep your mouth shut. Worry about your friends later. Think of your kin instead. What does that mean? Time is running short, the assailant sneered. The curse can act swiftly or slowly. I merely expedite the affliction for some, while delaying it for others. Yu Qing's expression shifted in alarm. Others have been cursed. Gong Yang's voice trembled with despair. What shall we do now? Su Bai pondered, who exactly are you? The adversary offered no reply. Instead, a series of knocks echoed, and a loud crash resounded above, creating a gaping hole. The gunman chuckled, my people have arrived. The rope descended, and 7 individuals clad in black bodysuits gradually made their way down, each armed with a firearm. Su Bai spat on the ground, pondering. What sort of individuals have we encountered? I may have an inkling, Cui Ying replied. Mike, is that you? The figures below appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. I never expected to be recognized in such a place. It seems my reputation precedes me. Who is he? Su Bai inquired. The leader of an international tomb raiding organization. Currently a wanted fugitive, and the sworn enemy of the treasure hunters, Cui Ying explained. They often arrive before the treasure hunters, taking away the items they desire. The primary distinction between them and the treasure hunters is their willingness to kill and employ ruthless methods to achieve their goals. The 8 individuals formed a line below, their headlamps illuminating the area, revealing Gong Yin lying on the ground, handcuffed, in a pool of blood. His body curled up, wounds evident on his legs and arms. Blood gushing forth. If this continued, Gong Yin would surely perish. The leader, Mike, donned the standard garb of the Gong clan. Gong Yang murmured, isn't that Gong Xiang? Gong Xiang. Mike sneered. So, the unfortunate soul is Gong Xiang. What have you done to him? Gong Yang realized that the art of disguise truly existed in this world. Dead men are most obedient. What do you think I could possibly do? Mike spat on the ground. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Mike wiped his face, revealing his true identity. He was no Han Chinese, but a quintessential Russian, a scar marring his left cheek, his hair a disheveled flaxen. Tossing his wig aside, he grumbled, what a nuisance. Quickly, what must we do to retrieve Gong Yin? Su Bai inquired in a low voice. The secret of the Gong family, Mike replied. The dragon vein map. Ah, your expressions reveal that you comprehend my words. It seems we have found the right individuals. Lead us to the dragon veins domain. That is impossible, Su Bai countered, for we lack the key. A key, you jest, boy? Mike raised his gun, aiming it at Gong Yan's heart. This game has dragged on long enough. My patience has worn thin. Wait, hear me out. The key I speak of is something no one in this world can attain, Su Bai stated. I do not know from where you heard this, but the informant did not divulge the complete truth. It is possible they themselves are unaware. Mike closed his eyes briefly, glancing upwards. I will grant you one more chance. You have utterly exhausted my patience. I will take you there. Su Bai nearly shouted. Blood continued to flow from Gong Yin. If this persisted, he would surely die. It appears you are the infamous Su Bai, Mike remarked. Show me your identification. Su Bai tossed his credentials, and after Mike verified them, he turned to his companions with a smile. He is quite obedient, isn't he? Su Bai swallowed hard, you know me. But you should also realize that I am the only one capable of reaching that place. Therefore, hand Gong Yin over to them, and I will accompany you. In a state of shock, Ying Ning suddenly recalled her true identity as a 9-tailed fox. Why should she allow these individuals to intimidate her? And why should she watch in despair as Gong Yin faced death? With a swift shift in her thoughts, she propelled herself forward, her form resembling a fleeting shadow, imperceptible to the crowd. By the time they reacted, Ying Ning had already positioned herself behind Mike, seizing the gun from his grasp and forcefully redirecting its muzzle to his temple. Mike, taken aback, stammered, who are you? The one who seeks your demise, Ying Ning retorted, her demeanor transforming as if she were a different person. Tell your accomplices to lower their weapons. Do you even know how to fire a gun? Meanwhile, Mike's other hand stealthily reached for a sharp military knife concealed at his waist, an instrument that had claimed many lives. He relished the moment when the blade would slice through a throat, the satisfaction of blood gushing forth unparalleled by anything else. Cui Ying caught sight of his movement, and Almost simultaneously as Mike drew the knife, shouted, "Ying Ning, be careful." Ying Ning raised her left knee and delivered a forceful kick to Mike's groin, a blow that nearly cost him his life. He doubled over, the knife clattering to the ground, which Ying Ning swiftly kicked aside. "You are truly a coward. I shall not show you any mercy." The remaining 7 men aimed their weapons at Ying Ning, but she held Mike as a shield in front of her. "Go ahead and shoot. After all, someone is willing to accompany me to the grave. What a bargain." Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qing and Su Bai hurried down to retrieve Gong Yan, while Cui Ying tended to his wounds with haste. However, it was far from sufficient, given the circumstances. They needed to evacuate Gong Yan immediately. Yu Qing inhaled deeply, declaring, "Cui Ying, Gong Yan's life is now in your hands." Cui Ying, startled, met Yu Qing's resolute gaze and understood the gravity of the situation. She nodded, "I will accompany Gong Yang. You 3 must exercise caution. Gong Yang, let us go." Gong Yang lifted Gong Yan onto his back, and they swiftly retreated. Below, Ying Ning continued to confront Mike and the 7 others. Su Bai sneered, "It seems your subordinates wish for your demise." Yu Qing was solely focused on returning to the Yulin pool, listening to Mike's words. He sensed lingering dangers within the clan, yet he hesitated amidst the current chaos. Su Bai nudged him, "Leave. You are of no use here. If Gong Yan survives, and our kin perish, we would be failing him." With gritted teeth, Yu Qing replied, "Take care of yourselves." The 7 men appeared unfazed by the departure of others. One of them gazed at Mike with a deep, sinister smile. "Mike, today's your day. Are you all rebelling against me?" Mike was taken aback, realizing they truly intended to take his life. Without answering, the man raised his hand and fired a shot. Ying Ning, startled, quickly dodged, and as she moved aside, the bullet struck Mike squarely in the chest, the once mighty international thief collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With Mike down, all weapons turned toward Ying Ning. Su Bai, terrified, leaped in front of her, shielding her with his body. Su Bai stood before Ying Ning, and the 7 assailants hesitated to act. Observing their reluctance to pull the trigger, Su Bai surmised that they feared the repercussions of taking his life, which emboldened him. Protecting Ying Ning, he cautiously advanced step by step towards the stairs. The fact that these 7 men dared not take Su Bai's life did not imply they would allow him to escape. One of them stepped forward, raising his firearm. Unfazed, Su Bai challenged, "Come on, kill me, and the secrets of the Dragon Vein map will perish with me." The man sneered, "What a naive child. To think such a fool is our adversary, how ludicrous." Ying Ning drew in a sharp breath. If she did not act now, it might be too late. As she leaned forward, a sudden numbness seized her left arm, her eyes widened in terror. Su Bai turned to see her face contorted in pain. And as he supported her, a warmth spread through his back. He too began to falter, the world around him growing increasingly blurred. Ying Ning. The 2 leaned against each other, collapsing to the ground. The man who had stepped forward approached and kicked them a few times, proclaiming, "No matter how formidable, one cannot withstand a tranquilizer gun. They are but mortals. What shall we do with Mike's body?" Someone inquired. The man coldly replied, "I have no intention of retrieving his corpse. Take them away." 2 men promptly emerged, hoisting Ying Ning and Su Bai onto their shoulders. They ascended via ropes, not lingering in that place. Meanwhile, Mike, lying on the ground, twitched slightly, his eyes slowly opening. As he opened his mouth, blood gushed forth, rendering him immobile. Struggling, he dipped his hand into the blood and scrawled beside him, "You bastards, even in death, I will not allow you to have peace." Finally, his hand fell limp to the side as he gasped his last breath. Meanwhile, Yu Qing returned to the dwelling of the Gong family, only to find the passage sealed. Anxious as an ant on a hot pan, she recalled the whistle blown by Gong Yang. Striving to replicate the sound, she called out loudly, "Sixth uncle! Sixth uncle!" The passage eventually opened, and Sixth uncle peered out, his expression one of relief upon seeing Yu Qing. "You have finally returned. But where is everyone? Hurry down. Someone is unwell." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Yu Qing as she urged, "Take me there quickly." She jumped down and had scarcely taken a few steps when a chilling cry echoed from ahead. Sixth uncle's hands trembled with anxiety. "Oh no, have they broken free?" Yu Qing dashed forward, but the low-roofed houses had all securely locked their doors. A young man was frantically battering one of the wooden doors, his limbs stiff as he hurled himself against it with tremendous force. Remarkably, his head had not swollen like Gong Ming's. It remained unchanged in size. This man had become completely rigid. Yu Qing retrieved the Xingyang talisman and, seizing the moment while the half-stunned man had his back turned. Swiftly approached and pressed the talisman against the center of his back. Overcome by this sudden assault, the man let out a ferocious roar, collapsing to the ground in agony. His body writhed on the floor as Yuqing unsheathed his sword, which exuded a potent aura against the undead. The sword hummed ominously, its blade radiating fierce energy, rendering the man incapable of rising. Meanwhile, those who had been lying down cautiously opened their windows to observe the situation outside. Uncle Lu inquired, "What has happened to him?" Chapter 593. Electric shock. 1. It will gradually transform him into a zombie, Yuqing replied. With Su Bai absent, we cannot contain him completely. We must bind him for now and locate everyone he has bitten or grabbed. Not a single one can be overlooked. He continued, "It is imperative we inform everyone. Concealing the truth serves no purpose. Once the affliction manifests, not only will one be rendered incapable of being human, but they may also endanger their kin. We must prioritize the greater good." The young individuals stepped forth, recognizing the weight of responsibility resting upon their shoulders at this critical juncture. They swiftly bound the incapacitated man and gathered the rest. Uncle Lu addressed the assembly. "You have all witnessed that the danger has not yet passed. He has been poisoned by the zombie venom and will inevitably turn into a zombie. Those who were bitten must come forward, for their own sake. And for the sake of us all." The clan members shrank back, none willing to step forward. Yuqing remarked, "I understand your trepidation. However, I do not wish to inspect each of you one by one. You are all members of the Gong clan, part of a larger family. None wish to see our order disrupted. For this reason, I implore you to muster your courage, for your own salvation, and for the salvation of all." A timid voice rose among the crowd. "I was scratched on the back of my hand. I was bitten on the neck," another confessed. Yuqing sighed with relief, directing those who had sustained injuries to stand apart from the rest, isolating them. He meticulously examined each one and distributed packages of vermilion powder for precaution. Under Uncle Lu's direction, the remaining individuals were relocated to another area, while this group remained behind. Once all arrangements were made, Uncle Lu returned with 2 young men. Casting a silent gaze at Yuqing, "Uncle Lu, what is it? Everyone has moved. Just tell us plainly. Has something happened to the clan leader?" Uncle Lu replied, "Given the scale of the crisis within the clan, he is yet to return. You went and came back, but only you have returned." Yuqing let out a sigh, prompting Uncle Lu to continue. "With everyone absent, at least allow us 3 to be informed. What of Gong Yang? Where has he gone?" Only then did Yuqing clarify Gong Yan's situation, revealing that Gong Yan had been shot twice. Uncle Lu swayed slightly, supported by the young man beside him. Yuqing stated, "We require Su Bai's blood to restore these individuals completely, yet he has not returned after such a long time. I fear he may also be in danger. What shall we do now?" Came the question. "We must protect our kin," Yuqing asserted. "In all the world, no one can approach the dragon vein. Thus it must be secure. No matter how ferocious these individuals may be, they cannot surpass that barrier." "That is assured." Uncle Lu replied, "But what of Su Bai? I now find myself utterly alone, overwhelmed, and unable to manage the situation. Nevertheless, I have summoned reinforcements." The reinforcements brought by Yuqing are none other than Bai Mashuan. Upon handing Xiao Bai over to Fu Yu, Bai Mashuan hastened to arrive, and upon seeing Yuqing, his expression was imbued with complexity. Yuqing offered a wry smile and remarked, "I know you must be pondering how these individuals have orchestrated the current predicament." Bai Mashuan replied, "No, I am contemplating whether I should seek out Su Bo or if you should." After some deliberation, he continued, "Considering your familiarity with the terrain, it is best that you go." Grateful, Yuqing gazed at Bai Mashuan and expressed, "Thank you for not berating me. Safety is of utmost importance." To which Bai Mashuan replied, "Su Bo is not the primary concern. Those who have reached this point must possess some inside knowledge. Without further ado, you must quickly investigate." Returning to the scene, Yuqing was met with the sight of Mike's lifeless body, which ignited a surge of anger within him. He approached and delivered a kick, lamenting the nature of such a team that could so readily forsake a comrade's life in critical moments. With this kick, the blood-stained words beneath Mike's body became visible. Yuqing hastily crouched to examine them closely, realizing that his angle was incorrect. Adjusting his perspective, he wondered what the inscription could possibly be. With a sigh, he retrieved a piece of paper and sketched the shape of the bloodied letters. Strange, it appears incomplete. Looking up at the large hole above, he began to climb out, only to discover distinct tire tracks on the ground, evidence that two vehicles had departed the scene. Following the tracks, he discerned that they led away towards a nearby path, after which they vanished without a trace. Sighing once more, Yuqing hurried back to inform Bai Yi of his discovery. They both deduced that the individuals had abducted Su Bai and Ying Ning. This was indeed a kidnapping. With Su Bai absent, the danger posed by these individuals could not be entirely mitigated. Bai Yi assured him, "I will keep watch here and await your return with Su Bai. I have notified the Bu brothers to track Su Bai's phone. I hope it proves helpful." A call from Shui Ying interrupted, informing them that Gong Yan's surgery had concluded. Despite the significant blood loss, the operation was successful, yet he remained unconscious, a bittersweet outcome. Upon hearing this news, the sixth uncle felt a temporary sense of relief. For now, they could only await the Bu brothers' tracking updates before proceeding with their next course of action. Yuqing remained perplexed about the situation. "I find this rather strange." "Indeed, it is quite peculiar," Bai Yi concurred. "How does the International Tomb Rating Syndicate know about the dragon vein? This is a major point of contention. The internal strife may hold deeper secrets. I am certain that Su Bai is unharmed. If he were to perish, it would extinguish their hopes. I do not concern myself with his well-being. My focus lies solely on how much information he can acquire." When Su Bai finally regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in darkness. "Ying Ning, where are you?" he called out. "I am here, right beside you," came Ying Ning's voice as her hand groped for him. Finally making contact. "Su Bai, we are neither dead nor injured. It must have been a tranquilizer." Su Bai responded, "I told you, if they knew the truth, they would not dare to harm me. If they were to touch you, I would not hesitate to end my own life, severing their hopes. Do not speak recklessly," she cautioned. Ying Ning covered Su Bai's mouth, urging, "We must survive well." Su Bai reached out, striking the surface beneath him, remarking, "Strange. It doesn't feel like a floor." The stifling heat enveloped them, devoid of windows or even the slightest crack for ventilation. Their clothes were drenched with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Ying Ning murmured, "I'm so thirsty." Su Bai struggled to rise, feeling around in the oppressive darkness. The ground yielded nothing of use. Yet he persisted until he discerned the edges of his surroundings. Gently tapping, he recognized the sound. This was a cargo compartment. Su Bai swallowed hard, savoring the brief pause of saliva in his throat, for he too was parched. All their belongings had been stripped away, including their phones. Even if they had them, in such a confined space, there would be no signal. Returning to Ying Ning, he enveloped her in his embrace, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, don't be afraid." "What place is this?" Ying Ning repeatedly swallowed hard, fear gripping her heart. The temperature continued to rise, although Su Bai's embrace was gentle. It only added to her discomfort. Gently, she pushed him away, exclaiming, "It's so hot. We're trapped in a cargo compartment. However, when I moved, it felt stable, without any tremors. Perhaps it's just a solitary container resting on the ground," Su Bai explained. "With the temperature so high, it must be daytime. The sun shines down like a furnace in here. No wonder it's so sweltering." Clearing his throat, Su Bai said, "Ying Ning, I need to take off my shirt. You won't mind, will you? I can't see, so what does it matter?" She replied. Su Bai removed his upper garment, instantly feeling a sense of relief. Though he knew this was merely the beginning, he was uncertain how long they would be confined. "We don't have water, and the heat will rapidly deplete our bodily fluids, leading to dehydration. From now on, let us refrain from speaking and minimize our movements, adjusting our breathing. I refuse to believe they would truly let us perish." Chapter 594. Electric Shock 2. Ying Ning nodded gently, discreetly rolling up her sleeves to reveal her arms. They dared not lean against each other, seeking solace, for that would only hasten the evaporation of their moisture. They endured, sweat cascading down, as if they were submerged in water. In no time, a puddle formed beneath them, compelling them to shift positions. During this interval, they attempted to listen to the sounds outside, faintly hearing birds chirping and what seemed to be the flow of water, yet no human voices. This led Su Bai to surmise that they were in the wilderness. Struggling to swallow again, Su Bai felt his saliva diminishing, the dryness in his throat growing more pronounced. And his throat ached painfully. He fought to contain his discomfort. They were employing this method to break his will. To speak first would signify weakness. He would never divulge the secret of the Dragon Vein map. Those individuals were mad. Even if they could not enter the Dragon Vein's secret realm, they would spare no effort to destroy and slay the Gong family. Too many lives have been lost due to the secret realm of the Dragon Vein. It cannot continue any longer. Su Bai lay despondently on the ground, devoid of strength even to sit, a sentiment mirrored by Ying Ning. It seemed she grasped his thoughts. And in silence, their fingers gently touched, affirming each other's existence. In this moment, they relied solely on one another. Not far from the container, 7 figures clad in black stood with their arms crossed, coldly observing the scene. One of them finally spoke. The bones are rather tough. Surely, they aren't truly dead? A sneer escaped another's lips. I have my suspicions. In a quarter of an hour, the sun will set, and the temperature will gradually decline. Should we bring them some water? No, now is not the time. For those with resilient spirits, we must first shatter their will. Only then will they become obedient. One of them scrutinized the infrared surveillance screen. They haven't noticed the pinhole cameras. I am most disappointed. Su Bai's foot twitched slightly. The current situation was exceedingly bizarre. What could that group possibly be thinking? He felt as if he were already dead, severing all hope. It was nonsensical. Their actions were ruthless, their plans meticulous. Su Bai tugged at his ear, realizing that they were entirely isolated, and the outside world remained oblivious to their plight. One misstep could lead to their demise. Suddenly, Su Bai sat upright, lifting his gaze to the darkness above. He had acclimated to the absence of light, cautiously scanning the corners of the space until he confirmed his suspicions. He moved toward a specific point and waved his hand. Ah, it seems he has discovered something. Not too shabby, came the reply. With a grin, Su Bai felt a sense of relief. Having found this object, he settled back down. Ying Ning, there is no need to worry. We shall wait for them to open the door and provide us water. Why? If they were to completely ignore us, the situation would be dire. But the truth is otherwise. This group has been keeping a close watch on us. What does that imply? They still care about our lives. Deep down, Su Bai understood that their concern lay solely with their own survival, neglecting the fate of Ying Ning. Seeing Su Bai recline once more, the expression of awe turned stern. Send water over, but be cautious of that girl. She is quite skilled. Fear not. She is severely dehydrated. She wouldn't be able to run even if she tried. The man advanced a few steps when Ah added, take them to the torture chamber. At last, the container door swung open, the bright light outside forcing Su Bai and Ying Ning to shield their eyes. It was blinding. 2 bottles of water rolled in, and Su Bai hurried to retrieve one, opening it for Ying Ning. Ying Ning, drink quickly. She gulped down the water eagerly, spilling some on her chest. Do not drink so hastily. Take small sips. As Su Bai took a few sips himself, he noticed a man clad in mountaineering gear. We are in the mountains. The man remained silent, gesturing for 2 others to step forward, restraining them while holding syringes. Su Bai cursed, just give us the potassium cyanide directly, you bastards. Such an exhilarating game cannot simply end here. Su Bai felt a sharp sting, as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing his head to droop. The man chuckled, 16 seconds. This fellow certainly possesses a remarkable constitution. The average person lasts only 6 seconds. And this girl is not bad either, 10 seconds. These 2 are indeed intriguing. Let us proceed to the execution chamber. Su Bai felt the world spin around him. He lifted his heavy head and beheld the enclosed room, its walls adorned with an array of peculiar metallic contraptions. To his surprise, he managed to smile. What is this, a modern version of the infamous Zazidong? Ying Ning remained unconscious, and now Su Bai could clearly see her face. Her hair clung damply to her pale visage, her eyes tightly shut, and her lashes fluttered slightly. Perhaps she was trapped in a nightmarish dream, as her brows were furrowed in distress. Su Bai longed to smooth her troubled brow. Yet he was bound to the chair, unable to move. Noticing the restraints, he muttered inwardly, scoundrels. This was an electric chair, a notorious instrument of capital punishment commonly employed in the United States during the 20th century. When executing a sentence, the condemned was strapped to a specially designed chair, and the execution was typically carried out by 3 or more individuals, each with an electric button before them. In truth, only one button was connected to the electrodes. This arrangement was intended to alleviate the psychological burden on the executioners, as none could ascertain who had pressed the real button. Before this chair were 3 buttons as well, marked with strong, medium, and weak levels. All 3 were genuine, differing only in the intensity of the electric current. Su Bai shut his eyes and yanked off his mask. The man before him bore a resolute visage, prompting Su Bai to taunt him. You are the one who killed that fellow named Mike, aren't you? You are of Chinese descent. While he was a Russian, your act was justifiable in my eyes. He was unworthy to lead us. The man laughed. Only a Chinese person can truly understand the thoughts of another Chinese. His laughter sent a chill down Su Bai's spine. The man's hand rested on one of the buttons. It is said that the cruelty of electric execution lies in its unpredictability, but this assertion is misleading. When the first surge of electricity courses through the body, it travels through the brain, and within the initial 240 seconds of electrification, the nervous system is entirely obliterated, rendering the condemned unconscious and unable to perceive subsequent pain. Thus, electric execution is, in fact, the most humane method. What was this man truly intending? In certain states, after a brief high-voltage shock, there is a pause before administering varying voltages that persist for over a minute, aimed at utterly destroying the organs of the condemned. Once a complete electric execution has concluded, a doctor assesses the life signs of the individual, should there be any indication of life. The entire process is repeated until all signs cease. However, machines can malfunction. With a cold smile, the man remarked, transformers can sometimes halt, leading to interruptions in the execution process. In some cases, multiple shocks are required to extinguish the life of the condemned. The chamber is filled with the acrid scent of burning flesh, and the body often exhibits severe burn injuries. You must be thinking, I want to let you die, but there are two of you. Su Bai painfully closed his eyes, as this moment had finally arrived. 1,000 miles away, in an antique shop, Yuqing was fixated on the computer screen brought in by the Bu brothers. Is this the final tracking result? Yes. It lost its trace near the capital city, Bu Yifan replied. The other party is quite clever, continuously leading us in circles. I believe this result may be misleading. If I were them, I would have discarded my phone at the first opportunity. Bu Yifan's assertion resonated with Yuqing and Cui Ying, who initially doubted the efficacy of the phone's location tracking. To their surprise, the signal had only vanished near the capital. Cui Ying, feeling agitated, remarked, even if this result is unreliable, we must give it a try. By the way, let's grab Su Bai and Ying Ning's toothbrushes and hurry to meet Fu Yu. Chapter 595. The professional assassin. Though the location may not be entirely accurate, the tracking method using the goo worms had proven reliable in the past. Fu Yu allowed the goo worms to sniff the toothbrushes used by the two, but they merely spun in place, failing to advance. Cui Ying watched anxiously. Is this ineffective? Fu Yu reassured her, not at all. It's simply beyond their range, but they will eventually lead me to them. He pointed to his head. This has happened before. While the goo worms may not find them, illusions can manifest in my mind, becoming increasingly frequent until they settle on a specific location. Rest assured, in the past, this process took 3 days, but once I adapt, I can pinpoint their location within an hour. Cui Ying exclaimed, in times like this, even a minute feels like an eternity. Fu Yu sighed softly. I'm not worried about Su Bai. It's Ying Ning who is in grave danger. The three fell into a momentary silence, and Cui Ying finally said, Yuqing, accompany me for a walk. My head feels heavy. As they strolled down the street, Cui Ying suddenly crouched and began to sob. Yuqing gently patted her back. It's all right. We will surely find them. Cui Ying. Standing up, Cui Ying wiped her tears away. This isn't like me at all, Yuqing. I've never felt this afraid. Those people are madmen, quick to pull a trigger. The simpler and more brutal the opponent, the more perilous they are. With her tears dried, Cui Ying gradually regained her composure, admiring Yuqing for his calmness. In moments like these, one must maintain a clear mind. I also worry for them, but if I allow my anxiety to overwhelm me, I will undoubtedly make erroneous judgments. Cui Ying's gaze suddenly fixated on a man across the street. He appeared to be around 50 years old and bore a striking familiarity. For reasons unknown, her first impression of him was profoundly intense. Finally, the realization struck her. She pushed past Yuqing and dashed across the road, heedless of the oncoming cars. Yuqing could only watch helplessly as Cui Ying reached the other side, utilizing her height to her advantage. She intercepted the man just as he was about to enter a taxi. Grandfather Su Bai? The dignified man turned to face her. It's you? Her unspoken acknowledgement of his identity as Su Bai's grandfather was evident. Cui Ying implored, please allow me 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. This time, do not vanish as you did last time. Your name is Ji Yao, correct? Ji Yao finally released his grip from the car handle, the last statement tugging at his heartstrings. It seems you have put in considerable effort. Su Bai is in grave danger, Cui Ying asserted. Ji Yao stepped back. Facing her, lying serves no purpose. I am not lying. We have lost contact with him for a day and a night, Cui Ying replied. An international tomb raiding organization led by a man named Mike has taken him. Mike, I am familiar with that scoundrel. He is utterly ruthless, Jiao remarked. You speak the truth. I do not understand why you have suddenly appeared in this vicinity, but last time you handed Han Yin to Su Bai, and now once again you are nearby. Do you truly not care for your grandson? Cui Ying responded, after disappearing for so many years. Do you truly not know that you still have relatives in this world? I share this with you not in hopes of assistance, but merely to convey that some things, once lost, may never be reclaimed. If Su Bai cannot return alive, Cui Ying's voice faltered, tears streaming down her cheeks. I hope you will ponder this carefully. I apologize for my abruptness. I shall take my leave now. As Jiao watched Cui Ying's retreating figure, he took out his phone. It is I. I must locate Su Bai and ascertain the whereabouts of Mike and his gang. Why? He is my only grandson. I must find him in the shortest time possible. Do you understand? Cui Ying had not wandered far. She faintly heard his words and felt a mix of joy and curiosity. Who exactly was Jiao? His tone was resolute and powerful, his mere words compelling, exuding an inexplicable charm. Yu Qing finally arrived. Cui Ying, what transpired just now? Su Bai's grandfather has appeared here. Cui Ying replied. I only hope he no longer evades Su Bai, but it seems there may be unexpected gains. Unexpected gains? Yu Qing expressed confusion. Let us wait and see, Cui Ying said. We should head back. An hour should suffice. Fu Yu had already sketched the images that had surfaced in his mind on paper and began searching for the corresponding address on his computer. Upon their return, he pointed out, look, a brook, a forest, a wooden cabin. This place is not within the capital. It lies over 300 kilometers northward. I have also found corresponding photographs. Behold, this is a set of pictures taken by students during a field trip, identical to the images in my mind, Fu Yu stated. There is also a rough address. Excellent. We shall depart immediately, Cui Ying exclaimed. Fu Yu shook his head. No, it is unwise. They possess weapons, and you alone are no match for them. What shall we do then? Cui Ying inquired. If we wait any longer, we risk missing the optimal moment for rescue. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan will accompany you, Fu Yu said. Bai Yi has already made arrangements. Weapons are prepared for you. Protect yourselves if necessary. They are ready and await your command. It was thus that Cui Ying felt a sense of reassurance upon witnessing the prowess of Qi Xie and Xiao Shan. The four of them set off towards their destination. As the vehicle traversed part of the route, a rugged off-road vehicle suddenly appeared from the side, blocking the road completely. Xiao Shan grumbled, Who are these people? Let me go take a look and show them what's what. Cui Ying interjected, It's of no concern. It seems to be Su Bai's grandfather. As the door swung open, Jiao descended from the vehicle, accompanied by three others, their expressions stern and devoid of mirth. However, the muscles in their arms were prominently defined, and their physiques were robust. Jiao remarked, You all are swift in your actions. It seems you are well prepared. Which puts my mind at ease. Who are these three? Cui Ying hastily exited the car. They are my acquaintances, Jiao replied. Money facilitates matters. They are Vietnamese. Cui Ying surmised they might be mercenaries, but regardless, an increase in manpower was a positive development. In that case, let us proceed without delay. Seated in the car, Yu Qing stated, I cannot speak for others, but I sense that Su Bai's grandfather possesses considerable financial resources. Neither last time's underground auction nor this current affair could be managed by someone lacking wealth. I have heard of many renowned tycoons, yet none bear the surname Ji. Cui Ying mused. Perhaps he is using an alias, Qi Xie suggested. I have heard whispers about this matter. Su Bai's grandfather faked his own death and vanished for many years, causing great heartache for Su Bai's grandmother. Resorting to such extreme measures to escape family ties is rather drastic, unless under extraordinary circumstances. As the vehicle made its way towards the destination, Cui Ying's thoughts were tumultuous. Qi Xie produced a bulletproof vest. Put this on. Cui Ying accepted it. Brother Qi Xie, your preparations are truly commendable. Given the stakes of life and death, we must exercise utmost caution. You have not faced such a significant crisis before, have you? I once lost two companions. Though they returned through extraordinary means, the anguish of that day remains indelibly etched in my memory. Even now, the recollection causes my heart to clench, fearing a recurrence of such a situation. Those I can protect, I will do so with all my might. During missions, I will also be particularly vigilant, hoping to return and reunite with my comrades. I urge you to do the same, and as for sacrificing one's life to save another, it is best avoided, for the survivor will carry an eternal burden of guilt. Xiao Shan stared in awe at Qi Xia. Brother Qi Xia, you have spoken at length today. More than you did last week. Chapter 596. Leave a life with a sigh. Qi Xia lightly patted Xiao Shan. Some words must be spoken. Cui Ying and Yu Qing pondered his words, and suddenly, Yu Qing slammed on the brakes, hastily donning the bulletproof vest. Qi Xia smiled reassuringly. It was evident that the two understood the gravity of the situation. The path ahead would require careful navigation, as Ji Yao's vehicle continued to lead the way. Observing the calm demeanor of those ahead, Yu Qing expressed doubt. It seems they possess more intelligence than we do. It has only been 3 hours since he learned of Su Bai's situation, Cui Ying remarked. My curiosity about him grows ever stronger. Suddenly, the vehicle in front came to a halt. Ji Yao exited and inquired in a low voice, is it nearby? We managed to contact Mike's subordinate, who informed us that Mike has been eliminated by Now this group follows The burly man declared, I have long heard of their reputation. To face them directly now is indeed a cause for celebration. I shall make them aware that there are greater heights beyond their own. His bravado caught the attention of Yu Qing, who had just stepped out of the vehicle. She interjected, is it permissible to kill here? You are quite peculiar. I have heard that they kidnapped your friend. Would it also be acceptable if they killed him? The man grunted in response, rest assured, even if lives are lost, we will handle it discreetly. Having accepted Mr. G's payment, we will ensure the matter is resolved efficiently. Now wait here. The three of them abandoned the crowd and swiftly descended the cliff, vanishing in an instant. Ji Yao remarked, these three are professional assassins. If we need to confront that group, hiring professionals is the most suitable approach. How did you come to consider hiring professional assassins? Cui Ying inquired with curiosity. Ji Yao replied, I found myself in underground auctions because I am an antique dealer, more precisely, a successful one. I am well aware of this tomb raiding organization. I have had dealings with them a few years ago. Their members total 8, originally led by Mike, who was ranked 8th among assassins. After a failed mission, he withdrew from the assassin world and gathered some former assassins to form the current organization. These individuals are united by profit and possess numerous valuable items that antique dealers are eager to acquire. However, they are not to be trifled with. It is best to avoid them when possible. It is no wonder they are ruthless and exhibit such precise marksmanship, as they are composed entirely of professional assassins. Suddenly, Ji Yao's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Mr. Ji, we have located the target, 30 degrees northeast, within a sealed stone house. Should we proceed? Please confirm how many individuals are inside, Ji Yao instructed. We cannot ascertain at this moment. The stone house is entirely sealed. Verification is only possible upon entry. Ji Yao turned to Cui Ying and the others. Do you have any suggestions? Qi Xia proposed, let us approach swiftly. We should first listen for any sounds from within before taking action. Though Ji Yao was older, his agility rivaled that of the youth. As he adeptly descended the cliff, Cui Ying marveled at the unique genetics of the Su Bai family. The group met the hired assassins, who had concealed themselves in a nearby waterway, shielded by a grove of trees. Upon seeing Ji Yao, they reported, in this brief time, only one person has emerged from inside, and we recognize him. He is a retired operative. We have already established contact with one of them. Who is it? Ji Yao inquired. This fellow is quite avaricious. I promised him $500,000, and he revealed this location. Can he describe the situation inside? Cui Ying pressed anxiously. I fear that may not be possible. He must have been compromised, as we lost contact with him on the way here, one of them replied. It is likely he is no longer among the living. Did he meet his end for being discovered as a traitor? Cui Ying felt a surge of anxiety. The world of these individuals far surpassed her imagination. Although assassins were mentioned in books, the reality of their existence was far more gruesome than she had ever envisioned. As time passed, there was no longer room for delay. After a brief contemplation, Ji Yao declared, let us proceed. I entrust this to you. The three exchanged glances before stepping outside. Suddenly, Ji Yao coughed, and Cui Ying noticed an unusual sound emanating from his throat. Seeing his pained expression, she could not help but inquire, what is wrong with you? It's nothing. Just a minor issue, Ji Yao replied, inhaling sharply. I am fine. Meanwhile, the three individuals moved toward their destination, with the shortest and most agile among them leading the charge. As they scanned their surroundings, the trio appeared pleased. One drew a gun, aiming at a calf. Yet no gunshot rang out, for he wielded a silenced weapon. He immediately knelt, seizing the moment, while another lunged forward, pinning the target to the ground. The gun aimed at his temple, Long time no see. I did not expect your skills to deteriorate so swiftly. Do not utter a sound until I grant you permission. You know the consequences. With a bitter smile, the target replied, we were once colleagues. Why make things difficult for each other? Everyone serves their own master. There is no choice. Is a man named Su Bai inside? The other two approached, regarding the three with a mix of resignation and awe. The top 3 assassins in the world have arrived. Your organization is truly remarkable to have summoned you all at once. I do not wish to hear idle chatter. Speak plainly. He is in the stone house, and the door can only be opened from the inside. After a brief hesitation, a bullet pierced his other leg, and his head was forcefully slammed against the ground. I'll tell you. 1, 2. There are cameras at the entrance of the stone house within a 10-meter radius. Once you appear, you will be detected. Having learned from past experiences, he had become considerably more cautious. There is a tunnel beneath the stone house. They can relocate at any time. Where? He is already dead. Your communication with him has been compromised. Continue speaking. Do not attempt any tricks. The tunnel leads to. He hesitated again, but fortunately, this time they did not shoot. They merely tightened their grip around his neck. This is your final opportunity. 10 kilometers due south. One last question. Is he still inside the stone house? Given the existence of the tunnel and the discovery of his whereabouts, it is possible they will relocate. As he spoke, the gun pressed harder against his heart, and under such urgency, he felt compelled to speak the truth. Yes, they are still inside. No sooner had he finished speaking than a bullet found its mark in his heart. His eyes widened in shock as the shooter bent down, remarking, we will not leave any loose ends. Thank you for your cooperation. The 3 left the corpse behind and swiftly returned. Their current location was still beyond the surveillance of the entrance, so the individuals inside remained unaware of their arrival. The emergence of the tunnel was a turning point. If they could not escape from here, they would undoubtedly use the underground passage. Waiting at the tunnel's exit was the best strategy. Yet all of this had to be managed with a certainty that had not been expressed. Mr. G, I solemnly assure you with my life that the individual in question speaks the truth. There are methods to discern whether a person is lying, as suggested by Ying. Are you aware of this? The assassin cast a glance at Ying. She is not only aware, but adeptly applies this knowledge. Ying remarked, if that is the case, I place my trust in you. Jiao nodded. In that case, let us ensure they have no opportunity to escape from the stone house. The second assassin produced a package of explosives, declaring, a gift for our meeting, to avoid arousing suspicion among those inside the stone house. The second assassin obscured his face and swiftly dashed beneath the camera, removing the chewing gum from his mouth and affixing it to the lens. Immediately, the surveillance footage plunged into darkness, as the explosives were strategically placed around the stone house, causing chaos within. After hearing indistinct sounds from inside, the second assassin signaled with a gesture. Chapter 597. Poison 1. The remaining individuals began to flee towards the south. Shortly thereafter, they heard the explosion of the explosives behind them. Ying expressed her concern. Will this not cause any issues? Xiaoshan replied, no. I believe the power of those explosives is moderate. It is merely intended to intimidate those inside and dispel their lingering doubts. Ji Yao halted, shaking his head. No, it cannot be this simple. While we may frighten them, they can also deceive us with illusions. I must return. Qi Xie and Xiaoshan concurred. In that case, we will split into 2 groups and guard that area. I will accompany you, declared the first assassin. You all seem capable, Mr. Ji. You should remain here as a precaution. They divided into 2 teams, with Ji Yao and the most reticent assassin staying behind. Qi Xie remarked, he is with Mr. Ji. Evidently, he ranks as the top assassin. Indeed, he is ranked first. I am merely third. Mr. Ji is our benefactor, and we must ensure his safety. The third assassin unexpectedly laughed. We kill merely for money. As he spoke, he quickened his pace, demonstrating the prowess of a professional assassin. However, he soon realized 2 individuals were matching his speed and even surpassing him. Qi Xie and Xiaoshan, focused and resolute, were unaware that they had inadvertently wounded the assassin's pride. A competitive atmosphere ensued among the 3, prompting admiration from Ying and Ying, who could only lament that, in terms of physical prowess, they had no choice but to concede to those trained professionals. After covering a distance of 10 kilometers, they understood why the endpoint of the underground passage was designated here. It was a mere 50 meters from the nearest roadway, where they had already prepared vehicles. Without hesitation, Ying punctured the tire of one vehicle, prompting a chuckle from the third assassin. You are stealing my thunder. I do not seek payment, Shui Ying retorted fearlessly. Her focus fixed on her phone. The application indicated they had reached their destination, but where was the exit? As the two, Qi Xie and Xiao Shan, exchanged a glance, they promptly dispersed, simultaneously stomping their feet upon the ground. The assassin, being merely an assassin, remained oblivious to the ruse being played out by the duo. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan had learned this technique from Tang San, discerning the location of the passageway by the varying sounds produced by the ground, thereby locating the exit. If there were any cavities beneath, the sound would differ markedly. Qi Xie came to a halt. It is here. He brushed aside the layer of grass covering the ground, revealing a stone slab beneath. Upon lifting the slab, the passageway became conspicuously apparent. Still, there was no movement. The five retreated to a concealed spot, seeking refuge. While Chuang expressed her concern for the situation on the other side, I wonder how things are over there. Yuqing noticed a walkie-talkie strapped to the assassin's waist and pointed it out. At a distance of 10 kilometers, can it transmit? We utilize the finest equipment available. The man replied sternly. Do not question our professionalism. The walkie-talkie remained silent for an extended period, but upon closer inspection, Chuang detected a faint sound of breathing emanating from it, which struck her as peculiar. How strange, it sounds rather pained. The man listened intently, then suddenly drew his gun, fixating his gaze upon the stone slab. Approximately 2 minutes later, the slab was pushed upward, and his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, assumed a targeting stance. Yuqing's heart raced alongside the man's movements. The slab was dislodged, and a bloodied figure emerged. With a cold smirk, the man fired, striking the individual who had thought he had escaped. He truly ascended without grasping the situation, losing his life in an instant. 7 in total, 3 confirmed dead. With 4 remaining, Yuqing stated promptly. Your arithmetic is quite commendable, the man said, as he prepared to pull the trigger for a second shot. Yet no one else emerged from beneath the slab. Surprised, he picked up the walkie-talkie, only to find it silent, having previously emitted some sounds. Qi Xie suggested. Let us return and investigate. You may go. I shall remain here resolutely, he replied, just as the 4 were about to depart. A chilling voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. Only 1 remains. They had yet to fully process this information when the voice continued. However, the benefactor has been injured. We must ensure his safety. Su Bai's voice then resonated. Grandfather, grandfather. The sound of Su Bai's voice brought immense joy. Yet the sorrow in his tone caused Shui Ying and Yuqing's hearts to plummet. As they anxiously contemplated the situation ahead, Qi Xie suddenly lunged forward, kicking the man who had just revealed himself back down. With the sound of the gun clattering to the ground, Qi Xie, undeterred by any fear, swiftly seized the man. You are the last one. Tell me, who hired you to kidnap Su Bai? This was the final living witness. Xiao Shan stepped forward. Come on. Speak up. We have a decent temperament, but some individuals possess quite the temper. The assassin, maintaining a stony expression, approached. I do not concern myself with who employed you. My only concern is whether I can fulfill my task. Therefore, you must decide how to proceed. The last captive had sustained an injury to his shoulder. He cast a glance at the lifeless body of his companion, who had been struck fatally in the heart. With a sense of despair, he closed his eyes. Qi Xie instructed, Xiao Shan, bind him. I will not allow him to perish. Chuang promptly approached to tend to the man's shoulder wound. We must take him for treatment, she insisted. Xiao Shan hoisted the man to his feet. Let us return to the stone chamber. The man gritted his teeth, silent, his body swaying unsteadily as he moved forward, his hands bound behind his back, his gun having fallen in the underground passage. Suddenly, he turned sharply, lunging forcefully against Xiao Shan and pressing against the assassin. The assassin's expression shifted, and he raised his gun. Qi Xie pushed his arm aside, causing the bullet to strike the ground. Are you mad? I told you I want him alive. I will not kill him. I merely need to ensure he behaves. As the two engaged in a heated exchange, the captive suddenly retreated with a strange laugh. Chuang sensed impending danger, observing his tightly pursed lips. She stepped forward to grasp his chin. Yuqing joined her, probing between the man's teeth with his fingers, but it was too late. The man's eyes bulged, and his body collapsed, a peculiar smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Qi Xie watched in disbelief as the life drained from the man, closing his eyes in resignation. Xiao Shan, infuriated, stomped his feet. Damn it, damn it. The assassin crouched down, extracting a remnant capsule from the man's teeth. It was hidden there. He chose to die at this moment. It seems he had no choice. Chui Ying's expression darkened, deep in thought. You raise a valid point. Why choose death now? That is no longer significant. Let us see how Su Bai and Ying Ning fare, Xiaoshan interjected. How could such a thing happen? Su Bai was still conscious, but Ying Ning lay motionless on the ground. When Yu Qing and Chui Ying rushed over, Su Bai's grandfather had vanished, leaving only Su Bai and Ying Ning. Su Bai cradled Ying Ning in his arms, his expression vacant, oblivious to the others who had gathered around. Chui Ying knelt beside them, placing her hand on Ying Ning's heart and feeling the faint rhythm of life. Tears streamed down her face. Ying Ning is still alive. Yet, she remained unresponsive. Grandfather too. Su Bai's upper body slumped against Ying Ning. The assassin remained indifferent to the scene unfolding. Our mission is complete. We take our leave. Wait. Chui Ying blocked the assassin's path. Was your employer named Jiao? That is classified information. We must maintain complete confidentiality regarding our clients. The assassin replied coldly, departing without a backward glance. Chui Ying intended to pursue him, but Yu Qing urged, Chui Ying, let it be. Right now, Su Bai and Ying Ning are our priority. Chapter 598. Poison Tu Xiaoshan and Qi Xie entered the stone chamber, its door wide open, revealing the horrifying sight of electric chairs and torture implements. Though there were no traces of blood, the lingering scent of charred flesh was unsettling. The underground passage lay concealed within, now ajar, revealing 2 more corpses inside, adding to the 3 outside and the 2 at the end of the passage. There were precisely 7 bodies. Xiaoshan, take them away first. I must remain, Qi Xie declared. We must conclude matters here. Those scoundrels just walked away. How infuriating. Xiaoshan complained. They kill and leave. This money is too easily earned. Hurry along. Xiaoshan pouted slightly and finally went out to bring Su Bai and the others back. Ying Ning was left in a room at the antique shop, where Shuexiang and Xuefen took great care of her. Ying Ning bore marks of electric shocks, which brought tears to Shuexiang's eyes upon seeing them. However, Su Bai was not as fortunate. As soon as he regained consciousness, feeling that his body was still intact, he was dragged to Yuqi Lin, where others awaited his blood for salvation. Bai Mo Xian unceremoniously took his blood, leaving Su Bai's mind in a state of chaos, akin to a muddled mass. Upon seeing Gong Yin half reclining on the bed, he still felt disoriented. Gong Yin had just returned, having narrowly escaped from the gates of hell, and was recovering well. Aware of the hardships Su Bai had endured because of them, he felt immense guilt. In the midst of the injured, they did not exchange proper words. Bai Mo Xian was in a rush to return to the imperial capital, agreeing to meet Gong Yin at the antique shop in a week. On the way back, Su Bai finally recounted the scene from that time, his heart aching as he described the moment Ying Ning was struck by the electric current. As he spoke, he buried his head in his legs several times. Those were madmen. Before the shock, Ying Ning had contemplated making a desperate escape, but upon glancing at Su Bai, she abandoned that thought. There were too many adversaries. Armed with guns, given Ying Ning's abilities, she could have fled alone, but she would never leave Su Bai behind, even at the cost of her life. At the moment the current coursed through Ying Ning's body, Su Bai's face turned ashen. Stop. The electric current had 3 levels from that moment on. They could proceed at their leisure, but more importantly, at his whim. Draw the dragon vein map, and everything can come to an end. Su Bai's mind was in disarray. After just one shock, Ying Ning had already lost consciousness, and a thought stirred within Su Bai. I will draw. Now he could only buy time. And the map existed solely in his mind, leaving no one to verify its authenticity. Su Bai's compromise did not quell their suspicions, whatever he could conceive. That group could also fathom, plunging him into an endless struggle with them. Throughout this ordeal, Ying Ning had been electrocuted 4 times. 4 times? Chui Ying felt a pang of sadness. No wonder she was unresponsive. There had been an internal conflict among them. Someone seemed to have exposed their location to the outside, resulting in a gunshot. Su Bai stated. The corpse of that individual collapsed before them, the bullet having pierced through his brow. The ruthlessness of these individuals was once again validated. The gun in that man's hand still smoked as it turned toward Ying Ning. Behave yourself, otherwise she will be next. I prefer a quick death over this slow method of killing, Su Bai remarked. My drawing skills are poor. I did not graduate from an art major. What can I do? You have seized my weakness. Even without a gun, I won't run, nor can I escape. As Su Bai immersed himself in drawing the map, 6 individuals suddenly huddled together, deliberating on something unbeknownst to him. The internal strife unfolded with alarming rapidity, and the demise of one among them occurred just as swiftly, leaving him no time to ponder the events at hand. The subsequent chaos resembled the collapse of the Yangtze River's dam, unleashing an uncontrollable deluge. The 6 individuals appeared to be on high alert, and when the sound of explosives erupted from outside, Su Bai hastily concealed the completed map. However, one of them seized him by the neck, intending to drag him into the underground passage. Just as the passage opened, their leader, named D, interjected. "We cannot fall into their trap. Once we leave, there is no returning. Do you not realize this?" The grip on Su Bai loosened, and his body weakly crumpled downward. Not out of will, but due to the toll of relentless torment, rendering him as limp as overcooked noodles. Ying Ning remained unconscious, neglected by all, and Su Bai could only be grateful that no one had harmed her. "Are you playing games with me?" One of them commanded. "Do not move, stay here. We will take him away shortly." Hearing this, Ying gasped. "Thank goodness your grandfather thought of this and returned at the last moment." Mention of his grandfather dimmed Su Bai's expression. "I wonder how he is now. If it weren't for him, I would have been struck by a bullet. He threw himself to save my life." After the explosives detonated, Su Bai was forcibly ushered outside. At first glance, he did not see his grandfather due to the unfamiliar surroundings that clouded his focus. When the man gripping his neck collapsed, Su Bai fell to the ground, the warmth of the man's fading body still lingering on his throat. A bullet whizzed past him, and amidst the confusion, someone lunged forward, enveloping him tightly. A warm liquid streamed over him, and as Su Bai finally discerned the face of the man before him, he saw his parched lips move slightly. "Grandfather." His voice was hoarse, a name forced from his throat, as a strong metallic scent of blood permeated the air. The most pronounced scent emanated from his own chest, the smell invading his nostrils, and suddenly, Su Bai's mind cleared. He reached out to touch his grandfather's back, his hand becoming saturated with blood. The ensuing events were well known to Ying and the others. Initially, Ying harbored resentment towards Ji Yao, questioning what kind of kin could be so callous as to abandon their family for so many years. Yet, it appeared that he was willing to sacrifice himself to save his grandson, not the heartless person she had imagined. Ying inquired, "Where has he gone?" He was taken by those who suddenly appeared. They said he cannot die yet, as they have not received any payment. Su Bai expressed his confusion. Who exactly is he? Bai Mo Xian's complexion turned ashen, not from fear, but from the intensity of the situation, realizing he was relegated to remain underground with the Gong family, enduring a monotonous existence. He has escaped again. I wonder when he will reappear. Is it even necessary to pose such unanswered questions? The tension in Bai Mo Xian's voice was palpable, plunging everyone into silence. Yu Qing remarked, "Do you not find this strange? Many matters are peculiar and require careful contemplation. For instance, who is the individual responsible for employing the snake poison?" Ying remarked that the members of that organization are all retired assassins, proficient with firearms. However, when it comes to sorcery, they are likely to seek external assistance. Aside from abducting Su Bai, they also aim to eliminate members of the Gong clan, evidently targeting the Dragon Vein. Left Feng should be aware of the nature of this organization. If someone has indeed contracted them, who could that person be? If they are acting on their own accord, they are already extinct and pose no threat. It is vital to ascertain whether the one who employed them is the same as the one who enacted the curse. Bai Moshuan remarked indifferently that the strong poison is far more ruthless than the seed poison, following a path entirely different from his mother's, devoid of gentleness. In fact, you have overlooked one detail. The individual responsible for Mike's disguise, Su Bai interjected. It appears that his intelligence has fully returned. Ying expressed her relief, stating that his mind is once again active. Indeed, at least 3 individuals warrant attention. The one who cast the curse, the one who provided the disguise, and the potential employer. For me, there is another person, my grandfather. Su Bai curled up in his seat, his eyes nearly closing. Yu Qing advised him not to overthink it, urging him to sleep, and then asked him one final question. "What about the map you drew?" "Of course, it was a mere scribble," Su Bai replied. "Having already shut his eyes, my drawing skills are so poor that even if the map exists in my mind, it would be challenging to render it on paper." Eventually, Su Bai sank into a deep slumber. Bai Moshuan gazed at Su Bai's haggard face and reluctantly took out a blanket to cover him, muttering about his considerable size juxtaposed with his frailty. Chapter 599. The Art of Human Skin. After enduring so much suffering and traversing long distances with us, Ying chuckled. reflecting on how she had previously failed to comprehend the essence of companionship. After listening to Brother Chi Xie and experiencing this ordeal, she finally understood. You all must heed this. In future matters, prioritize your own safety before considering the protection of others. Bai Moshuan coldly agreed. The vehicle made its way toward the capital, but Su Bai, nestled within, found little solace in sleep. He stirred occasionally, mumbling grandfather. Ying Ning lay on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, her eyelashes fluttering now and then, and her fingers trembling slightly. Su Bai had been sitting by the bed for an entire day. After a brief nap in the vehicle, he returned to the antique shop, where he remained seated. Shuexiang entered, suggesting he take some rest, remarking that it was impossible to recuperate properly in such an environment. I apologize, Aunt Shuexiang, for failing to fulfill my promise. Because of me, Ying Ning has suffered, Su Bai lamented, wiping his face. How can a mutually beneficial relationship be termed a burden? Shuexiang replied. Seeing you both in this state brings me comfort. It is disheartening when individuals scatter in times of great adversity. Outside, Fu Yu anxiously cradled his teacup, troubled by the thought that for those who employ curses, the utmost humiliation lies in having their curses broken. This time, Su Bai's blood has countered their poison, and they will surely not relent. In the ancestral memories of Qing Yuan, there indeed exist techniques utilizing poison to induce rigidity, necessitating not only the nails of a zombie, but also the cultivation of the poison in a place of profound darkness. A place of profound darkness? Shueying inquired. What is that? The term 4-yin originally referred to the celestial, terrestrial, and human elements. The so-called 4-yin place signifies a realm devoid of sunlight, steeped in heavy yin energy. Fu Yu remarked, the gu insects are indeed living creatures, and their survival in the realm of the 4-yin is exceedingly precarious. Thus, the probability of successfully cultivating such gu insects is rather low. However, once achieved, their potency should not be underestimated. In the coming days, you must remain vigilant. If the adversary shows restraint, it may be manageable, but should you sense any anomalies, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Cui Ying and Yu Qing exchanged glances, a singular thought emerging in their minds. Would it not be fortuitous to locate this individual? Seemingly attuned to their thoughts, Fu Yu observed their expressions and shook his head, cautioning, I advise against taking unnecessary risks. To knowingly tread a treacherous path is folly. Cui Ying responded, we must elucidate this matter. Apprehending the individual who employs the gu is a crucial breakthrough. Bai Yi had already contacted Yi Rong for assistance. Fu Yu continued, therefore, you should refrain from venturing outside for the time being. Should you experience any discomfort, I can impart several methods to discern whether you have been afflicted by gu poison. Cui Ying was particularly intrigued by this notion and leaned in attentively as Fu Yu explained, first, take a soybean into your mouth. If you are poisoned, the soybean will rapidly swell and its skin will burst, resembling one that has been soaked for an extended period. If you remain unharmed, it will remain intact. Results can be observed within 2 minutes. Another method involves boiling a peeled egg. Insert a silver instrument into the egg. Then place both the silver chopsticks and the egg into your mouth. If both turn black within 10 minutes, it indicates gu poisoning. Cui Ying envisioned the second method and gently shook her head. Fu Yu chuckled. There exists an even simpler approach, though its manifestations are less overt. Spit into clean water. If your saliva sinks, it signifies that you are poisoned, whereas if it floats, you are safe. However, food remnants may affect the outcome. So there is yet another method. Chew raw black beans, which are not pungent, and if you find the taste sweet when mixed with alum, it indicates gu poisoning. For those afflicted, it is crucial to remember what they consumed prior to falling ill. Even if something seems suspect, it should be avoided henceforth to prevent a flare-up. Especially cold items. Fu Yu inquired gently, have you all taken note? Raw black beans should indeed possess a pungent flavor, and alum has a sour and astringent taste. This is rather straightforward. Do not drink cold water or consume dubious foods. Cui Ying and Yu Qing diligently noted this and promptly set out to procure raw black beans and alum for future use. Bai Yi had successfully located Yi Rong. In the matter concerning Wu Xian, due to his disciple Yi Feng's heinous actions, employing the skins of living individuals for disguise, he had violated the tenets of their sect and was subsequently punished by having both hands severed. Following this, Yi Rong chose to care for the handless Yi Feng, and together they departed, having been absent for quite some time. Nonetheless, Yi Rong remained a member of the organization, and their whereabouts were known. After leaving the capital, Yi Rong took Yi Feng to Longzhong, his birthplace, a place renowned for its picturesque landscapes and as a haven for healing. Upon their return, Yi Rong and Yi Feng appeared almost as twins. Yi Feng, lacking hands, donned voluminous sleeves that concealed his arms completely, whereas previously he exuded an aura of menace. Now, devoid of his hands, he seemed remarkably tranquil and serene. In the conference room of the tea house, the two senior disciples met once more, and an air of apprehension enveloped the gathering, as everyone hesitated to speak for fear of invoking past events. Yi Rong, breaking the silence, chuckled lightly. There is no need for such solemnity. The past is behind us. I have come this time to absolve myself of any suspicion. With my junior brother having lost his hands, it is evident that I bear the greatest burden of doubt. Upon hearing Yi Rong's candid admission, Bai Yi exhaled in relief. This incident transpired so abruptly, and the myriad details remain perplexing. I have complete faith in you. Your determination to care for your junior brother's future leaves little room for other pursuits. My intent in seeking your return is not to interrogate you, but rather to inquire about the origins of your sect and the current whereabouts of its successors. Yi Rong smiled gratefully. Trust is a precious commodity, only truly appreciated in moments like these. Rest assured, I shall speak freely, not only because I am a member of the organization, but also in gratitude for your confidence in me. Junior brother, it seems you possess even greater insights into these matters, so I shall leave the explanation to you. Yi Feng began. The origins of the art of disguise can be traced back to ancient times, to a sect known as the Yin Yang school. In its early days, the art was rather rudimentary, merely altering the principal features of a person's face to facilitate a new identity. This sect aided those who were being hunted, allowing them to conceal their identities. They believed that the essence of disguise lay in altering the balance of yin and yang on the face, thereby transforming a person's aura to render them unrecognizable. Over time, this sect faded into obscurity, yet many descendants of the yin-yang school continued to refine the art, incorporating the use of herbs, which ultimately served as the genesis of makeup artistry in our own practice. But what is the name of your sect? Ying inquired. In truth, we do not have a formal name, Yi Rong replied. Our master believes we still belong to the lineage of the yin-yang school. But since it no longer exists, we refrain from adopting a sect name and instead focus on teaching disciples. Yi Rong continued. However, you are aware that my junior brother has ventured down a different path, one that employs human skin in the art of disguise. At the mention of past events, Yi Feng's expression shifted uncomfortably, yet he quickly interjected. Indeed, the yin-yang school has essentially split into two factions, irreconcilable with one another. One faction is based on herbal practices, while the other relies on human skin, fundamentally divergent in nature. Yi Rong noted. As acquiring human skin has become increasingly difficult, especially in modern society, that faction has swiftly declined, and by 50 years ago, it had nearly vanished. No, there are still practitioners, Yi Feng suddenly remarked. Otherwise, from where did I learn the art of human skin? Yi Rong was taken aback. You have always shied away from discussing this matter. I have longed to inquire about it. After a prolonged silence, Yi Feng stated, 50 years ago, the art of human skin had indeed lost its heirs. Yet the texts documenting its techniques remain, and they are in the possession of our master. Yi Rong gasped in surprise. When did you discover this? At the age of 16, my senior sister has often expressed her curiosity about my choice to tread such an extreme path. Although the art of herbal disguise is intricate and natural, the process is undeniably cumbersome. I lack the temperament of my senior sister and frequently find myself reprimanded by our master. However, I have noticed that he often sits alone in his study, lost in thought, his expression betraying a deep-seated worry. Chapter 600, Long in Planning 16, is a time of youthful rebellion, and I began to comprehend the source of Yi Feng's agitation. Driven by curiosity, I stealthily entered my master's study, only to fortuitously discover that he had carelessly left behind a certain item. Su Bai remarked, I do not harbor disrespect for our master. Yet he has repeatedly told us that the art of human skin has been lost to time. Yet, he possesses fragments of this very art. Doesn't that present a contradiction? This was the first time Yi Rong had been privy to such matters, leaving him at a loss for words in response to Su Feng's implied reproach toward our master. Indeed, the subsequent events unfolded as I clandestinely took the fragment and began my own experiments with the art of human skin. My master, perhaps feeling guilty, remained silent upon discovering the fragment's absence. Su Feng still finds it hard to believe. Although I boldly took the fragment, I was filled with trepidation, fearing that my master would burst in to confront me. Yet he did not. In hindsight, he must have been equally conflicted, grappling with his own inner turmoil. Had I not stolen the fragment, one can only speculate how he would have chosen to proceed. Perhaps he would have embarked on the study of human skin himself. Yirong's complexion turned pale, and Yifeng remarked with a wry smile. I suspect our master has long possessed the fragment of human skin art and has been captivated by it. His approach is markedly different from ours, dangerous yet alluring. Our master possesses great composure. Although he cannot entirely suppress his desires, he managed to uphold his principles until I purloined the fragment. Bai Yi was rendered speechless. This predicament transcends mere moral character. When faced with temptation, self-restraint is of paramount importance. As Yifeng articulated, both of our masters have wrestled with their inner conflicts. Yet they managed to maintain their resolve. Nevertheless, as Yifeng pointed out, what followed remains uncertain. For our master was presented with a temptation that he ultimately could not withstand. Yifeng continued, since it is a fragment, it implies the existence of other remnants. Therefore, the art of human skin is not without its successors. Su Bai interjected. At that time, Mike merely applied a touch to his face and revealed his true visage. Yirong added, a mere application would not suffice if it were mere makeup. The likelihood of it being human skin is considerably high. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Bai Yi then stated, if your assertions hold true, Yirong is indeed a successor of the art of human skin. The probability exceeds 90%. Yifeng remarked. The fragment in my possession was incinerated by my senior sister after I lost my hands. Thus, the art of human skin can never be whole again. To succeed in this art is exceedingly difficult. Despite my extensive efforts, I have been unable to prolong its viability. Once detached from its preservative, it loses its vitality. However, the other party seems capable of achieving it. Shui Ying remarked. Mike disguised himself as a member of the Gong clan and remained hidden for at least 3 days, only removing his mask when we discovered him. Yifeng, with a despondent expression, responded, in a place like that, he had no opportunity to soak in preservation liquid. The crowd is sparse, the space is confined, and he could be discovered at any moment. It seems that this individual possesses skills superior to mine. Yong gently cleared his throat and interjected. Does this matter hold significance now? Although I hesitate to deem it important, I have invested considerable effort and sacrifice for it over time. Yifeng stated, if we speak of discontent, I certainly feel it. Yifeng's straightforwardness caught Bai Yi's attention, who regarded him with newfound respect. Yifeng continued, if this person has not received genuine instruction, then he must have obtained more fragments of knowledge. I truly wish to meet him. Yong coughed lightly, prompting Yifeng to lower his head. I only speak in jest. Yong replied, we only know this much. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Bai Yi expressed his gratitude. I appreciate your special trip back. I returned this time to seek Dr. Liu, Yong stated. Please ask him to examine Yifeng again. During the cold and damp days, he tends to feel unwell. Yong's demeanor was notably composed. Yet the Yifeng of the past was far from tranquil. Having lost his hands to his own senior sister, his life was irrevocably altered, and the fury within him was palpable. Although he eventually had to confront reality, he resisted Yong's care, refusing to eat or drink for several days. To ensure his survival, Yong forcefully fed him rice soup and administered his medication daily, later taking him to Langzhong. Langzhong is a beautiful place, characterized by picturesque mountains and rivers. Yifeng deliberately made things difficult for Yong, refusing to eat or drink, and even reluctant to walk. Consequently, Yong carried him on her back. The journey involved steep mountain paths, and Yong's hometown could only be reached after climbing a towering peak. Faced with Yifeng's stubbornness, Yong felt compelled to relent. She had severed his hands, and this burden was one she would bear for a lifetime. Though Yong was no longer young, at over 40, her frail constitution struggled as she traversed the deep mountains, sweat pouring down her face, yet she remained silent. Memories of his childhood flooded Yifeng's mind, and gradually, his hardened heart began to soften. He gently slid down from her back, saying, I will walk myself. These 5 simple words filled Yong with immense joy. He had finally chosen to speak to her. During the months they spent living in Langzhong, life was tranquil, and both regained a semblance of peace, particularly Yifeng. Letting go was no easy feat, but the bitterness within him gradually dissipated, bringing Yong great delight. Here, he could openly express everything, signifying his release. When it came time to depart, A smile finally blossomed on Eong's face, as the tension in her heart could at last be eased. Despite acquiring valuable information from Yifeng, confirming the existence of individuals who met the criteria, the leads were scant and insufficient for them to locate this person. The one who employed the snake curse was equally elusive. Could Mike be the one responsible for casting the curse? The likelihood of this is rather slim. A foreigner, a professional assassin, who has had no opportunity for exposure, could hardly attain such an extraordinary level of skill. Su Bo's grandfather left injured, which became a source of deep concern for Su Bai. Eventually, this matter reached Bai Zhang's ears. At this moment, Ying Ning had already awakened. On their way to Su Bo's home, he spread his 10 fingers wide. How many is this? 2. What? I'll give you another chance. How many is this? Su Bai was somewhat startled, fearing that the electric shock had rendered her foolish. 2 hands must equal 2, right? Ying Ning pouted and replied. If you ask how many fingers I have, the answer would be different. It's definitely 10. Su Bai sighed in relief. Thank goodness, she hasn't lost her wits. You're the foolish one, Ying Ning retorted. I merely felt exhausted and didn't want to open my eyes. Next time, I'll shock you a few times, and you'll know what it feels like. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a distinct burn mark on her arm. Aunt Shuefan said she would find a way to help me remove it. Su Bai pouted. You women are just so vain. Yet, his heart ached, and tears nearly fell. He took a deep breath, managing to hold back the tears. Ying Ning had lain unconscious for 3 whole days before finally waking up to declare, I'm hungry. After consuming a bowl of rice porridge, she got out of bed. Still cheerful and lively, much like before. Now seated in the car, she continued to chatter about the delicious dishes made by Su Dahong. Noticing Su Bai's solemn expression, she asked, worried about grandfather? After awakening, Ying Ning learned of the events that transpired. She felt that losing consciousness under such circumstances was almost a blessing. Su Bai remarked, from the location of his bleeding, the bullet must be near the heart. Given the volume of blood loss, I'm uncertain if he was saved in time. I heard from my sister that my grandfather's health seems to be quite poor. After all, they shared blood. If his grandfather were to die because of him, he would also feel guilty towards his grandmother. Bai Zhang sat on the sofa. The tea before her long cold, untouched. After hearing the entire story, her thoughts aligned with Su Bai's. He cannot die. If he does, I would become a laughingstock. Chapter 601. Out of control, Mom. How can you say such a thing? Bai Ling interjected. If he dies, you can live for yourself from now on. No need to be a yin shy, just be yourself entirely. Is being a yin shy something you can choose to be or not be at your whim? Bai Zhang replied with a bitter smile. Bai Ling fell silent. It seems he is living quite well, an internationally renowned assassin, hired 3 times, and ranking in the top 3. That must have cost a considerable sum. Su Bai scratched his head and remarked, indeed. The individual ranked first in the world stands at an impressive height of 192 meters, excelling in free combat and heavyweight weaponry. He is also the president of a smuggling syndicate. I've heard he has been adopting martial arts prodigies from around the globe, presumably to cultivate his own cadre of assassins. The average person may not even be aware of his existence, let alone have any contact with him. When my sister informed her husband of this matter, he managed to connect with 3 individuals within just a few hours, and they appeared in Huaxia. Such speed is truly astonishing. Furthermore, regarding the underground auction, he spent a substantial sum to acquire a fine stone as a gift for me. This indicates his extraordinary financial resources and an extensive, intricate network of relationships that is beyond our imagination. Bai Ling scoffed, that's not all. A person with such wealth has managed to escape the notice of everyone. He conceals himself exceptionally well and must be using an alias. Did you not mention that Ji Yao is his real name? Yet no information related to that name can be found. He has cleared all traces of his past, living under a different name quite successfully. As for the present, who can say what fate awaits? Su Bai murmured cautiously, I have a feeling he won't die. Those people won't allow it. To his surprise, Bai Ling appeared utterly unconcerned. A person capable of orchestrating everything will value their own life highly. There is no need for worry. He might even choose to reveal himself to us in a moment of joy. Everything he does now seems to be an attempt to win your favor. You're becoming fond of him, aren't you? I tell you, things are not that simple. I will not forgive him easily, even if he were to save my precious son. Su Bai felt exposed by Bai Ling's insights and hurriedly approached to massage her shoulders. Isn't it only human nature? How many individuals in this world would lay down their lives for me? His sudden actions leave me feeling indebted to him. Humph. This is merely a tactic to win hearts. Bai Ling remained unconvinced. The more he does this, the more unsettled I feel. Mother, what do you think? Bai Jun, lost in thought, lifted her head at her daughter's question. Could it be that he intends to return? Bai Ling was taken aback. Mother, why do you think that? I was once his wife and know his character well. Once he sets his mind to something, he will pursue it relentlessly. Just as he vanished, he will now return. And targeting Su Bai is a logical step. Bai Jun cast a glance at Su Bai, her expression one of exasperation. Isn't it already proving effective? Su Bai was left speechless, while Ying Ning tugged at Bai Ling. Auntie, isn't it natural for someone with a heart to approach Su Bai? I believe grandfather has always been watching over Su Bai. Otherwise, how would he have appeared at the underground auction and near the antique shop? This indicates that he has been planning this for quite some time, intending to approach that rascal even before the auction, Bai Ling stated. Mother, what do you think? You are correct, so there is no need for concern. As long as he is alive, he will continue to appear before you. Moreover, Bai Moshuan has yet to find the fox relic, presenting a perfect opportunity. Bai Ling exhibited an unusual calmness. I believe that even if I do not inquire, he will provide me with a reason, regardless of its veracity. For now, it suffices to wait. Su Bai suddenly felt a sense of relief. Even if grandfather approached him with ulterior motives, as long as he was willing to make an appearance, everything could be negotiated. Ying Ning, it has been quite a while since your last visit. Your uncle is aware of your arrival and has prepared a meal for you before heading to work. Why not stay for dinner today? Upon seeing Ying Ning, Bai Ling's spirits lifted. I will go prepare. I shall assist as well. After finishing dinner, Su Bai felt inexplicably at ease as the two walked hand in hand toward the antique shop. Upon encountering wandering souls, Su Bai felt a strange joy. It appears that the balance between the realms of yin and yang has been fully restored. Previously, this path was teeming with the living, and it felt rather disconcerting. Suddenly, Ying Ning pinched Su Bai. Su Bai, look, is that not Fu Yu? Fu Yu and Bai Yi had just exited a restaurant, standing side by side in a strikingly harmonious manner. As Su Bai was about to greet them, a throng of people surged out of the restaurant, likely a group departing from a communal meal. He halted his steps, and once the crowd passed, Ying Ning covered her mouth in astonishment. What is that? A plume of white smoke erupted from the gathering, and once the crowd had dispersed, Bai Yi and Fu Yu remained unscathed, clearly visible to Su Bai. How odd. Where did that smoke originate? It is a protective charm, Ying Ning explained. Brother Mo Xian mentioned that both he and his father possess protective charms. That must be its activation. Among those who just passed, someone attempted to cast a curse on Bai Yi. The two hurried toward them. Yet Fu Yu and Bai Yi remained oblivious. Upon seeing the anxious expressions on Ying Ning and Su Bai, Bai Yi chuckled. What is this? Are you surprised to see us, an old couple, out on a date? Su Bai dashed toward the group from earlier, but alas. The bustling streets of the capital at night were a hive of activity, making it nearly impossible to locate anyone. Ying Ning had already explained the situation, and Fu Yu appeared somewhat taken aback. There were too many people, and the lighting was dim. I did not notice. If what you observed is indeed the case, then the protective charm has worked, and that person did not succeed. Bai Yi remarked. It seems that there is a grudge, and retaliation has begun. Su Bai pondered. Why would it be directed at Boss Bai? Because I am the closest person to Fu Yu, Bai Yi replied. That individual evidently does not realize that your blood is the key to dispelling the curse, yet knows that Fu Yu is a sorceress. Isn't Fu Yu then taking the brunt of the attack? Su Bai thought to apologize, but Fu Yu smiled. This is fortuitous. I too wish to see which is superior, the Miao curse or the Zhuang curse. Are you unscathed? Bai Yi inquired. Perhaps they intend to intimidate me by starting with you? This person is quite confident, Fu Yu stated. That is precisely why they would target those close to me. Since the protective charm thwarted their initial attempt, they surely will not be satisfied. Thus, Bai Yi will likely be targeted again. Bai Yi understood. One must rise again from where one has fallen. Hearing the two converse with such composure, Su Bai felt a sense of relief wash over him. Bai Yi concluded. All right, it's getting late. Let us return and rest. By the way, the organization is already searching for the missing prodigy, so you need not worry. Su Bai slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten about that? Boss Bai, do we have any leads? No, they vanished without a trace, Bai Yi replied. Leaving with a child and a large coffin would necessitate the use of a freight truck. We have reviewed the surveillance footage from the nearby intersections, and that route prohibits truck traffic. Only small vehicles pass. Given the capacity of a small car, it would be impossible to transport a coffin. Su Bai inhaled sharply, suddenly struck by an idea. What if they did not leave from the surface? Bai Yi's eyes lit up with understanding. Indeed. Thanks to your reminder. I almost fell into a misconception. If there is an underground passage, they could have very well departed from below. Su Bai, let's delegate this matter to others. Our immediate priority is to locate the person who cast the curse and the impersonator. We must uncover the mastermind behind it all. Yet, Su Bai harbored an unsettling feeling that the elusive innate sorcerer and the individual scheming to manipulate the dragon veins were intricately connected, beyond mere coincidences in timing. Their motives appeared subtly intertwined. Regrettably, every time he arrived at such a thought, he found no substantiation. He shook his head, dismissing it. Perhaps I am overthinking this. At least the one who cast the curse is losing their composure. Chapter 602. Confrontation 1. Back at the antique shop, Su Bai lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. With his hands cradling his head, he pondered the elusive connections. The two incidents seemed entirely unrelated at first glance. One involved a mentally ill elderly woman residing in a grand estate, who bizarrely uncovered a century-old corpse hidden beneath her yard. Astonishingly, the child within the corpse exhibited signs of life. After months of vigil, the child was born and viewed by the woman as her own. Tragically, the child and the corpse subsequently vanished, and the woman met a violent end. Although the case was closed, attributed to the woman's psychiatric episode compounded by her fear of the repercussions of illegally detaining 4 individuals leading to her suicide. Gao Mingyuan had previously remarked that the swift fatality seemed beyond the capacity of an elderly woman, suggesting the possibility of foul play. The other incident transpired 1,000 miles away, where an individual became aware of the existence of 12 dragon veins and acted with alacrity. They first deployed poison to afflict the Gong family, followed by the international tomb raiding organization making its move. Mike infiltrated the Gong family under an assumed identity, sowing chaos, which ultimately led to his and Ying Ning's abduction. Could this imply that their initial target was indeed himself? Eliminating the Gong family was merely a secondary objective. After all, entering the dragon veins would inevitably face resistance from the Gong family, making them adversaries in due course. Yet, the paramount goal was to extract the dragon vein map from his lips. As Su Bai tossed and turned in bed, he eventually roused Yu Qing, who complained. "What time is it? Why are you still awake?" "I can't sleep," Su Bai replied. "Too many thoughts are troubling me." "Yu Qing, shall we analyze this together?" "Let us analyze while lying down," Yu Qing responded. "I am just as flesh and blood, and I am quite exhausted." Su Bai then articulated all his thoughts. But Yu Qing remained silent. Assuming he had fallen asleep, Su Bai called out, "Hey, young man, are you asleep?" "No, I am also contemplating," came the reply. Yu Qing remarked, "As we prepared to trace the whereabouts of the child, the incident involving the Gong family occurred, diverting our focus towards the dragon vein. Coincidentally, my grandfather also appeared at this juncture. With so many intertwined events, what should be our focal point? Is it the disappearance of the demonic child, the shadowy figures behind the hired international tomb raiders, or the mysterious emergence of your grandfather?" Upon the mention of the grandfather, Su Bai fell silent. He too was a significant enigma, much like what his grandmother and mother had spoken of, a leading international assassin, summoned at will and possessing a priceless inkstone, which he gifted to himself as a meeting token. What kind of person could he be? Is he alive or dead? Yu Qing and Su Bai pondered the same thought. Could there be a connection between these two matters? "Indeed, that is precisely what I am contemplating," Su Bai exclaimed, leaping from the bed. "Do you think the close timing of these events presents any suspicions? As a practitioner of the Maoshan arts, what insights can you offer from this perspective?" "The demonic child undoubtedly holds value," Yu Qing replied. "Born a demonic child, with the blood of emperors coursing through him." "Wait, Su Bai, emperors, dragon veins?" Su Bai raised his hand, only to let it fall in despair. "Indeed, there is a correlation, but what exactly is it?" Yu Qing grew perplexed as well. The demonic child can be regarded as a prince, while the dragon vein is the dreamland of ambitious individuals. If these two events are orchestrated by the same group, what could their intentions be? Su Bai inhaled sharply. "I don't know. I feel as though a vast net is being cast towards us. This time, they have not succeeded, but this matter will not cease. We must inform Boss Tang and Boss Bai." Yu Qing replied helplessly, "Let's wait until dawn." At last, the dawn arrived. The two communicated over the phone, elucidating the potential connection between the two incidents. On the other end, Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi responded with identical silence. They were both unable to draw immediate conclusions, and this mutual reaction only deepened the confusion for Yu Qing and Su Bai. After Bai Yi hung up, Fu Yu noticed the rare frown on his face and remarked, "It has been a long time since I've seen such an expression on you. What has transpired?" "The perceptiveness of the younger generation surpasses our own," Bai Yi replied. "This should be a cause for celebration, yet I feel a heavy stone weighing upon my heart. Fu Yu, I fear we have encountered a formidable opponent this time." "What do you mean?" Fu Yu understood that the more troubled Bai Yi was, the more alert he needed to be. Bai Yi continued, "I believe the adversaries encountered by Mo Xian and his group are indeed formidable, yet I feel they are capable of handling it without relying on the organization's strength. Consider figures such as Yao Guang, the later Yi Chongqing, Wu Xian, and Wang Deli. Yao Guang and Yi Chongqing are entangled in matters of the heart, while Wu Xian and Wang Deli are driven by ambition. This has drawn in numerous personal grievances, including those of Qing Lian, the true Bai Li Sang, Dai Jieli, and the third brother, along with the nameless deceased. Their plans are meticulously crafted, with careful steps. Such opponents, while daunting, are not insurmountable. Their planning makes it easier to pinpoint their vulnerabilities." Symbol Yu remarked, "So, what you mean to convey is that the challenging adversary, precisely due to the lack of prior arrangement in his plan, renders the patterns elusive." "Indeed, where did our confusion in discerning the patterns begin?" Bai Yi inquired. "This matter is of great significance. I find it imperative to convene a meeting for a brainstorming session." Symbol Yu, "Every conversation with you enlightens me greatly." Symbol Yu offered a faint smile. "In this world, only you and I are truly compatible." As for where the confusion began, Su Bai had already organized his thoughts. It commenced with the chitin treasure. Tang Sancheng nodded in agreement. Exactly, from the chitin treasure incident onwards, many matters became uncertain. First and foremost, the whereabouts of the chitin treasure remain unknown. The spirit claiming to be Xiao Yuer stated it had dissipated, yet this assertion lacks verification. Upon mentioning this, Bai Mo Xian's countenance twitched. Had he acted too hastily in resolving Xiao Yuer? Xiao Bai glanced up at Bai Mo Xian, gently caressing his face, prompting Bai Mo Xian to refocus on Su Bai's analysis. Su Bai continued, "In truth, another question lingers among us. Can the formidable formation be upheld solely by the power of Xiao Yuer?" However, Xiao Yuer was resolute in her desire to vanish. As the saying goes, a person on the brink of death speaks words of wisdom. Yet, she is a ghost, and her words clearly lacked benevolence. With her demise, all secrets lay sealed, and from that point, we have encountered no favorable outcomes. Tang Sancheng nodded vigorously. "Indeed, it began with this incident. Subsequently, we inadvertently became embroiled in the matters concerning the demon child, compounded by recent events." Su Bai extended his hands, tracing circles in the air. "A total of 3. These 3 matters seem entirely independent, yet could there be a small opening among them that connects them?" Su Bai gazed intently at everyone, but no one responded to his inquiry, leading him to dejectedly shrug. At present, no evidence substantiates a connection between these 3 occurrences. All is mere conjecture, mere analysis. This is the most terrifying aspect. Yu Qing interjected. "We are currently passively following the lead of others, unable to discern patterns or clues. Yet, some are losing their composure." Symbol Yu stated, "This represents a positive beginning. Practitioners of the Gu arts and practitioners of the dark arts share a common trait, obstinacy and competitiveness. You are the exception," Tang Sancheng remarked. Symbol Yu chuckled. "In truth, I am not exempt from such tendencies. Had I not discovered the utility of Su Bai's blood, I would likely have confined myself to the laboratory, unwilling to emerge without results." The prior snake zombie possessed both rigidity and the ability to manipulate Gu. This individual, besides understanding Gu, also comprehends yin and yang, bearing some resemblance to the previous Wang Deli. Otherwise, should I continue to venture out, allowing him the opportunity? Bai Yi suggested. "The protection Gu is an ancient Gu technique, and you can only employ it due to the blessings of our ancestor Qing Wan. That individual must be one who has never heard of it and is now eager to breach this defense." Chapter 603. Confrontation 2. It is akin to playing a game. Su Bai remarked. "The more challenging the level, the greater the motivation for those with a competitive spirit. At last, it is my boss's turn to serve as the bait. This arduous task typically falls to Su Bai, but now, with the tides of fortune having shifted, he finds himself free from such burdens, an exhilarating change indeed." as the shadows lingering in his heart dissipate. Bai Yi remarked, I happen to have a contract to sign today. It seems I shall require a bodyguard. Fu Yu responded, the return of Yi Rong is perfectly timed. I shall seek her out. It appears Fu Yu intends to employ Yi Rong's skills to safeguard Bai Yi. Such matters could hardly proceed without Su Bai and the others, who, despite not utilizing disguises, entered the contract signing venue. Su Bai and Yu Qing, seldom attired in formal wear, now donned sharp suits that exuded a certain charisma. Cui Ying stepped back slightly, resting her chin on her hand, exclaiming, You both look splendid today. And you as well, Su Bai replied with a playful grin, the quintessential office beauty. Cui Ying, now clad in a professional dress, alongside Ying Ning, had garnered considerable attention. Bai Yi, a paragon of commercial excellence, had seen his business flourish over the years, maintaining an air of discretion. His notion of a high-profile contract signing venue was modest, accommodating merely 20 individuals. Cui Ying noticed a middle-aged woman in the corner, garbed as a cleaner, who roamed the venue intermittently, tidying up. When she found a moment, she stood in the back corner, quietly observing the proceedings. Recognizing her gaze, Cui Ying felt a stir in her heart. This was Fu Yu. This event marked a collaborative venture between two powerful companies. Regardless of the setting, Bai Yi exuded an air of calm detachment. As he signed, it seemed less an act of finalizing a lucrative contract than a mere exercise in penmanship. While the two exchanged signed documents on stage, Cui Ying realized Fu Yu had vanished. Swiftly, she rose to search for her, with Ying Ning accompanying her, leaving the two gentlemen behind. Upon exiting the venue, they heard commotion in the fire exit and cautiously approached, peering through the slightly ajar door. They hesitated to intrude, witnessing Fu Yu, disguised as a cleaning lady, cradling a black beetle in her hands. This beetle had been procured by Bai Mo Xian from Jiolong Mountain, indicating Fu Yu had already put it to use. Opposite her stood an elderly man, tall and gaunt, resembling a slender reed, his skin marred with age spots, appearing at least 80 years old. In his grasp lay a slender golden snake. Cui Ying almost blurted out, Snake charm. The tiny serpent, with a pale yellow belly and a golden body, coiled around the man's fingers, gradually moving as it flicked its tongue towards the beetle in Fu Yu's hand. Ying Ning, with keen eyes, noticed blood dripping from the old man's hand, while Fu Yu's expression darkened. The old man frowned, then suddenly flipped his palm downward, causing the golden snake to fly forth. Rather than retreating, Fu Yu stepped forward, launching the beetle from her hand. The confrontation between the diminutive beetle and the elongated golden snake was fraught with uncertainty. The outcome was unimaginable, as Ying Ning anxiously grasped Cui Ying's wrist. The golden serpent leapt into the air, only to be seized by the beetle at its abdomen, and both tumbled to the ground. The diminutive beetle left the serpent with no means of counterattack, darting occasionally to the serpent's head and taking refuge within its belly. The serpent's head lunged repeatedly to capture the beetle, yet each attempt resulted in it biting its own flesh. The beetle, unrelenting, gnawed at the serpent's body, causing it to convulse. A dark line appeared upon its formerly yellow underbelly, as the serpent found itself at a disadvantage. The old man produced a bone flute and began to play a shrill, piercing tune, 3 short notes followed by 2 long ones. The once downtrodden serpent lifted its body high, shaking vigorously, while the beetle clung tenaciously to it. However, the serpent's movements became too frantic, and it ultimately crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent opened its mouth and captured the beetle within. Before Cui Ying could fully comprehend the scene, she noticed a hard object lodged within the serpent's throat. Undoubtedly the beetle itself. The beetle had been swallowed whole, and the previously listless old man erupted into laughter. I thought I was facing a formidable opponent, but it appears to be nothing of the sort. Fu Yu merely smiled. You indeed possess remarkable skill. Yet if the old man thought this was an admission of defeat, he rejoiced prematurely. Fu Yu's smile remained as she observed the beetle still wriggling within the serpent's belly. Sensing her expression, the old man's mirth faded, and he cautiously opened his mouth. How is this possible? The beetle, previously trapped within the serpent's belly, suddenly poked its head out. The serpent's upper body collapsed to the ground, its abdomen marred with black lines. The old man staggered back, witnessing the demise of his cherished golden serpent. He bent over and spat a mouthful of blood, which Fu Yu noted contained dark flecks. Before she could react, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Cui Ying opened the door, hesitant to touch the old man's body, merely placing her hand beneath his nose to check for breath. It was weak. yet he still clung to life. Cui Ying sighed. What has happened? The beetle crawled back to Fu Yu's hand, and she said, call for an ambulance, but first, let us search him. The ambulance finally arrived, and the three accompanied it to the hospital. The attending physician, puzzled, remarked, why does this old man bear so many wounds? As he rolled up the old man's sleeves, he revealed a multitude of pockmarked scars, clearly old injuries. It seems as though they were carved out with a sharp blade. Alas, what misfortune! Which family does this elderly gentleman belong to, suffering such torment at his age? We do not know, Fu Yu replied softly, observing the elderly man on a respirator, still fighting for breath, but with eyes tightly shut, his life hanging by a thread. We are not acquainted with him. He has no identification, nor does he possess a phone. The paramedic's expression changed, and Fu Yu reassured him, do not concern yourself with the medical expenses. I shall take responsibility. Please do your utmost to save him. In these times, individuals like you are becoming increasingly rare. What can we do? Fu Yu inquired. What are the symptoms? We will need to conduct a thorough examination at the hospital to ascertain that, the doctor replied. His breathing is gradually stabilizing. Let us hope for the best. As Su Yu's hand brushed against her pocket, she felt the golden snake belonging to the old man, along with a box. But time was too precious to open it now. Her foremost hope was for the old man to survive. Upon arriving at the hospital, the old man was taken for further examination. Su Yu, still dressed as a cleaner, caused quite a stir for Cui Ying and Ying Ning, who found it unsettling. Su Yu chuckled, stating, I think I shall remain in this attire, lest the doctor fails to recognize me, which could lead to further complications. When did you first notice him? She inquired. The view from the back was optimal, allowing one to see the entire venue. However, most individuals tend to focus solely on the front, neglecting the rear, Su Yu explained. Thus, I made it a point to occasionally glance back and forth, searching for any suspicious figures. Such gatherings typically attract business professionals, with few children or elderly present, making the appearance of an elderly man quite conspicuous. Cui Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, a youthful individual, well-dressed, would hardly raise any eyebrows in such a setting. He was frantic upon spotting Bai Yi, eager to cast the curse once more. Su Yu remarked, I certainly cannot allow him to succeed, especially in this context. What transpired next is as you witnessed, now. I can only wish for his survival. The three sat in the hospital corridor, anxiously observing the doctor's comings and goings, their unease growing as the situation appeared dire. Unable to contain herself any longer, Cui Ying seized a nurse's arm, pleading, Nurse, how is the elderly gentleman faring? It's critical, the nurse replied. He shows signs of renal failure and heart complications. Before she could elaborate, she brusquely pushed past Cui Ying and hurried into the emergency room. Su Yu, unable to remain calm, abruptly stood up, exclaiming, This is troublesome. After finally securing a witness, his life now hangs by a thread. She had already notified Bai Yi and the others, and under the current circumstances, they would surely be disheartened. Just then, a perspiring doctor emerged, stating, It's too late. He is clinging to the last vestiges of life. You may go in and see him, and please try to contact his family. Su Yu rushed inside, finding the old man propped up by a respirator, yet his complexion was surprisingly rosy, an indication of what is termed the last flicker of life. Upon seeing Su Yu, he struggled to lift his right hand and remove the breathing mask. Leaning down, she whispered, It is commonplace for me to triumph. My ancestor is the renowned Gu woman, Qing Wan of the Great Qin, and all my skills derive from her. At the mention of Qing Wan, the old man's breathing quickened. Su Yu leaned closer as he exerted himself to speak. I cannot accept my fate. It was him, he caused my demise. Su Yu's heart raced as she urgently inquired, Who is he? Chapter 604. Poisonous be the old man opened his mouth, struggling to produce his final words. He lifted his head slightly, his body arching, and just as he was about to utter the name, he lost his strength, collapsing back onto the bed. His eyes wide open, head tilted to one side, lifeless. Su Yu felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away. How could this be? They were so close. Suddenly, she remembered that although life may cease, the spirit could still depart. If Yuqing could arrive in time, there might still be hope. She dashed out of the emergency room, calling out, Is Yuqing here yet? He is almost there. Cui Ying inquired, What has transpired? The individual has passed away. Only by summoning the soul can we ascertain the truth, replied Su Yu. This is our final opportunity. Cui Ying promptly made a call to urge the others. While Yuqing and his companions were already in the lobby, heading towards them, Su Yu exhaled in relief, It seems we are not too late. The trio entered the emergency room and gazed upon the elderly man lying on the bed. Ying remarked, "It appears he had pre-existing health issues. Otherwise, how could his condition have deteriorated so swiftly?" The numerous injuries on his body seemed to indicate that he had fed the parasitic insects with his own flesh and blood. Su added, "The golden serpent is similarly entwined with his fate. With the demise of one, the other follows." Yuqing, having rushed in, entered the emergency room, and upon seeing the elderly man, his expression changed. He never left his bag behind, and from it, he retrieved a bamboo tube filled with rice. He took a handful and sprinkled the grains over the corpse, chanting fervently, "Two scenes entwined, crimson and yellow disperse like smoke, drawing in the malevolent spirits, banishing decay. Harmonizing soul and essence, merging with the divine form, grant me immortality, eternal longevity, sharp insight, and unending prosperity." The corpse remained still, prompting Su Bai to comment, "Young man, it appears you have mispronounced the incantation." Yuqing shot him a glare. "The 3 methods of soul summoning. This is merely the first. Allow me to continue. Primordial true one, dual scenes of the 2 mysteries, right to bind the 7 souls, left to bind the 3 spirits. Grant me divine presence, that our forms may endure." Once again, the corpse exhibited no signs of change. Even Ying began to feel anxious. Yuqing, struck with dread, birthed a troubling thought, yet remained undeterred. Reciting the final incantation, great microcosmic palace, midst the yellow dawn, internally refining the 3 souls, nurturing tranquility, divine treasures dwell with me, never to stir, witness the transcendental. Dejected, Yuqing lowered his hands. This is not right. His soul has already vanished. Suyu's heart raced with fear. After his death, I was gone for merely a minute. Could it be that in this fleeting moment, his soul departed? No, it cannot be so swiftly. Yuqing pondered. It seems as if upon death, his soul has vanished from within. Is there something strange about him? Aside from the golden serpent, there is only this box. Suyu retrieved the box. I have yet to examine it. Upon opening it, they discovered a creature resembling a wasp, entirely black with a pointed mouth, its texture soft to the touch. Suyu recognized it. This is an essential venomous bee for nurturing serpent parasites, formed from toxic fungi in the mountains, decayed and transformed into this giant wasp. It is rare and exceedingly valuable. Yuqing dismissed its relevance to the situation. He fixed his gaze upon the corpse of the elderly man, signaling Su Bai to assist him in lifting the body. As he lifted the man's clothing, the 3 women immediately turned away to avoid witnessing anything inappropriate. The moment the clothing was raised, Yuqing's expression shifted. On the man's back was a talisman, a yellow paper with a red symbol. He tore it off, exclaiming, "This talisman is the source of the mischief." "It is improbable that he affixed it himself," Su Bai remarked. "Merely dying is insufficient. One must ensure eternal damnation, a deed not typical of ordinary individuals. Unless he foreknew his demise today and prepared in advance to scatter his soul." Yuqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. I die with reluctance. It is he who has harmed me." This phrase echoed in Fu Yu's ears, prompting her to respond immediately. No, his demise exceeded his expectations. He claimed he died with regret that someone had wronged him. Alas, he did not disclose the name before he breathed his last. The assailant not only sought his life, but also ensured he could not even become a ghost. Su Bai remarked, "Truly ruthless. A formidable adversary indeed." Bai Yi added, "This connection is utterly severed. Fortunately, Fu Yu, you will certainly find this useful, won't you? This rare venomous bee has unexpectedly come to my advantage." Fu Yu replied. His spirit was fierce and unwilling to concede. When I informed him of my triumphs, he seemed to find some solace. "I shall make good use of this." The doctor entered. "Are you his family?" "No, they are my friends," Fu Yu responded. "I fear it may be challenging to locate his family." "I see. We will first transport the body to the morgue and then attempt to trace them. If we cannot find them, it will have to be handled by the institution." The doctor was accustomed to such circumstances. Generally, in such cases, the body is sent to the medical school for dissection. Fu Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Despite being a member of the Gu clan, he was still a person. She promptly stated, "No, if his family cannot be found, please contact me. I will take care of his funeral arrangements." The doctor could not help but remark, "Arranging funerals in the city is quite a considerable expense." He glanced at Bai Yi. "Oh, he has a son with decent financial means." Given that Fu Yu still appeared as a cleaner, resembling a middle-aged woman. The doctor was greatly mistaken. Fu Yu did not correct him. Indeed, here is my number. Please be sure to inform me when the time comes. The doctor left, and a morgue worker approached to move the body. Bai Yi leaned close to Fu Yu and whispered, "When did I become your son? If you can still joke around, I can rest easy," Fu Yu replied, leaving Bai Yi momentarily stunned. Bai Yi then said, "Tang Sancheng once mentioned, let nature take its course. The heavens have brought us to our current situation for a reason. Let us return." Bai Yi accompanied Fu Yu home directly. She said, "I heard from Mo Xian that you haven't been in touch lately. Why not join us for dinner tonight? It would be good for you all to gather." "Sounds good." Su Bai immediately agreed. Upon their arrival at the Bai residence, Bai Mo Xian was quick to mock. "What brings the two of you to my home today? A change in the winds, perhaps? A breeze from all directions," Su Bai teased as he playfully ruffled Xiao Bai's hair. "I heard you've become a child star." "Not a child star," Xiao Bai innocently replied. "The handsome patriarch said it was a life practice. Like playing a game. Once I no longer wish to play, it will end." "Life practice?" This fellow speaks so freely. Turning a cash cow into a life practice is quite excessive. Su Bai stifled a cough and gently patted Xiao Bai's head, saying, "Children are easily deceived. Poor little Bai." Bai Mo Xian crossed his arms. "You all exclude me from everything. Now you don't want me to join your endeavors? This is the price of making Xiao Bai your company's cash cow," Su Bai retorted fiercely. "Those who mingle in such affairs must eventually pay the price. If you wish to rest, Xiao Bai must rest too. If he cannot rest, do you dare to?" Bai Moshuan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the father-son duo had curtailed much of his freedom. He once roamed freely, but now found himself constrained, with a small shadow trailing behind him. Little Bai had seemingly become his Achilles heel, and the company was acutely aware of this, frequently leveraging Little Bai's name to coerce him. It was all due to a moment of impulsive decision-making on his part, which not only left him utterly trapped, but also provided ample amusement for that rascal Chu Yan. In Chapter 605, The Incomplete Scroll, Little Bai tugged gently at Bai Moshuan's hand. "Did I do something wrong?" "No, it is my fault," Bai Moshuan unexpectedly conceded. His admission elicited a smile from Fu Yu, as Little Bai had touched the softest part of Bai Moshuan's heart. Though Bai Moshuan had grown up with them, developing a bond deeper than that with his biological parents, he harbored an unfulfilled longing, even without voicing it. They could sense it. The inability to share his most formative childhood moments with his biological parents was a regret that could never be mended. Despite the brevity of Bai Moshuan's own childhood, he now found a paternal feeling in caring for the parentless Little Bai. He indulged and pampered Little Bai, determined to spare him a childhood devoid of vibrancy. Nurturing Little Bai as his successor was a secondary concern, one Bai Moshuan was reluctant to acknowledge. Bai Moshuan spoke solemnly. "I will find a way." "Finding a way? Your search for the fox soul has hit a snag," Su Bai remarked. "However, my grandfather has reappeared, which may provide hope in locating the fox soul." Bai Moshuan furrowed his brow. He had not returned to Qingqiu in recent days. Yet he could surmise that the second mistress would not easily relinquish her pursuits. The fox soul was a thorn in his throat that needed to be addressed. Noticing the atmosphere had grown tense, Fu Yu quickly interjected, "I'll go change and prepare dinner with the two ladies. You gentlemen can continue your discussion." Left with 4 men in the living room, Bai Moshuan asserted, "Though I am not physically present, I am aware of everything. I will resolve the current predicament swiftly and join you." Little Bai was absorbed in playing with a Rubik's Cube, effortlessly solving it in mere seconds, leaving Su Bai astounded. This kid is a veritable genius. Qingqiu had always hoped for someone to become an immortal fox, placing all their aspirations upon him. Alas, that was not his ambition. Bai Moshuan declared, "Whether it is the leader of Qingqiu or an immortal fox, it matters not to me. Living freely is of utmost importance." Viewing Little Bai as an option is, in truth, a selfish act. Little Bai looked up, "But I have always wanted to become an immortal fox. For it is an extraordinary feat none of the uncles, brothers, or cousins have achieved it. If I succeed, wouldn't that be impressive?" "Are you serious, kid?" Bai Moshuan was taken aback by Little Bai's aspirations. "I also want to be the clan leader," Little Bai proclaimed, a leader even more handsome than the current one. Bai Moshuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Rest assured, the clan leader will assist you in realizing your wishes. Whether it be the immortal fox or the clan leader, both will be yours in the future." Little Bai then began to dance with joy. As the topic of the fox soul arose, Su Bai added, "If my grandfather is still alive, there is great hope in finding the fox soul. So you need not worry too much. Bai Yi shrugged, declaring, I hold no worries. The great amnesty of Qingqiu has been successfully achieved, and I have attained my objective. Humph, a stubborn duck. Sitting at the steaming banquet, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Fu Yu gazed at Ying Ning with concern, inquiring, Are you feeling better now? Is your health improving? There's no difference from before, Ying Ning replied innocently. In truth, I had never experienced an electric shock before, now that I have. It merely adds another layer to my experiences. My body feels numb and somewhat painful, as if my hands and feet belonged to someone else. My mind was blank. And when I regained consciousness, my body was limp, devoid of strength. Su Bai spoke candidly, Fool, if you have the chance next time, just run. Aren't you the best at slipping away? Even if it means leaving me behind, it's no great matter. They won't let me perish. So, your presence only serves to bind me. Do you understand? Su Bai's feigned nonchalance brought a sting to Ying Ning's nose, yet warmth enveloped her heart. Understood. Next time I shall leave you behind and flee far away, indifferent to your fate. Can you two be any more obvious in your flirtations? There are elders present. Bai Yi interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Su Bai buried himself in his meal, retorting, What is wrong with eating? Why the hostility? You two are truly a pair of adversaries, Cui Ying remarked helplessly. When you're apart, you think of each other. When together, the bickering resumes. Is there no end to it? There is no end, they replied in unison. Bai Yi and Fu Yu exchanged glances, their earlier frustrations dissipating in the lively banter of Su Bai and Bai Yi. Suddenly, a loud knocking resonated from outside. Bai Yi, Fu Yu. The urgency was palpable. The visitor did not even ring the bell. Fu Yu said, It's Yi Rong, I shall answer the door. Yi Rong entered, her countenance wan and disheveled. Upon noticing the gathering, she scanned the room, her voice filled with despair as she asked, Has Yi Feng not arrived? He is not closely acquainted with us. Why would he come? Bai Yi replied. What has transpired? Fu Yu inquired. Yi Feng is missing. He was with me this afternoon, Yi Rong explained. We were deliberating on matters regarding returning to Langzhong. Since we couldn't contribute here, we planned to leave. In the evening, he mentioned he needed to step out, and I foolishly allowed him to go alone. It has been quite some time, and he has yet to return. Fu Yu sighed in relief. Ah, my dear Yi Rong. It appears this is merely a case of him stepping out. He will undoubtedly return once his business is concluded. You are overly anxious. No, it is not that. Yi Rong's voice was hoarse. Cui Ying quickly poured her a glass of water, which she gulped down. You are unaware. I believed I had burned the remnants of the human skin technique, but today, while packing, I discovered a hidden compartment in his clothing containing this. Yi Rong produced several sheets of paper. This is the true fragment of the human skin technique. I have perused its contents, and he deceived me. Cui Ying remarked, So, the items you burned previously were merely substitutes? He has been duping me all along. Disguised in sorrow, he could not shed tears. Deep down, he had not relinquished his fascination with the art of human skin transformation. He had merely preserved it. Recently, the emergence of someone more adept in this craft than himself had piqued his interest. Now, he sought to find that individual. Why did I place such unwavering faith in him? It is entirely my fault. I was overly careless. No, that cannot be right, Su Bai remarked. If he intended to leave, how could he abandon such a crucial fragment? Bai Yi nodded in agreement, stating, Su Bai is indeed correct. If he were truly lost in obsession, it would be illogical to discard the remnants. He deceived you to safeguard this very thing. Yu Qing examined the few sheets of paper. This resembles a preservation liquid formula, albeit incomplete due to missing edges. Su Bai vividly recalled the jars and bottles, with human skin floating grotesquely in the preservation fluid, undulating with each movement. He remembered the despair etched on Yi Feng's face when he shattered those vessels. After enduring the agony of losing his hands, had he genuinely found tranquility, or was he merely lying in wait for a new opportunity? Yi Rong felt a renewed sense of stability, having previously drifted aimlessly through the streets. Thoughts rushed through my mind. Perhaps he met with an accident, maybe a car crash or a robbery. Yet, in the end, I cannot shake the feeling of betrayal, not betrayal, but rather revenge. I severed his hands. He must harbor deep resentment towards me. In light of this, his current state seems rather reasonable. It was premature to draw conclusions. It would be wiser to wait and observe. Fu Yu interjected, We cannot linger here. Yi Feng is unaware of this location. We should return to where you reside. Cui Ying added, We shall all go. Yi Rong, who once felt like a mere floating weed, regained her footing. Bai Yi suggested, There is no need for everyone to accompany. You may all return to rest. Fu Yu, you shall accompany Yi Rong. If Yi Feng does not return soon, we may need to resort to the search spell. Indeed, such matters cannot be resolved merely by numbers. Fu Yu remarked, when the time comes to employ the search spell, I will notify you all to regroup. Chapter 606. The longevity spot. Yi Rong and Yi Feng resided in an economical hotel, sharing a standard double room. Upon discovering they were lodging in the same room, Fu Yu displayed a subtle change in expression. Yi Rong hastily clarified, he lacks hands. It is rather inconvenient for him to stay alone. I can assist him with tasks such as fetching water at night. There is no need for concern. Elder sister Yi Rong, you are not as young as you once were, Fu Yu remarked. I still remember the first time I encountered you. Indeed. I was an entirely different person then, Yi Rong replied. At that time, you were sent abroad by the organization, while domestically, someone had to assume your lives. The organization dispatched individuals to impersonate you within the Bai household, and I transformed one after another into your likeness. Time has truly flown. Elder sister Yi Rong, it is not my intention to be harsh, but I have pondered whether, should Yi Feng not return, it might actually be a form of liberation for you. Fu Yu said, do you truly intend to care for Yi Feng for the rest of your life? Fu Yu sought to provoke her, and indeed. Yi Rong became agitated. How could he manage alone in such a state? Since I have executed the family rules, I must bear the responsibility. Is that truly all? Symbol Yu sighed, expressing that mere responsibility cannot bear such a heavy burden. It is too weighty, requiring one to dedicate their latter half of life to it. Yi Rong gazed into Symbol Yu's eyes and suddenly burst into tears. Symbol Yu remarked, there are indeed emotions at play, not merely the bond of a senior and junior. Your years of solitude stem from him, do they not? With a heavy sigh, Symbol Yu continued, had you spoken sooner, he might have found some tranquility. If he were to return, and you two could once again traverse the latter half of your lives together, it would not be an unfavorable outcome. Love possesses the power to alter one's destiny. I understand. Your fate was transformed by Bai Yi. Had he harbored no feelings for you, your destiny might have been to grow old alone by the cliffside, Yi Rong replied. Symbol Yu gently patted Yi Rong's back, offering comfort. If he is not returned by dawn, I shall employ a searching talisman. I will surely locate him. You are aware of my abilities, so do not worry. Exhausted, Yi Rong finally succumbed to a deep slumber, while Symbol Yu found herself restless, her heart aching for Yi Rong. Standing by the window, she drew back the curtains. Gazing down at the hotel entrance below, the night was deep, and the streets were desolate, with few entering. Symbol Yu's heart sank further. And just as she was about to close the curtains, a familiar figure stumbled into view. It was none other than Yi Feng. Symbol Yu refrained from waking Yi Rong, instead opening the door and stepping toward the elevator. As the doors parted, Yi Feng emerged, cradling his arm. Upon seeing Symbol Yu, he felt both astonished and unsurprised. You are here. It is good that you have returned. Entering the room, Yi Feng noticed Yi Rong's pallid face and struggled to extend his arm, attempting to cover her with a blanket. The senior must have been terrified. At least you know. Where have you been? Symbol Yu inquired. There are remnants, Yi Feng replied, his expression shifting. Your senior has already discovered them. Yi Feng swallowed hard as Yi Rong twitched in her sleep, awakening to the sight of Yi Feng, unable to believe her eyes. Yi Feng? Senior, I am back. Yi Feng's voice trembled. I am sorry to have frightened you. Where on earth have you been? Yi Rong's anger surged. Did you not consider the worst possible outcome? I admit my fault regarding the remnants, Yi Feng confessed. At that moment, when you severed my hands, I was filled with resentment. I knew you would incinerate the remnants. So I prepared in advance. What you burned was a false version, while the true remnants have been hidden away. Yi Rong closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. How many more deceptions do you have? Although the remnants exist, I have never intended to engage with them. They are inherently incomplete and cannot amount to anything. Yi Feng stated. However, I have invested so much in them that destroying them is no easy feat. I need a bit more time, senior. Just grant me a little more time. Yi Rong regained some composure. What transpired tonight? Where have you truly been? Senior, that is the crux of the matter. Yi Feng replied. I may have encountered that fellow, the one who used human skin techniques to assist Mike. Unfortunately, I lost track of him. This evening, Yi Feng ventured out to the traditional Chinese medicine shop to procure some medication. His wounds had been itching and aching relentlessly at night over the past few days. Yet he wished to spare Yi Rong from accompanying him. Each time she beheld the scars on her hands, a shadow of sorrow would cross her face. Fortunately, His senior sister did not insist on joining him this evening. After preparing the medicine, Yifeng intended to return promptly. Habit is a formidable force over the decades. He had grown accustomed to the company of preservation fluid. Now, he had become accustomed to the presence of his senior sister. Upon exiting the pharmacy, he collided with another individual. The stranger remained silent and continued walking forward. Yifeng cast a discerning glance at him and noticed a faint seam around the man's neck. As a result of his profession, Yifeng was particularly attuned to such details. Although masks crafted from human skin were more exquisite, they possessed inherent flaws, such as the junction of skin at the neck, where achieving absolute perfection was an impossibility. Having conducted countless experiments, Yifeng had a profound sensitivity to the impressions left at the seams. Upon noticing the subtle join on the man's neck, he felt a tremor coursing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued the figure. The man's silhouette was remarkably upright, yet Yifeng estimated his age to be over 40. Based on the composed demeanor he exuded, a person's aura evolves with age and experience, leading to noticeable alterations in gait and gestures. Yifeng closely followed the man, wary and alert, and before long, they found themselves in a dimly lit alley. With his attention fixated ahead, he was caught off guard when an individual appeared behind him. Just as he turned around, a wooden stick struck his head, rendering him unconscious. "Are you injured?" Yirong inquired. "I'm fine. It's merely a superficial wound," Yifeng replied. "That man must have had ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would he have attacked me?" Fuyu frowned and asked, "Do you recall where you encountered him?" After regaining consciousness, I carefully examined the nearby signs. "I can lead you there," Yifeng said, suddenly grimacing and pressing his arm against his abdomen. Their attack was quite brutal. Yirong expressed concern. "Should we go to the hospital?" "No need. I'm still a man, and this injury is trivial," Yifeng reassured her. "I am feeling a bit drowsy." Fuyu remarked, "Then you should rest well." "Yirong, I must take my leave." Upon exiting the hotel, Fuyu glanced up at Yirong's room, where the lights were on, revealing her hurried movements. Reflecting on the scene of Yifeng staggering back to the hotel, Fuyu felt a tumult of emotions, his hands tightly clasped together. The following day, Yifeng led the group to the site of his assault, which was a back street of a bar district, cluttered with several trash bins overflowing with various refuse, a complex odor wafting through the air. Su Bai fanned his nose and remarked, "This stench is truly unbearable." Ying looked up and spotted a security camera. "It seems their SA camera." Su Bai glanced at it, saying, "I bet they're all broken." Initially, Ying was skeptical, but upon closer inspection, she noticed the surrounding wires were severed. And she despondently remarked, "How frustrating. Nothing seems to be easy lately." Su Bai lamented. Yifeng remarked, "That person has accomplices. They likely informed their associates to take action against me while en route. However, they did not seek my demise, perhaps out of overconfidence or a belief in my insignificance, the latter being more plausible." Observing Yifeng's self-deprecation, Yirong's expression faltered, yet fortunately, Yifeng continued, "But I am certain that individual employed human skin techniques. I cannot be mistaken about the seam on the neck. He arrived here, and even if the cameras here are malfunctioning, surely there must be a functioning one along the way. If I can see it, I will undoubtedly recognize him." Chapter 607. Unraveling the threads. 1. Yifeng's assertion was indeed accurate, prompting thoughts of procuring the surveillance footage from the journey. Even if I could not identify the individual, Yifeng must surely recognize himself. Wherever he appears, the figure ahead would be unmistakable. At a large shopping mall's entrance, Yifeng spotted himself, and the silhouette before him was that of the man he had been tracking. It was indeed him. Certainly, he appeared to be in his 40s. Ying remarked, "It is unfortunate there is no frontal view." "There is one," replied a very accommodating mall security guard. "We have another angle of the surveillance that captures their front view. I will retrieve it now." This was indeed a stroke of luck. When the footage was displayed, the image was somewhat blurry, but one could vaguely discern the man's features. He donned a benevolent expression, with his tail hair hanging down. As Yifeng had described, this was not the man's true visage. Ying took a photograph with her phone, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Upon exiting the security office of the mall, Gao Mingyuan remarked, "Without your intervention, they would not have been so cooperative. What predicament have you stumbled upon this time?" "This is a major incident, uncle. Even you cannot handle it," Su Bai replied, sticking out his tongue. "The adversary is formidable." "Indeed. Uncle, you should attend to your own affairs. We shall manage here," Ying urged, nudging Gao Mingyuan away. Is there no case for you to solve at the bureau? Yes, of course there is. Seeing their reticence, Gao Mingyuan resignedly stated, then I shall take my leave. I reiterate, I am at your service whenever needed. This incident entangled a killer organization, an international tomb raiding syndicate, a sorcerer, and human skin techniques, the complexity of which far surpassed any previous events. Although Gao Mingyuan enjoyed certain occupational advantages, he remained an ordinary individual, unrelated to the case, and thus should not be embroiled in it. A call from Fuyu came through, and Su Bai answered. Hello, Fuyu. Come to the mortuary, Fuyu replied coolly. I have brought the body here. The corpse of the elderly man lay in the mortuary's makeup room, where besides Fuyu, an unexpected individual, Lu Shangxing, was present. Upon seeing Su Bai, Lu Shangxing smiled. Today is indeed a splendid day. His gaze resembled two blades, seemingly eager to flay and carve flesh from himself. He regarded Bai Yi with the same intensity. Su Bai clasped his hands over his chest, warning, if you continue to stare at me, I shall have you removed. That would not do, Lu Shangxing chuckled ominously, for I am your esteemed guest today. Fuyu remarked, I have always harbored a certain curiosity regarding the injuries upon him. Although I have only glimpsed his arms, they are already shocking to behold. Thus, I sought to confirm further. I have arranged for this room with the curator and summoned Dr. Lu. Lu Shangxing responded with pride, did you hear that? Has the examination already been conducted? Yu Qing stepped forward to lift the white cloth, but upon seeing the condition of the body beneath, he hastily covered it again, drawing a sharp breath. An autopsy has been performed? Lu Shangxing nodded affirmatively. It was necessary. Su Bai felt an inexplicable discomfort, beginning to understand the sentiments of certain victims' families. Some relatives refused to allow their loved ones to be subjected to forensic examination, even for the sake of capturing the perpetrator. Previously, Su Bai had deemed such individuals as lacking understanding of law and reason. Yet now, confronted with a lifeless body, unfamiliar to him, he felt an unsettling sensation as he contemplated the indignity of disrobement and dissection. A sudden thought struck him. Should he meet with an untimely demise, he would vehemently prohibit Lu Shangxing from approaching his remains, not even to draw near. What discoveries have been made? Su Bai's heart surged with tumult, while Yu Qing was solely concerned with the findings. This individual is a madman, Lu Shangxing stated. There are a total of 190 wounds, both new and old, scattered across his body. The most significant injuries are located on the thighs and arms, inflicted with a sharp blade to carve flesh. Would you care to see? No, thank you. Both Cui Ying and Ying Ning replied in unison. Lu Shangxing feigned disappointment. According to Fuyu, this person was feeding goo insects with his own blood and flesh. I fully concur with this possibility. However, there is one particularly perplexing aspect. The age of his internal organs is in stark contrast to his external appearance. At first glance, how old would you estimate him to be? 70, at the very least 65, Yu Qing answered. He even has age spots. Age spots, also known as liver spots, are benign pigmented lesions that manifest on the skin of older individuals, typically appearing on the face, forehead, back, neck, and chest. They generally start to develop after the age of 50, becoming more prevalent among the elderly, hence their name. Lu Shangxing continued, therefore, if he were indeed over 65, the presence of age spots would be unsurprising. However, there lies a contradiction with his internal organs. His heart is remarkably youthful, merely around 40 years old, while his kidneys are in a state of rapid decline, exhibiting sudden functional failure. Thus, we have a heart of 40 years, yet an exterior that suggests 70. I find this quite exhilarating. Such cases are rare. Yu Qing was not as enthused, so we should consider his age based on that of his heart. He is not an elderly man, merely a middle-aged individual. Indeed, I personally support the notion that his actual age is around 40, Lu Shangxing asserted. Trust me, among all present, I am the authority. Yu Qing replied, precisely because you are the authority, we find ourselves at a loss for reaction. Fuyu remarked, in truth, the explanation is rather simple. This individual may have nourished the goo worms with his own flesh and blood. From what we have observed, he appears to possess an understanding of the 5 elements and yin-yang. Could it be that he is practicing some form of dark sorcery, which has led to a dramatic transformation in his appearance? Yu Qing, does the Maoshan tradition encompass such spells? Yu Qing responded, this possibility is indeed the most plausible. Fuyu sighed deeply. I have a conjecture. Perhaps he realized the error of his ways just before his demise. Might he have practiced some malevolent art? driven by the very person he spoke of as his tormentor? That person could very well be the architect of his death. I wonder if it is the same individual who sought to exploit the dragon vein. Su Bai stared vacantly at the body shrouded in white cloth. Should we not proceed with cremation? To allow him to rest in peace, Fu Yu suggested. Upon mentioning the act of interment, Yu Qing suddenly recalled Mike, whose body still lay unattended. He pondered whether the Gong family had taken care of it. A shiver ran through him as he chastised himself for forgetting such an important matter. Yu Qing, what troubles you? Even the slightest shift did not escape Cui Ying's notice. At times, she felt an uncanny connection with Yu Qing. Yu Qing retrieved his phone. Before Mike passed, he inscribed a blood character beneath his body. Albeit only half of it. I cannot believe I neglected to show you. As the leader, he must have known the identity of those who hired them. The blood character, captured from various angles, was quite clear. If there is blame to be placed, it lies with Mike's unclear writing. It appears rather muddled, Cui Ying remarked. Mike was a foreigner. Could it be that he wrote in a language that is not Chinese? Su Bai interjected. It does not resemble the English alphabet either. It feels like a Chinese character, only partially inscribed, resembling the character for summer. But only the upper portion is visible. Do you see? Indeed, it bears a resemblance, Cui Ying agreed. However, there are many similar characters. That is inconsequential. Once I return, I shall seek out all similar characters, Su Bai declared confidently. I am certain we can identify the corresponding one. Fu Yu took charge of arranging for the cremation of the body. Holding the urn of the deceased, he reflected. In this era, few possess the knowledge of Gu, and even fewer attain his level of expertise. It feels like a loss. His family remains unaware of his passing. Chapter 608. Unraveling the threads. The hospital staff were also eager to handle the body. Fu Yu, do not be too sorrowful. After all, Gu techniques can be inherited. There are many in this city who are curious about them, Cui Ying remarked. Have you considered taking on a disciple? A disciple? Fu Yu had never entertained such a thought. Suddenly, a certain individual came to mind. Speaking of which, there is another young woman in our family with similar abilities. I wonder where she is now. Should we cross paths again, it would not hurt to have another disciple. Placing the urn on the spirit tablet, he noted that it bore the simple inscription unnamed. Fu Yu had left his contact information at both the hospital and the funeral home. Although the lead on the Gu master seemed to have come to an end, Fu Yu was reluctant to relinquish hope so soon. With heavy footsteps, Su Bai hurriedly returned home, eagerly opening his computer to import photographs. He then accessed the Chinese character database, diligently matching each character, absorbed in his task. Unable to assist, Cui Ying and the others opted to leave him in peace. Outside, Shuexiang and Shuefen were attending to a guest, who, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, occasionally cast lingering glances at Shuexiang. She merely smiled faintly, offering no response. I find the antique shop has changed significantly since before, Shuefen remarked. Is it because there's an additional staff member? The guest replied. No, it's not that. You seem different as well, he continued. Everyone knows the quality of the antiques here is exceptional, yet each visit felt lacking in vibrancy. Now, the atmosphere has transformed entirely. It is much better. Shuefen handed the packaged porcelain to the guest, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your patronage. Please send my regards to the two owners. As the guest departed, he glanced back at Shuexiang. Shuefen chuckled, another customer enchanted by you. Ying Ning rushed into her mother's embrace, asking, Mom, will you learn from Aunt Shuefen too? I have eyes only for your father, Shuexiang replied. I do not wish to relive similar experiences. Do not heed your aunt's nonsense. Ying Ning fell silent, when suddenly, an excited voice emerged from the inner room. I found it, Su Bai exclaimed. He was quick. Enlarging the character on the screen, it was the character for Fu. The difference between and Xia is merely a stroke, Su Bai noted. The stroke appears faint due to a lack of strength at the moment of writing. It seems peculiar, not quite resembling. Yet, when matched with, it aligns perfectly. They hired individuals to deal with the Gong family, and their name contains, Cui Ying remarked. Just that one character does not carry much weight, she added. Hey sis, why diminish my confidence? I painstakingly uncovered this clue, Su Bai grumbled. Actually, if viewed from another perspective, there are not many who can enlist the services of an international tomb raiding organization. This person knows about the dragon vein, and their name includes. There are indeed several leads. Upon hearing international tomb raiding organization, Cui Ying's eyes brightened. How could I have overlooked this? This organization stands opposed to treasure hunters, and enemies understand each other better, right? Su Bai snapped his fingers. Let us find a treasure hunter. After some back and forth, Ying was once again set to contact the treasure hunters, awaiting a visitor. She harbored a personal hope that it would be Zhuofeng, an old friend. She was not alone in this sentiment, so when Zhuofeng arrived, he burst in exuberantly, calling out, "Hey, an esteemed guest has arrived. Aren't you going to greet me?" Yu Qing's expression stiffened as he rubbed his head. Must he always be so loud upon arrival? Zhuofeng entered unperturbed, spotting Yu Qing and glancing at his leg. All healed, I presume? Yes. Thank you for your help last time, Yu Qing replied. Zhuofeng's expression was complex. What can I say? You are the one Ying has chosen. By the way, what do you need from me this time? What is the consultancy fee? Consultancy fee? Ying interjected, diving straight into the matter. Zhuofeng's expression turned serious as he declared, "We are treasure hunters. Aside from the pursuit of riches, other matters fall beyond our purview." But what if it's under the guise of friendship? Ying interjected. I believe you must have caught wind of the news. Your old adversaries have been dealt with. Not a single one remains. Zhuofeng turned slightly to glance at the others. Is this related to you? Su Bai retorted. I nearly lost my life at their hands alongside Ying Ning. Yet by some stroke of fortune, I stand before you unscathed, with your enemies eliminated. Surely you must be pleased? Zhuofeng resolutely sealed his lips, a curious expression adorning his face, silently challenging them to act. Ying sighed, what a spectacle this has turned out to be. An international tomb raiding organization emerges, followed by the appearance of 3 of the top-ranked assassins who not only saved Su Bai and Ying Ning, but also conveniently dispatched your foes. Upon reflection, you are undoubtedly the greatest beneficiaries of this incident. Top-ranked assassins? Zhuofeng's guard slipped as he instinctively covered his mouth. What are you doing? Ying pinched him playfully. We are not in business here. We are friends. Do you have any other friends? After a moment of hesitation, Zhuofeng relented. Very well. It's merely a conversation among friends. Indeed, we have received word. Our old adversaries are no more, and we are quite pleased. Have you not inquired further? That hardly aligns with human nature, Ying remarked. Of course we have. What do you think we are? Zhuofeng replied. The information we obtained is quite similar to yours, albeit slightly more extensive. Let us focus on that additional detail then, Ying urged. There is someone behind the tomb raiding organization, Zhuofeng revealed. This individual is elusive, rumored to be of Huaxia descent, and capable of commanding such ruthless individuals under their banner. They must be extraordinary. After leaving the assassin organization, these individuals had nowhere to turn, either to live as fugitives or to return to ordinary lives. It is this person who has united them to form the tomb raiding organization. Thus, to claim that our adversary is gone is merely temporary. They can cultivate another to take their place. Do you have any leads on this person? Ying asked, her urgency palpable. Aside from their Huaxia origins, the clues are scant, Zhuofeng responded. As for their age, they are likely in their 40s. It is said that this person frequently alters their appearance, so their true visage remains unknown. Alter? What does altering appearance entail? Su Bai interjected, growing agitated. Disguises. Perhaps even makeup. Zhuofeng glanced at Su Bai. Why are you so excited? We, too, are curious beings, which is why we sought to investigate. Even now, we feel elated. Those ruffians rely solely on brute strength, consistently getting ahead of us and seizing our targets, and they invariably resort to destruction. No matter the object, they must lay waste to it. Encountering them, we are bound to suffer. How can one not be excited? By the way, have you eaten? What would you like? It's on me, Su Bai exclaimed, nearly embracing Zhuofeng in a fervent hug. You are nothing short of a divine intervention. Yu Qing, is today an auspicious day? It must be, for today is certainly a propitious occasion, perfect for all endeavors. Zhuofeng leaped aside, wishing he could kick Su Bai away. Stay back. I have no inclination in that direction. Su Bai halted, gazing at the others. Did you hear that? The human skin technique, the mastermind behind it? Indeed. It is likely one individual. Ying inquired. Do you know his name? How could we possibly know? Zhuofeng retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. We labored hard to gather these pieces of information, and now you're just being handed them. Hey, are we done yet? Once you finish your speech, we can conclude. Ying smiled sweetly. Thank you. Zhuofeng wiped the grin off his face. Ying, you must prioritize your safety. With Grandpa gone, your parents have only you left. Although I am unaware of the details, I sense that what you are doing is perilous. Hey, that lad Yu Qing, make sure to protect Ying well. If not, I won't spare you. Chapter 609. The flower of death. Yu Qing was taken aback. As a man himself, he could perceive Zhuo Feng's emotions. He stepped forward quietly, locking eyes with Zhuo Feng. Perhaps I am not articulate, but I believe actions speak louder than words. You'd better be able to back that up. Zhuo Feng lowered his voice, leaning closer to Yu Qing's ear and murmuring something. Yu Qing's expression grew more serious, and Zhuo Feng waved his right hand. All right, a person who can be summoned at will, shall take my leave. No need to see me off. Cui Ying asked Yu Qing, what did he just say? Nothing much. Yu Qing replied, he wished us success. Cui Ying cast a skeptical glance at Yu Qing, while Ying Ning excitedly exclaimed, so. The individual behind the human skin technique is the mastermind of the International Tomb Rating Organization? Is he the planner? His name even contains the character for recovery. Su Bai remarked. The difficulty lies in the fact that this person may be living abroad. We can only rely on Yifeng now, as he is the most knowledgeable among us regarding the human skin technique. Yifeng lay with his eyes closed on the bed, with Yirong applying medicine to his bruised and swollen injuries. Concern etched on her face. How did you end up like this? You might as well have killed me directly. Yifeng's voice was icy. Yirong looked up. What is wrong with you? This is his humiliation towards me. Yifeng stated. That is how I perceive it. In his eyes, I must appear foolish, offering myself up for a beating. Senior sister, my life has been a failure. Hasn't he it? If you consider yourself a failure, then I am more so, Yirong replied. If you say that just to make me feel worse, you may continue. I can endure it. Suddenly, Yifeng asked, Senior sister, if I were to die, would you continue living? Yirong was taken aback. Why do you ask such a thing? It seems you have been living solely for me these days, so I wonder. If something were to happen to me, would you carry on? Yifeng responded. Yirong felt a lump in her throat. I don't know. Yifeng reached out, brushing his fingers through his senior sister's hair. Senior sister, you have aged. Indeed, Yirong replied. Lately, I keep dreaming of past events in my dreams. Master is still lively. Yet, upon waking and seeing my reflection in the mirror, I realize how time has flown. We are no longer who we once were. Our appearances have aged, and our hearts have changed. Yifeng observed the strands of silver interspersed within Yirong's black hair and turned his head away. Senior sister. I am weary. Then you should rest, she replied. Yirong carefully tucked away the medicine and bandages, saying, I shall step out for a moment. As she exited the room, tears welled in her eyes. She wiped them away and strode purposefully out of the hotel. There, in a nearby alley, stood a visibly anxious Fu Yu, awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing him, Yirong's tears flowed anew. With a sigh, Fu Yu produced a handkerchief to dab at the tears at the corners of her eyes, asking, Did you see it? The fragmented scroll has gained another page. He has indeed been bought off. Yirong replied, You are not mistaken. That night, Fu Yu had witnessed Yifeng enter, albeit stumbling. Yet, prior to that, he had walked with complete normalcy, only to feign agony for a brief moment before entering. A fleeting shift that unsettled her. As they later followed Yifeng to the ambush site, Fu Yu directed Cui Ying to observe the expressions on Yifeng's face, endeavoring to discern any signs of deception through micro-expressions, and indeed, Cui Ying detected some inconsistencies. Whether behind the bar street or while scrutinizing surveillance footage in the mall, Yifeng consistently appeared exuberant, though it was merely an act. His excitement, stemming from his awareness of the circumstances, paled in comparison to those who were oblivious. Before his feigned enthusiasm, there were always moments of hesitation, starkly contrasting the genuine excitement displayed by Su Bai and Yu Qing upon viewing the footage. It dawned on Fu Yu that Yifeng might be concealing something. After much contemplation, he chose to caution Yirong. Yirong responded, I am familiar with his habit of hiding things, and I have not raised any alarms. The scroll has indeed gained a page, gifted to him by that individual. This is a bribe. He remains haunted by the skinning technique. It is wise not to raise alarms, Yirong, but you must proceed with caution, Fu Yu warned. Though this may seem cruel, you must remember that it was you who severed his hands, preventing him from continuing with the skinning technique. The hatred buried deep within him is the most terrifying. It may erupt at any moment. Reflecting on the topic Yifeng had broached earlier, Yirong felt a shiver run down her spine, prompting Fu Yu's sensitivity to detect something amiss. Is something wrong? He inquired. No, nothing is amiss, Yirong assured him. I will keep a close watch on him and remain in constant contact with you. Very well. We shall also dispatch individuals to monitor your movements, Fu Yu replied. Please exercise utmost caution. As Yirong departed, her posture seemed to age her a decade, her back bending slightly. Fu Yu promptly returned to prepare for everything, keeping a vigilant eye on Yi Feng while continuing his search within the city for the person adept in the skinning technique. Yirong had mentioned that no matter how refined the skinning technique became, it merely extended its preservation period. Complete separation from the preserving solution was impossible. The individual in question excelled in concocting the preservation solution, far surpassing Yi Feng, thus prolonging its efficacy. Based on this premise, it was certain that this individual would prepare the preserving solution. Among the known ingredients, one stood out: the crystal orchid. The blooming period for the crystal orchid is from August to September. Revered as the jade maiden of flowers, it is an exceptionally rare plant. Yirong recalled Yi Feng mentioning that to extend the blooming period of the crystal orchid, he utilized a greenhouse. However, it is likely that the conditions were not optimal, diminishing its effectiveness, as it typically flourishes at altitudes between 803–850 meters, making it a relatively scarce medicinal herb. Presently, it was August, the peak of the crystal orchid's blooming season. The notion came to Su Bai, who believed his idea was exceptionally brilliant. The individual resided in the imperial capital, while this particular entity was typically found in the northeast, absent from the capital. If we could procure fresh crystal orchids and host an exhibition, it would undoubtedly capture that person's attention, for these flowers are rare, and the media coverage would be plentiful, wouldn't it? Bai Yi let out a muffled sound. With my father and me involved, coverage is guaranteed. Su Bai scoffed. What brings you here today? Where is Su Bai? Su Bai is unwell, hence has temporarily ceased activities, Bai Yi replied. Furthermore, there is Chu Yan. I can delegate part of my work to him. The thought of Chu Yan's twitching face brought Bai Yi great satisfaction. That young man had previously always appeared obedient, using a gentle facade to deceive everyone. Now, his true nature had finally been revealed. The once docile youth had transformed into a rebellious spirit, shocking everyone in the company. With Bai Yi already being a nonconformist, the addition of Chu Yan truly puzzled the entire organization. It had evolved into a game between the two, each attempting to offload their responsibilities onto the other. In this round, Bai Yi emerged victorious. He wholeheartedly endorsed Su Bai's idea. I've heard Uncle Chi mention crystal orchids. Even if we cannot lure that person out, we can still indulge our eyes. Ultimately, it was Chi Xie who undertook this task, with the aid of his kin, managing to acquire 7 crystal orchids, which were transported from the northeast to the imperial capital. A considerable feat. Crystal orchids have stringent environmental demands for growth, lacking chlorophyll and relying on decaying plants for nutrition, hence earning the title of the flower of death. They thrive in dark, humid environments, preferably surrounded by rotting vegetation. However, 7 orchids alone were insufficient for an exhibition, leading Bai Yi to engage the botanical garden in collaboration, resulting in a surprisingly impressive event. The crystal orchids became the centerpiece, prominently featured on the advertisement boards to attract visitors. In the dim, moist layer of fallen leaves, 7 pristine crystal orchids stood quietly, their pipe-shaped buds gently drooping, emitting an alluring glow. When they bloom, their petals reveal a captivating blue, inviting onlookers to pause in admiration. Such immaculate flowers thrive on decay, and they are the most crucial component of preservation fluid. Observing the crystal orchids, Ying Ning squatted down, resting her hands on her cheeks. Shuiying. Why is it that the more beautiful things are, the more peculiar they seem? Chapter 610. A fate worse than death. The flowers blooming from death must indeed differ from everything else. Shuiying responded. That is a difficult question to answer. Now, how can others approach if you remain steadfast here? Ying Ning and Shuiying walked hand in hand through the garden, as anticipated. The visitors drawn to the crystal orchids were the most numerous. The garden had just opened, yet it was already teeming with people. Looking up, one could see several precision cameras, leaving no blind spots. Should anyone attempt mischief, they would surely be caught, provided they could navigate through the dense crowd. Prepared for this moment, Yu Qing and Su Bo were stationed at the lottery area on the opposite side of the park, engaging visitors by inviting them to draw free tickets for the botanical gardens following day. As the park's broadcast resonated, it effectively diverted a portion of the crowd, allowing for a slight loosening of the cluster around the crystal orchid. Shuiying and Ying Ning seized the opportunity to step away, positioning themselves before the surveillance monitors, their gazes fixed intently on the screen. Bai Yi and Chi Xie stood guard at the 3 exits, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of disturbance. Suddenly, a masked man appeared on the monitor. Ying Ning, the first to notice, promptly tugged at Shuiying's sleeve. Look, that man. The figure crouched before the crystal orchid. While a few tourists nearby continued to snap photos, oblivious to the tension. After glancing around, he swiftly turned and departed. Ying remarked, "It seems we may have been overly optimistic. If I were him, with so many people around during the day, I would surely wait until nightfall to act. Isn't that safer?" Ying Ning countered. "That is indeed the logic," Ying replied. "But one cannot discount the possibility that those individuals are reckless enough to hire assassins for tomb raiding. Wouldn't they also dare to snatch a few flowers in broad daylight? The opportunity is laid out before them. Of course, they could venture northeast to seek them out, but being in the capital, if urgency strikes, patience may wane." As the day dragged on, despite the lack of significant developments, more individuals approached, yet none took action. When night fell, Su Bai and Yuqing joined Ying and Ying Ning to review the surveillance footage. Noticing their weary expressions, Su Bai jested. "Are you not satisfied after a day of watching this little film? Please, try watching it all day yourself," Ying retorted. "It's just people coming and going. 2 eyes and a mouth. What's so captivating about that? You're hungry, aren't you? This is for you." Yuqing remarked, "It's not pleasant for us under the blazing sun either." Observing Yuqing's slightly reddened face from sun exposure, Ying felt a twinge of concern. "If we must continue tomorrow, be sure to prepare sunscreen in advance. I fear our efforts may be in vain. The real action will unfold at night." Su Bai opened a box of ice cream. "Here, girl, mango flavor." Ying Ning's spirits lifted at the prospect of a treat. She raised her arms in celebration before indulging in the cold delight. Yuqing, feeling a sudden competitive urge with Su Bai, opened her own box, ice porridge. Ying shot a sideways glance at Su Bai, raising an eyebrow. "Enough of your public displays of affection. It's one rule for officials and another for the common folk." Su Bai scoffed, with the elders absent. "You all have begun to act recklessly." Knowing that sparring with Su Bai would yield no favorable outcome, Ying was aware of his sharp tongue. Just then, amidst their playful banter, Ying Ning, her mouth full of ice cream, attempted to communicate, her words muffled as she pointed frantically at the monitor. A shadowy figure had appeared, wearing a hat pulled low over his face, perhaps having slipped in during their distraction. Spotting the conspicuous crystal orchid amid the darkness, the figure's demeanor grew increasingly animated. Yuqing swiftly grabbed the walkie-talkie to alert Xie and the others outside. "Brother Xie, the man has shown himself. He's entered through the exit guarded by Xiaoshan." Xie remained composed. "Wait until he emerges, then we will act." The ice cream in the box began to melt. Yet Ying Ning paid no mind to it, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. The figure bent down, struggling to extract the crystal orchid with considerable effort. And Su Bai felt a familiar presence stir in his mind, his heart tightening in response. Time seemed to stretch as the individual moved the crystal orchid into a bag, laboriously cradling it before departing. Su Bai felt the urge to pursue, but Yuqing grasped his arm. "Be patient, do not startle him just yet." Once the figure exited, the 4 of them rushed out, witnessing the individual's exhilaration as he hastily departed. Suddenly, Xiaoshan leapt forward, launching himself with astonishing speed. The man shielded the crystal orchid, spotting a side door by the wall, and swiftly darted through it. Despite Xiaoshan's swiftness, he could only watch in frustration as the figure escaped his grasp. Meanwhile, Xie also charged forward, and the man, caught between the two, fled recklessly onto the street. Just then, Su Bai shouted a warning. "Watch out." A small car barreled towards him. It was nighttime, and the road was relatively empty, allowing the vehicle to accelerate rapidly. The impact sent the man flying onto the car's roof before he tumbled to the ground, rolling to the roadside. The crystal orchid slipped from his grasp, scattering across the pavement, now tarnished with streaks of blood, a sight that sent chills down the spine amidst the darkness. The car, having caused the accident, came to a halt, and the driver exited in a state of panic. "It's not my fault. He just ran out in front of me." No one paid heed to his claims of intent. Xie was the first to reach the fallen man, hesitating to touch him but turning his head to ascertain his identity. In disbelief, he uttered, "Yifeng?" Yifeng lay unconscious, his eyes tightly shut. Su Bai immediately called for emergency services. Fortunately, the hospital was nearby, and within 5 minutes, an ambulance arrived. The bewildered driver stood helplessly to the side, muttering incoherently as the scene descended into chaos. Yifeng was rushed into the emergency room, and at the end of the hospital corridor, the driver cooperated with the investigation. Flustered, Fu Yu and Bai Yi, who had hurried over, stared at the individual intently. Chi Xie remarked, "There's nothing suspicious about his identity. This doesn't appear to have been premeditated. It's merely a traffic accident." Fu Yu's expression darkened. "We set a trap, but it ensnared Yifeng. We never anticipated this." Bai Yi offered consolation. "Have you informed Yirong? She will arrive shortly." Fu Yu replied, "Bai Yi, I feel a heavy weight in my heart." Bai Yi gently embraced Fu Yu's shoulder. "We have witnessed many partings between life and death. Such is the unavoidable nature of things." Yirong arrived in a daze, her eyes devoid of tears, yet her face was etched with fury. "Is it truly him?" Fu Yu turned away, unwilling to respond to her question. Disappointed, Yirong stepped back, burying her face in her hands as she sat down. "What is the situation?" "It's grave," Fu Yu replied. "He may not survive." Yirong bitterly remarked. "He brought this upon himself." The doctor emerged, shaking his head despondently. "You should prepare to say your final goodbyes." Yu Qing strode inside, and Shuiying understood his intent. Having learned from the previous encounter, she resolved to exercise greater caution this time. Even if Yifeng were to perish, his soul must be preserved. Yifeng lay on the sickbed, his eyes wide open. Upon seeing Yirong, he exerted himself to lift the corners of his mouth, attempting to muster a semblance of a smile. Tears streamed down Yirong's face as she asked, "Are you avenging me?" Yifeng blinked, a silent acknowledgement. Yirong was overwhelmed with sorrow, not for Yifeng's imminent death, but for her own plight. His smile pierced her heart like a thorn. To pull it out would cause unbearable pain, yet to leave it would mean enduring a lingering agony. Yifeng, gravely injured, could utter no words, merely moving his lips faintly. Su Yu rushed forward. "You truly made a deal with that person?" Yifeng closed his eyes, stubbornly giving no sign. Su Yu was filled with despair as Yifeng's body suddenly convulsed and then ceased to breathe. His callous display left Yirong in tears, while Yu Qing, witnessing Yifeng's demise, quickly gestured for Su Bai to help him lift Yifeng's body, exposing his back, revealing a yellow talisman inscribed with red characters. Chapter 611. Killing two birds with one stone. Yu Qing tore it off with fervor, exclaiming, "This thing again." Yirong was bewildered by their actions. Su Yu spoke softly. "We must retain Yifeng's 3 souls and 7 spirits." Yu Qing retrieved a bamboo tube and scattered rice over the corpse, reciting, Jing Fei Chan, Zhu Huang San Yin, Qi Shi Su Xia, Shi Hui Chen Min, He Hun Lian Pe, He Xing De Shun, Lingwa Bu Si, Wan Shou Yong Quan, Song Ming Che Ji, Chong Hung Li Zhun. A layer of white mist immediately emerged from the corpse, and Yu Qing rejoiced. For this indicated that Yifeng's soul had not yet dissipated, still residing within him. Yuan Shi Shang Zhun, Shuang Jing Xian, Yu Jiu Qi Pe, Zui Jiu San Hun, Ling Wa Shun Ming, Yu Xing Chong Si Yuan. The white mist surrounding Yifeng thickened. Yirong, unable to see this development, noticed the solemn expressions on everyone's faces and inquired, "What do you see?" Fortunately, Bai Yi had a vial of cow's tears, which he dripped into Yirong's eyes. Once her vision adjusted, she beheld the white mist attempting to escape from Yifeng's body. She yearned to approach, but was restrained by Su Yu. "Do not rush. It is not yet complete." At last, Yu Qing recited the final incantation, Tai Wei Xian Gong, Zhong Huang Shi Qing, Ni I Lian San Hun, Tai Guang and Ning, Shin Bao Yu Shi, Yu Ju Sheng, Budao Wang Dong, Jian Jitai Ling. Yifeng's soul struggled momentarily before fully detaching from his body, slowly taking on a complete form. Yirong dashed forward. "Yifeng, tell me, what have you done?" Yifeng, clearly unaccustomed to his current state, appeared somewhat ethereal. He glanced at the yellow talisman on the ground, his expression growing cold. "What I can tell you is that I have long detested the days spent together with you. Just the thought of my severed hands, and the precious elixir I painstakingly cultivated, all destroyed by your hands, fills me with an ever-increasing hatred. Every day spent by your side, I have endured. I have contemplated killing you. However, if I were to kill you, who would serve as my servant?" This chilling declaration left Yirong in shock. "Have you been acting all these months?" "Women are easily deceived, my senior sister. I have long suggested that if you were to encounter a few more men, you might become more astute." Yifeng sneered. "Can you not discern the truth in a man's words? I merely need to express a semblance of remorse, and you believe me. I feign the incineration of the remnants of the skin transformation technique, and you accept it as truth. I claim that I have retained the remnants out of unyielding desire, to keep a single flicker of hope for myself, and still, you believe me." You foolishly intend to spend the latter half of your life compensating me. What I have lost, can you truly restore? Yi Rong interjected, do not be so naive. That individual is merely exploiting you. Otherwise, why would he not steal the crystal orchid himself? I am aware, Yi Feng replied. As long as I achieve my objective, being used is inconsequential. My sole concern lies with the skin transformation technique. I am willing to pay any price to make progress. Su Bai remarked, your encounter with him may have been coincidental. Yet in the shadows where surveillance cannot capture you, an understanding has been reached, has it not? The footage recorded is merely a performance for our benefit. What do you intend to do next? To infiltrate our ranks and inform him at any moment, ensuring we can never find him, if not for the crystal orchid. I could continue this charade, Yi Feng stated bitterly. It is all damned crystal orchid's fault. However, you shall not prevail. You will not extract any information from me. For this is my final act of vengeance against my senior sister. I wish to make you regret and suffer for a lifetime. You have ruined my life, and I shall ruin yours in return. Yi Feng slowly approached Yi Rong, who, with reddened eyes, uttered, Yi Feng, death is akin to the extinguishing of a lamp. There exists a realm of shadows in this world, where life and death intertwine. One misstep leads to a cascade of errors, yet it can be halted. Yi Feng, heed your senior sister's words. Enough, senior sister. I do not wish to hear grand philosophies, Yi Feng coldly retorted, propelling himself towards the yellow talisman. I shall make you wish for death. Yu Qing cried out, no? As Yi Feng's spirit made contact with the talisman, it disintegrated into ashes, swirling in the air before cascading down, vanishing upon touching the ground. Yi Rong, her lips parted yet words unspoken, collapsed forward, and Su Yu caught her. Observing her clenched teeth and tightly shut eyes, she had already fainted. Yi Rong lay on the hospital bed, her complexion ashen. Yi Feng's self-destructive path left her heart in despair. Her eyes were swollen with redness, yet no tears fell. Su Yu softly encouraged, if you wish to cry, then let it out. Yi Rong shrank slightly, gently shaking her head. Su Yu, anxious, urged, what has occurred is irreversible. This was his choice, not yours. Do not burden yourself with all the blame. Your initial choice was not erroneous. He chose the extreme. He once asked me if he died, would I continue to live? Yi Rong murmured, I will carry on. This is my ultimate form of self-punishment. So do not worry. I shall not seek my own demise. I wish to be alone for a while. Su Yu rose and exited the room, finding Yu Qing crouched on the floor, devastated by Yi Feng's vanishing act. He sat there, cradling his head in his hands, silent in his sorrow. The atmosphere instantly thickened as Bai Yi clasped his hands behind his back, pacing restlessly. How long has it been since he last did this? Whenever he was enveloped in inextricable sorrow, he would walk to and fro like this. Fu Yu stepped into the adjacent hospital room, where Yi Feng's lifeless body lay, battered and bruised, his head distorted. The yellow talisman still lay on the ground. It had become a death warrant, resulting in the disappearance of 2 souls. Fu Yu picked it up. Was this not a clue? Bai Yi entered, stating that arrangements for Yi Feng's funeral would be delayed due to the traffic accident, and that Fu Yu should keep Yi Rong company during these days. After repeating Bai Yi's words regarding Yi Rong, a shadow fell across Bai Yi's face. She was being obstinate. Yi Feng's intentions had come to fruition. Fu Yu gazed upon Yi Feng's corpse, pondering the cruelty of it all. Suddenly, Bai Yi approached the body to search it, but found nothing. A thought struck him about the remnants of the human skin technique. He immediately dispatched someone to search the hotel room, yet it was too late. The remnants had vanished entirely. The person surrounding Yi Feng had not only cost him his life, but had also reclaimed the fragment he had once given. All while taking the original document that belonged to Yi Feng, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Feng was despicable. He never genuinely acknowledged his wrongs, hiding behind Yi Rong, relishing the care she provided while secretly plotting revenge. From the very beginning, he had been plagued by inner demons. After encountering that individual, those demons ran rampant. A mere fragment of a scroll had led him down a path from which there was no return. If he had died instantly, it would have been better. Yu Qing clutched his head in anguish, regretting that he hadn't allowed Yi Feng to perish outright, thus sparing Yi Rong from harm. Yu Qing's self-reproach tormented him. Upon returning to the antique shop, he had not eaten or drunk anything. Cui Ying, understanding his thoughts, brought in a bowl of rice porridge and placed it on the table with irritation. How long do you intend to indulge in self-pity? I know what you're thinking. If you had allowed Yi Feng's soul to dissipate, that wretch Wu Ti have uttered such venomous words or committed such extreme actions. And Yirong's latter half of life could have been more tranquil, right? Yu Qing's eyes reddened, yet he remained silent. Shui Ying crossed her arms. I finally comprehend that our disparity extends beyond mere age. Yu Qing's body finally moved, looking at Shui Ying in confusion. She continued, you are a godlike presence. The world cannot function without you. If it doesn't reign, do you shoulder the blame? Yu Qing softly replied, but. Chapter 6:12. Killing two birds with one stone too, there are no buts. I see that Fu Yu is equally heartbroken. Yet he does not engage in self-torture like you do. Do you understand where your differences lie? Shui Ying remarked. She understands that many occurrences are inevitable. Although the outcomes may evoke sorrow, the unfolding of events involves numerous facets, intricately entangling more individuals, like Fu Yu, like you, like us. Therefore, there is nothing extraordinary about it. Do not take yourself too seriously. Have something to eat, and ponder on how to locate that fellow, the one who serves two purposes. Yu Qing suddenly lifted her bowl and began to drink the porridge heartily. At the entrance, Su Bai and Ying Ning exchanged a knowing glance and walked away with a sense of relief. Su Bai clasped his hands behind his head, proclaiming, Sister always has a way. Understanding each other well, Ying Ning expressed her envy. I truly envy them. Su Bai pulled Ying Ning into an embrace. What is there to envy? We are not so bad ourselves. If only we had a magic elixir. Why? Ying Ning inquired. So I could watch you grow old. Su Bai jested. However, Ying Ning's expression turned sorrowful. Thus, I would witness you become an old man and would have to bid you farewell, then wait for your reincarnation. If in your next life you were a man, that would be splendid. But if you were a woman, or something else entirely, Su Bai coughed. I would seek out Yama and the Wheel King to take a shortcut. Ying Ning's face grew somber. But what about our children? Children? What children? Su Bai blushed instantly. A child like me, Ying Ning responded. My father is an ordinary man, my mother a member of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Our children would share that lineage. Su Bai felt a pang in his heart. Let us discuss such matters later. I suddenly believe that the Qingqiu clan's insistence is justified. Is there an absolute right or wrong? If the Qingqiu's conviction is correct, does that render your parents' love erroneous? Su Bai playfully tapped Ying Ning's forehead. No more wild thoughts. But no buts. Is this the time to dwell on such things? Honestly, Su Bai intentionally shifted the topic. Yu Qing is still wallowing in self-pity inside. You truly lack perception. Standing behind the counter, Xuefeng listened to their conversation, drawing her arms tightly around herself as a chill enveloped her. She slowly crouched down, as if an unfathomable vortex were drawing her in. A hand rested on Xuefeng's shoulder. What's wrong? It was Xuexiang. Xuefeng quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Nothing, just some sand in my eyes. Xuexiang quietly walked away, and Xuefeng called out. Xuexiang, what is it? Xuexiang asked. Nothing. Xuefeng gently shook her head. Nothing at all now. Xuefeng, whatever decision you make, I will understand. Xuexiang said. Endless longing can be both a sweetness and a torment, without boundaries. I used to dislike this aspect of you, which is perhaps why we never grew particularly close. Xuefeng smiled helplessly. It seems I can always see into others' hearts. Living so transparently can indeed be quite bothersome at times. Xuexiang merely smiled. Everyone has their own choices. As Xuexiang turned to leave, Xuefeng leaned gently against the shelf, contemplating the girl named Su Xiaoxiao. Perhaps she was truly the one best suited for Gao Minyuan, a pair of ordinary souls united to raise a child together, supporting each other into old age, witnessing the passage of time together. That would indeed be fair and reasonable. After finishing his porridge, Yu Qing placed the empty bowl in Shui Ying's hands. It is time to seek out that individual, he declared. What are your thoughts? Shui Ying inquired. The talisman, Yu Qing responded. It must bear fingerprints, does it not? Yu Qing had a notion, one that transcended the realm of Taoist principles. It was grounded in the laws of physics. Shui Ying understood that this was Su Bai's forte. And now, Yu Qing was venturing beyond his usual domain, expanding his thought process. Shui Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, nothing is trivial. How could there be any oversight in the details? The talisman, known as the Ghost Summoning Talisman, featured a yellow background with red characters. The red ink was a mixture of cinnabar and the blood of individuals born on the day of the sun's zenith, possessing formidable destructive power, especially since the talisman was inherently designed to repel spirits. The talisman paper had been collected by Fu Yu for analysis. Besides the fingerprints of all individuals who had handled it, they discovered a partial, unidentified fingerprint. It is said that no two fingerprints are entirely identical. Fingerprints begin to form during the 3rd or 4th month of gestation and are fully developed by around 6 months. As an individual matures, their fingerprints merely enlarge and thicken, retaining their distinctive patterns, thus ensuring that once a fingerprint is made, it remains unchanged throughout life. This partial fingerprint could only belong to one individual. Although it was merely a fragment, acquiring it was no small feat. This partial fingerprint was categorized as a latent fingerprint, formed by natural body secretions such as sweat, making it difficult to visually detect, yet it is the most commonly found type at crime scenes. Latent fingerprints typically occur when fingers first contact oils, sweat, or dust before touching a clean surface. While these prints are invisible to the naked eye, they can be revealed through specialized methods and certain chemical reagents. Initially, they had considered Gao Mingyuan for processing the talisman, but Xuefeng advised them against troubling him in the future. Everyone understood this announcement, particularly Xuexiang, who was already aware of Xuefeng's intentions. To distance themselves, it was essential to create separation. Thus, another member from the Organization of Spirits arrived. This individual was a counterpart to the organization's renowned corpse whisperer, the elder Su Qiuxing, yet he appeared youthful, merely 30 years of age. The moment Su Bo laid eyes on him, he felt a sense of familiarity. "Have you been featured in a magazine?" he queried. The young man, also surnamed Su, chuckled. "Su Qiuxing is my father. He converses with the deceased, while I communicate through traces." Traces. Su Bo's memories surged forth. He recalled an article from a forensic magazine that left a lasting impression, centered on the study of traces, a discipline widely utilized in archaeology and detective work. Its primary aim was to deduce the causes or processes that led to the formation of these traces following an event. The author of the article was a certain Su Yue, a name that resonated with Su Bo, prompting him to inquire, "Are you Su Yue?" "Indeed, that would be me." Su Yue replied with a smile. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I look forward to your guidance in the future." "Oh, the organization truly harbors an array of hidden talents," Su Bo mused. Su Bo exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I refuse to believe that with so many individuals working together, we cannot apprehend him." Su Yue, well-versed in fingerprint extraction, undoubtedly surpassed Gao Mingyuan in professionalism. While Gao Mingyuan needed assistance, Su Yue had brought the necessary tools himself. He quickly discerned that the half-fingerprint belonged to a latent print and proceeded with the extraction method. Typically, the powder method is the most commonly employed technique, utilizing a contrasting powder to reveal the complete fingerprint on the surface of an object. However, given that this talisman had been handled by multiple individuals, the effectiveness of the powder method was limited. Ultimately, Su Yue opted for the magnetic powder method, employing fine iron particles and a magnet as a brush to sweep back and forth, revealing the fingerprint. Simultaneously, he utilized a chemical treatment, akin to a magic trick, as all the fingerprints emerged clearly, with the most striking being that half fingerprint. In total, there were 3 fingerprints, those belonging to Fu Yu, Su Bo, and Yu Qing, leaving the ownership of the half fingerprint in question. They first compared it with Yi Feng's fingerprint, but it was excluded, indicating that Yi Feng was aware of the talisman's purpose and had not touched it after affixing it to his back. Such was the audacity of a desperate gamble. Regarding the half fingerprint, Su Yue remarked, "Although it is merely half, we can still employ technical means for comparison, though it will take some time. For now, we must simply wait." Chapter 613. The deceased. As the saying goes, the winds of change signal an impending storm. Following Yi Feng's demise, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, devoid of any further commotion. The seemingly tangible leads had vanished. The sorcerer was dead, while the practitioner of human skin arts continued to manipulate everyone at will. After executing a masterful double play, they slipped away without a trace. A week later, Su Yue returned with the latest results. But the situation was rather peculiar. The owner of the half fingerprint had been identified, yet he was deceased. This individual had perished in a traffic accident the previous month, and his remains had already been cremated. Observing the somber expressions of those present, Su Yue's demeanor grew grave. "In all my years of forensic study, I have never encountered such a bizarre occurrence as a deceased person's fingerprint. The results had actually emerged 3 days prior, but I was reluctant to accept them, which is why I delayed reporting. Even with the 3-day postponement, the outcome remained unchanged." Su Yue was thoroughly perplexed. "I can only present you with these results, but I cannot provide an explanation. I apologize." Su Bai inquired, "Could you provide us with the contact information of the deceased's relatives?" "Certainly," Su Yue replied. "Should you uncover anything, I hope you will keep me informed." He scribbled the contact details and phone number on a piece of paper. "Farewell." After bidding Su Yue goodbye, Su Bai eagerly reached out. The owner of the fingerprint was a middle-aged man, and following his passing, only a wife and an 8-year-old son remained. Given the circumstances, Fu Yu took the lead and, accompanied by Cui Ying, approached the deceased's family. As they were both women and communication might be more straightforward. Mrs. Chun, with a considerable amount of gray hair, appeared somewhat flustered in the face of the unexpected financial assistance. "Are you friends of the late Mr. Chen?" she asked. "To be precise, we were former colleagues," came the reply. Fu Yu introduced, "This is my friend who accompanied me, Mrs. Chun. Please accept my condolences. Death cannot be reversed, and life must go on." Cui Ying's gaze fell upon the child playing by the windowsill, an 8-year-old who should have been at school at this hour. She noticed a scar slanting across his forehead. Aware of her attention, the boy immediately lowered his head, remaining silent since their entrance. The two had been involved in a car accident together. It was to protect the child that his father had perished. The sight of the child deepened Mrs. Chen's sorrow. It is fortunate that he survived, but how will we navigate the days ahead? Have the perpetrators been identified? She inquired. They fled, Mrs. Chen replied. It has been nearly a month, and there is still no word. Do not fret. I am acquainted with the relevant authorities. I can assist with this matter. Fu Yu assured her. It will be thoroughly investigated. Is that true? Mrs. Chen asked. Regardless of its veracity, I am grateful to you, she said. Mrs. Chen, when will the arrangements for Mr. Chun's South funeral take place? Cui Ying inquired. My sister Fu Yu is saddened that she could not attend. Fu Yu silently praised Cui Ying's thoughtfulness as it seamlessly guided the conversation toward the subject. At the end of last month, Mrs. Chen responded. Speaking of which, an odd occurrence took place. While the body was in the funeral home, the child insisted that someone had entered and touched his father's hand. Fu Yu gazed distantly at the child, who was engrossed in drawing. The palette was sparse, predominantly composed of gray and black. In the aftermath of such events, the one most profoundly affected was indeed this child. Fu Yu approached gently, sitting beside him and picking up a yellow watercolor pencil, adding a sun to the drawing. Is it beautiful? She asked. The child stared blankly at her, and she continued, Life is filled with colors. You may choose more beautiful ones. Tears streamed down the child's cheeks. At 8 years old, he was remarkably perceptive. He murmured, but I no longer have a father. Yet you possess so much more. Your mother, your grandparents, your classmates, and dear friends, Fu Yu replied. Open the window, and you will see the sky outside. Smile often, and your heart will ache less. Mrs. Chen stood in stunned silence, incredulous at the scene before her. Our child has not spoken for several days. I never imagined that our old Chun had such a friend. Fu Yu gently stroked the child's head. I, too, believe someone touched your father's hand. Children's fanciful words often go unacknowledged, yet someone now believed him. The child's face regained some color. It's true. I really saw it. Then tell Auntie. What kind of person was she? A woman, the child responded, startling Cui Ying. Mrs. Chun was ready to intervene, but Cui Ying quickly restrained her. Do not do that. The child needs to feel believed. Let him express what is in his heart. It will bring him comfort. She wore very peculiar clothing, but she was indeed a woman. The child continued. Her hair was long, and she seemed to be about Annie's age. I found something she dropped. Fu Yu turned to Mrs. Chun. It appears the child is not lying. Madame Chun displayed an expression of embarrassment. Fu Yu then remarked, if that object brings you discomfort, perhaps we should have Annie take it away. It will spare you from future distress, won't it? The object in question was a nameplate bearing the emblem of a university. Fu Yu grasped it firmly, continuing to soothe the child. By the time they were ready to depart, the child was able to walk to the door and bid them farewell. Fu Yu then inquired, May I come to visit you often in the future? The child, clearly delighted, agreed. Upon descending the stairs, Fu Yu commented, It appears to be a woman. This exceeds my expectations. She could possibly be a student of this university. Cui Ying took the nameplate and examined it closely, exclaiming, Oh, she is even a member of the student council. This should make our search easier. The two promptly made their way to the university. Upon presenting the nameplate, the student remarked, Oh, I just heard someone lost a nameplate, especially a student council one. You should inquire at building number 2. The student council members might be in a meeting. Standing before the closed door, they could hear raised voices from within. Exchanging glances, they began to knock. After a moment of hesitation, someone came to open the door. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, a male student initially brightened but quickly adopted a wary demeanor, asking, "Who are you looking for?" Ying held up the nameplate, stating, "Its owner." The male student snatched the nameplate from her grasp, the metal nearly cutting her hand. As he attempted to close the door, Ying pressed against it. Being tall and strong, she found herself in a position of advantage over him. Irritated, she exclaimed, "You people are quite odd. Not even a simple thank you. Yet you wish to shut the door? Have you considered where we found this? We could very well cause you trouble." A voice from within responded. "Then where did you find it? Perhaps we should seek the student council leader," Fu Yu suggested softly. Someone inside recognized Fu Yu, a well-known professor, exclaiming, "Aren't you Professor Fu?" "So, you do know me," Fu Yu replied with a smile. "Could you assist us in locating her? She hasn't been in school for several days due to illness." The leader, Xiao Yu, a senior student and the most seasoned among them, affirmed, "If that is the case, we must go." Fu Yu remarked, "Her illness must be rather peculiar." Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with determination, and after a moment of contemplation, he agreed, "All right. I will take you to her." The owner of the nameplate was a beautiful young woman, a student of international trade named Luo Jiai. She was not a local and had rented a place near the school, living alone. Standing behind the white door, Xiao Yu's expression turned serious as he rang the doorbell and called softly, "Luo Jiai, please open the door." There was no response. Fu Yu caught a glimpse of a shadow flickering beneath the door, confirming someone was inside. Ying whispered, "Something feels off here." Xiao Yu sighed. "We have been troubled for many days. She has been like this all along." Ying suggested, "I think we should find Yuqing." This was almost an instinctive feeling for Ying. The young woman's demeanor was somewhat abnormal, immediately reminding her of the three young individuals who had unwittingly transgressed the arcane art of fate manipulation and found themselves too afraid to step outside their homes. Fu Yu shared a similar sentiment. Until Yuqing's arrival, Luo Jiai had not opened her door. During this interlude, Xiao Yu informed them that Luo Jiai had been acting strangely since last month. The student council frequently organized events, necessitating meetings, which were sometimes conveniently scheduled for the evening. Luo Jiai consistently found excuses to be absent, and her phone calls requesting leave were peculiar. She often sounded overly cautious and would abruptly fall silent, leaving them to wonder what she was doing. Just as Xiao Yu was about to hang up, her voice suddenly re-emerged. Everyone remarked that Shun Jiai had become increasingly eccentric, often glancing back while walking during the day, as if someone were following her. Yet, each time turned out to be a false alarm, until last week, when she ceased attending school altogether. During the recent meeting, they had discussed whether to take her to a psychiatric hospital. Ying gasped, "How could you think like that?" In our country, many people still cannot accept such matters, believing that visiting such places equates to being labeled insane. "We have no choice," Xiao Yu replied. "Shinjiai is an orphan. We cannot reach her family. We are her closest companions." A wave of sympathy washed over Fu Yu. "Your intentions are noble, we understand." Xiao Yu finally exhaled in relief. "We are merely students. Our ideas are quite limited." When Yuqing arrived, a strange odor wafted from the house. "She is burning incense inside," Yuqing remarked. "What on earth is she burning?" Xiao Yu felt a twinge of fear and knocked again. "If you don't open the door, we will force our way in." "Luo Jiai, please do not do anything reckless." Yuqing raised her voice. "If you feel anything amiss, merely burning incense will not suffice. Do you have any talismans or chants?" A shadow appeared at the door, seemingly drawn by Yuqing's words. She continued, "I have a method to help you ascertain if something is wrong. Do you have rice at home?" After a brief pause, a weak voice replied, "Yes." "Take a handful of white rice and scatter it on the floor. Turn on the light and stand on it to observe your shadow," Yuqing instructed. The person inside moved away, and shortly after, a sound echoed, a light turning on. Moments later, a terrified scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Yuqing immediately knocked again. "Open the door." The door swung open eagerly, revealing a suffocating atmosphere within. Luo Jiai appeared gaunt and pale. Among those present, she recognized only Xiao Yu, who she immediately clung to in desperation. "I am dying. I am dying." Xiao Yu, feeling somewhat awkward, still embraced Luo Jiai tightly. "It's all right. We will help you." Luo Jiai lifted her head and turned to gaze at the scattered grains of rice on the floor. Just moments ago, as she stood on the rice, she had noticed her shadow pulsating with an unsettling energy. Yuqing inquired of her, "Have you been frequently losing consciousness lately?" completely unaware of your whereabouts during those periods and the actions you undertook? Luo Jiai, taken aback, replied, "How do you know?" Startled by her own shadow, Yu Qing continued, "That is merely your anger dissipating." She added, "You may be possessed by a malevolent spirit, even in daylight. I always feel cold, and I sense someone is following me. It terrifies me," Luo Jiai confessed, biting her lip. "Sometimes I awaken in places I shouldn't be, with no recollection of prior events. This has been happening repeatedly, and it is becoming increasingly severe. I fear that if this continues, I might transform into a stranger, someone I no longer recognize. It used to be only at night, but now I feel this way even during the day. Who are you? You must know these things. Surely, you can help me?" Yu Qing grasped Luo Jiai's hand, startling her as she attempted to withdraw. In a grave tone, Yu Qing queried, "When did these marks appear on your arm?" They began showing up the day before yesterday," Luo Jiai replied. "The malevolence has infiltrated." Yu Qing remarked, "It seems the spirit possessing you is of considerable power, significantly affecting your essence." "What are you talking about? What spirit?" Xiao Yu, thoroughly bewildered, stared at the scattered rice grains in the room. "Please don't frighten me. There are no ghosts in this world." "Young man, if your heart is weak, you should leave immediately," Chuang warned. "It could shatter your worldview." Xiao Yu shook his head defiantly. "I will not leave. I will stay here. Let it be. I refuse to be a coward." Yu Qing stated, "I will first assist you in dispelling the malevolence. It may be uncomfortable, but you must endure it. It will pass swiftly. Chuang, please come in and assist me." As the three entered the room, Xiao Yu rubbed his hands anxiously. "Professor Fu, do you believe in ghosts?" "I would only believe if I witnessed it myself. There are many things in this world that remain unverified, yet that does not mean they do not exist," Professor Fu responded. Hearing Fu's words, Xiao Yu became even more anxious, shaking his head in disbelief. "Heavens, this is too incredible." He struggled to articulate his astonishment, but managed to retain his composure, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Why is Professor Fu here?" "That Miss Cui Ying is a renowned novelist. She is my friend, naturally. I care about what concerns her," Professor Fu replied. "So she is Cui Ying? What a small world. I am quite fond of her books. But I never expected to encounter my idol in such circumstances. It feels quite novel." "It seems she does believe," Professor Fu remarked with a smile. "If you do not believe, do not force yourself." Cui Ying, in the room, found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Yu Qing had called her in to avoid suspicion. Before Luo Jiai could remove her clothing, Yu Qing had covered her eyes. Cui Ying gazed at the golden needle he produced, questioning, "How can you provide aid with your eyes covered? Aren't you relying on me?" Yu Qing replied, "You must hold my hand." "Is that acceptable?" Cui Ying asked. "Have I not already instructed you on acupoints and pulse positions?" Yu Qing inquired. "You have no issues locating the pulse positions now." Over the past few days, Cui Ying had diligently studied traditional Chinese medicine's acupoints with Yu Qing, making notable progress. Yet, confronted with the reality of a living subject, Cui Ying felt a tinge of apprehension. Nevertheless, Yu Qing showed no intention of removing her eye covering, as time was of the essence. Summoning her courage, Cui Ying boldly asked, "Which points should I focus on first? The heart-yang pulse, the dantian pulse, the yin-shou pulse, the tu-min pulse, and the ding-tong pulse?" Yu Qing replied, "Do you remember? Previously, when Dai Jieli's subordinates were invaded by yin energy, I employed the same method." Cui Ying recalled how those individuals had descended into madness after being afflicted, and it was Yu Qing who had utilized golden needles to restore their sanity. Humans possess 7 pulses: the heart-yang pulse, the dantian pulse, the yin-shou pulse, the tu-min pulse, the ding-tong pulse, the hui-ding pulse, and the zhu-yang pulse. Among these, the hui-ding and zhu-yang pulses serve as the initiation points for yang energy circulation. Gold does not traverse yin and yang. It can obstruct the flow between them. By sealing the 5 pulses, the objective is to expel the invading yin energy from within the body. The previous scenarios replayed in her mind, easing Cui Ying's tension. She grasped Yu Qing's hand and systematically identified the 5 pulse positions, inserting the golden needles one by one. Luo Jiai was not among the robust individuals accustomed to physical training. Each time a needle was inserted, she emitted a cry of pain, her body contorting. Cui Ying had to admonish her, "You must not move. The consequences could be dire. Are you willing to risk your life?" Chapter 615, July 14th. Chapter 618, A Decisive Move. "What is the matter with human skin techniques?" Cui Ying inquired. "Human skin techniques? Is there not a fragment of human skin technique?" Such a precious item. How could the ancients bear to destroy it completely? I had not anticipated that anyone in this world would be so enamored with it. Mo Fu replied, "It is just what I require." The thought of Yi Feng ignited a surge of anger in Su Bai. It was due to this individual's manipulation that Yi Feng now lay half alive, devoid of hope for survival, destined to become a mere shell of a person. "Where is the fragment of human skin now?" Chuang asked. Mo Fu hesitated, and Tang Sancheng grew increasingly anxious. Eventually, he spoke. "The fragment of human skin is... No, it is not here. It is." A spurt of blood erupted from Mo Fu as he collapsed weakly. Tang Sancheng was taken aback, while Yuqing prepared her soul-capturing technique. However, as soon as Mo Fu breathed his last, his soul swiftly departed from his body, disintegrating into ashes in an instant. Tang Sancheng tore away the man's clothing, revealing 3 red talismans affixed to his chest. This individual had been thoroughly prepared. Tang Sancheng stepped back, exhaling a breath. "Are you always ready for death? Is this the habit formed from associating with assassins?" Su Bai had longed to experience the sensation of removing the mask, so he stepped forward immediately, locating the junction at the neck. This junction could only be discerned in bright light. Recalling how Yi Feng had spotted it at a glance, Su Bai felt a flicker of admiration. With a forceful tug, a thin layer of skin was peeled away, leaving Su Bai utterly astonished. How curious! Why is there only this small piece? This tiny fragment was merely the skin from the neck. Bai Yi promptly examined Mo Fu's face, concluding, "Do not be surprised. This is his true appearance." Truly, this individual was remarkable. Chuang remarked, "We all believed he presented himself in a different guise, yet he has defied our expectations, revealing his true self all along." The piece of cloth around his neck was merely a ruse to mislead us. "Who indeed is he?" Tang Sancheng replied, "I have never heard of such a figure. The underworld will investigate." The Wheel King stated, "This individual dare disrupt matters at the opening of the Ghost Gate. We shall not let this matter rest easily. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave." With the ghostly path cleared, all malevolent spirits had dispersed, and the Zhongyuan festival was approaching. The shadows of the deceased lay before them, and everything regarding this person remained a mystery. Su Bai commented, "It seems the father and son duo are preparing to take action together." Bai Yi nodded. "Let the remains and the traces speak. It can only be the Su father and son." Summon Lu Shangxing. "There is no need to trouble the police with this matter. We shall handle it ourselves." Mo Xian, "Find a way to transport the body." "To where?" "To the secret chamber of the club," Bai Yi replied. "We need to conduct a thorough and meticulous examination." The corpse of Mo Fu lay in the secret chamber of the club, and the Su father and son had already arrived. Once Lu Shangxing also joined. Su Qiuxing first asked a few to step outside. "It may take some time. You should wait outside." Leaving 3 in the secret chamber, they sat in the conference room, a sense of dejection evident among them. The sudden death of Mo Fu was far from what they had anticipated, and the 3 red talismans on his chest could not have been affixed by anyone else. He had severed his own escape route. Noticing the silence, Chuang broke it. "Should we not organize our thoughts? Where shall we begin?" Su Bai, resting his hands behind his head, suggested, "Let us start with the International Tomb Raiding Organization." No one objected, and Su Bai continued. "Firstly, this individual named Mo Fu had gathered a few assassins from their organizations, forming what would later become the International Tomb Raiding Organization. This Mo Fu fellow possessed the art of yin and yang, wielding remnants of human skin and understanding human skin techniques. Most crucially, he had a commendable intellect. He became the agent and puppeteer for these former assassins, who roamed in search of treasures, becoming a nuisance to the treasure-hunting organizations. This is merely the beginning. The earlier appearance of Wu Xian and the black-clad individuals surrounding him posed a significant risk to the events. This matter requires validation." Bai Yi stated, "We shall pursue those black-clad figures to ascertain who disclosed the truth. This oversight is indeed our fault. We presumed the surveillance was sufficient, yet we failed to seal all possible leaks. Through this incident, we can finally rectify our mistakes." Bai Yi gestured for Su Bai to continue his analysis. Su Bai remarked, "There is actually a question within this. How did Mo Fu learn about the Wu Xian incident? He must have been aware of it to identify those black-clad individuals." Bai Yi's eyes sparkled. "Indeed, this is a point of suspicion that requires further investigation." Once this matter was set aside, Mo Fu initiated a series of actions upon learning of the situation. He first enlisted the aid of an elderly man skilled in serpent sorcery. The poison had already taken root. The old man merely needed to instruct Mike on how to administer it. The paramount concern was nurturing the serpent's venom, rather than its deployment. Thus, after a brief period of training, Mike seamlessly transformed his appearance to blend into the Gong family, inciting chaos within their ranks, all with the singular intent of drawing me forth. Someone possesses quite the influence, Bai Yi muttered under his breath. Su Bai shrugged. There's nothing to be done. One is born with a rebellious streak, a rarity indeed. Both Ying Ning and I found ourselves ensnared, subjected to relentless torment, particularly Ying Ning. Amidst this turmoil, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. My grandfather made his entrance. After Sister Ying informed him, the situation took a dramatic twist. He summoned one of the world's top 3 assassins, who, alongside you all, rescued Ying Ning and me. He sustained a gunshot wound, and his fate now hangs in the balance. Ying reassured. Surely, fate favors the virtuous. You need not worry. I am no longer anxious, Su Bai replied. Let things unfold naturally. Ultimately, due to my grandfather's and the organization's intervention, the outcome of this affair shifted significantly. The tomb raiding organization was utterly annihilated, albeit limited to this particular group. At least 2 individuals survived, the serpent sorcerer and Mo Fu. Ying continued. Although the operation failed, Mo Fu incurred no losses. The assassins were merely instruments of his financial gain. However, complications arose with the serpent sorcerer. His serpent venom possessed a paralyzing effect, which was rendered ineffective by Su Bai's blood. This outcome left the serpent sorcerer exceedingly dissatisfied, as he mistakenly attributed the failure of his poison to Fu Yu's interference. In the realm of martial prowess, confrontations among experts are typically straightforward. The serpent sorcerer first tested Fu Yu's strength, opting to target those close to him, with Bai Laoban as his initial choice. Bai Laoban, protected by a defensive charm, thwarted his attempt and suffered a severe setback. Su Bai remarked, the protective charm is not something every sorcerer can successfully cultivate. Ying suddenly understood. I see now. The serpent sorcerer, emboldened by his earlier setback, became increasingly fixated on challenging Fu Yu. Mo Fu, unwilling to allow this, must have attempted to persuade the serpent sorcerer to abandon his pursuit, yet to no avail. Therefore, he must have taken measures against the serpent sorcerer, leading to the latter's abrupt demise, having affixed a talisman to his back that obliterated his very soul. The matter was handled with utmost discretion. Bai Yi commented. Fu Yu mentioned that the serpent sorcerer, in his final moments, experienced a moment of clarity, wishing to disclose the truth to her. Regrettably, time was insufficient. Even now, the true identity of the serpent sorcerer remains unknown, a genuine pity, for otherwise the truth might have been unveiled much sooner. However, having dealt with the serpent sorcerer, one must not overlook the fact that Yifeng discovered him. Ying remarked. This matter appears to be a mere coincidence. For Mo Fu, it is an unwelcome distraction. Fortunately, he has uncovered Yifeng's vulnerability, which lies in the art of human skin manipulation. Yifeng, having heard of this figure from us, must be exceedingly curious. Initially, he deceived with a false remnant to fool the guys, thus laying the groundwork for his eventual downfall. His obsession with the human skin technique, once discovered by Mo Fu, was not only cleverly exploited but also led to his silencing. This silencing was rather convoluted, revealing the inscrutable nature of human hearts. Chapter 619. Parasite. The mere thought of the disguise cast a pall over everyone's spirits. Bai Yi silently nodded. Without his trusted allies, he could indeed retreat and swiftly vanish from our sight. That was his initial intention, yet we inadvertently stumbled upon that young boy. Upon seeing that female student in her likeness, it became rather intriguing. This individual, believing himself clever, used his true visage to masquerade as a transformed one, which ironically aided us. Devoid of companions, he was left with no choice but to resort to ghostly means, precisely as the gates of the underworld swung wide open. Bai Yi added, the final greed. Su Bai suddenly bowed his head. But what of the 3 symbols upon his chest? Could it be that he anticipated our arrival? I suspect he lacks confidence in subduing the malevolent spirits, Tang Sancheng mused. Perhaps as a precaution, for in failure, his soul would become the target of these demons, yearning for death, yet unable to attain it. This conclusion garnered consensus, particularly from Ying. Indeed, if successful, he could command these souls as his ghostly soldiers. But should he fail, he would free his own spirit from suffering. Tang's hypothesis holds merit. Tang Sancheng continued, there are 3 crucial points we must ascertain. First, who among the cloaked figures leaked information? Second, the identity of the serpent witch elder. And third, of utmost importance, the identity of Mo Fu. This individual possesses considerable skills in sorcery and is well versed in human skin techniques, suggesting a notable background. I shall commence my inquiries tomorrow. Beyond that, I shall not intervene. Using this as an excuse to evade your future in-laws, are we? Bai Yi promptly exposed Tang Sancheng's intentions. With a rueful expression, Tang Sancheng replied, her parents harbor prejudice against me, deeming me a charlatan. It is all Xiao Ning's fault for inadvertently letting slip information. Now I am branded a liar. Is this fair? I have the truth to share, yet she won't allow me to speak. Now that it is revealed, all blame falls upon me. I tell you, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Prepare for the consequences. Bai Yi scoffed. You cannot manage your own affairs, and yet blame Xiao Ning. Nevertheless, you cannot escape responsibility. It is best left in your hands. Tang Sancheng exclaimed with enthusiasm, splendid. The group had largely clarified the situation, and the work in the secret chamber was nearing completion. After a brief consultation, they finally opened the door. Lu Shangxing emerged humming a cheerful tune. Observing his demeanor, Su Bai immediately sensed a significant discovery had been made. He promptly stood, approaching Lu Shangxing. Dr. Lu, have you made any important findings? Lu Shangxing cast a sly glance at Su Bai and cunningly replied, would you consent to an autopsy after your demise? Su Bai shivered and hurriedly distanced himself from Lu Shangxing, wrapping his arms around himself. Goodness, could you not utter a single kind word? You constantly wish for my demise. How does my death benefit you? Everyone meets their end eventually. What is there that cannot be mentioned? Lu Shangxing retorted. Bai Yi cleared his throat and inquired of Su Qiuxing, Mr. Su, have you made any discoveries? Let us allow Shangxing to speak first about the fatal cause of this individual, Su Qiuxing replied. It merits a thorough discussion. All eyes turned to Lu Shangxing, who became increasingly pleased with himself. Lu Shangxing seemed intent on dragging out the suspense, which provoked Bai Yi's ire. What time is it? Why are you still playing coy? Do you wish to be demoted by the organization? The Endearing organization maintained a strict hierarchy, promoting or demoting members based on their task performance and cooperation. The higher the rank, the greater the privileges. Given the abundance of talent within the Endearing organization, demotions were rare. Indeed, the prospect of being demoted silenced Lu Shangxing, prompting him to abandon his flippancy and swiftly address the matter at hand. The fatal injury was to the heart. It burst unexpectedly, creating 5 gaping holes the size of fingers. With the chest cavity filled with blood, Lu Shangxing remarked, I have never witnessed such a volume of blood within a person's chest. The cause of the heart's rupture is a certain parasite. Lu Shangxing produced a small vial containing a deceased insect. This is a chagas bug, originating from the Americas. It is a blood-sucking insect that most people are wary of. Once bitten, the bacteria can enter the bloodstream, eventually reaching the heart, where they thrive and multiply. Approximately a quarter of those infected may experience cardiac or gastrointestinal hypertrophy. And if the condition worsens, the enlarged organ may suddenly burst, resulting in sudden death. Su Bai interjected, noting Lu Shangxing's words. You mentioned being bitten, yet this individual was found with the chagas bug on him. Indeed, it is fundamentally a parasitic organism, Lu Shangxing affirmed. I have spared you the horror of the numerous bugs extracted. I brought only one to avoid alarming you. The mere thought of a multitude of insects infesting Mo Fu's chest made Su Bai recoil, and the expressions of the others stiffened. Yet, instead of feeling repulsed, Lu Shangxing appeared exhilarated. It seemed his title as a doctor was well-deserved. Only Su and his father maintained composure. The elder Su noted, this individual's will is remarkably strong. I discovered 2 bullet holes in his right thigh, indicative of old wounds. Judging by the scars, they were not sutured by a professional, but rather an amateur. Remarkably, he survived. His vitality is impressive. Self-rescue could also be attributed to the amateur's intervention, Bai Yi remarked. If he had access to anesthetics, it would have been more bearable. Without them, he would have had to grit his teeth and endure. Are there any additional findings? The individual appears to be around 40 years of age, has flat feet, is missing a molar, and his hands are rough, suggesting a life spent in manual labor. Su Qiuxing continued. There is a brand on his back, resembling a fire mark. I suspect he may have been subjected to abuse. You may add further details, he encouraged. The individual's fingers bore traces of some residual substance. Su Bai remarked. I tentatively identify this as cinnabar, which you refer to as such. In our professional terminology, it is known as mercuric sulfide. This residue is not merely superficial but rather deeply embedded, indicative of habitual exposure. This person frequently interacts with cinnabar to a significant extent. Yu Qing glanced at his own hands. I have had considerable contact with cinnabar, yet my fingers remain pristine. Su Bai replied, precisely, thus I surmise that this individual, for specific reasons, must engage in profound contact with cinnabar, to the extent that even his nails exhibit a reddish hue. Tang Sanqing nodded. Is there anything else? There seems to be nothing suspicious elsewhere. Su Bai continued. This leans more towards a pathological phenomenon. As Dr. Liu has elucidated, it is attributable to parasites. However, judging by the quantity of parasites, it is highly likely that this individual has ingested them himself. Thank you three for your assistance, Bai Yi expressed. Your expertise is invaluable. Su Bai smiled in response. Su Bai then inquired of Lu Shangxing, are those trypanosomes all right? Are any still alive, and have you managed them? Lu Shangxing grunted. I kept one alive, intending to toss it at you for a bite. You truly insult my character. How could I neglect to manage them? Su Bai chuckled. I merely sought confirmation. Is it necessary to be so irate? This is a matter of professional ethics and should not be taken lightly. Lu Shangxing retorted, I'm leaving. You may deal with the body yourselves. Rest assured, the corpse is in stable condition and can be handled directly. After the trio departed, the body was temporarily transferred to the mortuary for safekeeping, awaiting the resolution of all enigmas before any further action. The paramount task at hand was to investigate Mo Fu's identity. Tang Sanqing, upon receiving orders, promptly commenced inquiries among his peers and gradually uncovered leads. In this world, one inevitably interacts with various individuals. Even if one chooses to sever ties with the past upon reaching adulthood, those previously acquainted will not forget the traces of that person's existence. Mo Fu exemplifies this notion vividly. Chapter 620, A Substantial Inheritance, an elderly Taoist, whom Tang Sanqing had visited in his youth, still remembered Mo Fu, for the name was quite distinctive. Coincidentally, Mo Fu's master had a connection with this venerable Taoist. The old man placed his whisk on his lap and sat facing Tang Sanqing. Observing the whisk, Tang Sanqing could not help but exclaim, the great Lord Laozi, the Supreme One, El Dongbin of the Eight Immortals, all wield their whisks to amplify their divine presence, exuding an aura of transcendence. You too embody this essence. The old Taoist waved his hand dismissively. When I last encountered you, you were not so glib. There is no need for flattery. I shall share what I know. This child visited our temple with his master at the age of 18. His name was memorable, and coupled with his striking personality and distinctive appearance, I have a vivid recollection of him. Mo Fu, a name surely shared by very few. Mo Fu, now 40 years of age, was but 18 2 decades prior. The venerable Taoist priest has surpassed 75 this year, 22 years ago, at the age of 53. He was just beginning his spiritual journey and had garnered quite a reputation among his peers. However, Tang Sanqing met him merely 5 years ago. As time has passed, his renown has only grown, yet his demeanor in social interactions has become increasingly modest. Occasionally, he would display a playful side in front of Tang Sanqing, but now, the old Taoist appears markedly more solemn. That boy was quite obstinate. His master and I grew up together, but due to financial hardships, we were sent to different temples. His master is similarly headstrong, and the two of them spent a week here, during which there were constant frictions. The boy endured countless beatings, which instilled a sense of trepidation in me. The old Taoist remarked, how can a young man's eyes gleam with such lethal intent? At that moment, I advised his master to impose fewer punishments. The youth is in a rebellious phase, and excessive discipline only exacerbates issues. Noticing the old Taoist's pained expression, Tang Sanqing sensed something amiss. Did it lead to further troubles? He inquired. Merely a month after leaving my side, my childhood companion passed away. The old Taoist recounted. It was reported as an unfortunate accident. He allegedly fell into a well while drinking. However, there is a curious detail. He never drank from wells, only from boiled water. Did many know of this peculiarity? Tang Sanqing queried. Was Mo Fu aware? He likely was not, the old Taoist replied. Their relationship was rather distant, and their time together was brief. I heard that the boy had only recently become his disciple. After his passing, I hurried to the temple, which was sparsely populated. Merely 3 or 5 individuals were present. No one witnessed the incident, So how he fell remains a mystery. All that was found was a significant amount of moss by the well's edge, leading to the assumption that he slipped. The old Taoist furrowed his brow. I recall that area not being so overgrown with moss. I called upon Mo Fu to inquire, and his reaction was nothing short of impeccable. Impeccable? Tang Sancheng observed as he noted the old Taoist's hand resting gently against his chest. Do you feel unwell? Just the thought of it unsettles me. The old Taoist confessed. Typically, when a master passes, it is expected for the disciple to grieve deeply. This is the common understanding. Yet, their bond was not particularly close. If he had wept inconsolably, it would have seemed unnatural. Of course, he might have feigned sorrow for the sake of appearances, yet that would leave me perplexed. Despite their brief acquaintance, I believe he was not of such a disposition. Thus, his lack of tears brought me some comfort. Regrettably, that sense of comfort did not last long. With a sigh, the old Taoist continued. During the vigil, everyone closed their eyes in prayer. As the longest-serving member, I found myself at the forefront. Strangely, I opened my eyes and glanced back, a moment that remains etched in my memory. Mo Fu had his eyes shut, appearing intensely focused, yet there was a hint of a smile upon his lips. Tang Sancheng's heart sank. A smile? Was it a triumphant one? The old Taoist affirmed. He must have thought no one was watching. Tang Sancheng cautiously asked, Do you therefore believe that your peer's death is somehow linked to him? These are merely my musings, for the matter at hand is rather peculiar, compounded by Mo Fu's unusual behavior. The old Taoist remarked, Were it not for your mention, I would not have wished to revisit old matters, for they are like a thorn lodged in my heart. Even though speaking of it brings pain. I have since learned that Mo Fu has departed from the temple, whereabouts unknown. After all these years, I did not expect you to arrive with his portrait to inquire about him. He is dead, Tang Sancheng responded. If the events of that year were indeed orchestrated by him, then it could be seen as poetic justice. The old Taoist's hand trembled slightly. Dead? Indeed. This individual had acquired a peculiar set of skills from an unknown source. In an attempt to summon malevolent spirits during the opening of the Ghost Gate, he became ensnared in his own folly, and compounded by the presence of parasites within his body, his heart ruptured on the spot. Tang Sancheng continued. He has several lives on his hands, yet none were directly lost at his hands. He manipulated human emotions, orchestrating everything with calculated precision. His methods bear a resemblance to. But he did not elaborate further. The old Taoist nodded, subtle and untraceable, merely exploiting available factors to achieve one's ends. Indeed reminiscent of the events from that time. The actual evidence of those occurrences has long since vanished. After his departure, one cannot ascertain what experiences he endured that could lead to such a fate. It seems he encountered extraordinary circumstances, Tang Sancheng remarked. He bore gunshot wounds and marks of branding. His survival indicates a resolute will, yet it has also rendered his actions more ruthless, a trait evident since his youth. The old Taoist observed, yet that child possessed remarkable talent, while other youths struggled to master the basic calming incantations. He had already become adept in the use of the golden light spell. By the way, Taoist, have you heard of the art of human skin? Tang Sancheng replied. The art of disguise achieved through human skin. I have heard of it, though I have never witnessed it. Why do you ask? Have you encountered it? The old Taoist inquired. I have merely heard of it, Tang Sancheng responded, noticing the old Taoist's eyelids fluttering with fatigue, indicating his advanced age. He quickly stood to take his leave. Rest well, Taoist, I shall take my leave now. As he exited the temple, Tang Sancheng glanced back at the ancient structure, which had long been weathered. It was here that Mo Fu had left a profound impression on the Taoist. The likelihood that he was responsible for the tragic events of that time stands at 90%. A youth with such cunning. No wonder he eventually evolved into such a formidable individual. His insatiable greed and lack of foresight ultimately extinguished his own path to survival. With a sigh, Tang Sancheng hurried down the mountain. Before he could enter the antique shop, he heard a familiar voice, and he knew trouble was brewing. Indeed, Xiao Ning was waiting inside like a predator. Upon seeing Tang Sancheng return, she approached and seized his ear. You did this on purpose, didn't you? It hurts. It hurts. Tang Sancheng struggled. My dear, be gentle. Xiao Ning could not help but laugh. Who is your dear? Isn't it obvious? Tang Sancheng replied. Our love surpasses the heavens, the seas, and even gold, does it not? Xiao Ning's eyes brimmed with tears. I believe you have no intention of marrying me. I have said we should ignore your parents and simply obtain our marriage certificate. Tang Sancheng, feeling indignant, remarked, Weren't you once so carefree, claiming you were unlike their daughter? Now, suddenly, you've transformed into a paragon of filial piety. I know your true intention is to test me, but I shall persevere. Su Bai clicked his tongue in disbelief. Boss Tang, your image in my heart has shifted instantaneously. Who would have thought that the illustrious Boss Tang is a hopeless romantic? What a revelation. Xiao Ning chuckled at Su Bai's words. Do not be deceived by this facade. He is indeed a rogue. Tang Sanqing grinned slyly. I am the virtuous one. Today, I have uncovered quite a few matters. I shall first report my findings, and afterwards, we can deliberate on how to win over my future in-laws. Chapter 621. The great lawyer Wan Xiao Ning slyly smiled. Very well, I shall listen in as well. Tang Sanqing called upon Fu Yu and Bai Yi, relaying the information he had gleaned from the old Taoist priest. Indeed, regarding the death of the Taoist priest years ago, it was widely accepted that Mo Fudong was responsible. Otherwise, how could one explain that triumphant smile? A chill ran through Su Bai. How could an 18-year-old commit such acts? Reflecting on his subsequent behavior, it almost seemed explicable. After all, as the saying goes, the apple does not fall far from the tree. The whereabouts of the snake-gut elder remained a mystery. Yet some news emerged from the dark-clad individuals. It was revealed that the informant had been located. During the previous inquiry, he had remained silent despite being aware of the incident. Now, the shadowy organization sought methods to extract a confession, to prevent further disturbances. Although they could not resort to silencing him permanently, they swiftly arranged for these individuals to be sent to a small nation, assigning someone to monitor them to avert similar incidents. Domestically, their files had been subtly altered, marked as accidental deaths. In essence, they had become living ghosts, destined to inhabit new identities abroad. Such arrangements were deemed the most favorable outcome. As for Mo Fu's posthumous affairs, they were settled by incinerating his remains in a furnace, interred beside the snake-gut elder. Though the nature of their connection remained obscure, they had been conspirators in life and neighbors in death, a fate entwined. Gong Yin called, informing that the Gong family had resumed their usual lives. However, having learned from this ordeal, they began to fortify their defenses, dismantling outdated traps and installing new mechanisms for unforeseen circumstances. Once the tumult began to settle, Su Bai thought of his grandfather. Since his injury and departure, there had been no word from him. His grandmother and mother remained remarkably composed, seemingly convinced that as long as he lived, he would return of his own accord. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to win her favor. Reclining on his bed with a notebook resting on his lap, Su Bai meticulously researched information on professional assassins. He felt a growing urgency. Over 20 days had passed, and summer was swiftly concluding. Ying Ning sat nearby, sketching with a brush, embodying the refined qualities of a woman skilled in the arts, a rarity in the modern metropolis. Su Bai humorously dubbed her an extraordinary anomaly. Ying Ning was sketching Su Bo, who languidly reclined on the bed, his long legs stretched out, accentuating their elegance. Ying Ning mused inwardly, admiring the beauty of Su Bo's profile, and with a deft stroke of her pencil, she accentuated his chin, pondering if such contours were an inheritance from the dragon lineage. What are you drawing? Su Bo suddenly inquired, startling Ying Ning, who hastily concealed her artwork. It's not good. I'll show you later. Fortunately, Su Bo showed no inclination to press the matter further, appearing somewhat disinterested. How tedious. A life destined for toil, he lamented, imitating a voice from the television. Ying Ning replied, You, my dear, are but a wretched soul. Are we delving into melodrama now? Su Bo retorted, incredulous. Is a soap opera truly so captivating? I can hardly recall the last time I watched one. I've forgotten many lines. I must absorb new material in the coming days. Ying Ning remarked. There's a popular period drama lately, replete with elaborate dialogues. It speaks of how, although apricot blossoms are beautiful, their fruit is exceedingly sour, and almonds are bitter. If one's endeavors begin beautifully yet conclude in despair, what significance does that hold? It is far better to be like the pine and cypress, eternally verdant. Even in the absence of flowers or fruit, such a sentiment is lengthy and difficult to retain. Silly girl, why bother memorizing such things? Su Bo replied, If you have time to spare, why not seek out some delectable food? Ying Ning bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. As they stepped outside, the weather was exceptionally fine. Upon reaching the entrance, a sleek black car drove in, prompting Su Bo to halt and fixate on the vehicle. The alley was narrow, seldom accommodating cars, and such actions could obstruct the thoroughfare. The car parked in front of an antique shop, and Su Bai approached with irritation, tapping on the window. Hey, you can't park here. It disrupts others, you know? If you must, keep it under 10 minutes. The window rolled down to reveal a face that was vaguely familiar. Su Bai's mind raced, and she suddenly recognized him. Aren't you that somewhat renowned lawyer? It was an understatement. Su Bai had seen this man frequently on various legal programs, known for tackling numerous high-profile cases. Shang Yihong, indeed, the esteemed lawyer himself. Unlike the typical lawyer, he bore a certain rebellious charm, which often sparked controversy. Unperturbed by Su Bai's presence, he sauntered out of the car. I'm looking for Su Bai. That's me, Su Bai replied. Now please move your car. Shang Yihong turned back, gesturing for the vehicle to slowly reverse. Su Bai realized that she could no longer exit. Let us get straight to the point. I don't believe I have any pressing matters that necessitate a lawyer's involvement. You know what a will is, don't you? Shang Yihong stated. I'm here to handle a will. This man seemed to underestimate her knowledge. Yet a will? Could it be related to her father? At an age when vitality should flourish, he had prepared such contingencies? Su Bai wiped the sweat from her brow, suddenly struck by a thought. Given her father's financial standing, he likely would not engage such a prominent lawyer. Furthermore, considering his usual demeanor, he would undoubtedly prefer to personally entrust all matters into her hands. Such was not his style. Let us find a place to discuss this. Su Bai had no intention of allowing him to enter the antique shop. Seeking refuge in a secluded CAF, he observed the excitement on Ying Ning's face as she indulged in the Black Forest cake. Stealthily, he nudged her with his foot, questioning her joy over a mere dessert. Unfazed, Ying Ning lifted her gaze and declared, "It's truly delicious." Lawyer Shang, his eyes crinkling with laughter, replied, "If it's good, do you want more?" "Hey, we aren't here for a date, esteemed lawyer. Isn't it time to get to the crux of the matter?" Su Bai countered, scrutinizing Ying Ning. "All you think about is food. Have you gained a few pounds recently?" "I haven't put on weight," Ying Ning began to protest. But Su Bai swiftly redirected the conversation. Who drafted the will? At the request of the client. He had to maintain confidentiality regarding their true identity. Lawyer Shang stated, "What we need now is for you to sign this agreement. We will commence the division of the estate immediately." Su Bai's expression darkened. "Is it my grandfather?" "I have mentioned that we cannot disclose any further information," Lawyer Shang replied. "Please sign. We will complete the transfer of all assets within 30 working days." "I refuse to sign," Su Bai asserted. "An estate is comprised of the assets left by a deceased person. If he is not dead, then what do you call this?" Lawyer Shang narrowed his eyes. While an estate is typically associated with the deceased, it is not unusual for someone on the brink of death to arrange their affairs in advance. You are quite peculiar. If someone wishes to bequeath to you, you should graciously accept. Isn't this a simpler matter? Su Bai detected an underlying nuance in Lawyer Shang's words. So, this is merely a final arrangement made by someone nearing death. You have not denied that this person is my grandfather. Being too clever can be a fault. Simplify your thoughts and just sign, Lawyer Shang urged. Believing the other party would be thrilled at the prospect of such a substantial inheritance, an amount that could take an ordinary person a lifetime to earn. With a smirk, Su Bai crossed his arms. "I am currently in a rather foul mood, so I shall not sign. Perhaps you can return another day. It would be preferable for you to convey this directly to your client." Lawyer Shang's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly stood, leaning over to meet Su Bai's gaze. After a long pause, he bitterly exclaimed, "Do you have any idea how much commission I stand to lose? This is an overseas mandate, and I thought it would be straightforward." Chapter 622. The esteemed lawyer 2. Therefore, do not indulge in fantasies. You are a renowned lawyer. Yet you seem so naive, Su Bai replied. "Money is not my primary concern, so farewell." Su Bai felt a surge of satisfaction. Such an arrogant lawyer had been staring intently at Ying Ning, which did not sit well with him. He pulled Ying Ning away, to which she protested. "But I haven't finished eating. I'll buy you something even tastier," Su Bai said. "You, my dear, display a shocking lack of principles." Upon exiting the CAF, Su Bai glanced back. The esteemed lawyer had begun making a phone call. He exhaled, relieved, for the word will carried an ominous weight, invariably linked to death. Recent occurrences had been too numerous, and he wished to avoid adding another to the tally. Ying Ning stared at Su Bai, bewildered. "Did you see the contents?" Su Bai replied, "Let us discuss it as we walk." Su Bai gently grasped Ying Ning's hand, a rare gesture from him. Ying Ning immediately lowered her head and chuckled softly. Su Bai cleared his throat and remarked, This is what a couple should look like. I assenti it. It would be amusing to let Chu Yin see this. The first part of his statement had some charm, but the latter portion left Ying Ning in a state of bewilderment. Su Bai's expression dimmed as he continued. He is indeed a wealthy man. With 60 million in cash deposits, 3 properties overseas, a parcel of land, numerous antique artworks, and an auction house. Altogether, these assets are quite substantial, a considerable inheritance. Wouldn't you agree? Ying Ning, however, was not entirely clear on the concept of wealth. Is that a lot? She inquired. Su Bai replied, to the average person, it is indeed a fortune. What intrigues me more is how he amassed such wealth. I am particularly curious about his current identity. His name should be on the will. But that lawyer obscured the signature. How infuriating. The mention of the lawyer ignited Su Bai's ire. That S. Zhang Tizui. He is impossible to negotiate with. The only way to thwart him is by refusing to sign, allowing him to continue his meddling. Is grandfather really going to die? Ying Ning asked cautiously. I cannot say for certain. He was shot in a vital area that day, Su Bai replied somberly. He lost a considerable amount of blood. Su Bai vividly recalled the sensation of his grandfather's blood soaking into him. The old man appeared weak, yet during their meeting at the underground auction, he seemed remarkably robust. Not at all like someone with a grandson of Su Bai's age. However, in that moment, Su Bai noticed the wrinkles on his grandfather's forehead and sensed his vulnerability. Life could indeed ebb away. Su Bai felt the swift passage of time, which filled him with unease and an underlying dread. The arrival of this was certainly not the outcome he desired. Summoning his spirits, Su Bai took Ying Ning to the snack street, where they indulged in a variety of foods from one end to the other. Even the stinky tofu, which he usually despised, tasted enjoyable. Patting his full belly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. I could never understand why you all would buy and eat things when upset, but now I seem to grasp it, albeit faintly. Should we inform Grandma and Aunt? Ying Ning asked. Not for now. It's best to avoid unnecessary speculation, Su Bai advised. Things are just beginning. Observing those assets, I at least know that his primary activities are abroad, and he is a respectable businessman engaged in the collection and auction of art. However, Boss Luo mentioned he had never met grandfather, which indicates he leads a discreet life and is unlikely to make public appearances. Compared to before, I have a deeper understanding of him now. Su Bai snapped his fingers. Oh no, what is the matter? Su Bai's sudden alarm startled Ying Ning. The fox spirit relic. Su Bai exclaimed. If Bai Moshuan cannot locate the fox spirit relic, we will be in trouble. Last time, due to the great amnesty for the kingdom of Qingxiu, we nearly. Su Bai was cut off as Ying Ning's eyes welled with tears, and she burst into tears. If grandfather dies, where will we find the fox spirit relic? This is a disaster. We have doomed brother Moshuan. Meanwhile, in the makeup room, Bai Moshuan sneezed. Who is speaking of me in broad daylight? Handsome leader, handsome leader. Xiao Bai approached eagerly. If I finish today's work, will I really get a long vacation? Indeed. How many times must I remind you not to call me the handsome patriarch? Bai Moshuan observed the makeup artist struggling to stifle a laugh and remarked. This title is rather peculiar. Have you forgotten what I told you? I have not forgotten, Xiao Bai replied, but I like it. Did you not say that one should pursue what they enjoy? Upon seeing the clarity in Xiao Bai's bright eyes, Bai Moshuan felt a sense of helplessness. I did say that. The makeup artist could no longer contain herself. You two truly resemble a father and son pair, if one were unaware. They might assume Xiao Bai is your illegitimate child. Is that not how you all speak of it in private? Bai Moshuan replied coldly, it is of no consequence. You may act as if I am oblivious. The makeup artist, feeling awkward, muttered, it was merely a jest, not to be taken seriously. Is it? Bai Moshuan was aware that it was far from just idle talk. These individuals even attempted to unearth the secrets of Xiao Bai's mother from the refuse he discarded. They genuinely believed Xiao Bai to be his son, merely hindered by a lack of evidence. In truth, the appearance of the Qingxiu clan bears striking similarities. The women all possess lustrous black hair and an ethereal grace, while the men are tall and strikingly handsome. In their childhood, every child, regardless of gender, is remarkably delicate. This shared bloodline resemblance is indeed formidable. Even the stepmother he despises possesses an extraordinary beauty. Having completed this task, it indeed marked the onset of an extended holiday. Xiao Bai and he had garnered considerable profit for the company, allowing Chu Yin to enjoy a great deal of comfort. However, this lengthy break was not a genuine respite. The absence of the fox spirit's essence represented a significant threat. His stepmother would undoubtedly cling to this issue, seeking every possible means to usurp his position as patriarch. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, prompting the makeup artist to tremble with apprehension. Is the makeup unsatisfactory? No, it is excellent. It is merely my mood that is not, Bai Yi replied. I will handle the rest myself. The makeup artist discreetly stuck out her tongue and hurried away with the costume. When Bai Yi was in a foul mood, he was akin to a demon. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Su Bai. Instantly, he frowned. If it were something unpleasant, the tall man would have called rather than sent a text. Thus, Bai Yi opened the message and upon reading it, slammed his phone onto the table. What nonsense is this? A will? Has this family gone mad? How long do they intend to burden others? Su Bai looked at Bai Yi with wide eyes. Handsome patriarch. What is the matter? It is nothing. Just a minor issue, Bai Yi replied, patting Su Bai's head. You are not to concern yourself with this, Su Bai? Do you miss Qingqiu? A little, Su Bai admitted. After all, I grew up there. It is home. Then tomorrow, I shall send you back, Bai Yi declared. You will stay there for a while. Will the handsome patriarch accompany me? No, the patriarch has more pressing matters to attend to. If this task is not accomplished, you cannot become the patriarch. Bai Yi instructed, you must not disclose your ambition to anyone in Qingqiu besides me, understood? Despite his tender age, Su Bai displayed an unusual maturity, a remarkable gift. Bai Yi smiled as he gently patted his shoulder. Outside, the agent's voice called, Are you ready? As the two individuals strolled hand in hand, they resumed their work as usual. Upon completing their tasks, Bai Yi felt an undeniable sense of relief, only to be taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Shangwan Chuqing. What brings you here? He inquired. Consider me a visitor, Shangwan Chuqing replied. Have you pondered over the final request? The last one. I must deliberate carefully and will not utter it lightly. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Why the haste? Are you concerned about missing the opportunity? Shangwan Chuqing, facing Bai Yi's assertiveness, shook her head in exasperation. Is this how you always are? What do you mean by that? Always carrying a prickly demeanor. Can't you be a bit more at ease? Why disguise yourself with barbs, especially when dealing with strangers? Aren't we friends now? Chapter 6:23. Little by little Bai Yi found himself at a loss. Shangwan Chuqing's candidness left him flustered. It's merely a habit of mine. Habits can be altered, she remarked. Of course, there is no obligation for you to change. Are you here to engage in banter with me? Bai Yi replied. Having known you for so long, I still do not know your actual profession. It seems you have ample free time. You are mistaken. I am here for work as well, Shangwan Chuqing responded. In fact, I am a stylist, one of the finest. At that moment, Bai Yi's costume designer approached. Surely you must know that your recent looks were all designed by Miss Shangwan. How could you possibly be unaware? I did not know, Bai Yi replied coolly. When expressing surprise, do not widen your eyes and drop your mouth. You'll resemble a frog. The costume designer, frustrated, fell silent yet felt discontented. Anyone working with you is bound to shorten their lifespan. With the costume designer gone, Bai Yi noticed the exasperation in Shangwan Chuqing's eyes. He chose not to provide any explanation, and she refrained from commenting further. I have a meeting to attend. I must go now. As he observed her retreating figure, Bai Yi felt an odd sensation stir within him. Su Bai tugged at his sleeve, asking, Handsome leader, what are you staring at? Nothing in particular. Let us go find your tall brother, he replied. Su Bai anticipated Bai Yi's reaction. Upon entering, he promptly handed Su Bai over to Aunt Xuefan, then tugged at his collar, pulling it tightly until he could hardly breathe. Hey, superstar, can we speak civilly? Please loosen your grip. What is the commotion with your family? Bai Yi pushed Su Bai onto the bed. One moment it's about abductions, the next about stealing fox relics, and now it's about death? Su Bai sat up from the bed. Do you think I desire for him to die? The fox relic is of great significance. My grandmother has had a tough time these years. If he were to leave this world without providing an explanation, do you think I would wish for that? Bai Yi exhaled. Where is he now? Certainly not in the country, Su Bai replied. At least not for the time being. The lawyer mentioned it is a cross-border commission. But, Bai Yi interjected impatiently. Spit it out. Su Bai decided to swallow his frustration, considering that his grandfather had taken the fox relic. He had been severely injured and could only seek medical treatment nearby. Thus, it is worth investigating. The hospitals in the vicinity could provide leads. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Bai Yi indignantly remarked. Knowing full well that I did not participate in the previous mission, with so many subsequent events unfolding, how could I possibly focus on this matter? Moreover, we are of no assistance. We can only hope nothing goes awry. Su Bai responded. Do you think I am pleased to receive the will? Wasn't it said that the amount was considerable? Who knows if you are secretly rejoicing? Bai Mashwan's words infuriated him, prompting Su Bai to strike his own chest in frustration. What the hell? It seems I owe you from a past life, Bai Mashwan. If you truly seek the fox spirit, I will assist you wholeheartedly. We are in the same boat, are we not? Bai Mashwan finally calmed down. Plopping down onto a seat, I need to send Su Bai back to Qingqiu soon, he added, and perhaps probe into your second mother's intentions? Su Bai immediately grasped the implication. You're not foolish. Bai Mashwan continued. Last time during the Ying Ning gamble, she was unwilling to accept her defeat. And I suspect she is concocting something once more. I lack any informants in Qingqiu, although my father is there. His nature is such that he won't make a choice unless forced against a wall. He certainly won't volunteer any information. I must rely on myself. The melancholy in Bai Mashwan's words tugged at Su Bai's heartstrings. Regrettably, Qingqiu has its own customs. We cannot intrude to assist you. However, who could possibly outmaneuver you? With your intellect, your eloquence, and your formidable cultivation, what a rare combination indeed. You know nothing, Bai Mashwan replied, unaccustomed to revealing his vulnerabilities before Su Bai. Forget it. I cannot articulate it clearly to you. In any case, I must return to Qingqiu. Bai Mashwan departed without hesitation. The last time he left with Su Bai, it had sparked Wan Hong's suspicions. After the Ying Ning gamble, she inspected the Ying Ning wheel and discerned some clues, but alas, she lacked concrete evidence. She broached the subject before Jiayin several times, but it came to naught. Now, with Bai Mashwan returning with Su Bai, it was akin to delivering a potent tonic to her heart. Bai Mashwan was scheduled to convene a meeting with the elders. Though he had not brought back the fox spirit, Su Bai's grandfather's appearance was a significant development. Initially, he intended to bring Su Bai inside, yet the elders opposed this. Bai Mashwan could only gesture to Su Bai, who sat at the entrance of the conference room, fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. Suddenly, Wan Hong approached him, her dark gaze causing Su Bai to shiver. Su Bai halted his movements, and Wan Hong extended her hand, a vibrant fruit in her palm prompting Su Bai to swallow hard. Would you like to eat this? She inquired. Yes, Su Bai replied. Then come with me. Wan Hong thought to herself, children are indeed easy to coax. Su Bai entered Wan Hong's room for the first time, finding it vastly superior to his own, especially the intricately carved stone flowers adorning the space. Wan Hong watched Su Bai savor the fruit and produced a handful of candies, saying, as long as you behave, I shall provide you with anything you desire. Su Bai grinned widely, revealing his small, white teeth. I have a question for you. After being away with the clan leader for so long, has he found the fox spirit? Wan Hong asked softly, her expression betraying her urgency. We are on the cusp of discovery, Su Bai replied, just a little more to go. He gestured with his thumb and forefinger to indicate a small distance, causing Wan Hong's heart to race. Why do you say that? Indeed, it is truly imperative to uncover the truth, Su Bai stated, feigning mystery. I shall reveal to you but one person, and you must keep this secret, promise me. The clan leader has discovered the identity of the one who stole the fox essence. Wan Hong's complexion tightened. The thief of the fox essence was none other than her own brother. The one who took the fox essence? She echoed, her voice laced with disbelief. Su Bai continued. It was that elder who took the fox essence, and the clan leader is on the verge of finding him. Thus, we are merely a step away from resolution. Wan Hong felt a surge of alarm. It seemed that he was indeed on the brink of success. She inquired further, when you entered the mountains last time, did you go to the Ying Ning terrace? Do not lie, someone witnessed your presence. I did venture into the mountains, but I did not go there, Su Bai replied, her bright eyes wide with innocence. I frequently roam the mountains simply to gather some wild fruits to eat. Is that so? Wan Hong pressed. Su Bai then burst into tears, wailing, I truly did not. I promise I did not. At that moment, the clan leader, Jiayin, entered, closely followed by Bai Mashwan. Su Bai immediately rushed into Bai Mashwan's embrace, exclaiming, Clan leader, I did not lie. I swear I did not. What is going on? Jiayin inquired sternly. I merely wish to ask Su Bai how the search for the fox essence is progressing, Wan Hong replied, maintaining her composure, unfazed by the turmoil. Who could have known this young one would be so timid, bursting into tears at the slightest provocation? I have already stated that the matter of the fox essence is none of your concern. Refrain from inquiring further. Su Bai is merely a child. What purpose does it serve to distress her? Jiayin, exasperated, waved her sleeve dismissively. You yourself have a son. Wan Hong retorted coldly. And you are aware that you possess a son, yet you seem to have forgotten that I have more than one. Jia Yin's demeanor had shifted from restraint to confrontation, her words sharp as blades. In all matters, one must act according to one's conscience. You cannot impose upon Ma Xuan yet choose to burden Su Bai. I have once held the position of clan leader's wife. I know well what it means to possess a sense of propriety. Faced with Jia Yin's retort, Bai Ma Xuan's face flushed with embarrassment, caught between the escalating argument of the two women. He paid little heed to their quarrel, instead lifting Su Bai into his arms and closing the door behind them. Once they had distanced themselves, Su Bai smiled through her tears, asking, "Clan leader, did I perform well?" "Remarkably so," Bai Ma Xuan praised. "It seems your recent foray into the entertainment industry has significantly enhanced your skills. Your acting has improved. Are the fruits delicious?" he inquired. "Delicious," Su Bai replied innocently. She is usually not so generous. These fruits are fully ripe, bearing fruit only once every 100 years. Such a little one, yet she possesses the wit to tease, Bai Ma Xuan mused. Could it be that proximity to the red leads to a change in hue? My brother Su Bai claims that this is akin to being close to ink and turning black, Su Bai said, twisting her hands together. Which is preferable? Do you trust him, or do you trust me? Su Bai? She exclaimed. I shall settle the score with you upon my return. Naturally, I trust the handsome clan leader, Su Bai affirmed. Though I would also like to trust brother Su Bai. There is no need to dwell upon such matters, Bai Ma Xuan stated solemnly. If you place your faith in brother Su Bai, then you truly have succumbed to the darkness of proximity. As they conversed and laughed on their way to Bai Ma Xuan's chamber, an unexpected figure intercepted them. Bai Ma Xuan glanced at him. You are still unable to maintain your composure. Yu remarked, you will return. Does this imply there is a lead on the fox essence? What do you think? Bai Ma Xuan coldly stated. Your sister and I are sworn enemies. Do you think I would divulge such crucial information to you? Yu's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. Bai Ma Xuan continued. Although there has been some discord between you and your sister, you are, after all, siblings. I shall not forget this fact. Noticing Yu's clenched fists, Bai Ma Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Are you planning to confront the clan leader? Yu relaxed his grip. I will not. It seems you have become considerably more composed than before, Bai Ma Xuan remarked. In truth, it would not be detrimental to inform you. Xue Bin's beloved has resurfaced. The mysteries surrounding Xue Bin's demise and the whereabouts of the fox spirit pearl now hold promise. Does this bring you some solace? Yu sighed in relief. You found him? I cannot disclose too much. Bai Ma Xuan replied. I will handle the matter of the fox spirit pearl myself. I do not wish for anyone to interfere. Do you understand? Yu silently stepped aside. Bai Ma Xuan's expression grew serious. This individual harbored profound feelings for Aunt Xue Bin. For many years, her death had weighed heavily upon his heart, leaving him unable to find peace. He genuinely worried that Yu might act impulsively, jeopardizing his pursuit of the fox spirit pearl. During the meeting with the elders today, while nothing was explicitly stated, their urgency was palpable. Coupled with the restlessness of second mother, he knew he had to act swiftly. Upon returning to his chamber with Su Bai, Bai Ma Xuan opened the window, only to find that Yu still stood there. This filled him with a sense of foreboding. Su Bai, come here. What is it, handsome clan leader? Su Bai eagerly scurried to Bai Ma Xuan's side. Do you see that uncle? Bai Ma Xuan pointed at Yu. While you are in Qingqiu, keep an eye on him. If he leaves Qingqiu, you must hurry back to the antique shop, understood? Bai Ma Xuan had a premonition that Yu was like a kite with its string cut. Now beyond control, he needed to remain vigilant. Looking around his room, which ostensibly belonged to him, yet had never hosted a single night of his stay, he reminded himself that he did not truly belong there. Compared to this place, the homes of Fu Yu and Bai Yi felt like true sanctuaries. Handsome clan leader. Do I really have to stay here? Su Bai exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on the bed. This place is far better than my room. Yes, the clan leader is leaving now, and Su Bai will be alone here. Are you afraid? Not at all. I remember everything the handsome clan leader instructed. Su Bai pointed to his head. It's all right here. Bai Ma Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Leaving Su Bai in Qingqiu, Bai Ma Xuan returned to the antique shop with peace of mind. Su Bo was still entangled with lawyer Shang, who was growing increasingly frustrated. The will had come into effect, and all that was needed was the heir's signature or even just a thumbprint. Yet, Su Bo stubbornly refused to comply. Lawyer Shang could not have anticipated that what seemed to be a simple task would become so complex and exasperating, all due to that young man named Su Bo. When will you finally sign? Lawyer Shang lamented, wishing he could bash his head against the wall. In all my years as a lawyer, I have encountered many eccentric individuals, but none quite like you. This is all money. Do you have any idea of its total value? Do you understand? I do not wish to know. In a single sentence, Su Bai had effectively left Lawyer Shang in a state of internal turmoil. With a smile, Ying Ning looked at Lawyer Shang and said, "You need not come tomorrow. The tall one is quite obstinate. He must come to his own conclusions. No amount of money will change that." "What do you think my hourly rate is?" Lawyer Shang inquired, his face a mask of distress. "I have no desire to know," she replied, and this very statement inflicted a deeper wound upon him. "I shall return tomorrow," Lawyer Shang said helplessly, "but I cannot afford to linger here all day." "Your return tomorrow will be of no consequence," came the voice of Bai Yi. "Have the person who entrusted you with this matter come in person, even if they are on the brink of death." Recognizing Bai Yi, Lawyer Shang was taken aback. "What brings you here?" "This establishment belongs to my father," Bai Yi replied coldly. "Is it unacceptable for the young master to be present? Everyone here is mad." Lawyer Shang thought to himself, slapping his forehead. "I shall seriously consider your proposal and negotiate with the client." After bidding farewell to Lawyer Shang, Ying Ning turned to Su Bai and asked, "Are you truly unwilling to sign?" "You foolish girl, if I sign, he shall never appear again," Su Bai responded. "What use is money? I am not destitute." Bai Yi crossed his arms. "Your previous gains should suffice for the rest of your life. That much is true." "What about Qingqiu?" Shuefen inquired. Just as before, Bai Yi replied with a cold smile, "There is never any surprise, only a hope for no fright." "Your sister-in-law has not made things difficult for you, has she?" Shuefen's concern was evident. She wished to inquire further. Yet she knew that Xiao Bai would not remain quiet for long. She was intent on extracting information from him. "This presents a fine opportunity to test Xiao Bai," Bai Yi stated. "To become the leader of Qingqiu, one must possess considerable skill. But Xiao Bai is merely a child. Do you not worry?" "I do not," Bai Yi asserted. "He is not an ordinary child. Indeed, he is exceptional." Bai Yi had faith in his own judgment. He was certain that Xiao Bai would grow to be an extraordinary individual, surpassing both himself and his father. Oblivious to the fact that he had just indulged in a moment of self-admiration, Su Bai clasped her hands tightly. "I have yet to inform my family of this matter." "Continue to refuse, and he will undoubtedly appear," Bai Yi remarked. "Isn't there already an investigation underway regarding the hospital where he underwent surgery?" "They have located the hospital where he was treated. The bullet entered through his back, mere 2 millimeters from his heart. Had it been slightly off, he would not have survived. The surgery was relatively successful. He returned from the gates of the underworld," Su Bai explained. "After the surgery, he was swiftly relocated, and I am unaware of his current whereabouts." The hospital staff initially considered notifying the authorities due to the gunshot wound, but ultimately, they were dismissed. "Whether by money or violence, it is certainly not a major hospital," Bai Yi concluded. Accompanied by 3 assassins, it has been nearly 20 days since the incident. Given that the surgery was successful, he should be in recovery. It is illogical for him to perish. Could he be suffering from a terminal illness? Goodness, could you not utter a single kind word? Su Bai spat upon the ground several times. "Do you believe there are other possibilities?" Bai Moshuan remarked. "If one is not deceased, what need is there for a will? Generally speaking, such actions are merely preparations for one's affairs post-mortem." Su Bai's expression darkened. Even if he were to pass, he must see grandmother at least once. Bai Ling stood at the door, still carrying a lunchbox. And Shuefen exclaimed in surprise, "Bai Ling, what brings you here?" Chapter 625. Illness worsens one. Su Bai did not anticipate his mother's sudden arrival. Standing in shock, "Mother, you rascal, how long did you intend to keep this from us?" Bai Ling's face turned grim. "Do you think this is a trivial matter that warrants no notification?" "No, I merely wished to find grandfather before discussing it further." Su Bai replied, momentarily at a loss for words. "If he dies, what becomes of grandmother?" Bai Ling abruptly set the lunchbox on the table. "I must take my leave." Ying Ning exchanged a knowing glance with Su Bai, who promptly chased after Bai Ling. As Bai Ling reached the entrance of the antique shop, Su Bai seized his arm. Noticing the redness in his eyes, "Mother, have you been crying?" "I am not weeping for that man. I weep for your grandmother," Bai Ling retorted angrily. "If he passes away, what has your grandmother endured these decades for? That man is utterly despicable. Perhaps it would be best if he were to die." Su Bai understood that Bai Ling's words were spoken out of anger. After all, he was her father, a biological parent he had never met. Yet they shared the same bloodline, a fact that could not be altered. "Mother, Let us refrain from such outbursts. The priority now is to locate him and bring justice to both grandmother and yourself, Su Bai insisted. I will not sign any will. The fact that he is the assignor indicates he is still alive. I must confront him in person. Bai Ling looked at Su Bai, who exhibited a maturity akin to that of a man. You have truly grown. You understand how to approach matters from the outset, a stark contrast to before. Very well. My son, I shall take my leave now. Will you inform grandmother about this? Did you not say that discussing it now yields no benefit? We ought to wait. Bai Ling replied. Share the meal. Your father has prepared it for several hours. As Bai Ling turned to depart, her weary silhouette suddenly made Su Bai acutely aware of her advancing age. In a few years, she would be 50. She had always been cheerful, laughing heartily at television dramas, yet her recent smile appeared forced. Childhood is a fleeting experience, and it is unfortunate that both he and his mother had endured less than favorable circumstances. Though his mother found solace in the teachings of the esteemed Taoist, it was not comparable to the bond with a biological father. As for himself, he had initially been ridiculed by peers, labeled a monster. Yet it was his resilient spirit that enabled him to thrive unperturbed. Suddenly, Su Bai felt a wave of emotion rise within him. Ying Ning gently embraced him from behind. Do not cry. Observing the profile of Su Bai, Ying Ning sensed he was on the verge of breaking down. For the first time, she tenderly embraced him, resting her head lightly against his back. If you cry, you cease to be Su Bai. Su Bai placed his hand over hers. Indeed, if I cry, I am no longer Su Bai. I have lived with a smile, and I shall continue to do so. The sight of the two in an embrace prompted Bai Ma Xuan to clear his throat. I shall take my leave. Do continue. As Ying Ning was about to withdraw her hand, she was firmly grasped by Su Bai. He said we should continue. Ying Ning's face flushed with embarrassment as she forcefully pulled her hand away and delivered a light punch to Su Bai's back, exclaiming, You rascal. They say that a bad man is loved by a good woman, yet that seems ineffectual in your case. Otherwise, you would have long since fallen for that scoundrel Chu Yan. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Why must you involve Brother Yan? Ying Ning replied unhappily, I dislike this. I enjoy it, I welcome it. Su Bai's spirits soared, and all remnants of previous discontent vanished. After a night had passed, outside the antique shop, Lawyer Shang leaned against the door with one hand, feeling the urge to curse. However, his professional integrity reminded him that he was a lawyer, not a rogue. Regaining his composure, he straightened up and knocked on the door. Xu Effin opened it, her expression indifferent, and without a word, she entered. Lawyer Shang hurried after her. From my personal standpoint, I would willingly come here every day. This antique shop is truly a feast for the eyes. Xu Effin remained silent, and he added, This is my only solace for being here. Please make yourself comfortable. With those 3 words, Xu Effin began to dust the antiques on the shelves, leaving Lawyer Shang in a state of helplessness as he made his way directly to Su Bai's door and knocked. Hey, are you awake? Hearing his voice, Su Bai pulled the blanket over his head and muttered, I didn't hear. Lawyer Shang grunted. Last night, I spoke with the client. Su Bai bolted upright. Lawyer Shang continued, I conveyed your resolve to him. You will not accept this fortune unless you see him in person. Come on, at least give me some response, or I shall have nothing more to say. What did he say? Came the echo from inside the room. He needs some time to consider. Lawyer Shang replied. After 10 minutes of contemplation, he instructed me to inform you that unless you sign, he will not appear before you. If you choose not to sign, he will donate all the assets to charity. Whatever. Su Bai collapsed back down. Donating to charity sounds splendid. Lawyer Shang felt he had encountered a truly unique individual. Signing a piece of paper could make him a billionaire, yet here was this lad, seemingly indifferent to such fortune. Are you not going to think it over? Lawyer Shang pressed. This is no trifling sum. No consideration. The resolute response chilled Lawyer Shang's heart, and he squatted despondently at the door. I must be out of my mind for taking this case. I am not insane, yet you are driving me to madness. Finally, the door swung open. Upon seeing the distinguished lawyer squatting like a child at his doorstep, Su Bai felt a twinge of sympathy. I am not trying to make things difficult for you. I simply wish to meet my grandfather. Our positions are incompatible, making reconciliation impossible. I am truly an innocent victim in this situation, inexplicably caught between you two. How about this? I could find another way. As soon as Lawyer Shang began to speak, Su Bai sensed that ill tidings were on the horizon. Su Bai resignedly remarked, Speak your mind. I wish to withdraw from this case, Lawyer Shang stated. What do you think? What do you wish for me to do? Su Bai was not foolish. As a distinguished lawyer, if he cannot fulfill such a simple commission, it would become a laughingstock in the industry. To shed this case swiftly and elegantly, it must be executed with finesse. I have a penchant for intelligent individuals. Lawyer Shang remarked, I will take this case, but the outside world is unaware. So as long as you maintain confidentiality, I can discreetly decline this case. However, to prevent the client from seeking other lawyers, you must understand that if he chooses another, my peers will be informed. Therefore, you must provide me with a statement. What statement? Su Bai inquired. As the heir, you shall solely accept my exclusive commission, Shang Yihong. Lawyer Shang stated. I will also let it be known that with your word, regardless of whether I can extricate myself, my reputation remains intact, and other lawyers will not obtain this case. It is merely a small favor. Su Bai replied, agreeing is easy, but there is a condition. Lawyer Shang paused. What is it? Your phone number, Su Bai responded. As a lawyer, you ought to know that nothing comes without a price in this world. You little rascal, fine. I see I have met my match today. You are a tough nut to crack. Lawyer Shang seized Su Bai's hand. This will depend on your own abilities. He swiftly inscribed a long string of digits on Su Bai's fingertip. His movements were rapid, so quick that Su Bai relied solely on the tactile sensation to memorize it, simultaneously verbalizing the numbers, which etched themselves into his mind. Lawyer Shang, upon hearing it perfectly recited, could not help but glance sideways. Your memory is truly astonishing. Just a minor skill, Su Bai replied. Let us try making an international call. Su Bai immediately sought to verify the authenticity of the number. As Lawyer Shang stood silently beside him, this lad was serious. Su Bai dialed the number, and after a few rings, someone finally answered. Hello? Chapter 626. A serious illness too. The voice was faint, seemingly lacking vitality, and Su Bai found himself at a loss for words. The person on the other end appeared to sense something, letting out a sigh. Why bother? Su Bai was filled with frustration. I want nothing, absolutely nothing. You either die or show yourself before us, to give Grandma an explanation. Su Bai felt as if he had been scalded, and after uttering those words, he hastily hung up. Lawyer Shang, surprisingly, stuck out his tongue. Privately, he was quite a jovial person. He patted Su Bai on the shoulder. I shall remember you. Let's hope this is our last meeting. After seeing off Lawyer Shang, Su Bai plopped down onto his bed. That voice was familiar. He had not forgotten it since hearing it at the underground auction. Blood ties are peculiar. His grandfather held no memory in his heart. Yet Su Bai felt an inexplicable concern for him. Even before he sacrificed himself to save him, the bond of blood had already taken effect. Su Bai conceived a plan to trace the origin of this number. Numerous applications could accomplish this task. Upon investigation, he discovered that the number belonged to a small island overseas, chosen for its seclusion, which prompted the question, why? Cui Ying and Yu Qing stealthily entered. Having overheard the commotion moments ago, Cui Ying gently patted Su Bai's shoulder and inquired, how do you feel hearing grandfather's voice? You're quite impressive. Even that renowned lawyer was rendered speechless. Su Bai replied, sounding weak, it feels like he might truly be at death's door. Cui Ying paused, taken aback. Is that for real? It surely can't be feigned. Su Bai remarked, sister, you once said that micro-expressions never lie. The voice should be truthful as well, right? Now, it all hinges on him. Yu Qing offered comfort. Life and death are but part of our journey. We have witnessed countless farewells. From the misunderstandings between Yao Guang and Qing Lian to the futility of Wu Xian's schemes. And then there are Xiao Yuer and Wang Deli. So Su Bai, take it easy. Death is not the end, is it? You two think this is a lecture? Su Bai laughed, with an IQ of 180. Do you think I don't grasp this concept? By the way, where's my Ying Ning? She's drawing with mother, Cui Ying replied, not wanting to intrude. Su Bai refrained from bothering her. Alone, he succumbed to the urge to call again, but this time, no one answered. His heart raced, and before them, he feigned calmness. It wasn't he for his sake, but thinking of his grandmother made him long to fly to that little island immediately. After Lawyer Shang departed, he indeed did not return. Su Bai noticed his frequent appearances on various shows, discussing his recent cases while completely avoiding mention of this particular matter, clearly wishing to leave it behind. The days dragged on for 3 interminable days. Bai Ling visited once, excitedly mentioning a phone call, but upon trying to reach out, they were met with silence, which left Bai Ling somewhat vexed. On the 4th day, upon awakening, Su Bai found Ying Ning standing by his bedside, her expression peculiar. What's wrong? He asked, reaching for her hand. but she withdrew, softly stating, "Lawyer Shang has been here." Su Bai jolted. What did he come for? He brought this. Ying Ning handed him a note, slightly embarrassed. I've already seen it. It's a hotel room number. Su Bai's heart raced. Should we go see? Do you want to bring mother? Ying Ning suggested. My mother is rather impulsive and harbors deep biases against grandfather. It's better if we go alone first. Su Bai replied. As for grandmother, we cannot be hasty now that he is here. He won't just vanish, will he? Su Bai, now calm and composed, was markedly different from his previous impulsive self. Ying Ning found his demeanor fascinating. They made their way to the hotel, heading directly to the designated room. Just as Su Bai raised his hand to knock, the door swung open, revealing a young woman clad in nurse attire. Upon seeing Su Bai, she called into the room. He is here. Upon entering, Su Bai was met with the sight of someone lying on the bed, choking back emotion. He recalled the night of the underground auction when the man had displayed remarkable agility, scaling walls with the finesse of youth. Yet now he lay there, barely clinging to life. Wasn't the surgery supposed to be a success? Su Bai approached, gazing intently at the gaunt face before him. The nurse said nothing and quietly withdrew. Ying Ning, curious, stared at the figure in the bed and softly remarked, Su Bai, you truly resemble Grandpa. The similarity in their brows, eyes, and nose was striking. Previously, it had not been so apparent, but now, with his emaciated appearance, the contours of his features were sharper than ever, amplifying their resemblance. The person in the bed opened his eyes. Do I really look like him? Ying Ning jumped back in surprise, retreating behind Su Bai and cautiously peeking out. Indeed. You are quite the amusing little girl. What is your relationship with Su Bai? Su Bai stifled the tumult of emotions within him and replied, Does it matter at this moment? It may be significant for those who will remain by your side in the future, he continued. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. It had been some time since they last met, and a single individual could undergo such a profound transformation. His words echoed like a final testament. Was the last injury truly severe? The bullet has been removed. It is nothing to worry about. Then what is the current predicament? Su Bai inquired, Is there a will? What is happening? The figure in the bed sighed. Child, how well do you truly know me? Su Bai's expression hardened. You arrived in this city under mysterious circumstances, married a young grandmother, and had a daughter. Yet you vanished abruptly, and upon your return, you were nothing more than a corpse. Decades have passed, and after an unfortunate incident, your coffin had to be unearthed, only to reveal it was empty. You faked your death and departed, a truth your grandmother must have known all along. When my mother came of age, she left resolutely, enduring much hardship throughout the years. You owe her an explanation. You owe my mother even more. The person in the bed tightly shut his eyes and said, Now that I am here, I understand what awaits me. I will not speak of your grievances or even your hatred. Once I am somewhat better, I wish to see your grandmother. Suddenly, he gasped for breath, and the nurse quickly entered to administer an injection. It was not long before he succumbed to a deep slumber, yet even in his dreams, he appeared to suffer, his body twitching intermittently. A profound sorrow enveloped Su Bai as he stepped closer, gently taking his grandfather's hand. In that moment of contact, a resonance of blood ties seemed to awaken within him, causing his body to tremble. Grandpa. Tears streamed down Ying Ning's face as she hurried to nestle closer to Su Bai. Do not be sad. The nurse interjected, It is time to go. You may return tomorrow. The gentleman is quite weak. Su Bai grasped the nurse's arm. What exactly is wrong with him? It's a peculiar ailment. For now, we can only manage it, the nurse replied. A journey of such distance. What condition could he possibly be in? However, he should improve in a couple of days. You must be the gentleman's grandson, am I correct? Do you know me? Su Bai asked, intrigued. The gentleman often holds your photograph, the nurse softly responded. It is the one he gazes at the most lately. My photograph. Su Bai was taken aback. How could he have my picture? The nurse glanced at the man in the bed and gently said, Since he is not awake, I shall allow you a glimpse. The nurse rummaged through the suitcase and unearthed a small booklet. As she opened it, Su Bai was taken aback, although the photographs were few. They spanned various stages of his life, none of which were candid. The first image depicted him at 6 years old, sullenly seated on the steps of a park, clutching a ball. In those days, he was ostracized, watching enviously as other children played joyfully. The second photograph captured him on his first day of elementary school, standing at the front of the line, the smallest in his class. Who would have imagined that this diminutive boy would grow to a height of 6 feet? Chapter 627. After a long absence. The subsequent photograph showcased Su Bai at 16, his face adorned with a carefree smile. Following that was a snapshot from his university days, where he stood confidently at a podium. The final image left Su Bai in shock. It was a recent photograph of himself. What was the meaning of these images? Su Bai blurted out. I am not certain, replied the nurse. I have only recently begun caring for the gentleman and have often seen him perusing these photographs. Thus, when she opened the door, she recognized who he was. There were no further details to extract from her, and upon glancing at his grandfather, who had succumbed to a deep slumber, Su Bai felt the urge to leave with Ying Ning. Once outside the hotel, Ying Ning exclaimed, Seeing those photographs reveals how much your grandfather has always cared for you. It's wonderful. Su Bai remarked, They are all candid shots. Such candidness reveals attentiveness, Ying Ning replied. Regardless, it's splendid news. Can we notify your grandmother and aunt now? It seemed the time had come. He was not going to evade this situation. Suddenly, Su Bai thought of the Taoist priest. Not yet. We should inform someone first. He placed the tea leaves on the table. The Taoist priest, seated in meditation, was not to be disturbed. As they were about to step outside to linger in the yard, the priest opened his eyes. You have arrived. Taoist priest. Su Bai slowly turned. Your demeanor suggests you have something to convey, but hesitate, the priest observed. You have not visited in some time. One does not approach the sacred hall without reason. Speak your mind. He has returned. The succinct 4 words brought a knowing smile to the priest's face. That day has finally come. Are you not concerned? Su Bai spoke hastily. With his return, your grandmother's heart will find solace. All your sacrifices over the years would not be in vain, would they? Sacrifice? The priest chuckled. I have never viewed it as such. I merely engage in what I cherish. Therefore, I harbor no expectations for recompense, though I cannot suppress an innate hope. Given the circumstances, one must accept reality. How is he faring? His current state is not promising, Su Bai replied. He may be nearing death. The priest closed his eyes once more. Is that so? The priest's emotional turmoil became apparent, and Su Bai articulated the thought for him. If he were to pass, your grandmother would endure a second significant blow, would she not? You are well aware of your grandmother's nature, the priest said. She is as stubborn as an ox. Should he die, perhaps she would follow him. Even if one's body remains unscathed, the heart may still perish. A chill surged within Su Bai, prompting him to embrace himself. The Taoist priest reopened his eyes. So, is everything clear now? Not yet, Su Bai responded. He has been in poor condition today and fell asleep after taking medication. Su Bai continued. However, I heard from the nurse that his symptoms come in waves, and after each episode, his spirits seem to revive. I think I will wait until then to inform Grandma and Mom so that we can ask everything at once. Your plan is commendable. Your considerations are becoming increasingly mature, the priest remarked. It has been a long time since I last saw my old friend. Do let me know when the time comes. Su Bai was somewhat taken aback. The priest did not strike him as someone who would engage in such matters. Yet he readily agreed. All right. 2 days later, Su Bai finally disclosed the situation to his mother and grandmother. Bai Ling was as excited as ever, while Grandma, who should have been the most agitated, merely sighed deeply. The priest's concerns were valid. Should Grandpa pass away, it would be a second heavy blow for Grandma. The more she refrained from expressing her emotions, the more worrisome it became. Mom, should we go now? There's no rush. Let us inform the priest and go together tomorrow, Bai Zhang said, biting her lip slightly. Mom was not in a hurry to see her father, which surprised Bai Ling. Tomorrow? If you're anxious, we can go now. Bai Zhang's words left Bai Ling momentarily speechless. With hands raised in exasperation, Bai Ling replied, I'm not in a rush to see him. I'm eager for answers. Isn't that the same? Bai Zhang was astonished to find herself calmer than she had anticipated. Right, we should also invite someone else, Bai Mo Xian. Su Bai remarked, I have already informed him. After all, the fox relic might still be in Grandpa's possession. The 6 of them ultimately stood in the hotel room. This time, Jiao had already risen from his sickbed. He appeared to be in excellent spirits, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Su Bai keenly observed that Jiao had sprouted more gray hairs, and he had lost considerable weight, yet his complexion had regained some color. Due to his gunshot wound, he always seemed slightly hunched. Upon their entrance, Jiao's gaze first fell upon Bai Zhang. Seeing her face, he couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with nostalgia. We've all aged. Bai Zhang replied coldly, perhaps. Her reaction had long been anticipated by Jiao. Upon seeing the priest and the empty sleeve, he displayed little astonishment. The priest nodded slightly. Long time no see. Bai Yi impatiently interjected. There's no need for introductions. Let us get straight to the point. Under normal circumstances, Su Bai would have been irked by Yi's manner of speaking. But today, his words echoed Su Bai's own sentiments. Su Bai nodded. We did not come here merely for tea. Ji Yao gestured for the nurse to leave. And just then, the doorbell rang. Entering was Lawyer Shang, who greeted Su Bai familiarly. Good to see you again. Lawyer Shang held a stack of documents. With Su Bai's signature, all the listed properties and deposits would belong to him. Su Bai furrowed his brow. Here we go again. Let us all sit and talk. Anyone invited by the gentleman here is considered family, so I won't hold back, Lawyer Shang said warmly. That may not be the case. There are also uninvited guests. Bai Yi replied coldly. Lawyer Shang's expression froze slightly. Those who frequented the antique shop were anything but ordinary. But that's of no consequence, sir. I shall commence, he said. Lawyer Shang turned to Su Bai. Your commission must proceed. You previously stated that you would not sign unless these items were personally entrusted to you. Now that you are face to face, I trust signing will pose no issue. Please, Mr. Su Bai, Ji Yao interjected. How you choose to utilize these items, be it through complete donation or retaining them for your own sustenance, is entirely your prerogative. It bears no relation to me. My sole intention is to facilitate your inheritance of this fortune. Su Bai gazed at Bai Ling, who crossed her arms and asserted sign. Bai Yi, speaking in a subdued tone, added, go ahead and sign. Even the Taoist priest nodded slightly, while only Grandma and Ying Ning refrained from voicing their opinions. Su Bai took the pen and signed. With a sigh of relief, Lawyer Shang could hardly contain his eagerness to depart. Sir, I shall return to handle matters immediately. Ji Yao nodded. Given my physical constraints, I shall not see you off. With Lawyer Shang gone, Bai Yi stated. Now we can delve into the core of the matter. I have come here with but one inquiry. Where's the fox relic? How did Aunt Schweben meet her demise? Should we refer to you as Ji Yao or Su Yao? Bai Zhan finally spoke. A hint of derision gracing her features. When you first appeared before us, you identified yourself as Su Yao. I have been contemplating how to articulate everything these past few days, Ji Yao began. You have many questions, and I do not intend to be evasive. First, let us address my name. Ji Yao is indeed my given name. However, following the near annihilation of my family, I began to traverse the world under pseudonyms. Su Yao is merely one of many aliases I have employed, and it is the one associated with the most turmoil. What led to the downfall of your family? The Taoist inquired. The Ji surname is one of the ancient 8 great surnames, Ji Yao explained. Among these, aside from the Jiang and Yao surnames, the Ji lineage has endured the longest. However, those descendants with pure bloodlines suffer from a peculiar affliction. Chapter 628. Death's Embrace. Ji Yao extended his hands, startling the Taoist. The palm lines. Indeed, the patterns were slowly fading. When the lines on my palm vanish entirely, it signifies the end of my life. As of now, the lines on my left hand have nearly disappeared, and those on my right hand have also diminished significantly. Su Bai and Bai Zhan exchanged glances, both recalling Su Su. This same affliction manifested in Su Su. Once her palm lines vanished, she was not long for this world. However, Su Su could not endure exposure to sunlight. Su Bai remarked. Ji Yao's expression was complex. I do not fear the sun. It seems our conditions differ. Su Bai let out a sigh of relief. Noticing the absence of further inquiries, Ji Yao continued. This ailment has led to a dwindling number of my kin. In the end, only our family remained. After my parents passed in succession, I realized I could no longer remain passive. I resolutely severed ties with my former self. I destroyed my records. In those days, maintaining archives was not as simple as it is now. Everything was stored in physical documents, devoid of digital copies. I treated my existence as though I had perished and resolved to start anew, driven by the will to live. No wonder Gao Mingyuan has become elusive. Firstly, time has obscured his existence, and secondly, the records have been destroyed. Su Bai understood. I began to wander in search of remedies, reluctant to confront my own fate, which loomed like a death sentence. Ji Yao closed his eyes and spoke. I have tried numerous prescriptions, both traditional and modern medicine, and in my struggle for survival, I began to seek out hidden opportunities. My only desire was to sustain my existence, for I sought neither fame nor recognition, thus remaining obscure in this realm. There was a moment when I nearly perished, yet by a stroke of fortune, I encountered a noble benefactor, Schweben. Finally, The crux of the matter emerged, as Bai Yi let out a low grunt. Did you incite Su Bai to steal the fox spirit gem? Incite? Ji Yao replied. I was completely unaware that such a thing as a fox spirit gem existed. How could I have incited anything? My encounter with Su Bai was serendipitous, and I confided in her about my plight, an imminent demise of a man who had no right to burden anyone. Thus, I departed secretly to Yunnan in pursuit of remedies. The homeland of Cha Qianma. Su Bai remarked, you encountered an unexpected incident there, nearly losing your life. When my ailment manifested suddenly, I fell from a cliff. But fortune favored me in my direst hour. Ji Yao continued. The locals were highly suspicious of outsiders. After deliberation, they cast me into a stone dwelling, proclaiming that my fate would be decided by my ancestors. How absurd. If ancestors could dictate life and death, why did they not safeguard our Ji family? In my moment of peril, it was Su Bai who arrived in time, bringing the fox spirit gem with her. It was then that I discovered the gem's extraordinary nature. A treasure of Qingqiu, imbued with potent energy. It indeed saved my life, as Su Bai bestowed it upon me. Where is the fox spirit gem now? Bai Yi inquired. Ji Yao's hand moved to his neck, pulling forcefully to reveal a necklace adorned with what appeared to be an ordinary stone. You seem to have a close connection with the fox spirit gem, indicating a significant bond with Su Bai. She is my aunt, Bai Yi replied. You are aware of the gem's significance and should comprehend your aunt's identity. You know who I am and what I represent. Given this, it is only right that it returns to its rightful owner. The fox spirit gem fell into Bai Yi's hands. The stone was exceedingly unremarkable. My father once said that the fox spirit gem only radiates light when it senses spiritual energy. Bai Yi exerted a small amount of energy, and the gem emitted a subtle glow, yet it was not blinding. Bai Yi remarked, it seems it has indeed played a considerable role. It has certainly delayed the disappearance of my palm lines. Ji Yao responded, yet it cannot eradicate the root of the issue. How did Aunt Su Bai perish? Bai Yi tightened his grip on the fox spirit gem, demanding, she risked the wrath of Qingqiu for your sake, and as a result, her soul was shattered. I was unaware of Su Bai's death, Ji Yao said, his face revealing surprise. I searched high and low, believing she had returned to Qingqiu. Observing your demeanor, it is clear you are shocked but not sorrowful, indicating a lack of deep emotion. Why, then, did you send her love poems? Bai Yi's fists clenched. My heart is entangled in a longing for her beauty, immersed in a river of affection. The Taoist priest Xuanchu glanced at Bai Hong, noticing her composed demeanor, far steadier than he had anticipated, which eased his concerns. I acknowledged that Su Bai harbored feelings for me, and I too held intentions for her. Ji Yao spoke. At that time, I found myself in a dire predicament, with no one to assist me. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared, fervently striving for my survival. To claim that my heart remained untouched would be utterly disingenuous. The women of Qingqiu are all remarkably enchanting, captivating in their appearance. Thus, it is only natural to be moved by such beauty. This left Bai Yi at a loss for words. Indeed, as he stated, the allure of Qingqiu women is undeniable. In my youth, it was perfectly reasonable for me to be smitten. Shortly after I gifted her a love poem, the lines on my palm began to fade, signaling the impossibility of a future between us. Ji Yao continued. I invited her out, intending to return the fox spirit's relic and conclude our entanglement. However, upon hearing my words, she stormed off in anger, refusing the relic, claiming it was stolen and that she had committed a grave mistake. I could not accept her feelings nor could I aid her. In the aftermath, I worried for her well-being and sought her everywhere, but to no avail. Our affair ended unresolved. The fox spirit's relic was found, yet the circumstances surrounding Aunt Su Bai's death remain a mystery. Bai Yi declared, I will tentatively accept your words. But rest assured, I shall pursue this matter to the end. Aunt Su Bai cannot have perished without clarity. I too will investigate this affair. Ji Yao lamented. After all these years, I believed she had returned to Qingqiu, only to receive the tragic news. How could my heart feel at ease? Su Bai noticed that while Ji Yao spoke, his gaze remained fixed on grandmother, seemingly concerned about her reaction. The Taoist also appeared intrigued, while grandmother's expression was inscrutable. A blend of surprise and joy, tinged with a sense of despair. After parting from Su Bai, I resumed my aimless existence. That year, I arrived in this city and encountered my one true wife at a theater. Bai Hong felt a tremor in her heart as a scene from years past resurfaced. The moment that young man entered the theater marked the beginning of a tumultuous saga. Who could have anticipated the ensuing drama? Without a playwright to orchestrate it, real life unfolded in a series of unexpected twists. A faint, cold smile crept onto Bai Hong's lips. Only? Are you mocking my foolishness? I am merely a transient in your life, easily discarded at your whim. I once imagined I could be more than just a passerby. Ji Yao replied. Hence, I married you and fathered a daughter. Yet, my fate was never meant to include kin. Such blessings were not meant for me. His fervor escalated, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Su Bai hastily offered a tissue, which Ji Yao used to wipe away the blood. Resigning himself to say, I abruptly left home because the situation worsened. I felt it was impossible to escape my doom without dragging you all into it. If I were to depart, you would only lose a relative and continue your lives, wouldn't you? Thus, I resolved to feign death. Our Ji family studies pharmacology, adhering to ancient formulas, among which are many capable of inducing a state of apparent death. I employed one such formula, entrusting my body to be returned by my client. This was indeed my folly. I was too cunning and exposed my own scheme, leading me to this current plight, entirely of my own making. Bai Hong remarked, if you must do it, ensure it is executed thoroughly. Why leave a loophole? Mother, what loophole? Bai Ling inquired. I have long wished to ask how you discovered he was feigning death. The tomb was left with an air hole. Bai Hong remarked. That worker must have been bribed by you beforehand. He made a few minor adjustments. Unfortunately for him, he is not you. His execution lacks thoroughness. Which led to my discovery. Had I been a moment swifter, I might have apprehended you on the spot. Alas, I was a beat too late. And the coffin was empty. Chapter 629, A Leak in the Drink. It seems the most reliable person is oneself. Ji Yao's words caused the Taoist to furrow his brow slightly, his gaze growing contemplative. What transpired thereafter? Where did you go? Moreover, how is it that you possess such wealth? Su Bai replied, last time too, you were able to swiftly contact a professional assassin. After enduring the pain of departing from here, I resolved not to stay in the country. I would inevitably meet my end, and before that, I wished to do something for my family. Beyond wealth, I could think of little else. Ji Yao continued. I adopted the alias Situ Feng and managed to find my way abroad. I spent several years in the country, dealing in antiques in Chinatown, where foreigners exhibited great interest in Chinese artifacts. The market there was substantial, and gradually, my business flourished. I began to engage in financial investments, earning a considerable sum during prosperous years. I used this money to seek renowned doctors overseas, hoping to cure my ailment, but it evidently remains a conundrum of the world. Both traditional and Western medicine could only regretfully inform me that no one could cure my affliction. Aware of my dwindling lifespan, I became increasingly zealous in my pursuits, and eventually, I left the country, arriving at my current residence. Ji Yao stated, my departure does not signify ignorance. I am aware that I have a daughter who married an unassuming chef and lives a blissful life. I also know I have a highly intelligent grandson and that he is currently in a relationship. Recently, with my condition deteriorating more frequently, my desire to connect with you has intensified. After much contemplation, I decided to approach Su Bai. I had him investigated and discovered he was in need of a rare inkstone. I thought that a meeting gift would be essential for my encounter with my grandson. If I could procure it for him, how wonderful it would be. Meeting a pressing need would surely leave a lasting impression. Ji Yao added, I did not anticipate that by a twist of fate, I would encounter Su Bai at an underground auction, and that you would recognize my appearance and set your sights on me. Although I felt joy, the timing was not right, and I fled in disarray. That gift indeed marked the beginning of their future meetings. The inkstone left a profound impression on Su Bai. Afterward, I did not leave the capital but remained here, searching for an opportunity to reunite with Su Bai. Ji Yao remarked, he knew of my existence beyond my expectations, yet I spared the time for explanations, waiting only for the opportune moment. You were thus seen frequenting the antique shop, ultimately colliding with my sister, Cui Ying, Su Bai interjected. It was coincidence. Yet not merely coincidence, he continued. I lingered nearby, and on any given day, I would see you once or twice, at the very least. I would catch a glimpse of you every couple of days. Ji Yao forced a smile and said, however, after not seeing anyone for 3 or 4 days, I grew increasingly worried. Thus, I found myself checking near the antique shop daily, yet lacked the courage to inquire directly. It was only by chance that Shui Ying spotted me that day, revealing to me the trouble you were in. I must save you. After all these years abroad, I have amassed some connections and funds, and though my capabilities as an elderly man may be limited, the potential for assistance broadens significantly with financial resources. Why did you vanish after your injury? Did you not wish to see me? Why the sudden change of heart? Su Bai responded. Wasn't everything we did meant to lead to our recognition? I intended to seek you out once I recovered, but the gunshot wound has exacerbated my condition, igniting a fuse. Previously, my episodes occurred weekly, but now they strike every 2 to 3 days, leaving me in a perilous state. All I can do is lie in bed, relying on painkillers to survive. Given my current state, what more can I do? Those who employed me returned me to the island. My time is limited, and I must leave behind what I can. Who knew you, a child, would be so stubborn, refusing the money offered and compelling me to come see you? Reflecting on those photographs, Su Bai believed his grandfather's words. He had been watching over their family. Su Bai lowered his head, silent. Bai Ling had been listening to his father's words with a dismissive expression, but now she unexpectedly laughed. What a delightful sentiment. Offering a few benefits to Su Bai certainly proves effective. Look at how grateful he appears for the chance to reconnect with his grandfather. Bai Ling's words were laced with sarcasm, and Su Bai dared not retort, merely responding helplessly. Mother, must you say such things now? Otherwise, should I be expected to weep uncontrollably? Bai Ling retorted, I have no such inclination. It feels like we are in a movie. Ji Yao did not take offense. Your disdain is justified. I can no longer partake in your life or contribute anything meaningful. My sole desire now is to make amends with Su Bai. Bai Zhan, do you resent me as well? I thought I hated you, Bai Zhan replied, but I now realize that my true hatred is directed at myself, for relentlessly pursuing a path that led to my own ruin without ever looking back. Ji Yao closed his eyes. I am sorry. This belated apology caused Bai Zhan's face to twitch, revealing the turmoil within her. She bit her lip. If only my youth could return with your single apology. How wonderful that would be. Her sorrow was like a sharp blade, compelling Xian Su Dao to tightly shut his eyes. Ji Yao, witnessing this, felt a stirring in his heart and immediately said, Bai Zhan, whatever you wish for in the future, I shall fulfill, as long as you do not harbor anger towards me. Bai Zhan turned her body away. What more can I ask of a dying man? Bai Ling sighed deeply in her heart. Upon seeing her, their mother softened, realizing that in the face of someone nearing their end, what else could be done? Though she had previously resolved to be unyielding, she found herself inevitably softening. The Taoist said, we have reached this point. The immediate priority is your health. My episodes have become increasingly frequent. I only wish to be by your side. Ji Yao's hand suddenly trembled as he pressed it forcefully against the table. All right, let's conclude today's meeting here. I wish to take a rest. Bai Ling sneered. The host has already issued an eviction notice. We should take our leave. She was the first to step out, followed swiftly by Ma Xuan and Ying Ning. Just as the Taoist was about to depart, Ji Yao unexpectedly grasped his empty sleeve. Why have you become this way? I am well aware. If I hadn't appeared back then, you and Bai Zhao would have made the perfect couple. It is not too late. Once I am gone, cherish her well. The Taoist withdrew his sleeve and replied coldly, I know very well how to conduct myself. You should take care of your own affairs. Bai Zhao gazed blankly at the Taoist before lowering her head and stepping out, trailing closely behind him. Noticing the Taoist's somber expression, she stepped in front of him. What troubles you? What troubles me? You should know all too well, the Taoist replied. I anticipated that once he appeared, your hatred would dissolve. I have rehearsed this outcome in my mind countless times, so I find myself in a good state now. The Taoist even chuckled, yet Bai Zhao's heart ached more than when she first saw Ji Yao. I am sorry for you. The one who ought to apologize is I, who has clung to you through lifetimes without considering your feelings. The Taoist walked dejectedly ahead. Perhaps it was a mistake from the very beginning. You are not Ruanyang. I have been too infatuated. Su Bai trembled, as if a realization struck him, and he inexplicably followed the Taoist. Noticing Su Bai trailing behind, the Taoist remained silent. Ying Ning hurried over, asking, Su Bai, where are you going? I wish to accompany the Taoist up the mountain. Ying Ning, you and Bai Ma Xuan should return to the antique shop first, and take some time to walk with Grandma, Su Bai instructed. The Taoist continued walking briskly, refusing to take any form of transportation, merely proceeding on foot. It was unclear how long they had walked, but Su Bai already felt his feet numb, and they had just reached the foot of the mountain. The Taoist seemed to be sulking, which was quite rare. He had always maintained a serene demeanor, enduring countless lifetimes without fruition. Yet, in this life, Could he no longer uphold that? Chapter 630. The whip punishment won upon reaching a house halfway up the mountain. The Taoist finally spoke. You have followed me all this way. Speak your mind. In the lineage of the dragon clan, there once existed a remarkable woman whose soul was incomplete after death. However, she ventured into the underworld, requesting reincarnation. At that time, the current king of hell was not yet in power. This incident was extraordinary, thus recorded in the annals of the underworld. It transpired during the spring and autumn period, and she called herself Ruanyang. While ordinary souls lacking completeness could only become wandering spirits, she managed to approach the underworld and directly request an audience with the king of hell. Logically, an incomplete soul could not be reincarnated. However, the then king of hell, swayed by personal feelings, unjustly permitted her reincarnation. Subsequently, this matter came to the attention of Ksitigarbha, leading to the expulsion of the king of hell from the underworld, reducing him to an ordinary person. The position of king of hell remained vacant for many years until a suitable candidate was eventually found. This narrative was initially recounted by the king of hell, and now it flowed from Su Bai's lips. The Taoist stood in astonishment, casting a meaningful glance at Su Bai before calmly pouring tea. Let us have a sip of tea before we continue. Is the Taoist still in the mood for tea? Su Bai trailed closely behind the Taoist priest, saying, Later, we came to understand that you have traversed countless lifetimes. Yet you remain steadfastly beside our grandmother in the cycle of reincarnation. At that moment, we had not pondered one particular question. How did you know what form grandmother would take in her rebirth? It seems rather coincidental that you are always together in each life. Why is that? Let us enjoy some tea, the Taoist priest replied. Having brewed the tea but failing to notice that it was not yet properly steeped, the leaves still floated on the surface, indicating his mind was in disarray. Taoist, is there anything I am unaware of? Su Bai exclaimed with urgency. I have so many questions. While I am elated that my grandfather has returned, there are matters that trouble my mind, yet I dare not dwell on them. Let things unfold naturally, the Taoist priest advised. If you were to ask Tang Sancheng, he would impart the same wisdom. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, there will assuredly be an outcome. Su Bai yearned to inquire further, but the Taoist interjected. If you do not wish to drink tea, then perhaps it is time for you to leave. Your family needs you now more than ever. With a wave of his hand, the Taoist ushered him out. Su Bai felt a lump in his throat, his eyes moistening. The Taoist also needs companionship. I do not require it. Depart. With that, Su Bai exited, glancing back at the residence. 20 years prior, it was here that the Taoist had risked his life to save him. He recalled his mother mentioning how the Taoist had chosen to defy fate to prolong his life for the sake of grandmother, implying that if not for the Taoist's affection for her, he would not be alive today. With a heart heavy with conflicting emotions, Su Bai left. The Taoist consumed the unsteeped tea in one gulp, his thoughts entirely disordered. After an indeterminate amount of time, he set the now cold cup down on the table. Oh, you have come. Let us share a cup. The king of hell suddenly appeared in the room, taking a seat before the Taoist. Feeling unwell? Should I? The Taoist responded, having regained some composure. Your arrival suggests you have received news. He has appeared. The records concerning him in the Book of Life and Death had been expunged. After much effort, only fragments remained, revealing but his name. The king of hell remarked. What I can ascertain is that he bribed Ying Kai to erase the records in the Book of Life and Death. I have some leads regarding this bribed Ying Kai. And what brings you here? The Taoist inquired. Shouldn't we be pursuing that Ying Kai? To know you, Taoist, is akin to finding a kindred spirit. When a kindred spirit is in distress, how could I refrain from coming? The king replied. Even Su Bai understands this principle. I could not possibly be ignorant of it. It turned out that the king of hell had arrived before Su Bai, choosing to remain unseen until now. Su Bai is a clever child. He has already grasped the crux of the matter, the Taoist noted. I have no regrets, the king asserted. The extent to which I can assist you is limited. The year I ascended to the throne of the king of hell coincided with the day you were to be reincarnated. Upon reviewing your Book of Life and Death, I discovered that you were once a king of hell as well, and thus I learned of your 7 lifetimes of connection with Ruanyang. Those connections were not orchestrated by anyone, yet the proximity between you two remains striking. In an unexpected conversation with the illustrious king of hell, I found myself swayed by his private intentions, leading me to the mirror of sins to witness the events of my past lives. He orchestrated a scenario that caused me to inadvertently consume the soup of oblivion. To avoid this fate was indeed a formidable challenge. Had it not been for the king's personal intervention, evading such a destiny would have been impossible. The Taoist priest remarked, "You have transgressed the rules of the netherworld, and this will become your hidden peril. You were merely a spectator, meant to remain an impartial observer, yet you have unwittingly stepped into murky waters." "I am aware," I replied. The king continued, "Should the day come when this is revealed, I harbor no regrets. I merely wish for the Taoist to secure a bond for a lifetime. Alas, it seems such a desire is unattainable." The king noted, "His appearance today has left Bai Zhao in turmoil. She once harbored intense hatred for him, yet now, as he stands on the brink of death, her animosity dissipates. She may not voice it, but I can discern that he is, after all, the one she once loved wholeheartedly. What is the origin of this man?" I inquired. The king responded, "His page is conspicuously absent from the register of life and death, which troubles me greatly. He claims to be a descendant of the Ji clan, one of the 8 great clans of antiquity, with a lineage that boasts the purest bloodline among its descendants, and he belongs to this esteemed line." The Taoist mused, "As the palm print fades, life itself wanes. This bears some resemblance to the departed Su, who could not bask in sunlight, while he can. Yet, his palm print has diminished significantly. Is he nearing death?" The king questioned. "From appearances, it seems so, but I am aware that there are those who wish for his survival." The Taoist closed his eyes and declared, "If they harbor such intentions, I shall undoubtedly assist them. But he is your rival." The king protested. "Is it truly impossible for the bonds of love cultivated over many lifetimes to blossom?" The Taoist replied, "As long as Bai Zhao finds happiness, that is sufficient for me. I can await the next life, and the one after that." The king was momentarily rendered speechless. This former ruler of the underworld was undeniably a romantic. Despite his distinguished demeanor, capable of greater pursuits, yet he was prepared to sacrifice countless lifetimes for the sake of a single love. At that moment, the Taoist inquired, "What others are privy to your clandestine arrangements?" "By rights, it should be just you and I," the king answered. "Regrettably, I am also aware of a truth. There are no secrets that remain concealed in this world. Even the torn pages of the life and death register can be partially restored. Thus, I have always been prepared. If the truth comes to light, I shall face it with composure, yet I will not implicate you." The Taoist sighed. "Why must it be this way? I am a man too. If I can act, I must also bear the consequences," the king replied. Su Bai, upon reaching the midway point of the mountain, felt a sudden pain in his legs and sat down on a nearby stone, massaging them. Unexpectedly, someone approached, and upon recognition, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Grandmother." Bai Zhao stood there. "What brings you here? Didn't Tiyu come as well?" Su Bai inquired. "Is it not because I was concerned for the Taoist?" Bai Zhao responded. "Perfect timing. Let us descend together then," Su Bai suggested. "Are you not going up?" he asked. "The Taoist's mood is rather poor at present," Bai Zhao replied. "I understand. Yet curiously, my own spirits are also low," she added. "Even if we ascend, I wouldn't know what to say to him. What purpose would our meeting serve? Seeing you has only solidified my conviction in this matter. Let us descend." Su Bai had little to say, quietly trailing behind her grandmother. Bai Zhuang reached out to grasp Su Bai's hand. "When you were young, I never did this, only holding you once. I often pondered how delightful it would be for a grandmother to hold her grandchild's hand, a large hand clasping a small one, swaying as they walked. Regrettably, I missed these moments for the sake of a man. Yet, even now, I cannot wish him dead." Su Bai halted in her tracks, and Bai Zhuang released her grip. Su perished due to the fading of her palm lines, yet we never delved into the reasons behind it. Chapter 631. The whipping punishment. 2 palm lines can reflect a person's pathology, Su Bai remarked. On the surface, it appears to be a change in the palm lines. But in truth, it signifies internal bodily changes. Grandfather is now a wealthy magnate. Seeking medical attention is effortless for him, having explored both Western and traditional medicine. If medicine could have provided a solution, it would have long been achieved. Thus, we must explore alternative avenues. Su Bai wished for nothing more than for her family to remain united instead of facing the harsh reality of life and death. Bai Zhuang paused. "The dragon vein? You can alter your fate by relying on the land of the dragon vein. Can he not do the same?" "That is a question for Boss Tang," Su Bai replied. Su spent years within the realm of the dragon vein, and one would assume she would be influenced by its energy, yet. Bai Zhuang nodded. "Indeed. Being situated in the dragon vein should have a more direct impact compared to your attempts at feng shui using ancestral bones, yet it did not alter her destiny. I shall consult Boss Tang once more. If no solution is found, we must bid him farewell, and my entanglement with him will come to an end. After seeing Bai Zhuang off, Su Bai returned to the antique shop and unexpectedly encountered Luo Tian. What brings you here, Boss Luo? Of course, it is for Situ Feng. Luo Tian replied. I heard that the renowned Situ Feng has arrived in the capital and coincidentally received a call from Bai Yi. It turns out he is the one who acquired the high yen at the underground auction, so I had to pay a visit. Is Situ Feng's reputation truly that illustrious? Su Bai inquired. Why didn't he Boss Bai recognize him last time? His name carries weight, yet few have actually seen him. Luo Tian explained. He maintains an exceptionally low profile, akin to one who dwells in obscurity, yet he deftly manages his business affairs without needing to make an appearance. Thriving effortlessly. I have been in the antique circle for quite some time, and while they call me a genius appraiser, I dare say no one would claim the title of the best above me. However, in terms of business acumen, I fall short of even half of Situ Feng's prowess. Intrigued by Luo Tian's high regard for her grandfather, Su Bai's curiosity was piqued. Is he truly that formidable? The industry holds a persistent fascination with Situ Feng, which has led to many rumors. Some say he started out doing odd jobs in Chinatown, and his eye for bargains isn't particularly sharp. Yet, he possesses the uncanny ability to sell counterfeit antiques at prices of genuine ones, even tripling them, Luo Tian remarked. Such talent transcends expertise. It is truly astonishing. These are merely rumors, undoubtedly embellished. Cui Ying interjected. Your grandfather is no longer young. Achieving his current stature over decades is not exaggerated. Indeed, they are mere rumors. Best taken with a grain of salt, Luo Tian conceded. I came today with a request for you. Do you wish to meet Situ Feng? Cui Ying immediately surmised. Much like the legendary figures of lore, Boss Luo could not resist the urge to uncover the truth. And this inquiry must be directed to Su Bai. Su Bai replied, my grandfather's condition fluctuates between good and bad. I must inquire further. Bai Moshuan suddenly interjected, you all take your time. I shall depart first. Having acquired the fox spirit's essence, Bai Moshuan felt an urgency to proceed without delay. He had sensed an unsettling premonition earlier, compelling him to hasten to Qingqiu. Upon entering Qingqiu, he was met with the sound of wailing, reminiscent of Su Bai's voice, which tightened his heart. He hurried inside and encountered several clan members, who seemed to shy away at his presence. Bai Moshuan commanded, halt. The individuals froze, heads bowed. Too fearful to meet his gaze, Bai Moshuan's suspicion deepened. What has transpired? It's nothing, they muttered. You claim it's nothing now, but should I discover otherwise shortly? You shall know the consequences. With a wave of his hand, the flora on either side of the path fell in droves, vibrant blossoms cascading to the ground. Indeed, it is the lady who chastises Su Bai, one of them confessed. Why? Bai Moshuan's expression darkened. Su Bai accidentally let the young master fall to the ground. In truth, it was not merely an accident, yet before the person could elaborate, another interrupted him. Bai Moshuan declared, those who do not speak the truth shall face the same fate. Qingqiu is no longer under her dominion. The clan member, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly responded, I witnessed the young master being mischievous, climbing up the high platform, only to tumble down. When Su Bai attempted to catch him, he unfortunately fell to the ground. Now the lady blames Su Bai and has resorted to corporal punishment. The punishment in the Qingqiu clan was distinct from ordinary lashes. The whip was crafted from a vine found on the cold wall, steeped in water drawn from the abyss of the cold wall itself, imbued with a chilling essence. When the whip struck, it inflicted not only physical pain, but also an invasive cold that could induce unbearable suffering within. How could someone as young as Su Bai endure such torment? With so many present, not a single soul intervened. It was utterly lawless. Bai Moshuan seized the individual who had spoken the truth. You will continue to speak honestly, or you shall become the captain of the Imperial Guard. The person's countenance brightened, and Bai Moshuan, pulling him along, instantaneously transported them to the execution grounds. Su Bai's petite form was bound to a pillar, already bearing 2 distinct lash marks. His lips were bruised, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his eyes half closed. On the verge of losing consciousness, Wan Hong was poised to deliver the 3rd strike with the whip when Su Bai tightly shut his eyes. With a swift gesture, Bai Moshuan redirected the whip, which returned to strike Wan Hong instead. She let out a cry of pain, releasing the whip. which fell to the ground as she clutched her arm, staring incredulously at the newcomer. You. The onlooking clan members murmured amongst themselves. Why has the clan leader returned? This is bound to be entertaining. Bai Mashwan pushed the person he had brought down to the ground. Repeat what you just said. I witnessed the young master being mischievous, climbing up the high platform, only to tumble down. When Su Bai attempted to catch him, he unfortunately fell to the ground. Now the lady blames Su Bai and has resorted to corporal punishment. Bai Mashwan extended his hand, seizing the whip. In my absence from Qingqiu, you resort to unlawful punishment. Despite the multitude of onlookers, none dare speak the truth, revealing the extent of your tyranny in Qingqiu. According to the Qingqiu Code, Article 24, the crime of false accusation warrants 3 years of wall-facing punishment. And for those who know yet remain silent, a year of wall-facing punishment awaits. His tone was stern, a stark contrast to his usual nonchalant demeanor, causing the surrounding clansmen to kneel in silence, not daring to utter a word. Su Bai, still somewhat conscious, heard Bai Mashwan's voice and murmured, clan leader before he could say more. His little head drooped to the side, utterly unconscious. Wan Hong had been struck by the whip and lay crumpled on the ground. Bai Mashwan spoke in a low voice. You, an adult of 4 tails, cannot endure a single lash, yet you subjected a child to 2, and wrongfully at that. Qingqiu does not operate on a hereditary system. Though you have served as the clan leader's wife, do not forget that you are now merely an ordinary clansman, devoid of privilege. He inquired further. Where are the elders now? I shall summon them immediately. Soon, the elders were gathered, standing in a row, their expressions complex. Jia Yin's face was somber. The day had indeed arrived. I returned today with what was meant to be good news, but it seems we must first rectify the clan's conduct, Bai Mashwan declared. May I ask, esteemed elders, is the crime of false accusation severe? Indeed, they replied. And what of the punishment for whipping a minor in Qingqiu? This is not explicitly stated, one elder cautiously remarked. However, it is indeed rather unreasonable. Given this, let today's incident be formally inscribed in the Qingqiu Code. Bai Mashwan insisted. And how should she be punished? Is 3 years of wall-facing too harsh? One elder suggested. After all, it was an impulsive act driven by maternal instinct. Perhaps a year of wall-facing would suffice? In light of the elder's perspective, I shall acquiesce, Bai Mashwan conceded. My brother is still quite young. 3 years is indeed excessive. Wan Hong bitterly retorted. You have lumped both good and evil together. How absurd. Bai Mashwan disregarded her entirely. Continuing to announce, I have come back to discuss matters of greater importance with the esteemed elders. You may disperse. You, take Su Bai to rest. And the rest of you, escort her to face the wall.